Chapter 1. Half-brothers by different fathers. Luochen sat on the ground, feeling dizzy. With a persistent ringing in his ears, every part of his body ached intensely. Particularly, his right side experienced a stabbing pain with each deep breath, suggesting a probable rib fracture. After years of working as a delivery driver, he was all too familiar with this level of injury. Regret filled Luochen's heart. He should not have taken a shortcut to save time, nor should he have indulged in any reckless optimism. However, the incident had already occurred, and he had no choice but to endure the pain and survey his surroundings, hoping he was not solely at fault. But Luochen soon found himself in a state of disbelief. Something was amiss. Hadn't he just collided with a taxi? Why was he now staring at an elegant pink sports car? Panic surged through him. If he was entirely at fault, it would be disastrous. Should he feign unconsciousness? As he wrestled with these thoughts, the door of the pink car swung open. A stunning woman, clad in a silk slip dress and high heels, emerged while conversing on her phone, her face displaying a mix of disdain and concern. Yes, the other party is a delivery driver. It was raining, and I didn't see where he came from. Well, it should be his fault, right? Upon hearing the woman declare him at fault, Luochen felt a surge of urgency. Wait, this is suddenly. A spark of realization illuminated his mind. Your car is straddling the double yellow lines. It's your fault. Tears of joy welled in his eyes that make tea that moment. The tension in his body began to dissipate, however. It was swiftly replaced by a sharp, debilitating pain in his head, as if a claw were furiously stirring within his skull. Overcome with agony, Luochen collapsed to the ground, curling up like a worm, clutching his helmet as he writhed in distress. This torment was utterly unbearable. Yet, in this bizarre moment, he retained a sliver of consciousness, pondering. This shouldn't be happening. One helmet, one seatbelt. Safety is paramount. He had donned his helmet surely. A mere fracture could not lead to a head injury. Then, without warning, his mind shattered as a flood of fragmented memories surged forth. To his astonishment, he soon realized that his head seemed to ache less. After a considerable while, he was left utterly astonished. What? Had he actually traversed into another realm? Moreover, he had taken on the identity of a delivery driver named Luochen. No, had he become himself? Yet, he swiftly dismissed this notion, for within the myriad of memories, he discerned numerous stark differences. Simultaneously, an overpowering obsession emerged in his mind. He needed the stunning woman before him to leave him a glowing review. Luochen felt a wave of disorientation. No. If the other party was at fault, shouldn't he be contemplating what brand of car purchase? However, the compulsion was so intense that it seemed if Luochen did not comply, his head would throb anew. Very well. Reluctantly, Luochen began to rise unsteadily from the ground. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed the previously aloof woman staring at him in shock, an expression of fear finally gracing her features. Beside him, several fellow riders had gathered, seemingly engaged in capturing the moment with their phones. With a newfound confidence, Luochen forced a smile and addressed the stunning woman. My dear, I believe the full responsibility lies with you. Does it not? The icy beauty remained silent, yet offered no denial. Taking a cautious breath, Luochen gingerly retrieved his phone, casually glancing at the screen before saying to the striking woman, Your user ID ends in 9527, correct? I would appreciate it if you could amend the review for the previous delivery. Over half an hour later, Luochen emerged from the happiness pharmacy, limping slightly, clutching a bag filled with medical supplies, iodine, cotton swabs, gauze, medical tape, and ibuprofen. His account balance still boasted a 3-digit sum. With a mental map in mind, he set off in the direction of what he presumed to be the original owner's residence. On the way, the bus stop signs, the advertisements on bus bodies, and even the luminous screens on the buildings incessantly showcased a promotional video for a game. An opportunity to transform your life, a bridge to leap into greatness, a cradle for pursuing dreams. Apocalypse New Century welcomes your participation. As he scrutinized the plethora of advertisements lining the streets, Luochen grinned through the pain. His comrades, frequently injured, understood that as long as one could still move despite the pain, it was not a grave concern, merely superficial wounds. After approximately 20 minutes, he arrived at a somewhat dilapidated community. Gasping for breath, he finally stood before the door of room 404 in Building 4, trembling as he turned the knob. Every inch of him ached, save for his head. Luochen felt immense relief, thankful for the high-quality helmet purchased by his biological brother, which had undoubtedly saved him. Upon entering, he discovered the interior was almost barren, devoid of any possessions. I could see that moment. He couldn't help but scoff at his brother's choice to rent such a pitiful place in a bid to save money. It was even worse than his own circumstances. Securing the door behind him, Luochen cautiously settled onto the worn-out sofa in the living room, pouring himself a glass of water before swallowing the ibuprofen. Stretching his body, he reluctantly peeled off the thick winter delivery uniform, revealing extensive abrasions on his arms and legs. After a thorough inspection, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was merely superficial damage. Utilizing nearly half a bottle of iodine, he finally tended to his wounds, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. Well, aside from intermittent sharp pain in his chest, the rest of his body felt numb. A slight urge to relieve himself emerged. Luochen checked his pants and was pleasantly surprised to realize that one gratifying aspect of his current situation was the return of his youthful vigor. After a visit to the restroom, he managed to don a set of cotton pajamas, finally in the mood to retrieve a package from the shoe cabinet by the door. As he unboxed the parcel, a whirlwind of emotions enveloped him. Inside was a gaming helmet crafted from high-polymer materials. This very helmet had drained the savings of Luochen's half-brother in a parallel universe. It was priced at just under 100,000 yuan, a mere penny shy. At that moment, Luochen took a deep breath, preparing to sift through the myriad fragments of memories swirling in his mind. In this parallel world, known as the Water Sphere, he found himself in a coastal metropolis of the Eastern Federation. The prevailing currency here is the Federation credit, which possesses a purchasing power reminiscent of his previous life. His half-brother, also from a single-parent household and somewhat of an orphan, shares many similarities with him, aside from being more handsome, taller, possessing better skin, a sturdier physique, and, well, certain other attributes. The original owner's reckless decision to risk a collision by halting the sleek sports car of a strikingly beautiful woman was merely to persuade her to amend a negative review. Had his memories consisted solely of this, Luochen would have scolded himself for his foolishness. Yet he now wishes to commend the original owner. Brother, you are indeed a genius. With a surge of excitement, Luochen retrieves his phone and opens the background of the food delivery app, where the data clearly displays. Writer Luochen, 1,000 orders completed. This month, with 1,000 positive reviews, a perfect score. His relentless efforts are entirely motivated by the game helmet in his possession, the very source of the original owner's fervent obsession. Astonishingly, this half-brother of his had traversed back in time from 3 months into the future only to be met with a tragic accident that led to his soul being intertwined. With Luochen's point one, can only hope that he too can inhabit his previous self's body, for that version of Luochen had amassed a savings of 200,000 and inherited a property. Returning to the present, this half-brother's desperate pursuit of a flawless rating stems from an extraordinary reward obtained upon the game's commencement, a phenomenal bonus of 10 free attribute points. In his previous life, the original owner allocated all 10 points to the sacred attribute, propelling him to unprecedented heights. The first summoner of divine beasts, the first to wield the dragon-patterned sword, and the first priest to reach level 40. He also accumulated vast wealth and embraced beauty. However, his downfall was precipitated by an overflow of compassion, reckless arrogance, and obstinate pride, leading to his betrayal and the loss of all his riches, while his in-game character was reduced to a mere shell. Players above level 7 lose 20 experience upon death. Strangely enough, 3 months later, the entire Federation began to experience incursions from the game. It was only then that the original owner grasped that the new century of the apocalypse was not merely a game. Yet, it was too late. His advantages had vanished, and he was left defenseless against the impending crisis, culminating in a dismal land. The silver lining is that he was reborn. The unfortunate twist is that he was usurped once more. Luochen cannot help but feel a pang of guilt for his brother's woeful plight. Chapter 2. The Running Deer. To return to the matter at hand, the Eastern Federation within this water sphere seems to be grappling with a chaotic development in the gaming industry. According to the original owner's recollections, there are hardly any noteworthy large-scale, role-playing online games. There exists an abundance of strategy and puzzle-based single-player games, but this may relate to the Federation's technological development philosophy and societal perceptions. In simpler terms, the trajectory of technological advancement appears somewhat askew. Thus, upon its inception, the virtual reality holographic online game New Century of the Apocalypse garnered immense attention from major capital investors, who fervently promoted it in just a fortnight. It is reported that over 1 million virtual gaming headsets have been sold. Even the wellness gaming pods priced at 999,900 yuan, along with a more expensive Ultra version, are in short supply. The highly anticipated Apocalypse New Century is set to officially launch tonight at 9 o'clock. This is also the reason why the original owner desperately sought positive reviews. Luochen glanced at the time. Several hours remained. Having taken 2 ibuprofen earlier, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Thus, he decided to recline on the sofa for a brief slumber, replenishing his energy. To prevent oversleeping, he charged his phone and set 4 consecutive alarms. Hours later, rather than waiting for the alarms to sound, Luochen awoke naturally. The moment he regained consciousness, he sensed an overwhelming discomfort, as though hundreds of ants were gnawing at him, leaving him in agony. With great effort, he picked up his phone and noted the time, just past 8 o'clock. Luochen silenced the alarms, enduring the aches as he boiled a kettle of water. Tonight, he would simply indulge in instant noodles. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, tidying up, and taking another 2 ibuprofen, a gentle reminder to always read the instructions for OTC medications, Luochen donned the gaming headset with practiced ease as the clock approached 8:50. He recalled that at 8:55, the game would randomly initiate a pre-entry mode for some players, allowing them to create accounts, choose names, and select professions. It was during this moment that the original owner had encountered a remarkable Easter egg. Thus, Luochen felt a twinge of anxiety. Time passed gradually. Just as his apprehension peaked, a melodious female voice resonated. "Dear player, welcome to Apocalypse New Century. Here, you shall embark on a new life. Would you like to view the game introduction?" Before Luochen's virtual gaze, a curtain slowly drew back, reminiscent of a 4D holographic film. His spirit surged. The adventure was finally commencing. In his quest to flawlessly replicate the original owner's experience of obtaining the Easter egg, he chose not to skip the introduction, instead immersing himself in the 90-second overview. He then proceeded to the character creation phase. Following the original owner's memory, Luochen directly linked his identification number and set a secondary independent password. Next came the most pivotal moment. As his heartbeat approached a rapid 120, the delightful system voice finally chimed. Detection indicates that the player's real-world profession has maintained a 100 approval rating for a certain period, triggering the game's hidden mechanism, granting 10 free attribute points. Luochen's heart nearly skipped a beat. It worked. The system then displayed the foundational attributes of his game character, with the value 10 shimmering at the top. In his previous life, the original owner had chosen the Holy 10 and the Taoist profession, resulting in a remarkable amplification of all Taoist skills upon entering the game, which led to his illustrious success. Luochen swiftly scanned the attribute panel, preparing to allocate points to Holy, when suddenly, he felt a jolt. In the bottom corner of the attribute panel, a small arrow caught his eye. Intrigued, he clicked on the arrow, and to his astonishment, the attribute panel flipped to a new page. As he discerned the contents of the second page, Luochen's eyes widened in astonishment, and he inhaled sharply. What on earth? Displayed prominently on the panel were several foundational attributes of the game characters. Base attack multiplier, 1.0 maximum, 2.0. Base casting multiplier, 1.0 maximum, 2.0. Base luck points, 1 maximum value 10. Without the slightest hesitation, Luochen fervently tapped on the base luck attribute. For clarity, this point was indeed criticized. It was my fault for digging a pit. However, it will become apparent later, particularly regarding the most recent points, double portions of venison. With this, why bother selecting anything divine? After a flurry of actions, the base luck points escalated to 10. Yet, he still had 1 free attribute point remaining. Instinctively, Luochen allocated it to the base attack multiplier. The attack multiplier transformed into 1.1. Luochen was momentarily filled with uncertainty. If all free attribute points were invested in the attack multiplier, doubling the attack seemed quite formidable. Nevertheless, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Next, he proceeded to confirm the character's profession and name. The original character had chosen the path of Taoist and was named Luo Daoshan. However, with luck maxed out at 10, why settle for a Taoist? This time, he opted for a warrior. As for the name, he decided to keep it modest, settling on God of Novices. Fortunately, it appeared that not many had entered the game ahead of him, as there were no conflicts with the name. Once everything was set, the screen transitioned to the final phase. Face sculpting. Luochen perceived that the character bore a striking resemblance to the original, yet there were still imperfections, prompting him to make some adjustments. After tweaking, he couldn't help but think the character resembled a thug. Just as he contemplated reverting to the original design, the clock struck 9, and the game officially launched. No longer preoccupied with the character's appearance, Luochen swiftly entered the game. Upon entering, he immediately noticed a colossal ginkgo tree towering above him, confirming in his heart his birthplace. Ginkgo Valley. From the original's memories, Luochen discerned that this apocalypse new century bore similarities to the legendary games on Earth, yet possessed profound intrinsic differences. However, the foundational settings in the early stages could not be deemed entirely unrelated. They were, in fact, identical. Thus, without hesitation, Luochen donned the unremarkable clothing and wooden sword from his backpack and hastily made his way to the entrance of the novice village. Behind him, players emerged in a cascade of white light. Akin to raindrops, any delay would result in being trapped inside. Luochen was merely a few seconds swifter than some other players of comparable skill. Yet, it was these few seconds that allowed him to be the first to engage with Assistant Xiao Min, and without a glance, he swiftly accepted the first novice quest. Having accepted the quest, Luochen dashed into the vast expanse outside the gates, amidst a throng of deer running amok. Players trailing behind him raised their weapons, seizing the nearest deer to strike. After a brief sprint, Luochen noticed a deer that, upon spotting him, turned to flee. His eyes lit up. He approached and delivered a strike to its hindquarters with his sword. The deer let out a mournful cry, but did not retaliate, continuing its escape. Luochen chuckled, pursuing it for another strike. The allure of holographic gaming is undeniable. In a previous life, while playing a legendary game, newcomers would find themselves needing to strike a deer multiple times before securing a successful hit. However, in this immersive experience, precision translates to success with each accurate strike. One can expect to hit their target nearly 2 out of 3 attempts. Moreover, Luochen has confirmed the attributes of the coveted Luck 10. Indeed, each strike delivers maximum damage. He now feels a wave of relief wash over him, brimming with confidence. He has made the right choice in selecting the warrior class. As a level 1 warrior, his base attack ranges from 3 to 6 points, wielding a wooden sword that inflicts 2 to 5 damage. This means Luochen's current attack power stands at an impressive 5 to 11. With a base attack multiplier of 1.1, his actual maximum damage has reached a staggering 12. In just 2 strikes, the deer, which typically flees, emitted a startled cry before collapsing to the ground. Without hesitation, Luochen rushed forward to collect the meat. In this holographic realm, players need only focus on the fallen prey to prompt the appearance of a simple, clear button for harvesting that a few seconds later, the notifications appeared. Deer meat discovered. Deer meat discovered. The same message echoed twice, igniting a spark of excitement in Luochen's eyes as he promptly opened his inventory. Indeed, alongside the solitary candle he had, there were now 2 additional pieces of meat. His gaze shifted upward, revealing the quality of the meat. 2110, 2110. Luochen nodded in satisfaction. In the fervent world of legendary, deer that actively fled typically bore meat of superior quality, often exceeding a value of 10, and there was a notable chance of unearthing double portions. After securing these 2 pieces, Luochen ceased his search for rare items and swiftly turned his attention to the nearby deer, launching into a flurry of attacks. The experience required for a warrior to level up from 1 to 4 is 100, 200, 300, and 400 respectively, while each deer yields 15 experience points. Thanks to the vast influx of players in Apocalypse, New century. Not only has the area and number of novice villages expanded, but the frequency and quantity of monster spawns have also surged significantly. The wilderness of Bitch Province has expanded approximately 30-fold. As for the number of players, although all Apocalypse players inhabit the same server, each Bitch Province essentially functions as a colossal novice village. Based on the original owner's memories, there are roughly 10 such provinces operating independently for the first 7 days post-launch. It wasn't until a week later that a monumental merger occurred, triggering transformative changes. Naturally, beyond the Bitch Province lies a region of interconnectivity across the entire server, where the difficulty of monster encounters escalates dramatically. Thus, these initial 7 days represent a golden opportunity for Luochen's progress. Before the flood of players arrives, he has relished the spoils of over 70 deer, successfully reaching level 5. However, as more novice players congregate nearby, competition for monsters intensifies. Rather than yielding to the frenzy, Luochen swam against the current, repositioning himself before his assistant, Xiaomin. He made the decision to submit his first quest. Chapter 3. The home of advanced warriors. Upon engaging assistant Xiaomin, she instructed Luochen to seek a dialogue with the butcher. However, Luochen accepted the initial quest precisely for this moment. He chose to decline. Indeed, assistant Xiaomin did not terminate the conversation, but instead presented a new dialogue box. Esteemed player, newbie god, it appears that the blacksmith is facing some troubling issues. Could you lend him your assistance? Without further hesitation, Luochen navigated through the throng of players and located the butcher NPC. He initiated a conversation and successfully completed his task to procure a piece of venison of quality above 15, earning a reward of 1,000 gold coins. Subsequently, Luochen sold a second piece of venison, rated at 2110 quality, to him, astonishingly receiving 1050 gold coins in return. Indeed, high-quality venison, when sold directly to an NPC, proved to be more lucrative than merely submitting a quest. Yet, this was merely the beginning of a chain quest. After parting ways with the butcher, Luochen struggled to weave through the cacophony of players surrounding him until he found the blacksmith and initiated a conversation. The blacksmith requested the elimination of a specific number of monsters, stipulating that Luochen's level must exceed 5. With his level already at 5, he executed the necessary actions and successfully acquired a weapon. Bronze sword, weight 9, durability 6/6, attack 3/7, requires level 5. Feeling satisfied, Luochen utilized his newly acquired gold to purchase 2 random teleportation scrolls, costing 220 gold coins, and 6 small healing potions, totaling 528 gold coins. Given that the vicinity of the novice village was rife with players competing for monsters, it was no longer a suitable place to level up. Thus, Luochen shattered one of the random teleportation scrolls, transporting himself to a dense forest. Upon opening the large map, he was astounded to discover that he was situated at the very center of the beachy map. Moreover, while he was aware that the map had expanded, he had not anticipated it to be 30 times larger. Returning would be a daunting task, one that could prove exhausting. At that moment, the sounds of half-orc roars echoed around him. It was then that Luochen noticed the forest teeming with monsters, devoid of any human presence. The player army had yet to encroach upon this territory. His spirits lifted, for this was precisely the outcome he desired. Armed with his bronze sword, he approached a solitary half-orc and struck with a swift blow. The half-orc possessed 30 hit points, an attack power of 4 to 9, a hit rate of 6, and 1 point of defense, compelling Luochen to seize the initiative. The first strike landed with precision, reducing the half-orc's health by 13 points, thereby attracting its ire as it swung its bone club at him. Unfazed, Luochen executed a second strike, landing another hit. The half-orc was left with merely 4 hit points, yet its attack connected, inflicting 5 points of damage upon him. As a level 5 warrior with a total health of 44 points, Luochen felt undaunted and unleashed a third strike. To his dismay, he struck empty air. Frustrated, he lamented his accuracy, thinking, "System, you are simply being unreasonable." Alas, this was a game, and Luochen had no choice but to evade. Yet, despite his apparent success in dodging, he still suffered a loss of 4 health points. What a vexing predicament. Luochen was instantly filled with rage, and he swung his sword fiercely at the half-orc. Damned system. The sound of the bronze sword striking flesh resonated, and the half-orc let out a wail before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Experience points, 25. Moreover, several gold coins, a small vial of healing ointment, and a piece of clothing were dropped. Luochen exhaled, pondering. Does the system have a penchant for insults? A masochistic attribute? He gathered the coins and the healing ointment, intending to face another foe, but suddenly reconsidered. This was his first dropped piece of equipment, so he decided to keep it. A good omen indeed. As he casually glanced at the clothing, a peculiar sensation struck him. An exceptional item? No, it's merely a piece of clothing. What could be so special about it? And it's a woman's garment. Clothing, female, weight 5, durability 4-5, defense 2-3, exceptional 1. Magic defense 0-1. Magic 0-1, exceptional 1. Requires level 1. Luochen shook his head at the attributes, deciding to stow it away for now. After gauging the half-orc's strength, Luochen resumed his quest to eliminate more foes. The half-orc's potion drops were decent. After half an hour, not only had he not exhausted his healing ointment, but his inventory also brimmed with over a dozen small vials of magical potions. As for equipment, nearly 20 pieces had dropped, with the exception of the initial clothing. All were mundane. The items he could utilize included 2 bronze rings with an attack of 0-1, 2 iron bracelets with 1 accuracy, and a gold necklace with 1 agility and an attack of 0-1. He also obtained a dagger with an attack of 4-5, which, for Luochen, was of little use in enhancing his lower attack limit. After slaying nearly 100 half-orcs, he had ascended to level 7, with his experience bar nearing completion. At level 7, it was time to learn new skills. Luochen opened the large map. Hesitating, the map of Bitch Province had been magnified several times in Apocalypse, New Century. There was no chance of fleeing, so should he teleport randomly, or perhaps return directly? However, upon inspecting his inventory, although the items were not particularly valuable, the thought of losing them was discomforting. Thus, he resolved to teleport randomly. Luochen shattered another teleportation scroll. In a flash of white light, a structure materialized before him. He felt a wave of relief. Luck was on his side. He had returned to town. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. Why was there only a large thatched hut? And where was everyone? Despite the current 1,000,000 players, even divided into 10 groups, there should be ample company everywhere. Walking from behind the thatched hut to the front entrance, realization dawned upon him. Inadvertently, he had arrived at the High Warriors Guild. Luochen felt somewhat dismayed. In his recollection, only warrior players could accept quests here before reaching level 7. Yet he was nearing level 8. Nevertheless, since he was already here, he clicked on the High Warrior NPC. To his surprise, he could still accept quests. Luochen quickly deduced. In such a vast map in Apocalypse, New Century, it seemed that some quest requirements had undergone slight adjustments. He blinked, a smile breaking across his face. Perfect, he could save the money for skill books. He continued conversing with the NPC and was subsequently transported into a garden map, tasked with eliminating all the monsters within 5 minutes. This challenge was a mere trifle for Luochen. His current base attack power ranged from 3 to 6, with his bronze sword inflicting 3 to 7 damage, complemented by 2 copper rings yielding 0-2 and a necklace providing 0-1, culminating in a total attack power of 6 to 16, with the fortuitous boost of a 10-fold luck and a base attack multiplier of 1. Each strike dealt 17 points of damage. Faced with these lambs awaiting slaughter, he made quick work of them. A minute later, Luochen reappeared in the Hall of Advanced Warriors, engaged in dialogue with the NPC, and upon receiving the reward for basic swordsmanship, he immediately proceeded to learn it. Upon mastering the skill, he felt an immense sense of relief. Subsequently, Luochen intended to journey towards the grand city of Bitch while simultaneously battling monsters to level up. At that moment, a group of players unexpectedly arrived. Luochen was somewhat astonished. Could it be that this world, Apocalypse, New Century had guides? Yet, this group of players promptly imparted a lesson to him. Hey brother son, how is there a house here? Wame. It's entirely normal for a game to have a house. Xiao Jia, why don't you all go inside and see if there are any monsters? The boss retorted. There's an advanced warrior here. It's perfect for us warriors to accept his quests. The boss immediately became incensed. Why can only warriors accept quests? Are you looking down on me as a Taoist and on Wanmei as a mage? You tell him we must also be allowed to accept quests, or else I'll report him for occupational discrimination. The bodyguard Xiao Jia awkwardly responded, Boss, the advanced warrior is an NPC. The boss paused, then coldly replied, Xiao Jia, your bonus for this month is gone. The bodyguard Xiao Jia panicked. Please, boss. It's all my fault for not clarifying. Sister-in-law, could you intercede on my behalf? Wanmei scoffed and rolled her eyes, saying, What nonsense are you spouting? Meanwhile, the boss's expression shifted from grim to bright, and he chuckled lightly, sparing Xiao Jia from his plight. On the other side, Luochen felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Perhaps this encapsulated the initial essence of all online games. A lack of knowledge, no guides, and adventures abound. Everything felt so novel. Every experience was a first. Luochen shook his head, casting aside these emotions, and with the vigilant bodyguard surrounding him, he approached the Taoist player with a smile. Greetings, esteemed boss, and a warm regard to the esteemed lady. Would you be interested in making a trade? Chapter 4. Reverse Bargain. The Taoist player, known as Boss Sun, first halted the approach of several bodyguards before casting a playful glance at Luochen. Young brother, you possess quite the audacity to venture here alone for leveling up. I shall grant you an opportunity. Speak your mind. Luochen glanced at the enchanting female mage beside him, silently nodding in approval. She was indeed a beauty, even if her appearance were enhanced by a mere 20%, which was within the permissible range of adjustments in the game. Thus, he confidently declared, I have a superb garment that is perfectly suited for the lady boss. The mention of Lady Boss made Boss Sun's eyes narrow with delight. Let me see it, he urged. Luochen promptly initiated an item display, showcasing the equipment's attributes to the surrounding players as per the game's settings. However, upon discovering it was merely a piece of cloth, Boss Sun furrowed his brow. Is this all? Nothing more visually appealing? Luochen was taken aback, pondering if he was expected to produce a bikini. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, asserting, This exquisite piece offers an additional point of defense and magic. I assure you, the lady boss will adore it. Beside him, Wanmei's eyes sparkled with intrigue, revealing her delight. Boss Sun, noticing her reaction, promptly understood and boisterously stated, Very well. What's your price? Initially intending to casually sell it for around 100,000 gold coins, Luochen reconsidered, contemplating that the affluent man might not possess such wealth in game. Thus, he proposed, We can transact in cash. Let us say it's a gift for your sister-in-law, like purchasing a piece of clothing in reality. Selling it for $200 or $300 would still yield a significant profit. Boss Sun raised an eyebrow in surprise and remarked, You, my brother, are quite the negotiator. Then, glancing at Wanmei, he readily declared, 5,000. Too low a price would be beneath my dignity. Luochen was taken aback, exclaiming internally, What on earth? A reverse bargain? His initial expectation of selling it for $200 or $300 was already exceeded, yet Boss Sun had slashed the price to 5,000. However, upon reflection, it made sense. In the world of the affluent, even a simple garment would undoubtedly command a higher price. Resolutely, Luochen accepted the trade. Moments later, a notification from his bank card linked to the game appeared, confirming the deposit of 5,000 federal credit coins. Luochen was elated, thinking, Boss Sun, it is not I who is deceiving you. The price was yours to set. Ah, such a generous client must be cultivated. Yet, directly requesting to add him as a friend felt somewhat presumptuous. As he watched Wanmei gleefully don the exquisite cloth, an idea struck him. By the way, Boss Sun, I also have a hexagon ring with a magic rating of 0 to 1 and a silver bracelet. Consider them as complimentary gifts for the earlier garment. With that, he promptly traded the two items. Boss Sun appeared momentarily taken aback, hesitating before accepting. Did you acquire all of these? He inquired. My subordinates have barely obtained a few items. Luochen silently affirmed his strategy. All is proceeding smoothly. Subsequently, he drew forth every piece of equipment from his inventory, including potions and a dagger, bestowing them upon Boss Sun's bodyguards. The guards erupted into joyous laughter. Luochen smiled nonchalantly, attributing his fortune to mere luck. Shall we add each other as friends? It would facilitate communication in case you acquire any exceptional equipment. This time, Boss Sun did not hesitate and readily agreed. After completing the transaction, just as Luochen was about to depart, the individual known as Sun Dada called out to him again. Here, this is a return stone. A gift for you. I wouldn't want to take advantage of you. Luochen was taken aback and quickly accepted it. Such an item had an exceedingly low drop rate. Aside from bosses, the most common sources were scarecrows, which occasionally dropped them, followed by half-orcs. In a previous life of the original owner, many studios and gold farmers had already reached their 20s, but still hunted low-level scarecrows and half-orcs solely for this item. Luochen was somewhat astonished. The boss truly possesses remarkable luck. The drop rate for such an item is virtually 1 in 10,000. To his surprise, Sun Dada laughed heartily. You can buy it directly from the shop. It's quite affordable. Only 300 each. Luochen felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, realizing that his poverty had confined his imagination. A fresh memory fragment surfaced in his mind. In the game Apocalypse New Century, a one-time recharge of 1 million federal credits was required to gain access to the shop. However, it only sold consumable items at exorbitant prices. For instance, the return stone was stabilized at 100 credits in the market, later becoming a benchmark for gold transactions. Luochen sensed that he had made a wealthy friend. After bidding farewell to Sun Dada and his companions, he promptly used the return stone. Each stone could be utilized 10 times, and at 300 per stone, each use cost 30. This was comparable to ride-hailing fares in reality. Nevertheless, despite his grumbling, Luochen chose to return home directly, then sought out the teleporter, spending 1,000 gold coins to teleport to Beaching City. In the early stages of the game, time equated to money. Upon arriving in Beaching City, it was no surprise that it was teeming with players. Many chose not to hunt monsters, instead engaging in idle chatter within the safe zone for novelty. Yet, in 7 days, they would come to regret this. Navigating through the bustling crowd, Luochen arrived at the Beaching bookstore, harboring a glimmer of hope as he quickly skimmed through the directory of skill books for sale, only to find no surprises. In Apocalypse New Century, the bookstore did not offer advanced skill books. Luochen felt little disappointment, for the original owner's memories contained no such information. Without further delay, he purchased half a backpack of healing potions and a bundle of random teleportation scrolls, then sought out the Beaching veteran to teleport to the natural cave map, famously known as the Skeleton Cave. This time, he chose the warrior class, with the optimal route being to slay monsters in the Skeleton Cave until reaching level 16, transitioning to the Zombie Cave once his basic swordsmanship reached level 3. In the original owner's memory, the Zombie Cave on the second day after the launch was crucial. He had slain a corpse king in a peculiar corner of the map, which had dropped the summoning beast. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Skeleton Cave, Luochen paid no heed to the numerous players seeking to form parties. Instead, he executed a random teleportation, finding himself deep within the cave. He promptly donned a candle, feeling frustrated that this new era of Apocalypse had no wax-free options. Strangely, the memories of the original owner did not encompass this detail. Fortunately, the candle had not been discarded. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the absence of other players, likely due to the recent opening of the area, with most still exploring the entrance. Nevertheless, he hastened his pace, slaying monsters while advancing towards the entrance of the second level. It would not be long before various studios and elite players discovered this location. The creatures within the Skeleton Cave were relatively easy to defeat, requiring only caution against the axe-throwing skeletons. Moreover, the monsters here offered considerable experience. Skeletons granted 75 points, axe-throwing skeletons 80, skeleton warriors 90, and the cave maggots, which could petrify players and drop maggot eggs, a material for crafting red poison, provided 60 points. Scorpions dropped scorpion tails, another crafting material for red poison, and yielded 45 points. while cave bats had a small chance of dropping return scrolls and a substantial amount of gold, offering 25 points of experience. In a delightful turn of events, the skeleton monsters were generous with potion drops, typically yielding 1 to 2 medium health potions or healing potions with each kill. Luochen opted to collect only the medium healing potions, as he currently had no need for magic potions. Empowered by a sufficient supply of potions, he engaged in monster slaying with great exhilaration. An hour later, he reached the position of the lower second level, where the map of the skeleton cave had been proportionally enlarged. After clearing the densely clustered monsters in this area, he prepared to descend to the next level when suddenly, his gaming helmet emitted a series of beeps, indicating an incoming call on his linked mobile phone. Furrowing his brow, Luochen wondered who could be calling at such a late hour. Nevertheless, he sought a safe corner to log out and removed his helmet. At that moment, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by a robust yet somewhat anxious voice of a woman. "Young man, are you still alive?" Struggling to rise from the sofa, Luochen quickly realized that his entire body ached fiercely. Remarkably, he had felt no pain during his time in the game. Limping towards the door, he pulled it open, whereupon the woman outside visibly relaxed, only to furrow her brow and speak in an irritable tone. "You didn't answer the phone, and I had to come upstairs to knock? I was in the middle of a mahjong game." Luochen was taken aback. "Excuse me, but isn't it a bit unreasonable for you to disturb me at this hour?" However, a chilling memory suddenly surged into his mind, catching him off guard. Chapter 5. A Female Ghost? No worries. I'm single. This chilling memory pertains to why he chose to reside in room 404 of Building 4. It turns out that the previous tenant of this apartment was a somewhat reclusive beauty. It was said that she rarely ventured outside and spent her days engaged in various esoteric pursuits. After she had inhabited the space for 6 months, the landlady, who had just been mentioned, was horrified to discover the young woman seated in the living room's armchair, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, devoid of breath. Surrounding her were symbols and artifacts that the landlady could not comprehend. Terrified, she immediately contacted the authorities. However, after several days of investigation, the police concluded that the young woman had succumbed to an overdose of psychoactive substances, having become engrossed in various aspects of arcane subculture. Following this incident, the landlady's apartment remained unoccupied until the current tenant, Luochen, took over. The primary reason for his decision to rent this dwelling was its affordability. In fact, the landlady, wishing to dispel her misfortunes, generously waived the first 3 months' rent and promised a 50% reduction for the subsequent payments. Initially, Luochen intended to find a roommate, but after 3 months, he had only attracted 2 fellow riders, who, upon learning the grim history, hastily vacated the premises. This left Luochen perplexed. It wasn't a murder house, so why would it be haunted? Presently, Luochen could not help but commend his predecessor. "Brother, you are remarkable." No wonder the apartment appeared so barren. It had all been discarded by the landlady. At this moment, the landlady approached him to collect the rent for the upcoming quarter. "Young man, you see, I voluntarily waived 3 months' fees for you, and you've lived here without incident. Isn't it time to pay the 6,000 yuan for the next quarter? This is a half-price offer, one that is virtually unattainable." Luochen was taken aback. "Madam, you call this nothing?" He then rolled up his sleeves and pants, revealing gruesome abrasions. The landlady gasped in shock, retreating several steps as if she might tumble down the stairs. "What happened to you?" Luochen shrugged, grimacing in pain. "Well, I was inexplicably hit by a vehicle." The landlady, suddenly feeling guilty, stammered, "That has nothing to do with me." With a sorrowful expression, she lamented, "I've had my share of misfortunes. Why would I covet that girl's rent? I should have evicted her long ago." Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through the corridor, causing the landlady to shudder. She quickly clasped her hands together in prayer, exclaiming in panic, "I spoke thoughtlessly. I didn't mean it. Great beauty. Please don't take it to heart." With that, she hurried downstairs, muttering, "Young man, you can continue living here. We'll discuss the rent later." Luochen turned to glance at the open door and the window he had intentionally left ajar, shaking his head in resignation. "Isn't it normal to have a draft? Why such a timid disposition?" Another cold breeze swept through, prompting Luochen to shiver and hastily close the door. Once back on the sofa, he surveyed the empty living room and chuckled to himself. What on earth am I afraid of? Having just traversed into this realm, I find myself battered and bruised. Despite the presence of a spectral woman, I am undeterred by my single status. After a moment of mental fortification, Luochen donned his helmet once more and reclined on the sofa, pondering the time lost that could have been spent vanquishing foes. Upon logging back in, I returned to my previously secure corner, though the surroundings had been reinvigorated with numerous skeleton adversaries, and in the distance, 3 axe-throwing skeletons loomed ominously. Glancing at my nearly full inventory, I casually consumed a bottle of healing salve. It's manageable. A few minutes passed, and the ground was strewn with ashes. Fortune smiled upon me, as I discovered a usable level 10 short sword and a level 13 bronze axe among the spoils. Having dispatched so many skeletal foes, I had now ascended to level 11, equipping the short sword with eagerness. Short sword, weight 9, durability 8, attack 3 to 11, required level 10. My base attack at level 11 had transformed to 3 to 7, bringing my total attack power to 6 to 21. With each strike delivering 23 points of damage, a multiplier of 1. I found myself effortlessly cleaving through the skeletons. At that moment, several players appeared in the distance. I promptly descended to the second floor, only to have multiple axes hurtled towards me, startling me into a reflexive panic. By the gods, why are there so many axe-throwing skeletons at the entrance? Just moments ago, a concentrated assault from that very group had reduced my level 11 warrior's health from 100 to a mere 41 points. I began to empathize with the next wave of players. Amen. My current position was within a spacious area, with monsters dispersed, allowing for methodical elimination. Even the most formidable skeleton warrior, brandishing a giant scythe and possessing 110 health points, could be felled in 5 strikes. The pace was brisk, dispatching 1 creature every 3 seconds. The skeleton warrior, wielding its ostentatious scythe, could only land 2 attacks on me, making the encounters rather manageable. Upon defeating one, I earned an additional 100 experience points. Thus, I advanced toward the entrance of the 3rd floor, battling foes along the way. In the distance, I could hear the distinctive cries of players meeting their demise, evidently falling victim to the axe-throwing skeletons. Before long, I reached level 12. The experience required to transition from levels 12 to 13 was a modest 10,000 points, easily attainable by slaying 100 skeleton warriors. Having gained an advantage, and with the density of monsters on the 2nd floor, I faced no competition for kills. In just 20 minutes, I ascended to level 13. Eagerly, I equipped my new weapon, bronze axe, weight 10, durability 10, attack 0 to 15, required level 13. My attack power now soared to 27. As for the items dropped by the monsters, aside from occasionally picking up a few bottles of healing salve, I discarded any ordinary equipment that did not pique my interest. The only weapons I deemed worthy of inspection were the bronze axe, as others held no allure for me. It was not a matter of generosity. Rather, weapons that did not enhance my attack potential were of no use to me. As for the possibility of exceptional items, even if bronze swords, iron swords, or short swords were deemed remarkable, they held little value to me. After slaying yet another skeleton warrior, a significant reward finally awaited me. Luochen suddenly discovered a peculiar item lying on the ground, a random teleportation stone. He probably picked it up and saw that it could be used 50 times. This instantly uplifted his spirits, for its value was akin to that of a return stone. In the opulent marketplace, one could acquire it for 300 credit coins. As for other items, apart from a few potions and a pile of 2,000 gold coins, there was also a large bracelet. While the bracelet was quite impressive, Luochen was reluctant to part with his precise 1 iron bracelet, as he currently had no shortage of potions, and accuracy was far more beneficial to him than defense. However, upon closer inspection, he swiftly changed his mind. It boasted a remarkable attack range of 0 to 2. His heart surged with excitement. After such a long endeavor, he had finally unearthed a worthwhile treasure that directly augmented his attack by 2 points. Large bracelet, weight 2, durability 11, defense 1 to 1, attack 0 to 2, exceptional 2, requires level 9. With his new equipment, his attack now soared to 29. Once he had equipped himself, Luochen noticed the presence of other player teams in the vicinity. However, he was not surprised. Given the vast number of players, such occurrences were entirely normal. Although Luochen was a warrior with a luck rating of 10, he was ultimately a lone fighter and would not enjoy a significant advantage in the early stages. Naturally, he had no intention of leveraging his information advantage to confront formidable bosses at this stage. A warrior, before reaching level 25 and mastering the assassination sword technique, lacked the capability to challenge a major boss solo. This was in stark contrast to the Daoist players, who, once they learned the art of poisoning, theoretically possessed the potential to whittle down any boss. Luochen remained unhurried, focusing primarily on leveling up. After vanquishing over 500 monsters, he finally descended to the 3rd level. At this moment, his level had risen to 15. Beyond level 15, a warrior's base attack power increased to 4 to 8. His attack power now ranged from 4 to 28, and with a coefficient of 1, his attack exceeded 30. Standing at the entrance of the skeleton cave's 3rd level, Luochen gazed ahead, observing a plethora of monsters densely packed together. It appeared that no players had ventured here yet. Chapter 6. The skeleton sprite Luochen did not commence his monster-clearing mission from this point. Instead, he found himself in a secluded corner. He thought it best to leave the monsters at the entrance for any subsequent players. In this particular nook, the density of monsters was significantly higher. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he gripped a second bronze axe, having discarded the first one due to its complete degradation, and struck at the nearest skeleton warrior. After 4 strikes, the skeleton warrior was reduced to a cloud of ashes. To his surprise, the first monster on the 3rd floor yielded an item, an exquisite horn ring. Upon inspection, he exclaimed in delight, "Indeed, a minor treasure." Nevertheless, even with a mere 2-point attack enhancement, this novice equipment could only be deemed a modest gem. Horn ring, weight, 1, durability, 6, defense, 0 to 1, attack, 0 to 3, exceptional 2, required level, 9. After equipping the horn ring, Luochen's attack panel displayed a range of 4 to 30, with each strike now reaching an impressive 33. His monster-slaying pace quickened. He could now fell a skeleton in 3 strikes, and a skeleton captain in 4. To ascend from levels 15 to 16 required an impressive 40,000 experience points. Half an hour later, a golden radiance enveloped Luochen. The first phase objective, reaching level 16, had been accomplished. Observing the skeletal monsters before him, Luochen decided against further grinding in this area. The skeleton cave yielded little of value, and it would be prudent to relocate. Just as he was preparing to return to town, an unusual roar pierced the air, distinctly different from that of ordinary monsters. Luochen paused. Was that the voice of a skeleton sprite? Though he had not actively sought out this boss, encountering it was an opportunity not to be squandered. It was a mark of respect to vanquish a boss. Gamers often find the allure of battling a boss irresistible. After dispatching dozens of monsters, Luochen arrived at a downward opening and beheld the skeleton sprite, the boss of the skeleton cave. It was a massive skeleton with a fiery red exterior, wielding 2 elongated tridents. Its smooth cranium glowed ominously with red light emanating from its eye sockets. Internally, Luochen felt no trepidation, despite its fearsome appearance. The creature possessed a mere 500 hit points and 80 magical defense, with a defense rating of 0. This meant that, with his current attack power, he could defeat it in just 16 strikes, assuming none of his hits were wasted. Thus, Luochen approached the skeleton sprite. After effortlessly dispatching a few surrounding minions, he braved the boss's attacks and engaged it in combat. With a health pool of 163 and a dozen healing potions in his inventory, he felt unperturbed. Mere seconds later, the skeleton sprite succumbed, disintegrating into a vast cloud of ashes, rendering the monster-slaying experience rather mundane. Nevertheless, as a first kill, it rewarded Luochen with a significant bounty. He quickly surveyed the dropped items, feeling a twinge of disappointment. 2 large piles of gold coins, a small heap of coins, 2 bottles of potent solar water, 9 medium healing and mana potions, poisoning technique, lure of light, sword of killing, a yellow crystal necklace, a blue crystal ring, a priest's bracelet, a magical helmet, medium armor for males, and a soul breaker. Some of it was rather lackluster. Even the level 19 warrior's killing sword technique failed to pique his interest. In the late hours of the night, wherein the game's time flows contrary to reality, he prepared to venture into the zombie cave, a location where such skill books were in abundant supply. Naturally, having resolved to return to the city, he collected all the items strewn about, as his backpack still had ample space. A level 16 ordinary medium armor with a defense of 3 to 5 and magic resistance of 1 to 2 was quite suitable for his current needs. The level 16 blue crystal ring, with a magic resistance of 0 to 2 and an attack of 1 to 0, was certainly not something he would wear. The level 20 weapon, the Soul Breaker, boasting an attack of 8 to 10 and accuracy 2, seemed utterly redundant. The level 13 yellow crystal necklace featuring a paltry Taoist skill of 1 to 0 was likewise worthless. However, the level 20 Taoist bracelet, with its Taoist skill of 0 to 2, premium 1, was finally a valuable find. Then there was the magical helmet, which, in truth, was also rather lackluster equipment, particularly despised by mage players. Wait a moment. Magical helmet, weight 4, durability 911, defense 0 to 1, magic resistance 1 to 1, attack 0 to 4, premium 4, requires level 14. Luochen gasped in astonishment. Goodness gracious! Since the inception of the server, aside from that moment of serendipity, he felt an exhilarating thrill once more. This was a superlative treasure. It seemed the skeleton cave was indeed capable of yielding magnificent loot. Skeleton sprite, I admit I misjudged you. You only deliver extraordinary items on rare occasions. Yet when you do, it is a veritable jackpot. Moreover, with his base attribute of luck at 10, could it be that he not only maximized his attack power, but also possessed hidden effects? As he donned the magical helmet, darkness suddenly enveloped him. Luochen's first instinct was to think there had been a power outage, only to realize a moment later the candle's duration had expired. He hastily returned to the city to restore the light. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was nearly 1 in the morning. Despite the late hour, the safety zone of beaching was alive with a cacophony of activity. The public chat was inundated with messages cascading down like a waterfall, as various merchants and trading guilds sprouted like mushrooms after rain, alongside numerous teams recruiting members, forming parties to slay monsters, and shouting for trades. After observing the merchants' advertisements for a while, Luochen, without hesitation, opted to reach out to the formidable Hainao Baichuan, Golden Fatty, initiating a private chat. Level 20 Taoist bracelet, level 20 Soul Breaker, and low-level skill books, poisoning technique, and lure of light, all for sale. I await your offer. In less than 10 seconds, Golden Fatty replied privately. Fixed price of 150,000 gold coins, or 300 credit coins. Please add me as a friend. It appeared that the current exchange rate for in-game currency stood at 1,500. With the game freshly launched, the demand for gold coins was substantial. Luochen nodded in satisfaction. Golden Fatty's offer was quite reasonable, especially considering the bracelet's worth. Certainly, he understood the implications of his actions and promptly added a friend. Proposing a trade, transactions can occur within the same safe zone. He then placed all the items he had just mentioned into the trade, additionally gifting a yellow crystal necklace and a blue crystal ring. Upon confirming the transaction, Luochen received 150,000 gold coins. Earlier, he had already seen 5,000 credit coins deposited into his bank account, so he opted for gaming currency, ensuring he was well prepared. Once he organized his inventory, Luochen purchased 3 bundles of medium healing potions. Checking the time, he noted that while the in-game sun shone brightly, contrary to reality, he still struggled to maneuver through the throngs of players in the safe zone, ultimately locating a vendor at the city gates, where he procured a brand new torch and 2 bundles of random teleportation scrolls. Subsequently, he squeezed back near the safe zone, seeking out the veteran in Bitch, spending 2,000 gold coins to teleport to the Bitch Mine, the zombie cave. His latest plan was to reach level 19 before 9 a.m. in the real world. After teleporting, Luochen ran for a distance before entering the famously bustling bitch mine, known as the Zombie Cave. To his surprise, he found the cave teeming with activity. Hundreds of players were mining here. However, it dawned on him that the weapon shop sold pickaxes, which players must have purchased, thereby naturally linking to the bitch mine for mining activities. Were there really this many level 11 players? These thoughts raced through his mind. Yet they did not hinder his use of the random teleportation scroll, propelling him deeper into the zombie cave. Although most players were of relatively low levels, the first layer of the cave was still filled with players. The primary force among them was undoubtedly the mages who had mastered the fireball spell. The zombies here bore the same name, but were divided into 4 types: the ordinary zombie, the resurrecting zombie, the crawling zombie, and the monk zombie capable of emerging from the ground. Luochen did not linger on the first layer, directly battling monsters while advancing towards the upper left corner of the large map. After several minutes, he passed through an opening and arrived at the layer B of the minimap. The number of players here had dwindled, with only a few teams cautiously clearing out monsters. In his recollection, this map was not particularly vast, yet in the new century of apocalypse, it had been magnified by at least 10 times. This time, he did not use a random teleport, but instead carefully progressed along the cave wall in one direction. After all, the attributes of the zombies surpassed those of the skeleton cave monsters. The zombies had a health of 155 and offered 160 experience points. Although they had no defense, their attack power ranged from 12 to 16, and being surrounded could prove quite challenging. The reason Luochen sought out Layer B of the mine was that the majority of zombies here were monk zombies. He had always harbored a feeling that the drop rate for these monk zombies was slightly superior to that of the other types. More importantly, they did not resurrect. Chapter 7. The beach mine area of the map of Layer B of the mine can be divided into 2 distinct regions, akin to a plateau and a basin. Currently, Luochen is swiftly dispatching the monk zombies. He is now at level 16. Upon equipping a magical helmet that enhances his attack by 4, his attack range has escalated to 4 to 34, with each strike reaching an impressive 37 damage. The bronze axe strikes the zombies with remarkable efficiency, providing a gratifying experience in combat. Typically, it takes about 5 strikes to fell a single zombie. Upon their demise, the bodies of the monk zombies topple over, their heads rolling aside, while a considerable amount of gold coins appears scattered on the ground, often accompanied by 1 or 2 items. However, the drop rate for potions is rather low. To progress from level 17 to 19, the experience required is 50, 000, 70, 000, and 100, 000 respectively. Each zombie yields 160 experience points. This indicates that Luochen must eliminate just over 1,000 zombies to achieve his goal. Although the map initially seems devoid of monsters, approaching it prompts a continuous emergence of monk zombies clad in yellow robes and adorned with prayer beads from the depths below. After approximately 20 minutes, Luochen has reached the edge of the high ground, having vanquished over 300 zombies, thus elevating his level to 17. As for item drops, the majority consist of gold coins, minor trinkets, low-level weapons, and skill books. The monk zombies are quite generous with their coin drops, each one typically yielding several hundred gold. The trinkets include various necklaces such as yellow and black crystal necklaces, ebony necklaces, amber necklaces, platinum necklaces, demonic necklaces, phoenix pearls, large bracelets, sturdy gloves, magical bracelets, blue crystal rings, and wrought iron rings. Occasionally, a 20-level pearl ring, black crystal ring, or serpent eye ring may also be found. The weapons dropped are predominantly iron swords, short swords, and bronze axes, with rare instances of 15-level professional weapons like the Half Moon, Sea Soul, and 8 Desolations. The skill books are plentiful, yet Luochen only collects a few: Poisoning Technique, Lightning Technique, Soul Fire Talisman, and Summon Skeleton. At this point, his backpack is nearly full, yet he has yet to uncover any exceptional items. However, this is to be expected. After all, exceptional equipment is not so readily available. Subsequently, Luochen descends via a small path into the basin. Here, The underground is teeming with monk zombies. At level 17, with a health pool of 177, he feels relatively secure as long as he is not overwhelmed by more than 6 adversaries simultaneously. The only drawback is the high consumption of potions, as he has already utilized nearly half of his medicated ointments. The monk zombies, while offering a decent array of skill books and minor equipment, fall short in potion drops compared to the creatures in the skeleton cave. After a while, Luochen's backpack is completely filled. He has already discarded the random teleportation scrolls and magical potions he had collected earlier. Thus, he finds himself in the position of having to jettison equipment in order to continue gathering loot. The items he discards are mostly heavy and of little monetary value. He dismisses iron swords, short swords, bronze axes, and even the 8 desolations, as well as any sea soul and half-moon weapons that have durability below half. After roughly an hour, Luochen has exhausted all his potions, leaving his backpack nearly brimming with skill books. Yet, he has only just surpassed level 18, with a considerable distance remaining to reach level 19. There was no alternative, due to a miscalculation with the potion and a full backpack. It was necessary to return to town. Using a teleport stone, he instantly materialized in the bustling city of Bitch. Alas, not only was it teeming with people, but the safe zone was utterly congested, leaving him immobilized. Luochen had no choice but to seek out the veteran in Bitch to transport himself to the bookstore. He then contacted the merchant, known as Haina Baichuan, Golden Fatty, to inform him to come to the bookstore. This Golden Fatty was quite diligent. Within 3 minutes, he entered from outside. Meanwhile, Luochen had reviewed the recent chat records and confirmed that only basic skill books below level 10 were available for sale in the bookstore. Thus, upon seeing Golden Fatty, he directly stated, "I have 18 poisoning techniques, 8 lightning techniques, 6 soul fire talismans, and 5 summon skeletons. I wish to sell them as a package, and you have but one opportunity to make an offer." Luochen's directness was not to be mistaken for rudeness. At the onset of the server, both buyers and sellers were merely probing each other, engaging in a mutual selection process. Golden Fatty took this seriously, pondering briefly before responding. Currently, the market price is 2,000 gold coins for poisoning technique, 20,000 for lightning technique, 10,000 for soul fire talisman, and 50,000 for summon skeleton. However, I anticipate that prices will rise in the coming days, so I offer a package price of 500,000 gold coins or 1,000 credit coins. Luochen calculated that the price of each lightning technique was 25,000 gold coins, amounting to 50 for the bundle. At this stage, those willing to spend on gaming helmets were not necessarily affluent, himself being an example. Therefore, this price was not exorbitant and was acceptable. Moreover, Golden Fatty had mentioned a forthcoming price increase. In truth, the price of soul fire talismans was still relatively low. However, the average level of Daoist players was likely only around 13, making demand less urgent. As for the poisoning technique, its affordability stemmed from a high drop rate. Luochen had discarded several moments ago. After a brief pause, Luochen accepted the package price, insisting on cash. After a short while, the transaction was completed, and Luochen's bank card balance swelled to 6862.88. Golden Fatty did not hurry to leave. Seemingly inspecting Luochen's equipment, he decisively stated, "Should you wish to part with your helmet, bracelet, or ring, please contact me. I can waive the transaction fee." Luochen was taken aback, then chuckled. Golden Fatty's marketing strategy was quite effective. By facilitating the sale of premium items, he also enhanced the reputation of their studio while nurturing client relationships. This was a win-win scenario, and Luochen readily agreed. He also requested Golden Fatty to keep an eye out for equipment that increased attack power. Subsequently, Luochen stored a blue emerald necklace, a level 23 warrior accessory, from his backpack in the warehouse, repaired his equipment, and sought out a player merchant selling potions. Acquiring 10 bundles of super healing potions despite being overburdened. As an 18-level warrior, his backpack could hold 158 units, and each bundle of super healing potions contained 6 bottles of potent healing potions, weighing 20 units, Each potent healing potion could restore 90 health points. Finally, he returned to the veteran in Bitch and teleported once more to the Bitch mining area. It was now 4 in the morning, and Luochen shifted his focus, planning to reach level 21 before 9 o'clock that morning. Upon arriving at the entrance of the mine, he could not help but frown. A multitude of players, exceeding 100, had gathered in a fervent dispute, split into two factions. A group of warriors clad in lightweight armor, all of whom boasted levels surpassing 13, had taken it upon themselves to impose a toll for entry, demanding a fee of 2,000 gold coins for anyone wishing to pass. The obstructors numbered merely a dozen, while the obstructed exceeded 100. However, the players being blocked varied in levels and possessed an array of equipment, consisting solely of solitary players who lacked the ability to unite effectively. As more players teleported into the area, a considerable number opted to pay the fee and enter. After a brief observation, Luochen stepped forward, aligning himself with the crowd of solitary players, and coldly addressed the opposing faction. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. It appeared that the opposing players were accustomed to such taunts, showing no reaction. With a sigh, Luochen swiftly launched an attack on one of the players marked in gray. If actions can be taken, let us not indulge in idle chatter. The gray-named adversary wielded a bronze axe, having just repelled a minor priest, and was in the midst of flaunting his prowess. However, after Luochen landed a couple of strikes, he was left bewildered, astonished by the unexpectedly high damage. Before he could retaliate, he clumsily consumed 2 potions, only to let out a cry as he collapsed, numerous potions spilling from his bag. In a state of overburdening, Luochen was unable to collect any of the fallen items. The onlookers, previously merely spectators, could no longer contain themselves and surged forward, igniting a chaotic brawl. The obstructors were forced to retaliate, yet any careless move would draw Luochen's attention, leading to a swift demise. In less than 2 minutes, all the obstructors lay defeated. One player, clutching an 8 desolate weapon of level 15, lay on the ground and menacingly threatened Luochen. God of the novices, you little wretch. Our Dinosaur Day, Wolf Clan, shall remember you. Every time we see you, we shall slay you. You are finished. In response, Luochen made a slicing gesture towards the player's corpse and coolly remarked, "Then rise and confront me." With that, he dismissed the encounter from his mind and ventured into the zombie cave. The number of players mining at the entrance had increased significantly. Among them, over 10 blocked the doorway, and upon seeing Luochen enter, they immediately brandished their weapons and charged at him. Luochen, anticipating such a move, almost instantaneously employed a random teleportation to delve deeper into the cave. Now, the first level of the mine was teeming with players, many likely affiliated with that Dinosaur Day Wolf Clan, as fireballs occasionally flew towards Luochen. He couldn't help but admire the strength of the faction capable of such obstruction. However, he felt no fear. As long as his true identity remained concealed, he was fearless within the game. Chapter 8. Can you endure the stolen boss? Minutes later, upon returning to the first level of Mining Area B, he was taken aback. Dozens of teams had occupied the space. How could they be so swift in their actions? Not wishing to compete with these squads for monster spawns, Luochen delved deeper into the cavern. As he battled creatures, he unwittingly arrived at a map of Mining Area B, Level 2, where players were conspicuously absent. The variety of zombie monsters here was extensive: ordinary, crawling, resurrecting, burrowing, and a new type capable of unleashing lightning. Whenever he encountered these electrical zombies, Luochen would immediately dispatch them. His magical defense was currently insufficient, and their electric attacks were exceedingly painful. After vanquishing a zombie, a golden light enveloped Luochen, signaling his ascension to level 19. He promptly learned assault swordsmanship. A level 19 warrior could carry up to 170 in their backpack, and he had 8 bundles of super healing potions remaining. At long last, he could gather equipment. Previously, he had reluctantly discarded several valuable skill books, incurring a loss of around 100 coins. Thankfully, he had not encountered Summon Skeleton, or he might have had to forfeit several bundles of super healing potions. A summoning book cost 50,000 coins, while a bundle of super healing potions was 500. The arithmetic was straightforward. The area of Mining Area B, Level 2, was vast, and besides the zombies, there were numerous cave maggots. Although cave maggots could yield maggot eggs, which held considerable value, Luochen had little interest in such trifles. His paramount objective now was to level up. To progress from level 19 to 20, he required 120,000 experience points, necessitating the defeat of at least 750 zombies. Fortunately, the density of monsters in this map alleviated his concerns. The zombies here had a standard drop rate, primarily yielding equipment of around level 10, but occasionally they would drop items exceeding level 20. For instance, after slaying an electrical zombie, Luochen obtained a level 20 black crystal ring. Over an hour later, shortly after 6 in the morning, a golden light flashed around Luochen as his health was fully restored. He had finally reached level 20. During this time, he had also acquired 2 exceptional items, a sturdy glove with 1 attack and a lantern necklace with 1 attack, coupled with a common ring. Luochen's offensive capabilities had significantly improved. At level 13, a common bronze axe with an attack range of 0 to 15. At level 16, a standard medium armor. A magical helmet weighing 4, with durability 11, defense 0 to 1, magic resistance 1 to 1, and an attack range of 0 to 4, extraordinary 4, requiring level 14. A lantern necklace weighing 1, with durability 8, magical evasion 10, and an attack range of 1 to 1, extraordinary 1, requiring level 18. A large bracelet weighing 2, with durability 11, defense 1 to 1, and an attack range of 0 to 2, extraordinary 2, requiring level 9. Sturdy gloves weighing 3, with durability 8, defense 0 to 2, and an attack range of 0 to 1, requiring level 18. A horn ring weighing 1, with durability 6, defense 0 to 1, and an attack range of 0 to 3, extraordinary 2, requiring level 9. A black crystal ring weighing 1, with durability 5, and an attack range of 0 to 2, requiring level 20. At level 20, the warrior has 224 health points and a base attack of 5 to 9. Luochen's panel attack is currently 6 to 37, with a maximum hit of 41 times. The reason for donning the lantern necklace is that he fortuitously discovered its hidden attribute. It enhances the illumination range of torches. This perfectly aligns with its name. Now, Luochen can effortlessly slay a zombie with just 4 strikes, bringing him immense satisfaction. Furthermore, his defense has reached 4 to 14, allowing him to withstand several zombies without difficulty. The act of hunting monsters has transformed into a pleasurable experience. After a few minutes, he arrived at a corner. Scanning the area, he observed at least dozens of zombies before him. Suddenly, Luochen's eyes brightened. A corpse king, a robust figure cloaked in darkness, wielding 2 massive iron chains, was meandering in the depths of the corner. Luochen felt invigorated. The original owner had encountered such a wandering corpse king on the second night of the server's opening, which dropped a Summon Divine Beast book. Now, encountering one ahead of time, he wondered if it might yield a high-level skill book. In no time, Luochen had cleared the minor monsters. In the corner remained only the Corpse King and 2 zombies nearby. The Corpse King possessed 500 health points, 3 defense, and an attack range of 18 to 36. With 5 bundles of super healing salve at his disposal, Luochen felt confident to engage in combat. He first withstood the Corpse King's assault, swiftly dispatching the 2 minor zombies before delivering a strike upon the Corpse King. Minus 37. The Corpse King's chains lashed out at Luochen, inflicting a loss of 25 health points. Luochen chuckled, finding the fight quite manageable. However, at that moment, Luochen was suddenly engulfed in green light. This was soon followed by transformation into red. Simultaneously, 2 thin bolts of lightning struck down from above. His health plummeted to 152, 224 in an instant. Was a monster steal or a quest for vengeance? Luochen quickly consumed a potent healing salve and spun around. Indeed, not far off, he spotted 2 priests, 2 mages, and 3 warriors. The 3 warriors brandished 8 wilderness blades. The 2 priests wielded crescent weapons, and the 2 mages held sea soul staffs. The two priests had turned gray, while the mages were crimson with the label of murderers. The three warriors charged swiftly toward him. Luochen abandoned the Corpse King and charged directly at the two mages. To him, the mage capable of summoning lightning posed the greatest threat. The opposing priest appeared to be at levels 15 to 17, lacking the soul fire talisman, thus momentarily disregarded. The two red-named mages, upon noticing Luochen's approach, chose not to flee, but instead unleashed their lightning once more. Meanwhile, the two priests beside them had preemptively targeted a mage named Wang Family, third young master, preparing to heal. Luochen bore the brunt of two lightning strikes, his health plummeting below 150 points. The three warriors brushed past him, now pursuing him with intent to strike. Luochen consumed two potent healing potions in quick succession and closed in on the red-named mage known as Wang Family, third young master, striking decisively. The level 17 mage had but 64 health points. With two swift blows, Luochen sent him crashing to the ground, his belongings spilling across the floor upon death. A red-named player drops all items in their inventory. The nearby priests were nearly paralyzed with fear. They had not even managed to cast a healing spell before their leader fell. Moreover, their leader possessed sun water and a bloodstone. Without a moment's hesitation, Luochen turned his attention to the other mage, delivering another two strikes. This mage fared even worse, as everything in his inventory, along with his weapon and armor, was cast aside. It was only at this moment that Wang Family, third young master, realized the gravity of the situation, lying on the ground and shouting, "Kill this wretched creature." The two priests, who were just about to collect the scattered items, panicked and immediately obeyed the order, charging toward Luochen with weapons drawn. Simultaneously, the three warriors arrived, their weapons striking Luochen all at once. Luochen downed another two healing potions, pivoting to attack one of the warriors. The two priests could be disregarded for the time being. Among the three warriors, two were level 15 and one level 16, with health points of 149 and 163 respectively, presenting only a slight challenge compared to a zombie. After a mere 10 seconds of enduring the collective assault, he retaliated, eliminating the first warrior. The remaining combatants were left in astonishment. What manner of attack is this? Initially, they had contemplated a tactical retreat, but the incessant shouts of Wang Family, third young master, urged them onward, demanding they eliminate Luochen at all costs. As paid subordinates, they had no choice but to press on against Luochen. Had they possessed the level 18 skill Soul Fire Talisman or the level 19 skill Summon Skeleton, the outcome would have been drastically different. Alas, there were no what-ifs. Thus, a minute later, for players lay defeated on the ground. At that moment, Wang Family, third young master, continued to curse in outrage, but upon witnessing the fall of all his subordinates, he momentarily froze before exclaiming in panic, "My treasures!" Luochen, having only 34 health points left, knew that without the two healing potions he had consumed, the outcome might have been uncertain. At that instant, hearing Wang Family, third young master's exclamation, he curiously approached, searching for the treasures he had mentioned, a dozen bottles of sun water, which he already possessed and deemed unnecessary, and a bloodstone. This was indeed a valuable item. According to Luochen's prior memories, it would cost no less than 1,000 coins in a luxury shop. He swiftly collected it. A bundle of magical potions proved futile. The return stone and the random teleportation stone, he picked them up. As for the other assorted trivial equipment, Luochen frowned, pondering the absence of any exceptional items. Meanwhile, the curses from the third young master of the Wang family grew increasingly unpleasant, even leading him to unleash his ire upon his subordinates. The 6 subordinates lay motionless on the ground, silent as corpses. Chapter 9. Have we made an enemy? After a moment of contemplation, Luochen resolutely decided to gather all the items scattered on the ground for inspection. Among them were a common level 15 mage weapon, the Sea Soul, a standard level 11 light armor, an ordinary iron ring, and a platinum necklace. Luochen worked swiftly, while the increasingly venomous threats from the figure known as Wang Jia San Shao echoed behind him. "You scoundrel! If you wish to live, return what belongs to me." It was only when he picked up a sturdy glove that he was struck with realization. This was the treasure. Sturdy glove, weight 3, durability 813, defense 0 to 2. Magic 0 to 4, exceptional 4, requires level 18. Incredible. Luochen could hardly suppress a triumphant smile. His heart surged with joy at the prospect of possessing such a remarkable artifact. No wonder Wang Jiasan Shao, a clear affluent figure, resorted to such vile insults. Luochen, lacking the malicious delight in kicking someone when they were down, donned the glove and proceeded towards the corpse king he had just encountered. The boss was still his target. Behind him, the body of Wang Jiasan Shao ominously stated, "You are doomed." Reflecting on this, Luochen equipped the bloodstone from his backpack. "I want to sell it. I shall keep it for myself." In the new era of apocalypse, the bloodstone could restore a total of 10,000 HPMP, equivalent to 18. 5 bundles of superior healing potions. However, the exorbitant price of 1,000 credit coins in the affluent merchant shop, combined with its slow recovery rate of just 1 point per second, rendered it largely unused by the majority of players, unless one was as wealthy as Luochen currently was. Approaching the corpse king, he raised his bronze axe and commenced his assault. -37. -37. Within a minute, the corpse king fell, yielding a significant loot drop. Luochen was not surprised. The likelihood of a wild corpse king dropping valuable items was relatively low. After a swift survey, he found only a level 24 mage skill book, Firewall. Additionally, a level 22 warrior weapon, the Azura, was among the spoils, decent enough. Quickly collecting these items, Luochen ventured deeper into the area. Safety was no longer guaranteed. It was highly probable that Wang Jiasan Shao would dispatch others to hunt him down. Should the mage opt for a hit-and-run strategy, Luochen would find himself at a disadvantage. As he battled monsters and advanced, he gravitated towards areas with higher monster density. Exiting the first level of the mineral district, he traversed the underground quarry, the mineral storage room, the second transit station, the connecting passage, and the bridge, reaching the eastern part of the mineral district. The quantity of submaps had multiplied several times over. By now, it was 7 in the morning, and Luochen had ascended to level 21. He had achieved his target ahead of schedule. However, he was uncertain whether he could reach level 22 by 9 o'clock, as the experience required had drastically increased. The experience needed to progress from level 20 to 21 was 140,000, but to move from 21 to 22, it skyrocketed to 250,000. This meant he would have to defeat approximately 1,600 zombies. Just a few hours earlier, it might have been feasible to eliminate that many zombies in 2 hours. However, the zombie caves were now swarming with players. It seemed likely that the zombie caves would soon become battlegrounds for map control and monster hunting. Luochen ceased his aimless wandering and concentrated on battling within this map. His efficiency in combat surpassed that of others, even in groups. During this period, several teams brazenly engaged in malicious confrontations with him, presumably coveting his equipment. Unfortunately for them, their strength did not align with their ambitions, and they were promptly sent back to the city by Luochen. Before long, the clock struck 8. Luochen proactively ventured to a coordinate on the eastern side of the map, circling around for a while and slaying dozens of monk zombies. Yet he did not uncover the entrance to the tomb of the Corpse King. This left him perplexed. Had the entry point to the tomb of the Corpse King in the new era of Apocalypse been altered? Moreover, there was no relevant information in the memories of his predecessor. He reluctantly abandoned the notion of heading to the tomb and continued to level up by defeating monsters. Currently, apart from a Shura sword, an exceptionally sturdy glove, a bundle of superior healing potions, and the teleportation stones and random stones in his quick access bar, his backpack was filled entirely with skill books. He hadn't picked up any poisoning skills this time. He had only started with Lightning Strike and Soulfire Talisman. His experience points had reached 130,000, indicating a probability of leveling up to 22. As the clock struck 8:30, the entire zombie cave map suddenly experienced a massive respawn. Luochen was taken aback by the densely packed horde of zombies that appeared around him. Had the system gone haywire? Among them were numerous electric zombies. This wave of respawn quickly deterred the majority of players. However, a select few players like Luochen, bolstered by potions, managed to endure. Luochen swiftly eliminated the electric zombies, and after a few minutes, having exhausted all his healing potions, he finally cleared a safe zone. He let out a sigh of relief. Luochen then began to fight monsters while collecting potions. Naturally, he only picked up sun water. Although the drop rate was low, he had defeated many monsters, particularly the electric zombies, which had a notably higher chance of dropping sun water. Finally, after more than 40 minutes, Luochen successfully broke through to level 22. If it weren't for his lucky 10, this would have been an impossible feat. At the moment he was enveloped in a golden light, the entire game was graced with a vibrant system announcement. Congratulations to player God of Novices for reaching level 22. The player leaderboard is now officially open. Players who rank on the board after 7 days of the server opening will receive generous rewards. The announcement repeated 3 times. This left Luochen somewhat flabbergasted. Wait, system, this is quite impolite. You didn't even give me the courtesy of hiding my name. This is an invasion of privacy. Well, he was a bit concerned about attracting unwanted attention, but it wasn't a major issue. As long as he didn't expose himself, it would be a far-fetched notion to trace his real identity through his in-game ID. Furthermore, he had set his chat permissions to friends only, ensuring that no one would disturb him. Suddenly, ding, your friend, Hainao Baichuan, Golden Fatty, has sent you a message. Luochen was speechless. Was this intentional? Of course. There was no need to guess. It was likely just congratulatory remarks. He casually opened the private message, only to hear Golden Fatty's voice. Hello, boss. Our studio has just encountered a player selling items. An iron bracelet with 2 accuracy and 0 to 4 attack. Are you interested? What the heck? A regular iron bracelet typically only had 1 accuracy. This bracelet with 2 accuracy and 0 to 4 attack was something else entirely. Luochen was greatly intrigued and promptly inquired, what class is this player? Are they interested in a trade? Jean Ponzi replied calmly, their class is warrior, and they only accept cash transactions. They seem to be quite short on funds. Luochen felt somewhat disheartened. I'm in the same boat. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to ask about the price, 150,000 credit coins. Indeed, his pride had taken a hit. However, upon reflection, this price was not exorbitant, and a swift transaction was anticipated. Had it not been for the fact that the iron bracelet was a novice item, it would likely have been snatched up eagerly. Thus, Luochen immediately sent the attributes of the sturdy gloves to Jean Ponzi. Help me sell this. If possible, please purchase that iron bracelet first. There is profit to be made. After a prolonged silence, Jean Ponzi finally replied. His tone carried a hint of regret. Boss, a notice just circulated within our studio circle regarding your sturdy gloves, stating that they are of equal durability. We are required to refuse and report. After a pause, Jean Ponzi added, of course, I can assist the boss in selling it privately. What do you think? Luochen was taken aback. How much does it cost to issue a notice? By the way, what is the reward for reporting? Jean Ponzi responded nonchalantly. Our circle is of moderate scale. The notice fee totals 200,000. In larger circles, the fee can be around 500,000. As for reporting, it pertains to the player's real-world identity, so you must exercise caution. A surge of anger welled up within Luochen. That so-called Wang family's 3rd young master is quite something, a top-tier rich 2nd generation, holding a grudge like that, and willing to spend extravagantly. The money for the notices could buy several exquisite items. Is this their way of trying to ruin me? Yet, it was them who initiated this conflict. After a moment of venting, clarity dawned upon him. However, he was not interested in Jean Ponzi's offer to sell privately. Thanks, but please help me buy that attack 4 iron bracelet first. I'm broke, but I want it. Luochen asserted confidently. As long as my real identity remains concealed, what is there to fear? You think they can trace my true identity through the bank card linked to my account? They clearly misunderstand the nature of the new century of revelation. Jean Ponzi did not hesitate this time and readily agreed. To be honest, the magical sturdy gloves with a durability of 4 are valued higher than this attack 4 iron bracelet. Luochen nodded in appreciation. Jean Ponzi has a keen eye. Chapter 10. Memories of the Corpse King's Hall. After concluding their discussion, Luochen suddenly realized that the monk zombie he had just slain seemed rather peculiar. The pit it emerged from appeared ominously dark. Curiosity piqued. Luochen stepped above, and indeed, he fell into a rather spacious square map. A mix of surprise and delight washed over him. The Corpse King's Hall? How expansive it is! Truly, he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Almost immediately, the clanking of countless iron chains and the furious roars of the Corpse King resonated nearby. Luochen had inadvertently landed amidst a horde of corpses. After several hasty maneuvers, he found himself in a corner, facing a solitary Corpse King. The Corpse King's attack power ranged from 18 to 36. Armed with the Shura, Luochen felt no trepidation against this lone adversary. Each strike dealt 43 damage, 46 to 343. On average, he could fell one Corpse King in 12 strikes. And, with a full offensive, he could dispatch 5 in a minute. Currently lacking any speed-enhancing equipment, he could manage 1 strike per second. As for potions, he still had 7 or 8 bottles of Little Sun Water in his inventory. Given that the Corpse King itself was a source of potent sun water and Little Sun Water, he was well prepared. After a mere 10 minutes, only 2 solitary Corpse Kings remained in the vast expanse of the hall. Although the area was quite large, the number of bosses had not significantly increased, totaling only a few dozen. Regarding item drops, Luochen was quite pleased. Aside from Assassination Swordsmanship, Magic Shield, Demon Binding Spell, and Hell Thunder, the most exhilarating find was a Warrior-S level 28 skill book, Half Moon Scimitar. Just then, the clock struck 9 o'clock in the morning, and the in-game time shifted to nightfall. From the memories of the original owner, Luochen learned that during the night in the new century of Apocalypse, it was impossible to engage in combat due to the effects of the night buff. For instance, the last 2 Corpse Kings, with the onset of night, had their attributes instantaneously doubled. Previously, they had 500 health, 3 defense, and an attack range of 18 to 36. Now, they boasted 1,000 health, 6 defense, and an attack range of 36 to 72. Furthermore, both their movement and attack speeds had also increased twofold. As a level 22 warrior with a health pool of 258, Luochen was not equipped to withstand many blows. Just as he was preparing to retreat to town, he noticed one of the Corpse Kings meandering in his direction. A spark of excitement ignited within him. Why not give it a try? Being a man of action, Luochen promptly began casting Thunderbolt and other skill tomes while swiftly collecting the potent sun water that had dropped from the previous Corpse Kings. Preparation is the key to success. Without it, one is destined to fail. After gathering a dozen bottles of great sun water, the wandering Corpse King drew near. The potent sun water could instantly restore 50 health points and 80 mana points. With resolve, Luochen rushed towards the Corpse King, which, noticing him, began to charge forward as well. In truth, the attributes of the doubled Corpse King meant its movement and attack speeds were comparable to that of a player. Luochen envisioned it as a warrior wielding a judgment blade in a duel. He struck first, delivering a powerful blow that dealt -40 damage. Then, he swiftly maneuvered behind the Corpse King, causing its attack to miss. Luochen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had genuinely evaded the attack. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck the Corpse King's back with his axe. 40. This time, the iron chains in the Corpse King's grasp swept violently, catching Luochen off guard, inflicting a damage of -51. Immediately, Luochen downed a bottle of potent sun water and brandished his axe once more. Thus, he managed to strike the Corpse King twice before it could retaliate. Luochen discerned that he could evade the Corpse King's ordinary attacks through deft maneuvers. However, the sweeping chain attack was unavoidable. A minute later, after delivering 27 strikes, he finally vanquished the Corpse King. The creature's health regeneration rate had alarmingly doubled. Meanwhile, Luochen had been struck by the chains a staggering 13 times, reducing his health from 258 to a mere 80 points. Instead of consuming more potent sun water, he resolutely discarded half a backpack of skill books and picked up several medium healing potions from the ground, consuming them in quick succession. He also gathered all the medium healing potions and sun water on the floor, aware that in the new century of Apocalypse, Items on the ground remained for a mere 15 minutes. The previous Corpse King had yielded several potions, a summoning skeleton spell, and a unique item, Fate Crystal. According to the original owner's memories, while the exact purpose of this item was unknown, it had skyrocketed in value later on, starting at an astounding 500,000 credit coins. It was rumored to only drop from nighttime bosses with an infuriatingly low drop rate. Thus, Luochen was overwhelmed with exhilaration. This item was worth 500,000, equivalent to a luxury car, no less. He prepared to confront the second Corpse King. With everything in order, he swiftly charged at the boss, meticulously repeating his previous strategy. This time, with an ample supply of potions, the battle was perilous yet ultimately successful. However, to his disappointment, this encounter did not yield a Fate Crystal. It was evident that he had indeed experienced an incredible stroke of luck earlier. After consuming all his potions and reclaiming the discarded skill books, Luochen gazed at the Fate Crystal in his inventory, overwhelmed with joy. If he could acquire another, he could purchase a gaming pod worth 999,900. Yet, he was still oblivious to the crystal's true purpose. Instinctively, he clicked on the intriguing item, and a dialog box suddenly appeared, detected that the player meets the conditions for using the Fate Crystal. Would you like to use it immediately? What the hell? Luochen's face was a portrait of confusion. What was this? In the original owner's memories, such an occurrence had never been recorded. He quickly pondered the differences between this experience and that of the original owner, and after a moment, arrived at a potential conclusion. Since the server opened, his character had never died. The original owner had returned to town through death twice before reaching level 15. Could this be the key? Faced with the tantalizing prospect of 500,000 credit coins and the urge to experiment, Luochen hesitated for a long time, but ultimately gritted his teeth and chose to use it. Player successfully used Fate Crystal, Constitution 1. Luochen stared at the notification, momentarily dumbfounded. Was that it? He then opened his attributes panel, only to find that his health points had not changed at all. This left him utterly perplexed. Where had his physique vanished to? After pondering for a while longer, and still finding no answers, Luochen decided to return to the city. Upon reaching the safe zone, he promptly messaged the portly Jean. 10 books of Thunderbolt, 10 books of Soulfire Talisman, 10 books of Summon Skeleton, 2 books of Firewall, 1 each of Ghost Shield, Sacred Armor Technique, Magic Shield, Binding Spell, and Hell Thunderlight. Please provide a bundled price. Jean, who was still online, felt a jolt of surprise at the mention of this god of novices. However, he maintained a calm demeanor in his response. Thunderbolt at 300,000, Soulfire Talisman at 200,000, Summon Skeleton at 600,000, Firewall at 200,000, Ghost Shield at 80,000, Sacred Armor Technique at 80,000, Magic Shield at 200,000, Binding Spell at 200,000, Hell Thunderlight at 200,000, bundle price, 2 million gold coins or 4,000 credit coins. Upon hearing the offer, Luochen was somewhat speechless. The prices for the lower tier Thunderbolt, Soulfire Talisman, and Summon Skeleton had all inflated. Yet the Magic Shield and Hell Thunderlight were undervalued. Thus, he decisively stated, remove the Magic Shield and Hell Thunderlight. The bundled price is 200 credit coins for the rest. Jean was momentarily taken aback, his tone now laced with curiosity. Are you suggesting that the prices of these 2 skill books are underestimated? Luochen was candid in his response. The minimum is 600,000 each. Even over 1 million is not a stretch. Jean, in the real world, was somewhat astonished and quickly instructed his staff to conduct research before finally asserting to Luochen, then it shall be 6,000 credit coins. Luochen was astonished. Jean displayed considerable audacity. Was he truly willing to accept 700,000 each? Well, that was acceptable. Luochen needed to enhance his strength as much as possible within the next 7 days, or rather, 6 days. So he resolved the matter. Deal. On the other hand, Jean Duo sighed in relief. While this sum was not substantial for the studio, The information was invaluable. He had already instructed his employees to acquire these two types of skill books at a low price from competitors. Once the funds were transferred to this enigmatic boss, Jean Duo smiled and remarked, "Boss, regarding that iron bracelet you mentioned, I have arranged for its purchase at 148,000 credit coins." This truly delighted Luochen. "Jean, from now on, do not call me boss. We are like brothers. Please reserve that iron bracelet for me. I can purchase it at 168,000. In an instant, both parties were elated. Next, Luochen stood within the bookstore, contemplating how to earn money swiftly. Suddenly, he noticed that Sun Dada had come online. A spark of inspiration ignited in Luochen's mind. A lucrative business opportunity was at hand. Of course, this was contingent on the fact that he and that one's sister were not a fleeting affair. Chapter 11. Transformation. Luochen opened a private chat and greeted, "Hello, Boss Sun. Hope your wife is well too." Sun, who had just logged in, seemed busy for a moment before replying, "Good to see you, brother. Your sister-in-law is right beside me." Haha. Luochen's spirits soared. Success. He promptly sent the attributes of the sturdy gloves via private chat and inquired, "This equipment must be worthy of your sister-in-law, right?" A full minute passed in anxious anticipation before Sun replied, "Your sister-in-law is very fond of it." "How much?" Luochen felt a weight lift from his heart, yet he was puzzled. "Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of you?" However, he refrained from such a course of action, believing one should uphold a moral standard. Thus, he decisively stated, "The studio is asking for 300,000, but there is a tricky issue which prevents the transaction." Sun quickly responded, "What issue?" Luochen chuckled, yet feigned hesitation as he explained, "This piece of equipment dropped from the Wang family's third young master after I defeated him. The studio received a notice, and no one dares to accept it. Additionally, I must clarify, I acted in self-defense." On the other side, Sun muttered to himself, "Wang family's third young master? The third son of the Wang group." He then placed a call, "Shao Jie, could you inquire with the studio about this matter?" Moments later, Shao Jie confirmed that indeed the incident had occurred. Sun burst into laughter and responded in the private chat, "All right, I'll take those sturdy gloves for 350,000. The extra 50,000 will serve as a service fee." Luochen was taken aback by the unexpected turn. Was Boss Sun at odds with the Wang family's third young master? Yet, one should not seize all opportunities from a single benefactor. So Luochen countered, "Boss Sun, just 200,000 will suffice. If you don't buy it, I won't be able to sell it elsewhere." Sun's tone turned slightly displeased. "No need. Last time at Wan Mei's birthday, that scoundrel drank a bottle of candy, too, right in front of me, almost embarrassing me. This time, even if what you dropped were merely a pair of underpants, I would still be willing to pay 350,000. What?" Luochen was left speechless. A failed counteroffer? 10 minutes later, 350,000 credit coins were deposited into Luochen's bank account. Half an hour later, a game screenshot began circulating within all studio circles in Binhai City, showcasing a super rare, sturdy gloves casually resting in a backpack, prominently displayed with the game ID, Sun Dada. The caption read simply, "Ha ha ha." It was reported that in a lavish office within the Wang Group's skyscraper, a man was furiously smashing items, resulting in losses exceeding several million. Subsequently, the notice circulating within the gaming studio community quietly vanished. Luochen remained oblivious to all this. After receiving the 350,000, he immediately contacted Jean Pongzi, spending 168,000 to acquire the attack 4 iron bracelet. To his pleasant surprise, the bracelet was far from ordinary, boasting an impressive durability rating of 6-7. Iron bracelet, weight 1. Durability 6-7, accuracy 2, exceptional 1, attack 0-4, exceptional 4, requires level 3. At a mere 168,000, it was an extraordinary bargain. After meticulously repairing all his equipment, Luochen reluctantly logged off. Meanwhile, numerous casual players and affluent gamers continued to stream into the game. According to the original owner's memories, it seemed that on the second day of the server's opening, the game helmets had sold out in the hundreds of thousands. Upon removing the helmet, Luochen was suddenly struck by a pressing urge to relieve himself, realizing that his trousers were damp. "Oh no!" he exclaimed in shock. "Did I wet the bed?" After a thorough check, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was merely a case of urgency. However, how long had the original owner been holding it in? Although he was still a virgin, was he incapable of using his hands? After utilizing the restroom to attend to his personal hygiene and tossing his clothes into a dilapidated washing machine, he suddenly became aware of an unsettling realization. He was able to move freely. He twisted his body slightly, discovering that, aside from some soreness and itchiness, there was no tearing sensation. Even his ribs only ached faintly. He quickly examined his wounds and was pleasantly surprised to find them scabbed over. This left him bewildered, but he soon recalled the item he had used in the game, the fate crystal. A moment of clarity washed over Luochen. That slight enhancement in vitality must have translated into his physical form in reality. He gasped in astonishment. So it turns out that the peculiarities of the new century of Apocalypse are not limited to 3 months, but have been persistent all along. The original owner's lack of awareness stemmed from the fact that his game character had died twice since the server launch. Luochen also understood the astronomical value of the fate crystal. If this secret were to be revealed, its price would undoubtedly soar far beyond 500,000. A sudden urgency to accumulate wealth surged within him. In this lifetime, Luochen would seize the opportunity to claim the resource of the fate crystal. Just as he pondered methods to earn money swiftly, a knock echoed through the room. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was not yet 10. He felt a twinge of confusion. According to the original owner's memories, his social circle was rather straightforward, and at this hour, the landlady should be fast asleep. Who could possibly be seeking him? Opening the door revealed a delivery man. At that moment, a fragment of the original owner's memory resurfaced in Luochen's mind. The delivery man was his fellow townsman, Luochen, renowned in the delivery community. Luochen had been dubbed the Delivery King, having reigned as the top courier in the area for 6 consecutive months. He was also one of the original owner's closest friends. Upon entering, Luochen peeked around before grinning and saying, "I heard you took a spill, so I came right over." He then raised a takeaway bag in his hand, adding, "I figured you hadn't eaten yet, so I brought you some breakfast." Luochen smirked and gestured for him to take a seat on the sofa. "What is up? Even the Delivery King runs late sometimes?" Occasionally, when orders were delayed and customers refused their meals, it fell upon the delivery personnel to bear the consequences. Luochen plopped down on the sofa, feigning anger. "This is what I bought for you, all right? Luckily, I kept the receipt. Just take a look at the list." Luochen, beaming with delight, accepted the takeaway bag, which contained 2 meat buns, an egg, and a cup of soybean milk. Observing him begin to eat the buns, Luochen hesitated before inquiring, "I heard you had quite a fall, and they only want positive reviews without any compensation?" Luochen nodded in affirmation. Luochen sighed. "Our station master was furious this morning. Apparently, someone posted about yesterday's incident online, mocking our platform for exploiting delivery workers, which has cast a very negative light on us. Lao Luo, you're in trouble." Unfazed, Luochen took a sip of soybean milk and replied, "I've fallen like this, and the station master only granted me a day off. Isn't that exploitation?" This left Luochen momentarily speechless. Once Luochen finished his breakfast, Luochen promptly helped him tidy up and took out the trash from the room. Just before leaving, he frowned and suggested, "How about I tell my girlfriend that you can move in with me for now?" He glanced around the living room, seemingly apprehensive. Luochen appreciated his kindness, but had no intention of relocating. Besides, Lucian's girlfriend was rumored to be a white-collar worker with a rather sharp temper. As Lucian stepped out the door, he hesitated, somewhat stammering, Lao Luo, I might be getting engaged before the new year. I mentioned, never mind. At that moment, a new memory abruptly surfaced in Luochen's mind. Within the 100,000 yuan he spent on the gaming helmet, over 60,000 yuan had been lent to him by Luochen. Luochen was at a loss for words. What's the deal with this original owner's brother? Could the memories left behind be a bit more complete? Moreover, I don't recall any instances where the original owner spent money. We've been delivering takeout in Wanghai City together for so long. Where's my savings? Shanghai City is also one of the significant economic cities in the Eastern Federation with a decent income. After a thorough reflection, he could not recall any new memories. Watching Lu Xiang, who had already gone downstairs, Luochen sighed deeply. I must repay this money. Lu Xiang's willingness to lend me money signifies a profound friendship. Closing the door, Luochen took out his phone and transferred over 60,000 yuan back to Lu Xiang, leaving himself with a total of 130,000 yuan. Moments later, he received a call from Lu Xiang, who inquired, Lao Lu, I completed a big order last night. Don't worry, I have the money. Lu Xiang on the other end of the line was astonished. You really sold it? And for such a high price? Wow. Chapter 12. What a mess. After ending the call with Lu Xiang, Luochen found himself in a state of amusement. Despite his handsome appearance, he pondered whether he could ever fetch such a price, unless perhaps he were to enter an old-fashioned tank by pressing the F key. Shaking his head, he dismissed these erratic thoughts. Just then, the washing machine emitted a notification sound, prompting Luochen to hurriedly hang the laundry. Once he had suspended the garments on the balcony rack, he was taken aback to discover a piece of women's lingerie nearby, seemingly made of silk and likely quite expensive. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was the station master. He activated the speakerphone and answered. The station master, evidently struggling to contain his fury, brusquely inquired if Luochen was still capable of performing his duties. Taken aback, Luochen chuckled. Not a chance. Goodbye. As soon as the call ended, it rang again. Luochen answered once more. No need for further discussion. I quit, and I won TB needing my deposit back. Farewell. That felt exhilarating. With the station master having dismissed him, Luochen's spirits lifted. He glanced once more at the lingerie, hoping to awaken fragments of the original owner's memories. But the phone rang again. Without even looking, he answered, Listen, station master, don't push me to curse. I can be quite foul-mouthed. To his surprise, Lu Xiang's voice came through. Old Luo, you really quit. The station master is going berserk in our work group. Luochen chuckled. Ignore him. That's selfish. Domineering fellow is vain and cowardly, bullying the weak while fawning over the powerful. I've long found him intolerable. Lu Xiang laughed heartily, but soon turned serious, asking old Luo, Tell me the truth. You didn't actually go and sell yourself, did you? Luochen was momentarily speechless, and after a pause, replied, Old Lu, if you trust me, you should invest in a gaming headset. The exchange rate in the game is at least 500 gold coins for 1 yuan. Even if you were just hunting deer to sell in the game, you could earn 300 to 500 yuan in a single night. Lu Xiang was skeptical. Can it really be that lucrative? But is it stable? A gaming headset costs as much as a car. And when I break even, Luochen felt exasperated. His old acquaintance had a knack for delving deep into his field, yet was overly cautious, reluctant to take risks. He couldn't outright reveal that he had earned enough in one night to buy 4 gaming headsets. Moreover, he recalled that Lu Xiang's girlfriend had a strong aversion to his gaming habits. Ultimately, Luochen suggested, Old Lu, if you heed my advice, buy a headset and give it a try, even as a side gig. If you lose money, consider the headset my responsibility. After hanging up, Luochen lost interest in examining the lingerie and returned to the sofa, preparing to take a brief rest. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, and he felt a surge of annoyance. What's going on? When did life become so complicated? Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find the landlord lady accompanied by 2 somewhat reserved middle-aged men. As soon as she entered, she exchanged a knowing glance with Luochen before enthusiastically introducing the 2 men. Come and take a look at this apartment. 2 bedrooms and a living room. Only 3,500 a month. In terms of pricing, such an offer is virtually unattainable in Shanghai City, even with a lantern in hand. The landlord's words are far from exaggerated. Shanghai City boasts a thriving economy. Not to mention the bustling downtown area, even the outskirts are in high demand, with 2-bedroom apartments fetching around 4,000 yuan a month. Moreover, just a stone's throw from the residential complex lies a subway station that provides direct access to the city center, rendering it exceedingly convenient. Had it not been for the incident involving the previous tenant, the charming young lady, a rental fee of 4,500 yuan would have posed no challenge. However, There is no need to sympathize with the landlord, for she had chosen to lease the apartment to that young woman for a staggering 6,000 yuan per month. This time, however, she remained silent, leading potential tenants to view the apartment, which vexed Luochen greatly. While the two middle-aged men inspected the bedroom, the landlord wore a faint smile and whispered quickly to Luochen, "If they are willing to share the apartment with you, your rent will be completely waived." Luochen felt a surge of anger. Was he truly concerned about such a trivial amount? What irked him was the landlord's blatant disrespect towards him. "Could you not have informed me in advance?" he thought. Consequently, he began to contemplate the possibility of moving out. After a while, the two middle-aged men returned to the living room, evidently pleased with their visit. "Landlady, we would like the spacious bedroom on the south side. It can accommodate 2 beds." Luochen's temper flared. That very south-facing bedroom was where he resided, while the north-facing secondary room remained locked, as it had been the previous tenant's quarters. Indeed, it was peculiar that the former tenant had occupied the smaller room, while the larger one lay vacant. The landlord beamed. "No problem, you two should take it." Unable to contain himself, Luochen seized his helmet and made a beeline for the grand bedroom. The two middle-aged men exchanged puzzled glances while the landlord gestured for them to disregard him. Once the men departed, the landlord approached the grand bedroom with a sullen expression and reproached Luochen. After all this effort to find someone willing to share, why the sour face? "I mentioned the secondary room would be free for you." Luochen scoffed. "No thanks. Even before moving into the secondary room, I'm already in this predicament. I fear that if I actually move in, your property will be utterly ruined." The landlord, taken aback, nearly erupted in anger. But after several hesitant glances at the tightly shut secondary room, she spat, "You ungrateful wretch." Luochen refrained from engaging in an argument. He knew he could not match her in such a verbal spar. He swiftly packed a suitcase, including his gaming helmet, discarding the bedding and takeout attire as he exited the bedroom. The landlord, hands on her hips, glared at Luochen with indignation. He gathered the damp clothes from the balcony, stuffing them into his suitcase. By a twist of fate, he also tossed in a silk undergarment, which elegantly concealed the gaming helmet. As his fingers brushed against the delicate fabric, a faint yet delightful fragrance wafted through the air, lifting his spirits inexplicably. Suddenly, he felt a surge of joy, as though he had stumbled upon something profoundly delightful. The landlord surveyed the living room once more, coldly stating, "If you truly decide to move out, don't even think about returning." Luochen flashed a grin at the landlady. "Well, I'm already frightened. It's just as well I'm moving." The landlady was thoroughly enraged this time, exclaiming furiously, "I've let you live here for over 3 months free of charge. You've only been hit by a car and come out unscathed, yet you're still not satisfied?" Luochen was genuinely taken aback. "All right, I'll leave. Is that not acceptable?" The landlady paused momentarily, then warned, "Don't speak carelessly outside. There is nothing wrong with my house." Luochen shrugged. "I don't know those two people. Everyone else is well aware of the situation regarding your property, so what is the point of discussing it?" After handing over the keys, Luochen grasped his suitcase and limped down the stairs. Although he had gained some resilience, he had only been injured the day before, so a full recovery was not feasible. Meanwhile, the landlady swiftly locked the door and hurried back to her other apartment on the first floor. Settling down at the card table, "Let us play cards. I'll take care of lunch today." Luochen pulled his suitcase and slowly exited the community. His spirits were somewhat low, yet he felt no concern. He still had over 100,000 in his account. Worst case, he could stay in a hotel for 3 months. After all, in 3 months, would money still be an issue? At that moment, his phone rang once more. Luochen fished out his phone, glancing at the unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" To his surprise, a sweet, melodic voice emerged from the other end. "Luochen, thank you for the Chanel bag you gave me last time. My classmates are all envious, but my winter clothes are still from last year. Could you accompany me to buy a new one?" "What? Who is this?" Just as Luochen was bewildered, it felt as if a glass bead shattered in his mind, causing him excruciating pain. "Oh my, this hurts like hell." The call hadn't ended, and the girl on the other end seemed taken aback, slightly annoyed. "Luochen, if you don't want to go shopping with me, just say so. No need to pretend to be sick. The boy from our neighboring class has asked me out several times." After a few seconds of silence, Luochen finally recovered from the intense headache, gasping for breath. No wonder the original owner was broke. Turns out you're a sycophant, and a sycophant at that, for a middle school classmate. Now, a university student at a prestigious institution in Binhai City. The unfortunate part was that after all this time, his savings had been depleted, and he hadn't even had the chance to hold her hand. The reason the original owner had tightly sealed this memory was that he realized he had been deceived, felt humiliated, and had deleted the goddess' number multiple times. Yet he couldn't resist answering her calls every time. Damn it, serves him right. At that moment, the girl on the line was thoroughly incensed. Are you trying to break up with me? Luochen was astonished. We haven't even held hands. How can we break up? Thus, he boldly declared, sayonara, and promptly hung up the phone. Moments later, the phone rang again. I can endure a lot, but this is too much. Chapter 13, Do Not Move. Luochen picked up his phone once more, poised to disconnect, when he suddenly realized the call was from his landlady. Huh, why are you calling me? Without hesitation, he hung up. Yet, mere seconds later, a notification chimed, signaling a new message. With growing impatience, Luochen opened it, only to discover an unfamiliar text containing a mere 4 words, Do not move. A jolt coursed through him, sending his mind into a dizzying whirl. Who sent this message? An overwhelming chill seeped into his very soul, compelling him to shudder involuntarily. At that moment, the landlady's phone call rang out again. Without a second thought, he answered, his voice rising in agitation. What on earth was that message you sent me? The voice on the other end faltered, followed by an awkward chuckle. Oh, Luo, dear. That wasn't tea from me. It's just that those 2 rascals mentioned they're no longer renting this place, so you needn't worry about moving. Are you happy? Happy? Frud, arente. However, as he conversed, Luochen felt a modicum of unease dissipate. Didn't you just say that if I moved out, I could never return? Oh dear, that was just a figure of speech. You've been here for over 3 months. Surely, there is some attachment formed. Trust me, you can stay without concern. Pay the rent whenever you can. Luochen understood that the landlady feared the house would remain vacant, transforming it into a haunted abode. If he resided there for a year or 2 without incident, the property's value would gradually stabilize. Thus, Luochen firmly declined. I'm a bright young man. I've nearly succumbed to depression after 3 months already. Do you think I would dare continue living here? Even if you offered me money, I wouldn't stay. Oh dear, what are you saying, young man? How about this? I'll waive half a year's rent for you. Luochen scoffed. Is this really about the money? This house is lacking in everything but a washing machine that sounds like a tractor. I can hardly fathom how I've managed to endure this long. What? If you need appliances, just say so. I happen to have an air conditioner, refrigerator, television, and washing machine lying around downstairs. I can have it moved up to you. Oh, and I have a sofa as well. I'll swap it out for you. Once again, Luochen declined. No, thank you. The landlady grew frantic. Why are you being so stubborn? I can always supplement your living expenses every month. Just as he was about to argue further, yet another message from an unknown number arrived. Upon opening it, he found 8 words, Do not move, and whatever you do, do not die. A wave of dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Is there truly something sinister afoot? What could this ominous message mean? Do not move, or else face death. In the phone call, the landlady's voice took on a pleading tone. My dear little niece, what will it take for you to come back? Resolutely, Luochen replied coolly. Unless you plead with me, and I am not your niece. The landlady's voice lit up with excitement. Very well, I beg you, dear niece, dear nephew? Luochen felt a surge of curiosity. Excuse me, ma'am, how many daughters do you have? 10 minutes later, the landlady personally accompanied a security guard from the community to assist Luochen in relocating his suitcase back to Building 4, Room 404. With a smile, she reassured him. Rest assured, young Luo, I will have the place tidied up by this afternoon, fully equipped with all the necessary appliances. Upon returning, Luochen received another cryptic text message from an unknown source, which merely read, It's done. At this, he finally felt at ease and turned to the landlady, saying, I don't need much. Just replace the sofa and add a desk, please. The landlady, with a hearty laugh, thumped her ample chest and promised, Don't worry. I guarantee it will be done. Half an hour later, Luo-chan reclined on a nearly new sofa, letting out a satisfied sigh. After a brief moment of relaxation, he opened his suitcase to hang up his damp clothes. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. Where was that silk lingerie? A wave of panic washed over him as he rummaged through the suitcase, turning it upside down. It was gone. What on earth was happening? Moreover, reflecting on his recent experience, he was unequivocally certain that the original owner had no recollection of this silk garment. Luo-chan lay back on the sofa, lost in thought. Silk lingerie. Were you the reason I couldn't leave? Were you the one who sent that message? But now that I'm back, where have you vanished to? His mind was a whirlpool of confusion. At that moment, his phone rang. Grasping the lifeline, he answered eagerly. Hello, who is this? Luo-chan. I can't believe you're such a person. I have always regarded you as my one and only boyfriend. Yet you are so irresponsible. Who bought you a cake for your last birthday? Who called you to check on you when you were ill? I have never looked down on you for being a half-orphan. And yet, you hung up on me. Boo-hoo. Hearing the girl's sobs, Luo-chan felt his spirits lift, and the earlier sense of dread dissipated. He switched to speaker mode, thoroughly enjoying the melodious art of her weeping. After a while, the girl managed to stifle her cries and continued. Luo-chan, don't you have anything to say? Taken aback, Luo-chan replied earnestly, I'd like to ask, did you shed any tears? On the other end, there was a stunned silence, followed by a piercing soprano that cut through the air. Luo-chan, you jerk, go die. Luo-chan was taken aback. Could it be that she is on her period? This time, she hung up the phone herself. Nodding in satisfaction, Luo-chan thought, this goddess has some spirit. She knows how to stand up to a sycophant. Just then, another unknown text message arrived, reading simply, Luo-chan paused, suddenly realizing he felt less apprehensive. He texted back beneath the message, who are you? To his surprise, a reply came swiftly, Nie Xiaodai. Luo-chan's eyes widened, but he quickly regained his composure and responded, pleasure to meet you. Nie Xiaodai, Nie Xiaoqian. Luo-chan nearly shivered. After a moment, the text message chimed again, whatever you do, don't die. Luo-chan wholeheartedly concurred. I certainly do not wish to perish. After a while, he patted his belly and murmured to himself, I haven't had lunch yet. Should I order takeout or venture downstairs to eat? After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved, yes, my health has improved a bit. I shall go downstairs for a meal and stretch my legs. After waiting for a moment, the living room remained eerily quiet. Thus, Luo-chan rose from the sofa, opened the door, and stepped outside. Descending to the first floor, he discovered a quaint little restaurant nestled by the roadside, which was also owned by the landlady. Next to the restaurant, the landlady was engrossed in a game of mahjong. As Luo-chan entered the eatery and took a seat, a rather charming young proprietress greeted him with a smile. Xiao Luo, the usual? Huh? Luo-chan instinctively nodded. Was the original owner quite familiar with her? However, upon reflecting on his current handsome appearance, he soon understood. Men enjoy gazing at beautiful women, and women likewise appreciate handsome men. If the original owner refrained from being a sycophant, he might indeed have a promising future. The usual fare soon arrived. A plate of stir-fried rice noodles, 2 marinated duck heads, and a can of pork rib soup. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, and having settled the bill, the alluring proprietress, with her slanted eyes twinkling, remarked, it's been several days since I last saw you. What have you been busy with lately? You haven't come to collect your meals. After casually brushing off her inquiry, Luo-chan made his way toward the adjacent mahjong parlor. At that moment, the landlady, cigarette dangling from her lips, was triumphantly declaring, pure hand, I win. The other 3 players groaned in dismay, reluctantly surrendering their chips. Luo-chan stealthily approached the landlady from behind and whispered, Annie, I wish to ask you something. It's of utmost importance. The landlady, startled, finally recognized him. She gestured to the other 3 players and exclaimed, don't move. I'll be right back. A moment later, the landlady, astonished, half opened her mouth. The cigarette perched on her lips. You want to know the name of the previous female tenant? Luo-chan nodded intently. The landlady hesitated, and after a prolonged silence, she finally stammered, regardless of your reason for asking, you must promise not to move out. Luochen nodded once more. Only then did the landlady say, her name seems to be Nye. Nye Xiaodai? Yes, yes. Chapter 14. Player rankings with a heavy heart. Luochen returned to his abode. Nye Xiaodai. Is there truly a ghost in this world? Yet, upon reflection, with the game's ability to infiltrate reality in 3 months, the existence of spirits seemed rather plausible. Seated on the sofa, he began to entertain more positive possibilities. This female ghost did not appear to harbor any malevolent intentions. If she had wished to harm him, she had an entire night to do so just the previous evening. Furthermore, she was capable of communication. Contemplating this, Luochen picked up his phone to check for messages. But alas, there were none. He then opened the chat history with his landlady. At his request, she had not only transferred the 800 yuan for this month's living expenses, but had also sent him a photograph of Nye Xiaodai. 800 yuan may seem modest, but any more would surely provoke the landlady's ire. Upon scrutinizing the photograph, Luochen found himself taken aback. This beautiful maiden possessed a truly striking figure. He could only wonder how such a slender frame could support such ample proportions. Hadn't the internet proclaimed that beauty and bust could not coexist? What was her situation? Moreover, why did this Nye Xiaodai sport silver hair cascading down her shoulders and violet irises? Was she donning color contact lenses? Which cosplay character was she emulating? After gazing at the image for a while, Luochen realized that the fear that had once gripped him was gradually dissipating. Well, if the female ghost was indeed beautiful, perhaps she was not so unacceptable after all. Luochen's mind wandered for another 10 minutes before an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, prompting a deep sigh of relief. After charging his gaming helmet, he reclined on the sofa and succumbed to slumber, awakening only when darkness enveloped the sky. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself ruminating over the contents of his dreams, still lingering in that ethereal state. He then picked up his phone, only to discover the absence of new messages, save for a staggering 20 missed calls. A swift glance revealed they were all from the original owner's goddess. Furrowing his brow, Luochen pondered the situation. What was going on with this girl? Even after he had made it clear that he was no longer interested, did she not consider seeking a backup? While he did not recall her as being particularly stunning, she certainly rated above an 8. Coupled with her prestigious university status, securing a replacement should have been a breeze. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts as the entanglements of the original owner, irrelevant to him. Rising to stretch his limbs, he ordered takeout. It was past 8, and he needed a quick meal before diving back into the game. After satisfying his hunger and tidying up, Luochen reclined on the sofa, covered himself with a blanket, and donned his helmet. Once he had the means, he would invest in a gaming pod. Just then, a jolt coursed through Luochen's body. Had there been anyone in the living room, they would have surely thought he had been electrocuted. At that moment, Luochen stared in astonishment at his character selection screen. In addition to his level 22 novice warrior, a peculiar level 0 female Taoist character had inexplicably appeared beside him. In the game Apocalypse New Century, the presence of transgender players was utterly forbidden. Even a trip to Thailand would not exempt one from gender identification based on mental attributes. Well, this was not particularly significant. What left Luochen trembling with trepidation was the character of the female Taoist, named Nye Xiaodai. He felt an uncontrollable shiver coursing through his entire being. How did this specter, or rather, this enchanting ghost, find her way into my game? Within the game interface, the exquisite female Taoist offered no response. Her countenance adorned only with a faint smile. Luochen was momentarily dazed before resolutely gritting his teeth and selecting the female Taoist character. However, to his dismay, the system promptly informed him that his gender did not align, and thus he could not log in. What if I were to delete this character? The thought barely crossed his mind before he forcefully suppressed it. One of the fundamental principles of ghost stories is to avoid courting disaster if the situation remains unchanged. Taking a deep breath, he opted for the character of Rookie God and decisively logged in. In the holographic perspective, an overwhelming number of players materialized before him. A cacophony of diverse sounds instantly enveloping his ears. His spirits lifted considerably. Humans are inherently social beings, and the vast throng provided him with ample reassurance. Today marked the second day since the server's launch. His objective was to reach level 25. A level 25 warrior could master the assassination sword technique. Only by mastering this skill could a warrior player theoretically challenge formidable bosses, such as the Skeleton Sprite and the Corpse King, which were not included in this category. The experience required to ascend from levels 23 to 25 was 300, 000, 350, 000, and 400, 000 respectively. To achieve this, through zombie slaying, approximately 600 zombies would need to be vanquished. With a flood of players pouring into the zombie cave, this task proved rather daunting. Luochen perused the player rankings and found them to be quite similar to what the original owner had depicted in the level rankings. Rookie God maintained a steadfast first place. In second was a level 21 mage named Lin Jiangxian Xiao Shui, who left a profound impression on the original owner, having snatched victory from him on more than one occasion. The third-ranked Taoist, Killing You Gently, also had a vendetta against the original owner. In the kill rankings, Luochen found no relevance to himself. However, the leading position was held by a level 21 warrior, Nightly Revelry, boasting an astonishing PK value of 400 points. Luochen was astounded. This individual was formidable. In the era of the new century of Revelation, a player who engaged in active PK would see their name transition from white to gray. Upon defeating another player, their PK value would rise by 100 points, turning their name yellow. Surpassing a PK value of 200 points would render their name red. This warrior's PK value of 400 indicated that he had eliminated at least 44 players. Calculating that it takes 1 minute of online time to reduce the PK value by 1 point. Even if he were to lay down his weapons from this moment on, it would require a minimum of 3 days to return to normalcy. Was this intentional? In the equipment rankings, the standings updated rapidly. Currently, the top-ranked item was a white tiger tooth necklace with a magical evasion of 60, superb 4. Taoist power of 1 to 3, superb 2, and luck 1, superb 1. Meanwhile, Luochen's iron bracelet languished in 9th place. The rankings here are primarily based on the total enhancements of exceptional items and the levels of the equipment itself. In 2nd place is a light armor with a magical skill of 0 to 6, exceptional 6, followed by 3rd place. A robe with an attack of 0 to 5, and a magical skill of 0 to 1, 1. 4th is a bronze ring with an attack of 0 to 2, 1, and a magical skill of 0 to 5, 5. 5th is a glass ring with a magical skill of 0 to 1, an attack of 0 to 3, 3, and a magical skill of 0 to 3, 3. 6th is a traditional necklace with an accuracy of 1, an attack of 0 to 2, 2, a magical skill of 0 to 2, 2, and a magical skill of 0 to 2, 2. 7th is a short sword with an attack of 3 to 16, 5. And 8th is an iron ring with a defense of 0 to 2 and a magical skill of 0 to 6, 5. 9th is an iron bracelet with an accuracy of 2, 1, and an attack of 0 to 4, 4. While 10th is sturdy gloves with a defense of 0 to 2 and a magical skill of 0 to 4, 4. Luochen is acutely aware that this equipment ranking is merely for reference. The true value of the sturdy gloves ranked 10th certainly surpasses that of his own iron bracelet. Furthermore, his helmet, ranked 13th with an attack of 4 and a magical skill, undoubtedly holds a value far exceeding that of the 2nd place item. As for the weapon in 7th place, its actual worth is nothing short of a jest. A level 20 cleaver with an attack of 5 to 15 is truly appealing. Although the game has only been live for a day, the emergence of these exceptional items among over 1 million players is indeed not excessive. After closing the player leaderboard, Luochen immediately purchased 10 bundles of super healing potions, preparing to venture once more into the zombie cave for leveling up. Just then a private message chimed in. Boss. Rookie brother, I have a one-time mobile warehouse scroll for sale. Interested? It turned out that Jean Ponzi had noticed Luochen's online status and proactively sought to recommend the item. How much? Luochen was quite interested in acquiring it, as it could potentially allow him to sell an entire bag of items. Our purchase price is 200,000 gold coins, equivalent to 400 credit coins, if you need it. You can use it first and settle the payment when you return to town to handle your items. Luochen couldn't help but commend Jean Pongzi. Look at how well he conducts business. Next time I want to sell anything to him, and I do feel guilty. After the transaction for the mobile warehouse scroll was completed, Luochen promptly stored the 10 bundles of super healing potions in the warehouse of Bichishing before purchasing another 10. This indeed exemplified the proper use of the mobile warehouse scroll. Once resupplied, all equipment had already been repaired by the time Luochen logged out previously. He opened the Bichishing Veteran S interface, ready to teleport. "Little brother, are you there?" Came a private message from Sun Dada. Luochen was somewhat surprised. "What instructions does the boss have for me?" Sun Dada's hearty voice chuckled. "It seems you haven't been out to hunt monsters yet? Be cautious. The third member of the Wong family is offering a bounty of 1 million cash for your true identity." Chapter 15. Evading pursuit. Luochen felt a surge of irritation. This third young master of the Wong family must be deranged. Is it really worth placing a bounty of 1 million credit coins on me just because he was killed once and lost equipment worth hundreds of thousands? It's utterly absurd. In the original owner's memories, there was no record of such an enemy. Perhaps he could let himself be killed once? No, that wouldn't do. If he died even once, the Destiny Crystal would likely become unusable. Wait a moment. A sudden epiphany struck Luochen. Destiny Crystal? Intentional murder? The third young master of the Wong family's notorious red name? The top rank on the kill leaderboard with a staggering PK value of 4,400? The ominous, unknown message I received, urging me not to die. Could it be that behind all of this? Luochen arrived at a horrifying conclusion. Someone in reality was already privy to this secret. Their murderous intentions were not aimless, but rather for a specific purpose. It was highly probable that this third young master of the Wong family was among those who knew the truth. Did Sun Dada have any knowledge of it? Luochen hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire through private chat, but ultimately decided against it. Nevertheless, he opened a private message to Jean Pongzi. "Bro, if you trust me, from this moment on, spare no effort to acquire the item Destiny Crystal at any cost. As long as the price does not exceed that of a gaming pod, do not hesitate." Jean Pongzi was taken aback. "Bro, you can't be serious. A gaming pod costs 1 million. Luochen replied, "Believe it or not," and then closed the chat. In the original owner's memories, although the acquisition price of the Destiny Crystal later rose above 500,000 credit coins, he had never witnessed a merchant selling it. Thus, he was confident that even at 1 million, it would not be hard to sell. The problem lay in its exceedingly low drop rate, compounded by the necessity to defeat bosses in the dead of night. Luochen felt an intensified motivation to level up to 25. Only by mastering assassination could he hope to challenge the bosses lurking in the shadows. As for defeating the Corpse King boss, he doubted he would enjoy the same stroke of luck as before. Lost in his thoughts, Luochen was teleported to the Bichu mine by an elderly soldier. As soon as he landed, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. So many people. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately activated a random teleportation stone. Just as he vanished, a barrage of lightning struck the very spot he had occupied moments before. Luochen's heart plummeted. He had underestimated the animosity harbored by the third young master of the Wong family. If he could place a bounty of 1 million cash for his real identity, it was only natural that he could also hunt him down in the game. Who would divulge his whereabouts? Jean Pongzi? Luochen swiftly dismissed that notion. It was unlikely. Sun Dada was even less probable. With this thought in mind, he entered a random assortment of names into the private chat. System prompt: this player does not exist. He then tried a more common name. System prompt: this player is not online. Finally, he attempted to message Nightly Revelry. System prompt: this player does not accept messages from strangers. Luochen realized that someone had been monitoring his status through private messages. As for his whereabouts, they were rather easy to infer. A level 22 warrior was likely heading towards the zombie cave. With this thought in mind, Luochen felt a slight sense of relief. Understanding the enemy's methods alleviated his fear. He opened the large map and found that his luck was not entirely unfavorable, as he had randomly appeared near the entrance of the half-orc ancient tomb. Now, he had several options. First, he could return to town teleport via the veteran in Bitch, and make his way to the entrance of the Poison Snake Valley, then cross the pass to either the Poison Snake Mine or Alliance City. However, it seemed there were skilled adversaries who could likely predict his movements. Second, he could engage in combat with monsters in the wilderness of Bitch Province. With the presence of random teleportation stones, no one could kill him, but the resources here were too scant for meaningful development. Third, he could set off from his current location and transfer through the connecting passage. Although this would take more time, the enemy would undoubtedly be caught off guard. After a brief contemplation, Luochen decided to head towards the Orc Tomb. Along the way, he noticed many lower-level novice players farming monsters in the wilderness of Bitch Province. The wild monsters respawned in high numbers and frequency, almost every minute, primarily consisting of deer, scarecrows, spiked cats, multi-hook cats, half-orcs, and forest yetis. Near the mountains, poisonous spiders would also appear. In a grassy area the size of a football field, hundreds of players were gathered, waiting for monsters to spawn. Curiosity piqued, Luochen paused. Moments later, a multitude of man-eating flowers burst forth from the grass. The players immediately attacked, and before the monsters were entirely vanquished, they began to gather the loot. Luochen understood. This was a group of players collecting the fruits and leaves of the man-eating flowers. These materials were essential for crafting poisons. Do not underestimate them. Spending a night here could yield more profit than delivering takeout. Next, Luochen began to evade the crowd and circled to the side of the mountain, gazing at the entrance of the Orc Tomb. At that moment, the entrance was bustling with activity. After observing for a while, Luochen noted that the majority were selling various potions, candles, and torches, recycling low-quality equipment, and shouting for teams to engage in monster hunting. Some mages, clad in light armor and wielding sea spirits, wandered about. After discerning the situation, Luochen removed his conspicuous weapon, the Shura, and blended into a group of players, hastening towards the cave entrance. Just as he was nearing the entrance, a mage spotted him and shouted through the chat channel, "Target here." 7 or 8 mages quickly converged in his direction. However, Luochen was already within 50 meters of the entrance, and with players lining up to enter the cave. Even if the mages saw him, they would find it difficult to act, since he had already been discovered. Luochen equipped the Shura and began to push forward. Several bolts of lightning struck down. Luochen was hit by 2 of them, losing 57 points of health. Nearby, 2 unfortunate players were also caught by stray lightning. Then, 3 more bolts of lightning struck simultaneously, and Luochen decisively consumed a potent healing potion. After 3 seconds, Luochen finally squeezed through the entrance, then immediately proceeded at random. This Wang family's 3rd young master exuded an air of someone who would go to great lengths. Why did the original owner have no impression of such a person? A figure so vengeful would surely possess a modicum of notoriety within the game. Suddenly, Luochen was taken aback. A fragment of the original owner's memory surfaced in his mind, resembling a news report. It was said that a player in the original owner's past had been knocked out in reality. The reason being that he had offended a powerful figure in the game Apocalypse, New Century. The police had investigated for a long time, but could not find the true culprit. Could it be that this Wang family's 3rd young master was responsible? Luochen shook his head and cast these thoughts aside. As long as he did not reveal his identity in the game, there would be no issues. He surveyed his surroundings. Although the first level of the Orc Tomb was vast, it was teeming with players. Without hesitation, he randomly navigated a few more times and finally approached the entrance leading to the 2nd level of the Orc Tomb. He dashed toward it decisively. Moments later, Luochen reached the 2nd level and continued to move at random. He ran tirelessly for over 10 minutes and finally entered the map of the Ma-Fa natural cave. Here, players were still abundant. However, Luochen's objective lay elsewhere. Passing through an unmarked entrance on the map, he finally arrived at a hidden area, the connecting passage. The number of players here was scarce, primarily those who had inadvertently wandered in. Although there were numerous skeleton monsters, Luochen did not linger, pressing onward. After traversing 3 connecting maps, he finally discovered a connecting passage teeming with both skeletons and zombies. There were hardly any players here. As he cleared the monsters, he advanced. At present, his attack panel showed a range of 6 to 42, with a maximum damage of 46, 1 times, allowing him to dispatch skeletons in 2 to 3 strikes and zombies in 4, achieving a swift clearing speed. He disregarded all drop potions, glanced at jewelry before discarding it. And for weapons, aside from the level 15 Sea Soul and Half Moon, he didn't even bother to pick them up. As he progressed halfway through, Luochen suddenly realized something was amiss with his experience points. Why was he only receiving 128 points for killing a zombie? That was only 80 of the normal 160 points. At level 22, he shouldn't be experiencing any decay in experience. Puzzled, Luochen scanned his surroundings, and suddenly his gaze froze. What the hell? When did another player appear behind him? Moreover, it was a female player dressed in simple clothes, wielding a wooden sword. Chapter 16. Nie Xiaodai as Luochen focused his gaze. He discovered no discernible information about the female player. However, her hair was strikingly not the default reddish-brown, but a cascade of shimmering silver. Upon closer inspection, her eyes gleamed a captivating shade of violet. This peculiar sight sent a shiver down his spine, conjuring a name in his mind. Avoidance was not an option. With a heart filled with trepidation, Luochen approached her, attempting to examine her equipment inventory. Upon opening the inventory, no names were displayed. Her gear consisted solely of a simple wooden sword, a cloth garment, and a candle. Standing before her, he hesitated and spoke. Nie Xiaodai? The female player offered no reply. Merely brandishing her weapon, Luochen felt a surge of electricity coursing through him, leaving him tingling. Beautiful. How did you get in here? The female Taoist no longer remained stationary, but began to dart around him, occasionally swinging her sword aimlessly. Luochen pondered. Are you indicating that I should continue battling monsters? The female Taoist immediately halted and swung her wooden sword in response. Relief washed over Luochen. Thank goodness, as long as there SA need. He proceeded to clarify. Just to be clear, while hunting monsters, you mustn't harm me. With that, he cautiously turned and struck at a nearby zombie. After 4 swift blows, the creature fell, dropping a moderate healing potion, a magic potion, a pile of gold coins, and a level 9 skill book for Taoists titled Mental Fortitude Technique. The female Taoist moved forward and picked up the skill book. It was then that Luochen relaxed, smiling. You can collect the gold and healing potion, but let's leave the magic potion aside. The female Taoist seemed to comprehend, immediately gathering the gold coins, but leaving the healing potion untouched. She stood over it, seemingly indicating, my inventory is full. Very well. The battle continued. Gradually, Luochen's spirits lifted. He observed that this silver-haired female Taoist, despite her eerie appearance, exhibited behavior akin to that of a typical player. Well, except for her lively exuberance. She dashed about without pause, occasionally waving her wooden sword, radiating excitement. This uplifted Luochen's mood. Although his experience was reduced to 80%, the abundance of monsters in this connecting passage was sufficient to compensate for the deficit. Soon, the female Taoist, or rather, Nie Xiaodai, ascended levels rapidly. 11, 12, 13. This was due to her wielding a bronze axe, which required level 13 for use. Luochen mentally calculated the number of monsters and her rate of level progression. While he could not ascertain with certainty, it was evident that the experience she was garnering was decidedly not just 20. If they were in a duo, even without considering level disparities, they would each receive a maximum of 65 of the experience. Yet, the current situation was evidently different. Nie Xiaodai's experience gain appeared to hover around 80. Luochen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this ghostly maiden, this beautiful ghost, should not impede my progress. Perhaps she will even prove to be a significant asset. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai picked up a piece of clothing. She donned a stylish light armor that split high up her thigh, and coupled with her silver hair, she looked remarkably striking. Ahem. Luochen could not help but scorn himself. How could he possibly harbor lustful thoughts for a female ghost, although she was indeed beautiful? Good heavens! Why was he still thinking about it? In an effort to disperse his thoughts, he resolutely began to slay monsters. After dispatching several zombies, a melodious chime suddenly resonated in his ears, followed by a healing spell that floated down upon him. He instinctively turned to look, and Nye Xiaodai appeared to be smiling at him. Goodness, this was disrupting his mental composure. Women would merely impede the swiftness of his strikes. Forcing himself to concentrate on the monsters, Luochen realized that he was no longer afraid of the female ghost, but rather worried about being unable to restrain his lustful thoughts. A sudden shock washed over him. This was not right. He was merely facing a female character from a game. This was abnormal. A phrase surfaced in his mind, the allure of the female ghost. This evoked numerous fragments of memory. Female ghosts donning human skins, those who drained the essence of men, and the alluring skeletal specters. After a brief moment, Luochen shivered, finally breaking free from the enchantment. Perhaps a touch of horror was preferable. After over 20 minutes, Luochen successfully cleared all the monsters in this connecting passage. Meanwhile, Nye Xiaodai had also reached level 15, wielding a level 15 weapon, the Crescent Blade. Luochen was not surprised. Given his high efficiency in monster slaying, it was only natural for her to achieve such a swift upgrade with 80 of the experience. At this moment, the area they had traversed previously had respawned numerous monsters, yet Luochen had no intention of backtracking to continue battling here. His objective was clear: to head towards the zombie cave in the Beachy Mine and then traverse the connecting map to the zombie cave in the Poison Snake Valley. Just then, he sensed that Nye Xiaodai had gone silent behind him, prompting him to turn around. He found the female priestess, clad in light armor and wielding the Crescent Blade, standing motionless, seemingly disconnected. A wave of panic washed over Luochen. What should he do? Had she returned to the error page? Should he also log off to check? After a moment of indecision, Luochen resolved to find a corner and log off. However, before he could act, a bubble floated above the priestess's head, revealing 4 disjointed characters. Up, here, level. Luochen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Was the beautiful one unable to speak? Only capable of typing? If he guessed correctly, she would wave her weapon. If he guessed incorrectly, she would wave it twice. The priestess moved, making a single swing with her crescent blade. Luochen understood, but couldn't help but internally scoff. Was her typing speed unbearably slow? Even his toes could type faster than she could. Nevertheless, since she had expressed her opinion, he would comply. Thus, Luochen turned around and began to clear the monsters in the opposite direction. The priestess resumed her lively hopping, darting around behind him. Occasionally, she would encounter a solitary skeleton, swiftly dispatching it with her crescent blade, likely to enhance the proficiency of her level 9 skill, mental warfare. Luochen allowed her to take the lead. The newly spawned monsters, though not as densely packed as before, still provided ample opportunity for the two of them to engage. This time, their monster-slaying speed was markedly accelerated. In just over 40 minutes, he had once again traversed the entire map. With unwavering focus and diligent effort, he amassed over 70,000 experience points. However, this efficiency was far from remarkable. Yet, Nye Xiaodai should have reached level 16 or 17 by now. At that moment, Luochen noticed that the female priest had returned to slay monsters, so he reluctantly followed her. A sense of frustration crept into his heart. The monster-slaying efficiency here was quite poor, and this female ghost was likely unaware that she was in the presence of a seasoned expert. Should he reveal his identity to her? Perhaps take her to the wormhole in the Alliance province for leveling up? Once again, he cut through the entire map in less than 30 minutes. Yet he only gained around 50,000 experience points. He spoke up to stop Nye Xiaodai, saying, "The monster-slaying efficiency here is too slow. Let us proceed to the next level." With that, Luochen gestured towards the cave entrance before them. Passing through this opening led them to the zombie cave in the Beachy mining area. At that moment, Luochen suddenly noticed a flurry of movement ahead, revealing 6 players. Instantly, he became alert. Had the monsters from the zombie cave wandered into the connecting passage? Upon closer inspection, he saw that the 6 players consisted of 3 warriors, 2 mages and 1 priest, all bearing names that began with Dajong Tank, Dazhong Transformers, and Dazhong Digger were the three warriors. Dazhong Bomber and Dazhong Fire Rain were the mages. And Dazhong Cao was the priest. Dazhong Tank, upon spotting Luochen and Nie Xiaodai, immediately shouted, "Who allowed you to hunt monsters here? This is our Dazhong territory. Get out of here." Luochen had initially intended to leave, but the tone of this individual was far too abrasive. As he contemplated his response, Dazhong Cao leered and said, "Staying is fine too. Just let this silver-haired sister play with us for a while." Fuming, Luochen wasted no time and launched into action. He charged at the two mages, and before they could react, he felled Dazhong Fire Rain with two swift strikes, and then turned to eliminate Dazhong Bomber. Although Dazhong Cao had a sharp tongue, he was quick on his feet, casting a soul fire talisman that instantly adhered to Luochen's head. Yet, that was where it ended. As Luochen closed in on him, he disregarded the other three warriors' attacks and dispatched the priest with 4 decisive strikes. After consuming 2 potent healing potions, Luochen turned to face the 3 remaining warriors. To his surprise, the warriors had accumulated 2 layers of red and green poison upon their bodies. A healing spell landed upon Luochen. Dazhong Tank, infuriated, cursed, "Take out that female priest first." But Luochen did not grant him the opportunity. The level 20 warrior with 224 health points was swiftly eliminated by Luochen's 6 strikes. Seeing the dire situation, the remaining 2 warriors chose to flee. Sighing with relief, Luochen noted that he had less than half of his health remaining. Nie Xiaodai stood in stunned silence for a while before a speech bubble appeared above her head. "Please, do not die." Luochen's health had fully recovered, and upon seeing this, he nodded repeatedly. Was she warning him not to let his character die? The female priest took another swing. Luochen continued to nod. "No problem. I shall strive to survive." This time, the female Taoist priest swung her wooden sword twice. "What the?" Luochen was instantly bewildered. "This is not what I meant." Chapter 17. The Zombie Cave Connection Passage. Luochen's mind was somewhat muddled. When Nie Xiaodai warned him to be cautious of death, was she referring to herself? The female Taoist in front of him had fallen silent, presumably typing away. Luochen shook his head vigorously and surveyed his surroundings. He had eliminated 4 players, leaving a considerable amount of potions and 3 pieces of equipment scattered on ground. There is a single pair of leather gloves, ordinary and thus discarded. A magical bracelet, also commonplace, was unnecessary, and a crescent blade, a meager weapon with a damage rating of 1-to-1. Just as he was about to toss this weapon aside, he suddenly noticed it bore a curse of 4. Quite formidable. But how could the Taoist named Public Milk Cow, who bore a yellow name, indicating a PK value between 100 and 200, have such a curse? Luochen had just actively slain 4 individuals, and his Shura only warranted a curse of 1. The name God of Novices was a glaring red, with a PK value of 400. At that moment, a bubble finally floated above the female Taoist's head. "I. And you." Luochen was momentarily taken aback and then elated. Did she mean that neither of them could die, especially her? The female Taoist decisively swung her weapon. Luochen felt an immense sense of relief. It was good that they were both safe. Only then did he find the time to voice a lingering question. "During the PK, you utilized a poison spell, but I remember you having no poison, right?" The silver-haired Taoist fell silent once more. Luochen felt a surge of frustration. "Come on. Fine, forget it. I won't ask anymore." Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken. After all, the woman before him was a genuine ghost. After a full minute, another bubble appeared. "Curse has poison, no talisman." Luochen furrowed his brow in confusion. What does that mean? She has poison, but no talisman? What about the curse? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he quickly picked up the crescent blade he had discarded earlier, trading it to Nie Xiaodai. "This weapon has a curse of 4. Is it referring to this kind of curse?" Nie Xiaodai accepted the cursed crescent blade and, after a brief moment, tossed it to the ground. Luochen stepped forward to retrieve it, only to find that it was no longer cursed. Opening Nie Xiaodai's equipment panel, he was astonished to discover that the crescent blade in her possession was also devoid of a curse. Luochen's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Can you absorb curses?" Nie Xiaodai confirmed with a swift nod. Luo Chun was taken aback. He promptly traded his Shuro weaponer. What about this one? If you can't equip it, can you still? Nye Xiaodai accepted the weapon, and in less than a moment, the trade was returned. Luo Chun examined it, confirming without a doubt. She truly could absorb curses. At that instant, a flash of insight struck him, and he exclaimed, "You just said you can use curses like poison spells. Now, there is poison, but no talisman?" Nye Xiaodai immediately waved her weapon and began to circle around Luo Chun rapidly. At that moment, Luo Chun comprehended fully. "Ghost Girl, you are incredibly formidable." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chun articulated his plan. "Let us venture to the wormhole map in Mengzhong province, for it yields weapons and equipment of level 22 and above, and being a public map, we shall be safer there." Nye Xiaodai paused, standing still. This time, Luo Chun patiently awaited her response. After a minute, a bubble appeared. "All right, binding." Instantly, Nye Xiaodai sprang into action, striking Luo Chun with her crescent blade, deducting 1 point from his health. Luo Chun was momentarily taken aback, remaining motionless. Subsequently, Nye Xiaodai raised her hand and unleashed a layer of green poison upon him. -1, -1, -1. Luo Chun's health diminished at a rate of 3 points per second, leaving him somewhat puzzled. "Fair maiden, is your intention to bind me through this poison?" Nye Xiaodai confirmed with another strike. Following this, she cast a healing spell on Luo Chun. After 30 seconds, the green poison dissipated. With a swift application of healing magic, Nye Xiaodai proceeded towards the entrance leading to the Biki mine. Luo Chun hurried to keep pace with her. Upon entering the zombie cave, the number of players noticeably increased. Luo Chun chose not to engage with the monsters, but instead randomly teleported away. He soon validated his suspicion. Indeed, as he teleported, the female priestess followed him wherever he went. This realization brought him comfort, allowing him to continue teleporting at will. Along the way, numerous player teams, upon spotting his red name, initiated PK attempts, yet all were deftly evaded by Luo Chun. His 2 random teleportation stones, one of which was dropped by Wang Jiasan Shao, were quickly consumed, leading him to his destination, a winding map aptly named Bridge. In the Biki mine, there exist 3 maps called Bridge. One is small with a rapid zombie respawn rate. Another is vast and symmetrical, featuring a chasm running across its entirety. And the third, where Luo Chun found himself, is quite concealed, unmarked on the map, with its entrance nestled in a corner of the mine's transit station. Upon arriving at this winding map, Luo Chun ceased random teleportation and, with Nye Xiaodai in tow, advanced towards the farthest corner, battling monsters as they progressed. With the support of the female priestess, Luo Chun's monster-slaying speed surged, and his potion consumption significantly diminished. Initially, Nye Xiaodai frequently employed her poison spells, but more often than not, she would afflict the monsters with poison only for Luo Chun to dispatch them almost immediately, prompting her to focus solely on providing healing. Thus, Luo Chun boldly faced 7 or 8 zombies, wielding his weapon with abandon. The drop rates here were evidently higher. Before long, he obtained a usable piece of ordinary warrior equipment. Skeleton ring, weight 1, durability 6, attack 0 to 3, requires 30 attack power. Over an hour later, accompanied by Nye Xiaodai, Luo Chun traversed the entire map and stood before an entrance. The clock read midnight. From this journey, he accumulated over 120,000 experience points, bringing his total experience gained since logging on today to over 270,000, leaving him just a step away from reaching level 23. As for Nye Xiaodai, her level astonishingly surged to level 20. This occurred when Luo Chun discovered that he had just equipped a demon-slaying weapon, a level 20 Taoist weapon, with an attack range of 6 to 11, a spell power of 1 to 2, and an accuracy bonus of 1. This weapon was obtained from defeating an electric zombie. Unfortunately, both Luo Chun and Nye Xiaodai lacked protective talismans. Although Nye Xiaodai had mastered the Soul Fire Talisman, level 18, the Summon Skeleton spell, level 19, and the Invisibility spell, level 20, she was unable to utilize them just yet. Currently, Luochen's inventory contained not only 6 bundles of super healing ointment and 6 bottles of strong sun water, but also 9 summon skeleton scrolls, 5 fireball scrolls, 3 ghost shield scrolls, 1 swift light shadow scroll, 1 holy armor spell, as well as various accessories such as a magnifying glass, bamboo flute, and blue emerald necklace. All above level 20. After taking a moment to recuperate, Luochen boldly ventured through the cave entrance, arriving at a connecting passage within the poisoned Snake Valley mine. As soon as he stepped inside, he was confronted by a chained corpse king and 5 electric zombies. Luochen was taken aback and promptly dashed forward, intending to lure the monsters away to protect Nie Xiaodai from the electric zombies. After all, a level 20 Taoist possesses only 131 health points. Having put some distance between himself and the monsters, he turned to strike at one of the electric zombies, swiftly consuming a bottle of sun water and a bottle of strong healing ointment. Simultaneously, Nie Xiaodia's healing spell arrived. It took him half a minute to dispatch the 5 electric zombies, and it seemed he had acquired a special item. At that moment, the corpse king behind him had been afflicted with red-green poison and was pursuing Nie Xiaodai. Luochen, disregarding the loot, charged forward and executed a killing sword technique upon the corpse king. In less than 10 seconds, the corpse king fell, resulting in a substantial loot drop. Nie Xiaodia's poison was indeed formidable. Luochen quickly scanned the area and his eyes widened. A ghost necklace. Finally, a prized item had emerged. Upon inspecting it further, his surprise deepened. It was a premium quality item. Ghost necklace, weight 1, durability 8-9, attack 0 to 6, 1, level requirement 24. Alas, he was unable to wear it just yet. In addition to the ghost necklace, the corpse king had also dropped 6 bottles of small sun water, 2 bottles of large sun water, a considerable amount of gold coins, and a book of fire resistance ring. He only picked up the 2 bottles of large sun water while the gold coins were collected by Nie Xiaodai. Remembering that the electric zombies had also dropped something, he turned to investigate and discovered it to be a random teleportation stone. Luochen's eyes sparkled. The drop rate was astonishingly low. After defeating 2,000 monsters, he had finally obtained one. What a rare find. Just as he picked it up, he heard commotion from the other end of the connecting passage, where numerous voices were engaged in battle. He was startled. There were indeed other players here. After some consideration, he decided to retreat, given his notorious red name. It was best to avoid encounters with other players. It was unwise to test human nature, especially within the realm of gaming. However, just then an excited voice exclaimed, "Wow, come look, there's a notorious red name here." And a silver-haired female Taoist. Chapter 18. The Fierce Green Poison. As the words fell, 11 players clad in lightweight armor materialized. Among them were 6 mages, 5 wielding level 15 weapons known as Sea Soul, and 1 brandishing a level 20 weapon, the Crescent Moon, 3 priests, 2 equipped with half moons, and 1 with the demon banishing staff, and 2 warriors, 1 holding a level 19 weapon, the Gale Blade, and the other a level 20 weapon, the Horse Slaying Blade. Luochen's expression turned grave. We cannot withstand this. He was about to use a random teleportation stone when he was astounded to discover that this connection passage forbade such use. This is troublesome. With decisive resolve, Luochen retreated and whispered to Nie Xiaodai, "Let us return to the previous map." At that moment, the opposing players hastily pursued, shouting, "Do not let that red name escape. I just glimpsed his equipment. It's filled with exquisite items. Just 1 drop would suffice for our sustenance." 6 bolts of lightning descended upon Luochen. Fortunately, as he was in motion, only 3 truly locked onto him, yet they still depleted 89 points of his health. Luochen swiftly consumed a potent healing potion and a greater sun potion. Although the potent healing potion restored 90 health points, he anticipated further attacks. So he supplemented it with another potent sun water, temporarily boosting his health by 50 points. Indeed, 2 seconds later, 2 more lightning strikes hit him. Just then, Luochen suddenly noticed that Nie Xiaodai had not fled. Instead, she unleashed the green poison upon the 2 foremost warriors. Luochen, somewhat alarmed, urged, "Beautiful one, hurry and flee. We cannot win this fight." Yet, Nie Xiaodai paid him no heed. quickly employing her poison technique to afflict all 11 pursuing players with a layer of green poison. Indeed, she did not cast red poison. In a bid to protect her, Luochen had no choice but to halt before Nie Xiaodai, resolutely downing 3 potent healing potions and 2 greater sun potions, thus enduring the lightning strikes from 6 mages. Once the poison was applied, Nie Xiaodai finally turned and retreated to the previous map. Luochen exhaled in relief and immediately followed suit while continuing to consume potions. His magical defense was inadequate, rendering him incapable of withstanding the concentrated lightning strikes, especially with 2 priests wielding soul fire talismans. Just as he passed through the cave's entrance, Luochen saw Nie Xiaodai facing him, attacking the empty space ahead with her weapon. He instantly understood her intent. She wished to block the entrance. Originally intending to teleport, Luochen swiftly turned around, brandishing his Azura. At that moment, 2 warriors emerged before him. The level 19 warrior had 208 health points, while the level 20 warrior boasted 224. Luochen's weapon immediately struck the level 20 warrior. Both warriors retaliated, and behind them appeared 3 priests. Enduring 3 strikes from the soul fire talismans, Luochen relentlessly chopped the level 20 warrior down to a sliver of health. The warrior, astonished, had not anticipated such a ferocious assault from Luochen. He promptly retreated from the battlefield, sprinting towards Nie Xiaodai. Luochen felt a surge of urgency. Yet Nie Xiaodai remained undaunted, stepping forward to strike the injured warrior with her demon-banishing staff. The wounded warrior let out a harrowing cry, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. This shocking turn of events left everyone, including Luochen, momentarily stunned. Quick to react, Luochen swiftly redirected his attack towards another warrior. This level 19 warrior fared even worse, succumbing to merely 3 strikes, losing over 50 points of health in an instant. Observing this, the 3 Taoists immediately shifted their focus. They must eliminate this female Taoist, for her poison was exceedingly potent. One Taoist, visibly alarmed, exclaimed, "I can't replenish my health." Yet, the level 20 Nie Xiaodai remained unfazed, advancing rather than retreating, and aggressively struck one of her foes. In that fleeting moment, Luochen suddenly noticed that Nie Xiaodai's name still appeared in white. How could this be? After all, Nie Xiaodai had intentionally inflicted poison upon her adversaries. While the other mages bore gray names, Luochen was certain that the 2 warriors he had just encountered were indeed white names. And yet, after Nie Xiaodai had slain a warrior, her name remained white? Despite his bewilderment, Luochen did not hesitate, launching a furious attack against the Taoist targeting Nie Xiaodai. To test his suspicions, he deliberately reduced this Taoist to a sliver of health before pivoting to engage the other 2 Taoists. As expected, upon Nie Xiaodai's elimination of that Taoist, her name remained white. Luochen then grasped the situation and abandoned his current adversary, attacking the final Taoist. He was now quite convinced that Nie Xiaodai's inventory was likely filled with potions, granting her the audacity to engage in such a fierce confrontation with her enemies. The last Taoist, after enduring 2 high-damage strikes, was left with a mere 11 points of health, and in a panic fled. In less than 20 seconds, 5 adversaries had fallen, 3 dead, 2 escaped. However, Luochen was puzzled by the absence of the 6 mages. He had been apprehensive that if they converged upon him, he might not withstand their assault. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaodai skillfully gathered the spoils dropped by their defeated foes, collecting not only potions but also 2 stacks of protective talismans. Without a moment's hesitation, she traversed through the cave's entrance into the connecting passage. Luochen, startled, hastily followed her. Yet, upon reaching the connecting passage, he was left astonished. No wonder the 6 mages had not appeared. They had all perished right here. One of the fallen mages lay cursing in disbelief. "Why doesn't this damned Taoist poison allow me to use health potions? I can't regain any health." Luochen was struck with realization. Had they all succumbed to Nie Xiaodai's poison? He gasped sharply, acknowledging that the toxicity was indeed suspect. It was extraordinarily lethal. How could the poison of an ordinary Taoist player render health potions ineffective? Yet if one was poisoned by Nie Xiaodai and could not restore health, the demise of the 6 mages became entirely plausible. Luochen had experienced her poison firsthand, losing 3 health points every second. Calculating over 30 seconds without health restoration, one would lose 90 health points. Even a level 22 mage possessed a pitiful total of merely 86 health points. With this realization, even Luochen felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, although Nie Xiaodai was a spectral figure, she was now on their side. Simultaneously, he mourned for the 2 players who had fled, likely facing their own demise. In this encounter, Nie Xiaodai poisoned 11 individuals, effectively obliterating an entire football team. Yet, even now, her name remains untainted. Is it true that a specter is exempt from the law of murder? Moments later, a sizable bubble appeared above her head. Poison more. 1001, talisman, 2 stacks depart. Luochen contemplated this and immediately understood. Nie Xiaodia's poison technique utilized PK values. Each point of PK value allowed for a single use of the poison skill. Thus, having killed 11 people, she accrued an additional 100 PK points. As for the talismans, she had fortuitously just collected 2 stacks. Understanding this, they proceeded onward. In the subsequent 2 maps, Luochen encountered several groups of players. However, they exhibited restraint and refrained from attacking him simply because of his red name. It was a case of mutual non-interference. Nie Xiaodai did not initiate any killings, behaving like an ordinary player. While traversing and slaying monsters, Luochen finally ascended to level 23. He promptly equipped a blue emerald necklace with an attack value of 2/2, slightly increasing his attack cap. Approximately an hour later, accompanied by Nie Xiaodai, Luochen ventured into a newly connected passage. This map was even more concealed, rendering it devoid of players. Excitedly summoning a mutated skeleton, Nie Xiaodai aggressively engaged a zombie. She seemed reluctant to use her talismans, opting instead for her demon-slaying sword. Nevertheless, with her poison technique in tandem with the skeleton's assistance, their monster-slaying speed far surpassed that of ordinary players, though not compared to Luochen. The density of zombies in this area was remarkable, resulting in an efficiency of monster spawning that exceeded expectations. Just as they advanced halfway through, Luochen garnered 200,000 experience points. To reach level 24 from 23, a total of 350,000 experience points was required. Luochen felt confident that he could achieve this upgrade within half an hour. As the latter section of this passage began to teem with centipede cave monsters, black evil maggots, worth 180 experience points, jumping bees, yielding 210 experience points, giant worms, conferring 230 experience points, centipedes, also offering 230 experience points, and pincer bugs, which bestowed 250 experience points. Among these, the black evil maggots, colloquially known as tires, boasted rapid movement and attack speeds. In Luochen's recollections of the early days of Blood Legend, players' characters would lean back upon being struck by monsters, and the black evil maggot's attacks could control a player's character to the point of death, rendering fragile mages both fearful and resentful. The jumping bees and giant worms were unremarkable, possessing low health but high experience points, favored by mages. The centipede had 230 health, an attack range of 12 to 17. Magic defense of 5, yet 0 physical defense, making it a warrior's favorite. The pincer bug, with 270 health, defense of 5, magic defense of 7, and an impressive attack range of 15 to 28, posed a challenge for all classes. However, it had a high drop rate for equipment above level 22 and was known to yield rare items. Chapter 19. The mutated slime confronted by the vast swarm of insects. Luochen could only engage them one by one, without the level 28 skill Half-Moon Scimitar. Battling as a warrior in the early stages proved to be a rather arduous task. Nie Xiaodai ceased her attacks on the monsters and instead devoted her efforts to casting poisoning, synchronizing her actions with Luochen. He expressed his satisfaction, but reminded her to reserve the poisoning for the pincers and to conserve her energy. At this moment, Luochen had already utilized a moving warehouse scroll, depositing all his skill books and a portion of his equipment into the warehouse, while retrieving 10 bundles of super healing ointment. Slaying insects lacked the thrill of vanquishing zombies, and there were moments when Nie Xiaodai had to restore his health. However, after defeating a centipede, Luochen's spirits lifted significantly. This particular centipede had dropped a piece of heavy armor, which, due to its green hue, was humorously dubbed frogskin by players. After donning the new attire, his equipment was roughly as follows: a level 22 ordinary Shura with an attack range of 0 to 20. A level 22 ordinary heavy armor offering 4 to 7 defense and 2 to 3 magical resistance. A level 14 magical helmet with 0 to 1 defense, 1 to 1 magical resistance, and 0 to 4 attack, with a remarkable 4. A level 23 blue emerald necklace providing 2 to 2 attack. A level 9 large bracelet with 1 to 1 defense and 0 to 2 attack, with a remarkable 2. A level 3 iron bracelet granting 2 accuracy, with a remarkable 1, and 0 to 4 attack, with a remarkable 4. A level 9 horn ring with 0 to 1 defense and 0 to 3 attack, with a remarkable 2, and a skeleton ring requiring an attack power of 30, offering 0 to 3 attack. As a level 23 warrior, his health stood at 276, with a base attack of 5 to 9, defense of 0 to 5, and magical resistance of 0 to 1. Luochen's attack panel now ranged from 7 to 47, with a maximum strike potential of 51, 1 times. Almost all insect monsters fell to 5 strikes. Including the poison pincers, after 5 strikes, they would succumb to the poison. His defense ranged from 5 to 15, allowing him to withstand a few black evil maggots, bouncing bees, and centipedes without great difficulty. However, the addition of 2 pincers would prove overwhelming. Thus, it was not until after 40 minutes that he ascended to level 24. He promptly equipped a remarkable ghost necklace with an attack range of 0 to 6, instantly enhancing his maximum attack by 4 points. In terms of equipment drops, he had obtained a Shura with a strength of 1. Apart from its slow durability loss, it possessed no other utility. He also acquired a remarkable soul garment, which allowed the newly leveled Nie Xiaodai to don it. Soul garment, female, weight 15, durability 23, defense 3 to 8, remarkable 2, magical resistance 3 to 4, remarkable 1, Tao skill 0 to 2, requires level 22. Luochen also gathered a significant number of accessories above level 22, discarding ordinary level 22 clothing and weapons for various professions. Nie Xiaodai followed suit, collecting only gold and potions, while prioritizing equipment that enhanced magical resistance. For instance, she opted not to wear the remarkable Phoenix Pearl with Tao skill 1 to 3, insisting instead on the ordinary white tiger tooth necklace, Tao skill 1 to 0, 20 magic evasion. Similarly, she rejected the level 20 Taoist bracelet with 0 to 1 defense in favor of an ordinary magical bracelet, 0 to 1 defense, 1 to 2 magical resistance. Inwardly sighing, Luochen mused, "All right, I understand you cannot perish, but isn't this a tad excessive in your fear of death?" Upon reaching level 24, he quickly calculated to ascend from level 24 to 25. A daunting experience of 400,000 points was required. Based on the experience yield of 180 points per creature, with Nie Xiaodai present, his experience was only 80 of the normal. He would need to vanquish over 200 monsters. This, at the very least, would take 3 hours. However, it was currently 3:30 in the morning, and time was ample. He glanced at the distant horizon, where the map had been fully refreshed, feeling a sense of calm within. There was plenty of time, and monsters aplenty. He continued his relentless pursuit of foes, with a harmonious pairing of genders. Labor felt less burdensome. Although aware that Nie Xiaodai was a female specter, her beauty was undeniable. Moreover, after half a day of collaboration, Luochen could not help but regard her merely as a lovely girl who struggled with typing. Thus, his spirits were quite buoyant. Nie Xiaodai seemed to place greater significance on this game, not only occasionally diverting the pincers that assailed Luochen, but also providing him with healing, exhibiting more thoughtfulness than a typical player. This connecting passage map, situated deep within the toxic Snake Valley mine, saw most adventurers arrive depleted of resources, ensuring no interruptions to his endeavor. One could hardly hope for a wealthy patron to bring a bloodstone to this location. It could only restore a meager point of health every second, far less effective than a small healing potion. Unless, like Luochen at present, one was acting as a supplemental health pack. Hence, this item, valued at 1,000, merely felt like a trivial expense to ensnare the affluent. After nearly an hour had elapsed, Luochen finally glimpsed the terminus of the connecting passage map. The monsters had become immobile. What a delightful sensation. If only he were a mage wielding a firewall, the experience would be even more exhilarating. At this thought, a flicker of regret washed over him. Perhaps selecting the mage class would have been prudent? Yet, he quickly countered that mages were frail and susceptible to defeat, and bore no distinct advantage against bosses, rife with disadvantages. Oh well, no matter. 20 minutes later, Luochen at last beheld the end of the map. On the cusp of entering the first layer of the dungeon to the east, the Centipede Cave, or Wormhole, officially named the dungeon. But his heart sank momentarily. What was this? For archers standing guard? In his recollection, there should have only been two. Anxiety crept in as he pondered whether he could withstand their onslaught under the blazing sun. While battling monsters, he suddenly noticed his health plummeting. Luochen was taken aback and hastily consumed 2 potions, only to realize that within the throng of creatures before him was a green, fuzzy caterpillar that bore an uncanny resemblance to a giant worm, ominously labeled mutated slime. Furthermore, it possessed a staggering 500 health points. Goodness, how could a major boss spawn here? Luochen charged forward, striking once more, only to discover that with his current attack power of 56, he had merely inflicted 11 points of damage upon the mutated slime. Stunned, he exclaimed internally, "What on earth? This boss has a defense of 45. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai, who had just gathered potions and gold coins, caught sight of the boss and was filled with excitement. She swiftly cast 2 spells of red and green poison upon it. Luochen breathed a sigh of relief, considering Nie Xiaodia's formidable green poison damage. The mutated slime would not last more than 10 minutes. Thus, he promptly cleared the surrounding minor monsters, granting Nie Xiaodai ample room to maneuver. However, perplexed by Luochen's inaction, she gestured as if to attack the monster. With a wry smile, Luochen advanced to strike. To his astonishment, his attack caused the creature to lose 21 health points. This indicated that not only was Nie Xiaodia's green poison potent, but her red poison was equally impressive, reducing the creature's defense by 10 points. After Luochen struck the mutated slime twice, its aggro shifted immediately, and it raised half of its body, striking like a cobra. In just 2 hits, Luochen's health plummeted by nearly 100 points. After delivering 2 more strikes, he quickly retreated. At this moment, Nie Xiaodai understood why Luochen had refrained from attacking. She cast 2 healing spells, seemingly apologizing to him. Once Luochen's health was fully restored, he resumed his assault. After the poison effects wore off the monster, Nie Xiaodai reapplied them free of charge. Thus, after approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the mutated slime emitted a mournful cry before collapsing with a resounding thud. True to its nature as a special boss, it yielded a remarkable 9-9 loot explosion. This was, without a doubt, the most abundant treasure Luochen had encountered in 2 days. Nie Xiaodai, still bouncing with energy, rushed to collect the gold coins. There were 4 large piles and 3 smaller ones. Among the spoils were 8 bottles of potent solar water, 6 bottles of various other potions, a charm ring, a skull ring, a golden bracelet, and a magnifying glass, along with 1 piece each of war god armor and demon robe, and a weapon named Purgatory. Luochen was truly exhilarated. A high-level weapon. He hurriedly picked it up, noting that while its attributes were ordinary, its high level could not be overlooked. Purgatory, weight 60. Durability 28, attack 0 to 25, requires level 26. This weapon marked a significant turning point in his warrior persona. Wielding Purgatory, he would embody the essence of a high and mighty figure. After reveling in his good fortune, he glanced at the other items on the ground. The war god armor was also something he could utilize. Standing over it, he realized his backpack was overburdened. Reluctantly, he discarded a bundle of super healing ointment to successfully claim the armor. Upon seeing the oil-green war god armor, his eyes nearly bulged out, and his heart raced. He had not anticipated that this item would be worth so much more than purgatory. War god armor, male, weight 40, durability 38-39. Defense 5-10, exceptional 1. Magic defense 3-5, attack 0-4, exceptional 4. Requires attack power 46. Luochen was overwhelmed with excitement. With this, what need would he have for the heavenly demon armor? Level 40 warrior gear, attack 1-2. Determined, he attempted to equip it, only to be met with a system notification. Your carrying weight is insufficient. Luochen slapped his forehead in realization. As a level 24 warrior, his carrying capacity was only 44. This armor could only be donned by someone of at least level 26. How could he have forgotten? Chapter 20. From surprise to shock after securing the Inferno and War God armor, Luochen was filled with triumph. Once he broke through to level 26, he would soar to new heights. With each precise strike, no boss would pose a challenge. Lost in thoughts of grandeur, he suddenly noticed Nie Xiaodai, who had finished collecting items from the ground, approaching him and tossing a skeleton ring at his feet. She then proceeded to slash at the ground a few times, prompting her to collect more items. Luochen, puzzled, thought to himself, "My dear, are you not aware that the horn ring I possess, with its defense of 0-1 and attack of 0-3, is a rare gem, far superior to the one you discarded?" However, upon picking it up, he quickly realized he had misjudged Nie Xiaodai. To his astonishment, it was an exceptional piece, boasting an attack of 0-5, rare 2. Without hesitation, Luochen exchanged his ordinary skeleton ring for this newfound treasure, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to the fair maiden. With this upgrade, his maximum attack soared to 58, allowing him to dispatch ordinary foes with just 4 strikes, significantly enhancing his efficiency in monster hunting. His objective was now clear. He must reach level 26 today. With this determination, he abandoned thoughts of the Centipede Cave and turned back to slay monsters in the Zombie Cave. Upon reaching the mixed area of insects and zombies once more, he finally surpassed the crucial threshold of level 25. Unable to contain his excitement, he promptly learned the assassination swordsmanship. The base attack for a level 25 warrior transformed into 6-10, with his maximum attack now at 59. In the connecting passage near the Zombie Cave, the refreshed monsters were predominantly zombies. Luochen showed no disdain. He lured a horde and swiftly dispatched them. With 3 swift strikes per foe, the thrill of battle was unparalleled. Moreover, the outermost zombies were also susceptible to his assassination swordsmanship, long-range assassination, slightly increasing his efficiency. Observing this, Nie Xiaodai willingly took on the role of monster lure. Whenever Luochen stood still to slay, she would venture out to attract a crowd, returning to his side before disappearing from sight. Moments later, the ground was littered with coins, potions, skill books, and equipment for levels below 20. At this point, Luochen no longer bothered to pick up equipment, only collecting skill books that summoned skeletons, while Nie Xiaodai continued to gather and inspect every drop, delighting in the process. Thus, they swiftly cleared the zombies, then turned around to continue their quest. New monsters soon appeared. In the new era of apocalypse, creatures respawned at an astonishing rate. In this connecting passage, it was quite feasible to sustain dozens of players. Yet now, Luochen and Nie Xiaodai could clear it with ease. Their strength was unrivaled. Upon reaching the vicinity of 4 archers, Luochen's inventory was brimming. Apart from the Inferno and a piece of War God armor, it was filled with skill books. During this time, after defeating numerous monsters, he finally stumbled upon a piece of exceptional equipment he could use, a delightful surprise from Nie Xiaodai. Coral Ring, weight 1. Durability 5-7, attack 0-5, rare 1, requires level 25. Had it not been for Nie Xiaodai's relentless collection of items, Luochen might have overlooked it. But that was impossible. It was precisely because she was gathering that he felt at ease, and he chuckled heartily. At present, in Luochen's heart, his impression of this enchanting female ghost has risen to the status of the legendary tortoise girl. Just then, near the coordinates where the mutated slime had previously appeared. The boss respawned once more. Without hesitation, Nie Xiaodai initiated the poison attack first. This time, Luochen felt no frustration. He calculated the position meticulously and began to showcase his newly acquired level 1 assassination swordsmanship. As a warrior's ultimate weapon, the assassination swordsmanship inflicts additional damage while ignoring defenses. Level 1 assassination deals 60 damage to distant monsters, level 2 80, and level 3 100. Level 1 assassination ignores 60 of the distant monster's defense, level 2 80, and level 3 100 defense. The data above is sourced from the pure SF client. Now, with his level 1 assassination, Luochen could inflict 23 points of damage per hit on the mutated slime. Of course, if he approached to strike directly with an attack power of 62 points minus 35 points of defense, he would deal 27 points of damage. However, as long as the positioning was sufficiently agile, the monster could not hit him, and he would not lose health. As a warrior, should one opt for explosive damage or sustainability? Consequently, the mutated slime, with 1,500 health points, fell to the ground in less than a minute under the combined efforts of Luochen and Nie Xiaodai. Regrettably, there was no significant loot. Yet, moments later, Nie Xiaodai surprised him once again. Death's Gloves, Weight 2, Durability 7-8, Defense 0-2, Superb 2, Attack 1-3, Superb 1, requires level 22. This piece of equipment was quite impressive, prompting Luochen to promptly replace his superb bracelet. In his memory, the golden bracelet, Death's Gloves, ebony bracelet, and sturdy gloves were among the easiest items to obtain in superb quality. Donning the Death's Gloves, Luochen sighed. If only they could all attain superb attack power. It would be perfect. After equipping himself, he continued to grind monsters. Thus, he fought until 8:40 in the morning, finally reaching level 26. What a journey! Luochen felt a swell of self-importance. In just 2 days since the server opened, he had achieved level 26, and as a warrior, no less. Who else could compare? He glanced at the player leaderboard and noticed that the top rank was still held by Newbie God, who was also at level 26. However, the second place was surprisingly occupied by a red-named warrior named Night Serenade at level 24. The third was Lingjiangxian, Smiling Handsome, a level 24 mage. The fourth was a female mage named Fire Burns the Red Cliff to Rob Zhoulang, also at level 24. And the fifth was the Taoist, Killing You Gently, who too was at level 24. They were all far behind. Then, he inadvertently scrolled down and suddenly spotted a name that made his gaze freeze. Newbie God, Ghost Nie Xiaodai, Taoist, current level 23, rank 23. Luochen's heart raced. What in the world is this? How should this name be punctuated? He distinctly remembered seeing only the name Nie Xiaodai on the login screen. How could it now bear a husband's surname? However, what does the extra character in the middle mean? It seems rather unsettling. Luochen hesitated for a moment, closed the leaderboard, and then discreetly opened the equipment panel of the female Taoist beside him, quickly scanning it. His heart sank. Goodness! She was adorned with 2 level 23 golden bracelets, both of which were exceptional. Golden bracelet, weight 1, durability 8-8, defense 0-2, exceptional 2, magic resistance 2-3, attack 0-1, requires level 23. Golden bracelet, weight 1, durability 7-9, magic resistance 2-5, exceptional 2, attack 0-1, requires level 23. It seems that this novice god, Ghost Nie Xiaodai, is indeed the silver-haired female Taoist before him. Luochen took a few deep breaths, yet could not shake the unease in his heart. Is this the consequence of being bound to me? Haunted by spirits? Pressed down by ghosts? Well, being pressed down is not entirely unacceptable. After a flurry of thoughts, Luochen finally calmed down from his fright and began to change his equipment. He equipped the Inferno, the war god armor. Alas, he was still unable to wear it due to insufficient weight capacity. Currently, his equipment consisted of Inferno, weight 60, durability 1928, attack 0-25, requires level 26, ordinary heavy armor. Magic helmet, weight 4, durability 7-11, defense 0-1, magic resistance 1-1, attack 0 to 4, exceptional 4. Requires level 14, ghostly necklace, weight 1, durability 6-9, attack 0 to 6, 1. Requires level 24, Grim Reaper gloves, weight 2, durability 6-8, defense 0 to 2, exceptional 2. Attack 1 to 3, exceptional 1. Requires level 22, iron bracelet, weight 1, durability 4-7, accuracy 2, exceptional 1. Attack 0 to 4, exceptional 4. Requires level 3, coral ring, weight 1, durability 3-7, attack 0 to 5, exceptional 1. Requires level 25, skeleton ring, weight 1, durability 6, attack 0 to 5, exceptional 2, requires attack power 30. Excluding weapons and clothing. Luochen's current total equipment weight was 10. At level 26, he could bear a weight of 49. The war god armor weighed 40, exceeding his capacity by just 1 point. Now he understood why the magic helmet was both adored and loathed. After much contemplation, Luochen removed the Grim Reaper gloves and finally donned the war god armor. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, a senior warrior. Who could rival him now? Chapter 21. Market fluctuations. After some commotion, the clock struck 9 in the morning. The entire connecting passage where Luochen resided was suddenly teeming with monsters, all adorned with a night buff. Having battled tirelessly throughout the night, Luochen was now mentally exhausted. Thus, after consulting with Nye Xiaodai, the white named Luochen used a return stone. Nye Xiaodai did not follow suit, seemingly logging off directly. At this moment, the bustling city of Bitch was overflowing with players, an impenetrable sea of humanity. Luochen felt a tinge of frustration, yet there was little he could do. This situation would only resolve 5 days later when the novice zones merged, resulting in a super city entirely composed of safe zones, where players could ignore collision areas and move freely. For now, he had to endure. He still opted to teleport to the bookstore via the veteran in Bitch, only to be taken aback by the hundreds of individuals crowding the shop. Do so many people truly enjoy reading? Though the bookstore's space rivaled that of the Xinhua bookstore, the sheer number made it impossible to navigate. Within the bookstore, Luochen sent a private message to Hainao by Chuan, Golden Fatty. I have returned to the city. Where shall we meet for the transaction? Golden Fatty promptly replied, suggesting the Yueli Inn. Huh? Isn't the Yueli Inn located in the Mengzhong province? Have they opened a branch in Bitch? Nevertheless, he returned to the city, found a veteran again, and teleported to the first floor of the Yueli Inn. Oh, I see. This is indeed the Bitch warehouse. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Luochen immediately understood why Golden Fatty had chosen this location. The entire first floor of the Yueli Inn had no collision area. This meant that no matter how many people crowded in, it posed no issue. Here, he received an invitation. Player, Hainao by Chuan, Golden Fatty, invites you to warehouse room 0222. Do you accept? Well, what a novel feature. Luochen accepted the invitation and, moments later, found himself in a private room. Before him, Golden Fatty grinned as he traded a teleportation stone, saying from now on, whenever you return to the city, simply use this item to arrive at room 0222. This is also one of our studio's permanent locations. Although Luochen was unaware of the rental cost for this room, he couldn't help but marvel at the benefits of wealth. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Luochen approached the warehouse manager of room 0222 to retrieve items. Seizing the opportunity, Golden Fatty began to outline the market trends for popular merchandise. Firstly, skill books such as Poisonous Arts, Lightning Arts, Soul Fire Talisman, and Assassin's Blade Technique are no longer being purchased by various guilds. The drop rate for these skill books in the zombie cave is exceedingly high, and players are even selling them in bookstores now. However, Light of Temptation and Fire Resistance Ring, due to their low drop rates, have seen their prices soar, now reaching 30,000 each. Luochen nodded in understanding, having noticed the previous day that the drop rates for Poisonous Arts and Lightning Arts were almost on par with those of basic level 7 skills. Of course, this was a deliberate strategy by the new era of Apocalypse to rapidly enhance player capabilities. When Golden Fatty witnessed Luochen extracting 40 copies of Summon Skeleton for trade, He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Brother, you are truly impressive." Among the skill books below level 20, this one stands out in value, currently priced at 50,000 each. He hesitated before inquiring, "Are there any skill books above level 24? Ordinary zombies rarely drop such items, and the market prices have become exceedingly inflated." Luochen was taken aback, then reflected carefully. Indeed, he had slain thousands of zombies without encountering many skill books above level 24. The last ones he obtained, such as Magic Shield, Demon Binding Spell, Hell Thunder, and Crescent Blade, were all dropped by the Zombie King. In the initial days after the server launch, wild zombie kings could still be defeated, coinciding with the most volatile price fluctuations. Once the drop rates of monster loot are better understood, prices will stabilize. From this day forward, those competing for the zombie kings would likely face dire consequences. Should I consider making another foray into the zombie king's lair? By the way, have you sold Magic Shield and Hell Thunder? How much did you profit? Luochen casually asked. The rotund man hesitated, then responded generously. Thanks to you, I procured a batch at a high price from competitors, and today they are all sold out. Magic Shield went for 8,000 credit coins each, Hell Thunder for 5,000 each, and even Firewall fetched an astonishing 1,000,000 gold coins apiece. He sighed in resignation. I didn't anticipate the prices would rise again after selling so early. The law of value, supply and demand dictate price trends. Luochen mused silently, feeling a twinge of regret for having sold too conservatively yesterday. However, there was little he could do. The original owner's memories provided only a clear price for Summon Beast, while the prices of other skill books remained ambiguous. Contemplating Summon Beast made Luochen somewhat despondent. Had he not been pursued, he would have likely secured one, worth 35 million gold coins. Well, 35 million gold coins is merely equivalent to 70,000 yuan. He had spent 168,000 credit coins on a mere iron bracelet. Yet, he had sold a sturdy glove for 350,000. Moreover, the exquisite war god armor he had acquired today was beyond mere gold valuation. Even in the depths of hell, should he choose to sell it, it would fetch no less than a small car, and that would be a high-end model. With this thought, Luochen felt a sense of balance within. After trading 40 copies of Summon Skeleton and deducting the previous Mobile Warehouse Scroll, priced at 200,000, he garnered 8 million gold coins. He then retrieved the remaining skill books: 5 Fireball, level 19, 3 Ghost Shield, level 22, 1 Assassination Swordsmanship, level 25, 1 Flashing Light Film, level 26, and 1 Holy Armor Technique, level 26. The rotund man's expression was one of astonishment, and he hesitated before asking, "Big brother, do you have any other skill books? Could you present them all at once?" Luochen replied succinctly, "I have only 1 Crescent Blade left." The rotund man became immediately agitated. "Big brother, oh, esteemed novice, will you sell Crescent Blade? 30 million. You can set the price." Luochen retorted with annoyance. "What would I do with the money if I sold it to you? Hurry and give me a valuation." Jean Pongzi, though reluctant, allowed his professional ethics to guide him back into the task at hand. The blazing fireball was now available in the shop, the Ghost Shield priced at 100,000 each, the Assassination Sword Technique at 500,000, the Swift Light Film at 100,000, and the Sacred Armor Technique at 500,000. Luochen amassed a total of 300,000 gold coins. After completing the transaction for the skill books, he laid out all his equipment: an ordinary magnifying glass, a bamboo flute, a blue emerald necklace, a skeleton ring, and more, a level 22 Shura with a strength of 1, a set of demon robes, 1 for each gender, a level 9 large bracelet with defense 1-1 and attack 0-2, excellent 2, a level 9 horn ring with defense 0-1 and attack 0-3, excellent 2, and a level 18 sturdy gloves with defense 0-2 and attack 0-1, excellent 1. This time, Jean Pongzi did not immediately state a price, but hesitated slightly before politely addressing him. "Bird brother." "What bird brother?" "It's bird uncle." Luochen interjected unabashedly. Jean Pongzi promptly corrected himself. All right, bird uncle. Assessing these items will take a little time. Do you have any equipment in mind? You may also check our inventory. Luochen accepted Jean Pongzi's invitation and quickly browsed through an interface resembling an auction. To his surprise, considering it was only the second day since the server opened, they had not only assembled this collection, but also marked reference prices, demonstrating a commendable level of professionalism. After flipping through the items for a while, Luochen suddenly halted. These deerskin boots and deerskin belt, a total of 500,000, right? I'll take them. 500,000 gold coins, equivalent to 1,000 in cash. Damn, that's far more expensive than buying a pair of leather shoes in reality. But there was no alternative. He needed to compensate for the weight limit. At this moment, Jean Duoduo also assessed the value of the equipment he intended to sell. A 2-attack large bracelet at 500,000, a 3-attack horn ring at 300,000, a 1-attack sturdy gloves at 200,000, and the demon robes at 300,000. A bundle price of 600,000. Additionally, a complimentary mobile warehouse scroll was offered to Bird Uncle. Luochen did not dwell on it. The 2-attack large bracelet was indeed worth that price. If it were 3, it would be worth 10 times more. As for 4, it would be 20 times the base price. This venture netted him a total of 7,200,000 gold coins. Just as he was about to log off, Jean Duoduo spoke again. Bird Uncle, the fake crystal you asked me to keep an eye on, a player mentioned wanted to sell it. Luochen paused, then inquired, what is the price? Chapter 22. Enigmatic intricacies. The corpulent man appeared outwardly serene. Yet the proposition of 900,000 credit coins struck a disconcerting chord within Luochen. He was acutely aware that such a price was within the realm of acceptability. Yet he lamented the stark reality of his empty coffers. It seemed that the prospect of an unexpected windfall was utterly elusive. Nevertheless, he ventured a suggestion, Gold Fatty. If you trust Bird Uncle, seize the opportunity. Should there be any losses, I shall bear the blame. Gold Fatty grimaced slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. I have discreetly inquired and found that among my peers, there exists no information regarding the Destiny Crystal. Our studio is only moderately sized, comprised of few partners, and we have already committed substantial funds in recent days. A miscalculated decision could be catastrophic. Luochen, unwilling to dwell on the matter, rose to take his leave. Gold Duoduo was taken aback, realizing that the player before him, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to a rogue, harbored discontent towards him. With a sudden determination, he declared, Bird Uncle, I believe in you. Luochen was taken aback by this unexpected faith. You truly trust me? He inquired. Gold Duoduo chuckled. Only 2 days after the launch, and you stand at the pinnacle of the player leaderboard, adorned in exquisite gear. Your ID merits my utmost trust. He then mischievously winked. With your prowess, acquiring another half-moon scimitar should pose no challenge. Are you truly not considering selling it? Without hesitation, Luochen responded, Once I procure the next one, I shall sell it to you. After removing his helmet, Luochen stretched languidly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. My entire body feels nearly pain-free. This single point of vitality is truly remarkable. He contemplated whether he should pursue wealth at any cost. At that moment, Luochen suddenly felt a slight congestion in his nose, accompanied by a discomfort in his throat. After wiping his nose, he was startled to find dried blood. How had he incurred a nosebleed? He visited the restroom, freshened up, and returned to the living room sofa, picking up the gaming helmet once more. Is this contraption causing me distress? He pondered. After a brief hesitation, he donned the helmet again and accessed the login screen. Next to his level 26 warrior character, a level 23 female Taoist character materialized before him. Novice god of ghosts, Nye Shaodai, it was indeed her. Luochen removed the helmet and sat on the sofa in deep contemplation. How could the previous tenant, who had met their demise by suicide, possibly manifest within his helmet? That silk lingerie? Alas, his impulsive actions were regrettable. Charging the helmet, he retrieved his mobile phone. To his astonishment, he discovered an overwhelming 99 missed calls. Had aliens invaded Earth? Or was there a world war afoot? Upon reviewing the call history, he noted that apart from 2 missed calls from the landlady and 1 from his childhood friend Luochen, all the others were from unfamiliar numbers. Moreover, these numbers hailed from distant locales. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Luochen glanced at the unfamiliar number and, after a moment's hesitation, answered, "Who is this?" To his surprise, the voice on the other end was filled with ire. "Bah, scum, why don't you go die?" Before Luochen could respond, the caller abruptly ended the conversation. He was left in a state of bewilderment. After a moment of reflection, he dialed Luochen's number. "Old Lu, did you call me this morning?" The phone line was in disarray, as if originating from a bustling restaurant. After a brief pause, he finally discerned Luochen's urgent voice. Lowered in intensity, "Luochen, you better come clean. Did you cause Lu Ru's death?" Luochen felt as though his mind was about to explode. Struck by a bolt of lightning. Lu Ru, dead? Indeed. Short videos from Binhai City are circulating everywhere. A female student from Binhai University jumped to her death late at night, leaving behind a suicide note accusing her boyfriend, Luochen, of being the cause. And the phone number mentioned is yours. An icy chill enveloped Luochen. What the hell? I only made a couple of phone calls yesterday. Just because I stopped being her devoted admirer, she decided to end her life? Yes, Lu Ru was indeed the girl he had spoken to the previous day. After a moment of panic, Luochen finally regained his composure. Actually, it shouldn't be too serious. According to Luochen, this woman jumped late last night. If the police truly suspected him, he would already be having tea with Uncle Hat. With this thought, he dialed his landlady's number. "Annie, I just saw that you called me. I was gaming, just logged off." The sound of clattering mahjong tiles came through the receiver, offering Luochen some comfort. "Xiao Luo, it's all right. Late last night, our neighborhood's officer, Old Lee, came with 2 others, insisting on finding you, when you didn't answer my calls. I used the spare key to open your door and found you sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in that popular game." Puzzled, Luochen asked, "So, you didn't wake me?" "We tried. We called out for ages, but there was no response. If it weren't for your steady heartbeat, I might have thought." Eventually, Old Lee contacted some support department, and they said certain players can't be awakened directly through the headset, as it could cause brain damage. They suggested contacting some company for further communication. In the end, Old Lee took the others away. "Nothing to worry about. I must go now. Annie is playing cards." A winning hand. After hanging up, Luochen contemplated for a while, ultimately managing a bitter smile. Well, that must serve as an alibi, right? He touched his nose. Suddenly enlightened, was it Officer Old Lee and the relevant departments that caused my nosebleed? Goodness. Thankfully, I listened to Nye Xiaodai and returned to 404 yesterday. Otherwise, I would be in real trouble. Wait, regarding Lu Ru. That shouldn't be the case. Nye Xiaodai was gaming with me all night. Besides, Lu Ru would never take her own life because of me. According to the original owner's memories, she was not the type to commit suicide. Yet now, not only had she died, but the news was spreading like wildfire, and she had left behind my name and phone number. At that moment, his phone rang again. Luochen sighed, realizing he might need to change his number. "Hello? Who is this?" Just as he braced himself for reprimand, a deep male voice came through, seemingly engaged in some intense physical activity. "Luochen, I know your secret. Noon, 12 o'clock, at the west gate of Sakura Park." What the hell? Luochen was instantly stunned. What on earth is happening? My secrets have multiplied. Which one do you know? Calm down. In such situations, how should one proceed? Typically, in films, the protagonist confronts the issue head-on, leading to some inexplicable events. Alternatively, one might feel anxious and be schemed against, or choose to act as if nothing has occurred, only to face dire consequences later. Oh, that simplifies things. Luochen promptly dialed a number. "I shall report this to the authorities." An hour later, Officer Lee, the local policeman, emerged from the precinct with Luochen. Patting Luochen's shoulder, Officer Lee remarked with a hint of sympathy, "Young man, anyone encountering such a predicament would feel utterly helpless. However, the criminal investigation team has thoroughly examined the matter, and your involvement has been completely ruled out. As for the Sakura Park incident you mentioned, it appears to be a mere prank. Do not concern yourself with it. Furthermore, be more cautious in trusting others. You are living in 404 due to financial constraints. Luo-chan was at a loss for words, yet he felt a twinge of gratitude. But, Officer Lee, are you not aware that the gaming headset is worth 100,000? Brotherly, let us have lunch together. I shall treat. Officer Lee was taken aback. Then realization dawned upon him. Very well. What do you wish to eat? The zhangji de panji downstairs is quite delightful. 58 for a large pot, and it even comes with 2 servings of noodles. After a satisfying meal, Officer Lee discreetly approached the cashier to settle the bill, only to be informed by the proprietor of zhangji de panji that the young man had already paid. Officer Lee was astonished. Did this lad truly treat me to a meal? A smile broke across his face. It seems he's not suffering from any mental issues after all. Once they finished dining, Luo-chan bid farewell to Officer Lee and entered a nearby telecommunications store. Such brick-and-mortar establishments are becoming increasingly rare. Half an hour later, after linking his bank card and other essentials to his new phone number, he crushed the old card. Damn it! He notified his landlady and Lu Xiang on WeChat, then disregarded the matter. The original owner had a limited social circle, and with no relatives back home, it was unlikely anyone would inquire after 3 months of disappearance. Upon returning to 404, his phone rang. Luo-chan wondered, is old Lu busy at this hour? Could it be the landlady? However, upon glancing at the unfamiliar number on the screen, a chill ran down his spine. Who could it be? Just as he hesitated to answer, an unknown text message illuminated the screen. He opened it immediately, revealing just 3 words. Do not answer. Chapter 23. Fortune's Complexity. Luo-chan stared blankly at his phone, watching as an unfamiliar number was disconnected after timing out. After a few moments of daze, another unknown message appeared. Luo-chan's spirit jolted, and he hurriedly checked. This time, it was an unexpectedly lengthy sentence. Stay in. 404. Now, online, bring the symbol to the Serpent's Valley. Enter the Hall of Corpses. Although still somewhat fragmented, Luo-chan immediately understood. This was Nye Xiaodai urging him to join the game. He glanced at the time, 1 in the afternoon. Normally, he would take a nap to replenish his energy, but Luo-chan realized that he was not the least bit drowsy. It would be strange to feel sleepy. After a quick bathroom break and some simple preparations, he donned his gaming helmet. Initially contemplating locking the door, he reconsidered. There was no need. As long as he remained in his room, he should be safe. Upon entering the game, the bitchy safe zone was still teeming with people, bustling like a train station during the spring festival. After swiftly repairing his equipment, even torches could be repaired. Luo-chan purchased 6 bundles of super healing salve, 4 bundles of protective charms, 10 bundles of random teleportation scrolls, and 2 torches. He then utilized the bitchy veteran to teleport directly to the Serpent's Valley. In the game S-Night, players were a rare sight in the wilderness, allowing Luo-chan to navigate through the checkpoints with relative ease before teleporting randomly. After more than half an hour, he traversed the first layer of the bitchy abandoned mine, the zombie cave in the Serpent's Valley, the eastern part of the abandoned mine, layers A1 and A2 of the mine, the abandoned stone quarry, and the transit station, finally reaching the central layer B1 of the mine. Luo-chan was fortunate. When only 2 bundles of random teleportation scrolls remained, he arrived at the B2 layer of the central area of the Serpent's Valley mine. With no players hindering his progress and avoiding combat, he moved smoothly. The B2 layer of the Serpent's Valley mine presented a vast expanse, but there were actually 5 coordinates leading to the Hall of the Corpse King. Relying on his memory, he randomly flew a few times and located a corner. Before him were zombies, their health boosted to 310 points under the influence of the night buff, with doubled attack speed, movement speed, attack power, and defense. Luo-chan could not withstand the onslaught. Thus, like a survivor in a zombie movie, he sprinted quickly in a circle with a throng of zombies trailing behind him. Many monk zombies emerged from the ground. Luo-chan swiftly identified his target. One of the monk zombies had created an opening, calculating the angle and route. He successfully fell into the pit, officially entering the Hall of the Corpse King in the Serpent's Valley. Initially prepared for random flight, Luo-chan discovered upon landing that there were no monsters in his vicinity. In one corner of the hall of the Corpse King, dozens of Corpse Kings were gathered. Luochen quickly surveyed his surroundings and heard the tinkling sound of healing magic emanating from a shadowy corner. He rushed over and, upon closer inspection, it was indeed the silver-haired female Taoist, Nie Xiaodai. Have you not logged off at all? Luochen inquired, dropping 4 bundles of protective charms, 1 bundle of random teleportation scrolls, and 2 torches as he spoke. Nie Xiaodai immediately picked up the items from the ground and, visibly excited, circled around Luochen a few times before coming to a halt. Luochen, possessing great patience, understood that Nie Xiaodai was typing with her toes. After a while, a large bubble emerged. I simultaneously exist in the room and the game. You're in 404. Safety. This message was exceedingly clear, and Luochen instantly comprehended. No wonder Nie Xiaodai had prevented him from moving. What was so special about room 404 and building 4? Was it a safe zone in reality? What was the truth behind Lu Ru's death? Who were the individuals that urged me to go to Sakura Park at noon and call me earlier? Although Luochen did not anticipate Nie Xiaodai could answer these questions, he could not help but inquire. This time, the wait was prolonged, and after several minutes, another bubble appeared. Darkness. Apostle. For now. Enhancement. Crucial. You are fortunate. 10. Night. Drop rate. Tenfold. Luochen gradually adapted to Nie Xiaodai's manner of communication and swiftly deduced from her words. You mean behind all this, there are dark forces and apostles at play. But we should not concern ourselves with them for now. Enhancing our strength is paramount. Nie Xiaodai made a confirming gesture, and Luochen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he tentatively continued, I indeed possess the attribute of 10 luck. During the game's night, the monster drop rate increases tenfold. Given the collaboration the two had engaged in throughout the previous night, it was entirely reasonable for him to discern his fortunate talent. Nie Xiaodai confirmed again with a nod, and then began to circle around Luochen joyfully. Luochen was elated. The attribute of 10 luck, as he had surmised, possessed additional effects. With excitement, he eagerly asked Nie Xiaodai, what other peculiarities does the 10 luck attribute hold? Nie Xiaodai became still once more. Luochen gazed at the silver-haired, purple-eyed female Taoist, internally lamenting, could you not just nod or shake your head? However, he had long since realized that Nie Xiaodai's character exhibited almost no micro-expressions. To a first-time observer, she appeared as cold and unapproachable as an iceberg. Another bubble floated up. Not obvious. Weapon enhancement. Premium bonuses. Dungeons. Reality. Mini. Upon finishing her message, Nie Xiaodai seemed somewhat vexed and dashed off into the distance. Moments later, she returned, leading a Corpse King. Only then did Luochen notice that in the corner where Nie Xiaodai had been, there lay numerous monster corpses, all poison green and lifeless. So, she had been grinding monsters here? However, upon reflection, it made sense. Nie Xiaodai possessed stealth abilities, and her poison remained lethal even against the Corpse King, whose doubled health would succumb within 6 minutes. Clearly, she had dispatched many Corpse Kings already. Luochen approached and began to stab at the Corpse King relentlessly. The space was ample, and the experience of battling monsters was exhilarating. After donning his deerhide boots and belt, Luochen equipped the Death God gloves once more, elevating his attack power significantly. It was worth noting that the 2 pieces of equipment he had purchased for 500,000 gold coins were not dropped by game monsters, but rather acquired through completing quests. Deerskin boots, weight 1, durability 6/6, defense 0-2, load 4, requires level 22. The quest is issued by the tailor shop owner in Bitch City. Players may exchange 1 complete deerskin and 1 deer antler for this item. Deerskin belt, weight 1, durability 6/6, load 2, requires level 22. Removing its inherent properties grants an additional point to the load. This quest is similarly issued by the tailor shop owner, but only requires a damaged deerskin, which can be obtained with a low probability from a deer's corpse in the post-apocalyptic world. Currently, Luochen's equipment is as follows. Level 26 Purgatory, attack 0-25. Level 46 Warlord armor, defense 5-10, exceptional 1. Magic resistance 3 to 5, attack 0 to 4, exceptional 4. Level 14 magic helmet. Defense 0 to 1, magic resistance 1 to 1, attack 0 to 4, exceptional 4. Level 24 ghost necklace, attack 0 to 6, 1. Level 22 death gloves, defense 0 to 2, exceptional 2, attack 1 to 3, exceptional 1. Level 3 iron bracelet, accuracy 2, exceptional 1, attack 0 to 4, exceptional 4. Level 25 coral ring, attack 0 to 5, exceptional 1. Level 30 skeleton ring, attack 0 to 5, exceptional 2. The level 22 deerskin boots provide defense 0 to 2 and load 4. The level 22 deerskin belt offers load 2. At present, Luochen is at level 26. With 334 health points, base attack of 6 to 10, defense 0 to 5, magic resistance 0 to 1. His panel attack is now 6 to 66, with a maximum critical hit of 72, 1 times. Thus, even the Corpse King, with all attributes doubled, swiftly succumbs to his mobile strikes. The ability to execute mobile assassinations is essential for a high-level warrior. Provided there is sufficient space, a warrior can take on any melee boss with mobile knife strikes. After 23 strikes, the Corpse King falls, dropping several potions, a heap of gold coins, and a level 28 skill book for Taoist demon binding spell. Not bad. Nie Xiaodai continues to lure monsters. The second Corpse King drops 2 ordinary accessories, several potions, and more gold coins. The third yields a soul fire talisman. The fourth drops attack, killing swordsmanship, and summon skeleton. It is not until the fifth Corpse King that a valuable special item is obtained, repairing divine water, 1010. Luochen promptly picks it up. This item retails for 1,000 credit coins in the affluent marketplace, akin to the Bloodstone, yet remains highly sought after among players, easily fetching 500 coins. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai rushes over and begins to strike him with the demon slaying blade. Luochen suddenly realizes and hastily discards the repairing divine water. He had forgotten her pressing need. Nie Xiaodai picks up the item and casts 2 healing spells on Luochen, expressing her delight. Well, very well. At present, there are approximately 20 monsters remaining within the Hall of the Corpse King. Chapter 24. The Fate Crystal. After Luochen vanquished the 10th Corpse King, he finally beheld an eagerly anticipated treasure, the Fate Crystal. Overwhelmed with excitement, he nearly shouted in astonishment. This gem is worth a staggering 900,000 credit coins. He promptly picked it up. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai, who had initially intended to lure enemies, rushed over, circling him frantically before tossing something onto the ground. Luochen focused his gaze and was instantly taken aback. Fate Crystal physique. He snatched it up at lightning speed, his heart racing with fervor. Trembling, he addressed Nie Xiaodai. Fair maiden, one cannot simply discard this on the ground. What if it vanishes, gets snatched away, or if the server restarts and I disconnect? What then? Nie Xiaodai retaliated with a swift strike, then fell silent. Luochen patiently awaited her response. A minute later, bubbles began to rise. Crystals, many varieties, ghost. Give me. What? Luochen pondered, perplexed. Are there multiple types of fate crystals? Reflecting on his previous experience, he suddenly realized the one he had used before was a physique one. Thus, he tentatively clicked on the newly acquired crystal in his inventory, and sure enough, a new system notification appeared. Fate Crystal Spirit discovered. At this moment, Luochen comprehended fully. No wonder it is called the Fate Crystal. It is akin to unboxing attribute point blind boxes. Ah, the Spirit Crystal. Surely this is what Nie Xiaodai needs. He attempted a trade with her. To his surprise, after a brief glance, Nie Xiaodai declined the offer and struck him twice. Luochen furrowed his brow, speculating, "You don't require this, so you want me to use it?" Nie Xiaodai delivered a single blow in affirmation. "Very well, then I shall not hold back." Luochen decisively employed both fate crystals. Physique, Spirit One. The exhilaration he felt surpassed even the most euphoric sensations imaginable. This must surely reflect in reality. With renewed vigor, Luochen urged Nie Xiaodai to press on. There are still 10 Corpse Kings. Let us see another drop. He was immensely satisfied with his current luck. After slaying another 5 corpse kings, however, he received no fate crystals, but instead acquired a high-level skill book, Half Moon Curve Blade. Luochen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but then reconsidered. Surely, he was being too greedy. This was also an incredibly valuable item worth millions of gold coins. Only 5 corpse kings remained. Luochen had lost hope. After all, fate crystals are not so easily obtained. Just then, a bright light appeared in the center of the Corpse King Hall, resembling a torch. Moments later, several individuals entered. Luochen's heart raced with alarm. Other players had discovered the Corpse King Hall. A coincidence? Or something more? After a brief moment, he discerned the names of the newcomers. Knight's Song, Bodyguard 5, Bodyguard 6, Bodyguard 7, Bodyguard 8. Panic surged within him. The top player on the kill leaderboard. The notorious red-named warrior, Knight's Song. At this moment, he was glaringly level 25. 4 followers, all at level 22, accompanied by 4 level 5 skeletons, stood poised. Luochen refrained from making any rash movements, remaining ever ready to take flight. It was not out of fear, but rather a recognition of his own limitations. Nie Xiaodai had mysteriously vanished, lacking even a torch. However, Yi Shenggu, on the opposite side, seemed equally unprepared for the unexpected presence of someone ranked first on the leaderboard. After a brief silence, it was Yi Shenggu who broke the tension. Greetings. My brother, let us refrain from hostility for now. Luochen was momentarily taken aback. What? Are you afraid of me confronting you alone with your 5? Yet, Yi Shenggu clearly harbored a different perspective, perhaps possessing knowledge of deeper truths, as he maintained a respectful demeanor towards the formidable brother. We are both aware of the grave consequences of PK. I cannot guarantee my survival, yet I trust you do not wish for me to resort to desperation. At this juncture, Luochen realized, indeed, Yi Shenggu was privy to the secrets regarding the indestructible and the fate crystals. Thus, he calmly inquired, shall we exchange information? Besides physique and spirit, do you possess any surplus fate crystals? Furthermore, are there other locations where the drop rate for fate crystals is notably high? Yeyashink gave us momentarily, but soon responded decisively. No one has surplus fate crystals. However, esteemed apostle, I can reveal 3 locations with comparatively high drop rates. The Corpse King Hall, the Great Courage in the Demon's Ceiling Valley, and the Scarecrow in the Unknown Dark Hall. Luochen's heart surged with joy, realizing he was regarded as an equal. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. All major bosses have their drop rates. Yi Shenggu frowned in rebuttal. Brother, this is common knowledge. Even all creatures of the night possess a chance to drop. Yet the odds are exceedingly low. Luochen interrupted, aware that excessive words could lead to misfortune. So, what now? Yi Shenggu surveyed the area, noting the few remaining corpse kings, hesitating. Brother, are you truly alone? Luochen remained silent, his expression inscrutable. The other party quickly recognized the foolishness of his question and sought to amend. The Corpse King Hall and the Beachy Mine has been monopolized by the Zhang family of Lingyin. If you can assist me in establishing a foothold here, how about I offer you a fate crystal? Ghost? With this proposition, Yi Shenggu felt a pang of anxiety. The crystal he mentioned had limited utility, applicable only to select factions. Moreover, his insinuation of a complete takeover was concerning. Although his adversaries appeared weak, who could ascertain if they were not hidden masters or descendants of prestigious families? Before Luochen could respond, Nie Xiaodai suddenly emerged from the shadows, making a feigned attack. Luochen understood. She desired it. Yi Shenggu also instantly grasped the implications. This novice god was certainly no ordinary character. Thankfully, conflict was averted. In the ensuing moments, Nie Xiaodai decisively summoned 5 corpse kings, showcasing her formidable green poison. The 4 bodyguards cooperated impeccably, each restraining one. Luochen refrained from intervening, standing to the side with an air of detachment. In reality, he was discreetly examining Yi Shengji's equipment. After scrutinizing the gear, Luochen comprehended. No wonder this fellow bore a notorious red name. His weapon was, astonishingly, a cursed level 10 Rakshasa. With an attack power of 15 to 0 and a curse enhancement of 10, the level 15 Rakshasa, complemented by superior level 2 and an attack power of 2 to 0 from the Devil's Necklace, alongside 2 pieces of defense equipment rated 0 to 2, and the Death's Gloves with an attack power of 1 to 2, as well as 2 pieces of magical defense rated 0 to 2, and a blue crystal ring with an attack power of 1 to 0. The performance of Yi Shanggu was decidedly subpar. Simultaneously, Yi Shanggu was inspecting Luochen's equipment, rendered speechless in astonishment. This novice god was undoubtedly a hidden powerhouse. Without hesitation, he traded the Fate Crystal, Phantom, to Luochen and proactively added him as a friend, suggesting mutual assistance in the future. Luochen acquiesced. 6 minutes later, all 5 corpse kings lay defeated, leaving the 4 bodyguards profoundly shaken. After collecting the spoils, Luochen intended to inquire how Nie Xiaodai planned to retreat, only to find her figure had vanished without a trace. Resolving not to linger, he bid farewell and decisively returned to the city. Shortly thereafter, players from Yi Shanggu began to flood the Corpse King Hall, swiftly dominating the map. Meanwhile, back in Bitch City, Luochen confirmed that the portly merchant was online and immediately teleported to the 0222 warehouse suite. As he exchanged greetings with the merchant, a silver-haired female Taoist suddenly appeared at his side. The merchant nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Bird uncle, who is this beautiful lady? Why can't I see her name? And, where did she get in here? Luochen was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly interrupted the merchant. You know too much already. He then furrowed his brow and asked, have you purchased the Fate Crystal worth 900,000 credit coins? The merchant, momentarily forgetting his astonishment, excitedly responded, yes. I bought it with my personal funds. There are already people covertly acquiring it in the circle. Although they offered 500,000, there is no upper limit. Luochen's heart sank. Indeed, there were numerous hidden manipulators at play. He maintained a calm facade and inquired, what attributes does your Fate Crystal possess? A charm. The merchant replied somewhat uncertainly. I'm asking for 1 million, but they only offered 600,000. Luochen found himself in an awkward position. Charm? Aside from courtesans, who would want that? It seems there's a real possibility of the merchant taking a small loss. Unexpectedly, Nie Xiaodai beside him suddenly struck Luochen with a blow. What the? Luochen exclaimed in frustration. You, a beautiful female ghost, already possess such allure. Why do you need a charm crystal? The issue is, I can't afford it. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai initiated a trade with Luochen, revealing her items. A magic 3 gold bracelet, a Tao 2 gold bracelet, a magic 2 defense 1 ebony bracelet, a strength 2 sturdy glove, and a Tao 3 gold ring. As Luochen observed Nie Xiaodai laying her treasures bare, he felt an indescribable mixture of gratitude and helplessness, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Fair lady, these are far from sufficient. Chapter 25, Methods of Earning Money in a Moment of Hesitation. Nie Xiaodai surprisingly placed a gold bar, 1 million coins, and a level 35 skill book for summoning divine beasts on the trading table. Luochen was instantly taken aback. What on earth? Nie Xiaodai, are you truly willing to part with such a rare skill book that you could utilize in the future? Seeing the beauty's emotions reach this point, Luochen gritted his teeth and accepted the trade. He rummaged through his own storage, reluctantly retrieving the half-moon saber. Fatty, the bird uncle assured me you wouldn't suffer any losses, so let us settle this fairly. This Fate Crystal, charm is backed by him. With that, Luochen displayed all the items in his bag, including the summoning skill book and 2 half-moon sabers. I've laid all my assets before you. Get a fair valuation. The plump man was taken aback. Bird uncle, are you serious? And you're about to reach level 28. The current market price for a half-moon saber has skyrocketed to 50 million coins, 100,000 credit coins each. All right, I'll keep 1 half-moon saber for now. Luochen, receptive to the advice, acquiesced. The plump man was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide. Bird uncle, I meant. He then sighed deeply, his expression turning serious. Bird uncle, if this Fate Crystal incurs a loss, you must not blame yourself. It was my curiosity that led to this. Otherwise, it would certainly be worth more than 1 million. Luochen agreed, indeed. A fake crystal devoid of attributes must hold considerable value. After a moment of contemplation, the plump man stated decisively, "Let us do this. I'll give you 900,000 first. The remaining balance can be gradually deducted from your future trades. How's that sound? Paying in installments? And on credit?" Luochen nodded with satisfaction. "Are you not concerned I might abscond?" The plump man resolutely proclaimed, "I trust in Bird Uncle S' integrity." However, he had carefully assessed the novice god's ability to generate wealth. Within merely 2 days of the game's launch, he had acquired such valuable items. Furthermore, if Bird Uncle were to liquidate his equipment, it could easily fetch 200,000 credit coins. Many affluent players, bewildered by some unknown affliction, were fervently seeking premium equipment, leading to a continuous surge in the sales of gaming helmets, as numerous players flocked to the Apocalypse new century to amass wealth. The current market was indeed chaotic and thriving. Minutes later, the plump man quoted a bundle price for Luochen's items. "Bird Uncle, for all these, I'll offer you 450,000. He promptly traded the charm crystal and continued, "There remains a balance of 450,000, which will be deducted from your upcoming trades. Is that acceptable?" Luochen accepted the crystal, transferring it to Nie Xiaodai, and then smiled nonchalantly. Trust is mutual. In truth, he had hesitated earlier, contemplating reclaiming the Summoned Divine B skillbook, as it would be useful for Nie Xiaodai in the future. However, he ultimately decided against it, realizing one cannot monopolize all benefits. Besides, Nie Xiaodai was only at level 24, far from level 35. With their prowess, he was confident they would eventually acquire it. After a brief silence, Nie Xiaodai next to him suddenly had a bubble appear above her head. "Come to the BJ weapon shop, waiting for you." Having said that, her figure vanished without a trace. Luochen felt a surge of excitement. After using that ghost crystal, Nie Xiaodai had become so articulate. The chubby man beside him was somewhat puzzled. "Bird Uncle, why doesn't your Bird ain't use voice chat? There aren't many players typing in the game anymore." Luochen rolled his eyes and casually remarked, "Her gaming pod got waterlogged." After exchanging pleasantries, he returned to the city and then teleported to the BJ weapon shop, which had transformed into an upgraded high-level blacksmith shop. The chubby man furrowed his brow and muttered, "Isn't the gaming pod supposed to have free after-sale service? If it got waterlogged, just fix it." Can a gaming pod actually get waterlogged? Upon arriving at the weapon shop, Luochen was astonished to find that the number of players here rivaled that of the warehouse. Moreover, this place also disregarded collision boundaries. At that moment, a silver-haired female Taoist appeared before him, a bubble emerging above her head. 0404, rent for 4 hours. Luochen understood and opened the blacksmith apprentice interface, which had appeared in the Apocalypse New Century. "I'm not sure why this NPC exists." Selecting the 0404 room and opting for a 4-hour hourly rental. The fee was 100,000 gold, 200 pieces. Damn! Luochen inwardly scoffed. How much does it cost to rent a room for a few hours in reality? After a moment, he and the silver-haired, purple-eyed Taoist found themselves in the hourly room 0404. Suddenly, Luochen felt that this 200 pieces was somewhat worth it. Ahem! What was he thinking? It must be the charm crystal of Nie Xiaodai. The silver-haired beauty surely had no idea what was on Luochen's mind. After a brief silence, she floated a bubble. By black iron, or with a purity of 60, blue jade 3. Luochen furrowed his brow, guessing, by black iron or with a total purity above 60? Was he supposed to upgrade the weapon to hell? The silver-haired beauty lightly struck him with a blade. Understood. Luochen surveyed his surroundings and opened the blacksmith apprentice interface within the room, which indeed displayed a plethora of black iron ores and ordinary jewelry for sale, resembling an auction house. Oh, no wonder there were so many players here. But again, wasn't it necessary to go to the Shabak weapon shop to upgrade weapons? Could be done here too? As Luochen pondered, he purchased 6 blocks of iron ore with a purity of 10 and 3 blue jade necklaces with an ordinary attack of 2-2, spending a total of 150,000 gold. Surprisingly, mining seemed quite promising. 1 block of black iron or could be sold for 20, and even if he mined 2 blocks in an hour, it would earn more than driving a DD or delivering takeout. After acquiring the materials, under Xiaoda's guidance, Luochen placed the hell weapon before him, feeling somewhat anxious as he clicked to upgrade. If it failed, both of them would incur significant losses. Luochen forced a wry smile. Xiaodai bubbled 2 words, "Don't worry." Half an hour later, Shabak should take an hour. Luochen retrieved a hell weapon adorned with a star, holding it in his hand with considerable trepidation. He hadn't even prepared a buffer knife and wasn't sure if it would be reliable. Xiaodai spun around with palpable excitement. Then after a moment, exclaimed, "Hit me." Luochen chuckled. "How could I bear to strike you?" Yet his weapon swung decisively. Within the confines of the private room, a sanctuary of safety, Luochen felt emboldened to act. With a swift slash, his weapon's upgrade was successful. The Inferno's attack soared to a formidable 0 to 26. Luochen was elated. A slight increase in attack could at least double its value. Continue. Xiaodai was not yet satisfied. Luochen paused, "My dear. There's a chance of failure. Should it shatter, it would delay our progress. Fortune favors the bold." Xiaodai insisted steadfastly. A realization dawned upon Luochen. My luck at 10 could also be utilized to upgrade weapons. Indeed, 7 times a day, call me Xiaodai, she typed with increasing fluency, indicating the profound effect the ghostly crystal had on her. Luochen comprehended that it was indeed his luck that allowed for 7 weapon upgrades daily. "All right, Xiaodai, no problem." He invested 150,000 to procure the necessary materials. Half an hour later, wielding the Inferno with an attack of 0 to 27, he was thoroughly convinced of Xiaodia's words. Henceforth, Destiny crystals would be bought and discarded without hesitation. As the time in the room approached its end, Luochen held the Inferno, now boasting an attack of 0 to 31. Trembling with excitement, Xiaodai flitted around him, and Luochen hesitated to strike. "Hit me." Xiaodia's enthusiasm was infectious. After several moments of indecision, Luochen closed his eyes and struck down fervently. With a whoosh, the Inferno with an attack of 0 to 32 was born. Luochen erupted in joyous exclamations, while Xiaodai danced around him in exhilaration. Once the excitement subsided, Luochen sought clarification from Xiaodai. "Only 7 upgrades per day?" She steadied herself, and after a couple of minutes, a significant bubble of information emerged. Luck at 10 is not omnipotent. It enhances low-probability events applicable to the same weapon. Limited to 7 upgrades daily and remain secure. Understood. Upon returning to the safety zone, it was already past 7 in the evening. Luochen pondered briefly before teleporting to the 0222 warehouse private room. "Pongzi, please promote this weapon within your circles," naming it. Exchanging Destiny crystals for a number, or 10 billion gold coins. Jean Pongzi, upon seeing the weapon's attributes, was left astounded, nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. "Goodness, just moments ago, we were discussing how the player equipment leaderboard suddenly featured an incredibly powerful new number 1 weapon. It turns out to be from Bird Uncle." He then incredulously inquired, 7 successful upgrades? My heavens, how is that even possible?" Luochen replied, "Basic operations, nothing too extraordinary." Then he frowned. "Have you posted it?" Jean Pongzi immediately complied. This is the best advertisement for gaining notoriety. Chapter 26. Undercurrents. Luochen removed his helmet and glanced at the time. It was 7:30 in the evening. He lifted the blanket off the sofa and stood up, stretching his limbs, which instantly provided him with a novel sensation, an increase of 1 point in physique and 1 point in spirit. He felt invigorated. A quick inspection of his previous abrasions revealed that the scabs had fallen away, revealing smooth, fair skin beneath. The crystal of fate was indeed remarkable. His stomach rumbled audibly, prompting Luochen to dash to the restroom. After a quick shower, he realized he was ravenous. Indeed, one should never bathe on an empty stomach. His gaze fell upon a box of instant noodles by the wall, and he immediately resolved to feast heartily. A few minutes later, Luochen arrived at the Asyong rice noodle shop on the ground floor, taking matters into his own hands. He swiftly retrieved 2 braised duck legs, 2 marinated eggs, 2 pieces of tofu, 2 grilled sausages, and a bottle of soda from a warming pot, then settled down to indulge. The proprietress, surprised by his appetite, remarked, "Little Luo, have you not eaten all day?" Luochen chewed an egg a couple of times before swallowing it whole, nodding vigorously after shoving a piece of tofu into his mouth. The proprietress promptly opened the soda can, inserted a straw, and placed it at his lips, advising him to take his time. After all, no one was competing for his meal. After a satisfying bowl of chicken dai soup noodles, Luochen exhaled in contentment. The shop was now bustling, with all 10 tables occupied. Rising to settle his bill, he scanned the QR code for 50 yuan and generously told the proprietress, "No need for change." The proprietress hesitated for a moment before responding, "Little Luo, that comes to 64. What?" Luochen turned to his table and noticed 3 empty noodle bowls and 3 soda bottles. Suddenly realizing, how could he eat like a beast? Returning to room 404, Luochen sank back on a sofa, clenching his fists, feeling slightly disoriented. He sensed he was no longer quite like the average person. A glance at the clock revealed it was 8:30. What was he waiting for? Time to log in. Upon re-entering the game, he quickly prepared himself, purchasing a backpack full of random teleportation scrolls. Luochen immediately teleported to the Viper Valley. He could no longer roam the Peking mine. It was rumored that yesterday, Wang Jiasan Shao was frantically searching for him, and the entire merchant circle buzzed with whispers. A reward of 500,000 gold coins for anyone who could provide the coordinates of the god of newbies. Today, the Viper mine was equally perilous. Thus, his goal was the Centipede Cave in the Mengchong province. However, he did not plan to traverse the Viper Valley outpost directly into the province. Before the merger, the outpost was guarded not only by archers, but also by a unique monster known as the Soul Reaper. In the original owner's memory, this creature resembled a mass of dark, viscous tar, devoid of a health bar and seemingly invulnerable. Yet, any player touched by it would perish instantly. Therefore, Luochen intended to navigate through the passage connecting to the first level of the dungeon, heading east. Along the way, he noticed numerous players taking advantage of the relatively clear path to advance toward the mine. Wise individuals often shared similar thoughts. Luochen had previously purchased a backpack filled with random teleportation scrolls, allowing him to traverse the path without engaging in combat. At the stroke of 9, he materialized within the connecting passage, only to be astonished by the considerable number of players already present. "There are people here, make way," declared a member of the Pirate King family, asserting their dominance over the second bend. "This dead end is our low-profile territory. Thank you for your cooperation." The comrades in the connecting passage were informed. The central line on both sides comprises our utopia's hunting grounds. Please keep your distance. Passers-by, take note. Luochen could hardly believe his eyes. Just yesterday, he had the entire area to himself, and now it resembled a bustling marketplace. Fortunately, he had adjusted his plans. Passing through, "Make way," he succinctly greeted the throng. Despite the crowd, none dared to provoke him. "Ah, the god of novices, the one with a bounty of 500,000 gold coins for coordinates. The Inferno," murmurs echoed among the players, many quietly engaging in the trade of information. Some team leaders, disheartened, lamented the demise of their plans to monopolize the area. It was evident that a flood of players would soon inundate this space. Luochen paid little heed to the commotion. As long as he was not besieged, he had little to fear. While the connecting passage did not permit the use of random teleportation, it did allow for a return to the city. If necessary, he could always come back. For the moment, however, he pressed onward at a swift pace. Fortunately, the path was familiar, and with the monsters drawn away by other players, he reached the territory of the last group of players within mere minutes. This group numbered over 20, all proudly bearing the Utopia prefix in their names. Passing through, "Make way," he continued his polite greetings. The Utopia players reciprocated with equal courtesy. "Move quickly." With so many opponents, Luochen's demeanor softened. Beyond the central line lay the territory of the insects, a domain devoid of level 20 players. Here, only a handful practiced their leveling with utmost caution. To run rampant in this area, the swarms of black malignant larvae would not permit it. nor would the ubiquitous clawed insects, unless one possessed the power to command their acquiescence. Luochen had that capability, yet time was not on his side. Just yesterday, he had been targeted by the three young masters of the Wang family. With the release of today's equipment rankings, he wielded a weapon far superior to the Judgment Staff, a level 30 warrior weapon with an attack range of 0 to 30. A coveted prize for countless players who had struck it rich overnight. These players were not averse to eliminating him. Rather, they exercised caution. Those who had painstakingly journeyed to this location were laden with potions, prepared for an all-night grind to level up. Engaging in player killing would simply not be worth the risk, especially considering the likelihood of defeat. After all, the top ranker on the leaderboard was anything but a name without substance. Luochen sprinted ahead, skillfully maneuvering through the throng. The monsters before him grew increasingly dense, leaving little room to maneuver. He could not afford to hesitate. Once surrounded, he would either have to return to the city or face the onslaught. After a period of relentless advancement, Luochen could no longer see any players around. Seizing the opportunity, he wedged himself into a crevice beside the cave wall, a perfect spot to trap monsters, where only 3 gigantic worms could reach him. Instead of engaging the creatures, Luochen chose to wait in silence. A few minutes later, a figure appeared beside him, the silver-haired priestess, Nye Xiaodai. Luochen let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Xiaodai, I was about to head back to town if you didn't arrive soon." Nye Xiaodai swiftly cast a talisman at the somewhat menacing face of the rookie god, instantly calming the agitated swarm of worms, save for the 3 towering creatures still writhing before Luochen. With her level 21 priestess skill, group invisibility, Luochen could finally begin to clear the monsters without concern. After upgrading his hellish blade to a formidable 0 to 32 attack, his current damage range stood at 6 to 73. With a maximum strike potential of 81 times, striking thrice per creature. He relished the exhilaration of the hunt. This time, however, he did not attempt to clear the entire area, but rather pressed forward along the side of the mountain, his objective clear. He was headed for the Centipede Cave. Moreover, he collected all the sunwater and potent sunwater scattered on the ground, preparing for the 4 archer guards ahead. In Binhai City, atop the Wang Group building, in the chairman's office, an elderly man clad in a traditional suit, full of vigor and radiating health, wore a furious expression as he reprimanded a somewhat handsome, yet unruly young tycoon. "Third, how many times must I tell you? Do not treat this apocalypse as a game. Look at you. Not only have you lost your apocalypse rights, but you've also squandered considerable company resources hunting down that so-called rookie god. Let me reiterate, from now on, you are forbidden from utilizing public resources within the game. If you seek revenge, go find your 4th uncle in the real world." The young tycoon, his face darkened with anger, muttered under his breath, "But you didn't inform me in time that game characters cannot die." His older brothers were well aware of this. With a resounding slap, the elder struck the young tycoon across the face. "I notified the family meeting 3 days in advance. What were you doing, you fool?" Immediately chastened, the young tycoon, despite his brazen demeanor, felt a deep-seated fear towards the elder before him. This old man was decisive and ruthless, even with family members. Exiting the chairman's office, the young tycoon's grim expression terrified the secretary in a short skirt waiting at the door, causing her to tremble. "Have a Biao contact my 4th uncle and devise a way to uncover the true identity of that rookie god. I want him to regret ever coming to this world." The secretary could barely steady her trembling legs and stammered, "But I only need the results." Chapter 27. Treating them as monsters? How ruthless! After spending over half an hour, Luochen and Nye Xiaodai had progressed to the area where the mutated slime respawned, following the mountainside depicted on the map. This particular boss was camouflaging itself among a group of massive worms, masquerading as a head of garlic. However, it was located near the mountainside on the opposite side of the connecting passage. Luochen glanced back at the map. There was no one in sight. They had only cleared 1/3 of the monsters at the cross-section of the connecting passage, while the remaining 2/3 had dispersed, effectively blocking the path. Even if pursuers were to arrive, Luochen would sense their approach in advance. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the mutated slime, for it dropped high-level equipment and had the potential to yield exceptional loot. The two swiftly dispatched the lesser monsters, although Nie Xiaodai hesitated to waste her poison spells, allowing the worms to persist. Soon, the minor creatures were nearly eradicated, revealing the mutated slime with 1,500 health points. At that moment, from around the corner behind them, chaotic shouts and curses erupted, intermingled with yellow zone alerts drifting through the chat box. "You filthy bounty hunters, why are you stealing our worms? We told you. The rookie god is just ahead. Everyone unite and take them down. What are you sending over, Utopia brothers?" A sense of foreboding filled Luochen's heart as he sprinted toward the boss. Nie Xiaodai coordinated seamlessly, applying her red and green poisons immediately. After a flurry of slash attacks, the mutated slime succumbed once more, dropping a small cache of items. Meanwhile, dozens of players from various classes entered their line of sight. Surprisingly, half of them were mages clad in magical robes, level 22 mage attire, wielding crescent blades. To Luochen's astonishment, Nie Xiaodai wasted no time and quickly applied her green poison on the mages from an extreme distance. He could not discern her exact name, but her status remained white, akin to the nameless players in classic legends, invisible but recognizable in PK mode. The female specter was indeed above the law of murder. Given the warrior's limited reach, Luochen refrained from engaging in battle and swiftly collected the equipment and potions dropped by the boss. As Nie Xiaodai retreated while applying her poison, she soon surpassed Luochen, reaching the 4 bowman guards at the base of the connecting passage. Her poison spell had now reached level 3, lasting approximately 1 minute. The level 22 mages had health points of 86, level 23 had 91, and level 24 had 96. These 17 or 18 mages, witnessing the female Taoist retreat after poisoning, unleashed their fury upon Luochen, the warrior. Of course, their intended target was none other than the rookie god. Word had spread throughout the professional circles. Whoever could secure the first blood against him would be rewarded with 1 million. 1 million, not in gold but in cash. Moreover, it was said that this sum had already been deposited into the account of the renowned guild Dragon Travels the World, with endorsements from 2 other major gaming guilds, through Storm and Rain and Evil Eye. These 3 gaming guilds are renowned behemoths within the esports realm, each possessing a physical company and office buildings in the Eastern University Federation. Thus, it is no wonder that these professional players exhibit such fervor. After all, even real-world assassins do not command such exorbitant incomes, do they? In this moment, Luochen, struck by more than 7 bolts of lightning, saw his health plummet by over 200 points, swiftly reaching a critical low. As a level 26 warrior with only 334 health points, he could not withstand the concentrated onslaught. Terrified, Luochen abandoned the 2 piles of gold coins and hastily consumed 5 bottles of sun water, racing towards Nie Xiaodai. He had prudently collected a substantial amount of sun water in his bag, initially fearing a potential red name scenario when confronting the archers guarding the pass. However, his name remained unchanged, while he was instead flailing under the onslaught of lightning spells. The gathered professional mages, witnessing this spectacle, became animated and excited, downing potions while pursuing him. I thought this guy was formidable, yet he cannot withstand the lightning either. But soon, they realized that the green poison afflicting them was rather grotesque. Moments later, they all halted in terror, exclaiming, "Why can't the potions restore our health?" The priestess, the 7 or 8 priests behind them immediately raised their hands to cast healing spells on their familiar players, as group healing spells require level 33, which they did not possess. However, mere seconds later, the first mage fell in despair. Subsequently, the remaining mages, without exception, all succumbed to the poison. An eerie silence descended upon the scene, with more than 30 professional players instantly losing half their ranks. It turned out that the true prowess lay not with the god of novices, but rather with his companion, the space priestess. Wait, isn't it prohibited to use spaces and names in the Apocalypse New Century? Report her. Surely, the priestess is cheating. And let us report the god of novices as well. Then, the remaining priests and warriors, with righteous indignation, charged towards the items and equipment dropped by the fallen mages. Luochen retreated to Nie Xiaodai's side, glancing back at the chaotic pursuers, and could not help but be in awe of the silver-haired priestess. Remarkable. Nie Xiaodai appeared pleased as well. Yet her subsequent actions left Luochen astounded. She actually turned back and initiated an attack against the 7 or 8 priests. Luochen's heart raced in alarm as he attempted to intervene. Hey no, the priests have high health. Your poison. It seems Nie Xiaodia's poison duration has increased. Well, that's not a concern. A level 24 priest has only 170 health points, so they would likely succumb to the poison. Infuriated by the persistent green poison, the priest cried out, "Silver-haired priestess, you go too far." Consequently, they did not evade, first casting poison spells, followed by a barrage of fire talismans. However, what left them dumbfounded next was that the silver-haired priestess not only dodged half of the soul fire talismans, but the remainder that exploded above her head caused minimal damage. Even Luochen was astonished, hastily checking Nie Xiaodia's equipment, only to be left utterly petrified. The white tiger tooth necklace, weighing 1, with a durability of 8, and a magical evasion of 70, premium 5, is required for a Taoist at level 1-1, needing a mental power of 11. How on earth did she acquire this? Luochen suddenly recalled that during the battle with the clawed insects, it seemed that quite a few of these necklaces had dropped, and Nie Xiaodai appeared to have picked them up and discarded others. How did she end up with such a magnificent piece? No wonder Nie Xiaodai now dares to take the initiative against mages and Taoists. Upon examining her other equipment, he found, indeed, a premium Taoist helmet, 2 golden bracelets with 2 to 5 magic defense, and 2 exquisite blue crystal rings with 0 to 3 magic defense. After quickly reviewing Nie Xiaodia's gear, Luochen noticed that the 10 or so warriors opposite had swiftly advanced, ready to eliminate the silver-haired female Taoist. This cannot be allowed. Nie Xiaodai is fully equipped with magical defense gear. She would undoubtedly falter against the physical assault of the warriors. Thus, Luochen decisively intervened, positioning himself in front of the female Taoist. Of course, he did not merely absorb the blows, but rather maneuvered to distract, delivering stabbing damage. Upon seeing the SVIP target, the novice god, the warriors immediately redirected their animosity. Slaying the female Taoist would only vent their frustration, but eliminating the male warrior could lead to wealth. All foes pondered, what if I were to be the one to slay him? 1 million. Hence, these warriors, heedless of the green poison accumulating on them, pursued Luochen relentlessly. Meanwhile, the Taoists who had previously faced off were beginning to fall one by one, their curses echoing through the air. However, the 10 or so warriors remained oblivious, fixated solely on the half-health novice god. They had all activated their recording modes, eagerly anticipating the chance to eliminate the bounty target. As they witnessed the fluctuating health of the novice god, they felt that 1 million was within their grasp, tantalizingly close. I struck him fiercely. He retaliated with a powerful attack. Block his path. I'm down. Beware of his stabbing attacks. His damage is alarmingly high. It's absurd. I've perished. Whoever manages to kill him, remember to share the bounty. Yet, as the second wave of green poison emerged, these warriors finally grasped why their fellow players had been so frantically urging them to eliminate the silver-haired female Taoist. This green poison is utterly insane. Even the warriors cannot withstand it. But by now it was too late. With the last warrior falling, all 30 bounty hunter players met their demise. What impressed Luochen was that none attempted to flee. All succumbed beneath Nie Xiaodia's green poison. And of course, this was also Luochen's deliberate strategy. The corpses on the ground continued to voice their grievances, cursing, complaining, blaming, regretting, creating a chaotic scene. In that moment, a colorful bubble, a special item akin to a speaking trumpet, floated up from a female warrior's corpse. "Sister, how do you style your hair?" Instantly, the entire scene fell silent. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, a bubble indeed floated above Nie Xiaodia's head. Curse. Chapter 28. The contented duo after the battlefield was cleared. Luochen signaled to Nie Xiaodai and then proceeded to navigate the first level of the dungeon, heading east. However, Upon his arrival, he was immediately struck by an ominous feeling. The area was teeming with players. Beneath his feet lay a formidable array of 24-level mage firewalls. Luochen's body reacted swifter than his thoughts. He swiftly consumed a large sun potion and took off in a random direction. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself. Prior to the server merge, the Centipede Cave was a public map. It was entirely normal for players to block the exit. After flying randomly, Luochen discovered that players continued to swarm the area, predominantly warriors, with a lesser number of priests. Without hesitation, he soared several more times before arriving at a relatively secluded spot, a corner where only 2 teams were engaged in monster hunting. Opening the large map revealed his location at the far northeast corner of the map. Realizing that he was not there to hunt, he continued downward until he reached the mouth of the cave. He paused there for a while. 2 minutes later, Nie Xiao Dai appeared at his side. During this time, several groups of players hurried past Luochen, yet no conflict arose, even though he wielded the Inferno and donned the God of War armor. In the absence of enmity, few would dare to engage in player killing unless they possessed absolute certainty. After 3 days of the server being open, who here was not a skilled player? Once Nie Xiao Dai was in position, Luochen led the way down into the eerie stone house. He had anticipated a possible blockade, yet, to his surprise, not a soul was present. Concluding that this was no place to linger, he swiftly made his way to the next cave entrance. Upon reaching the northern level of the dungeon, he found fewer players, but his objective lay elsewhere. He continued to teleport randomly. Having exhausted his supply of random teleportation scrolls and used half of his teleportation stones, he finally arrived at the Stone Tomb Brook. Much like the eerie stone house, this was a small map devoid of monsters, featuring only 2 exits. Crossing through the Stone Tomb Brook, Luochen arrived at his destination, the Dark Zone. This map was not only intricate, but also riddled with numerous entrances, compounded by the fact that Apocalypse's new century had magnified it several times. It truly resembled a vast labyrinth. This was the largest and most complex map within the entire Centipede Cave. Simultaneously, the monster spawning rate here reached a terrifying pace. If one's strength was insufficient, the speed of monster spawning would surpass the rate at which they could be defeated. The monsters would only multiply. Thus, Luochen casually flew a couple of times, seeking an area devoid of players, and commenced his monster hunting. Today's objective was to reach level 28 and learn the Half Moon skill. Levels 26 to 28 required 700, 000, and 1, 000 experience points, respectively, which posed a substantial challenge. Fortunately, Luochen's attack power had now reached 80, allowing him to slay black evil maggots, agile bees, giant worms, and centipedes in roughly 3 strikes, while it took 4 strikes to defeat clawed insects. With the added advantage of the assassination sword technique S-range damage. Achieving his goal was indeed feasible. With Nie Xiao Dai's arrival, the two began their quest for experience and growth in this formidable territory. Although Nie Xiao Dai had just acquired nearly 4,000 PK points, she had inexplicably become rather stingy during this session, opting not to employ her poison skills, and merely assisting Luochen. Nevertheless, with her help in luring monsters, Luochen's efficiency in combat had reached its zenith. Thus, leveling up through monster hunting remained a mundane and unembellished pursuit. Luochen occasionally stole glances at the silver-haired, purple-eyed female Taoist, seeking to grasp the essence of the adage that states, "A harmonious pairing of genders makes labor less burdensome." Soon, the clock struck 2 in the deep of night, and Luochen's experience bar was nearing its limit. After luring a horde of monsters, Nie Xiao Dai abruptly dashed toward a recess in a mountainside and vanished with a sudden stealth. Luochen blinked several times, confirming that this was not a mere variation of her stealth technique, but rather that she had logged off. What the hell? Luochen pondered, perplexed. Why would she log off in the dead of night? However, he no longer feared the female ghost. "You go handle your matters. I still have an entire warehouse filled with super healing potions. I've purchased them all, and soon I shall utilize every last one." In Building 4, Room 404, the lock clicked softly before the door was quietly pushed open. Moments later, two figures swiftly entered the room. They were two slender individuals, one tall and one short, both wearing tattered black stockings with numerous holes. Upon entering, they cautiously closed the door behind them and quickly scanned the room, discovering Luochen sprawled on the sofa, donning a gaming headset. Observing the blinking green status indicator on the helmet, the shorter of the two, wielding a hammer, hesitated and quietly suggested, "Brother-in-law, should we give his fellow a whack?" The taller one, exasperated, retorted, "Are you foolish?" He asked, wearing a headset. "How could we knock him out? Besides, we are thieves now, not robbers. To excel in a profession, one must love it. Do you understand?" He then reassured, "Do not worry. This fool is engrossed in a game, that one filled with advertisements everywhere. I've heard from fellow criminals that even if you strip them bare and toss them into the street, they one day wake up." Hearing this, the shorter one sighed with relief and wandered into the kitchen, bathroom, and master bedroom before returning to report, "Brother-in-law, there's no one else here. The door to the secondary bedroom is locked and one budge." The taller one had just picked up Luochen's phone, intending to unlock it with his fingerprint when he muttered, "What do you think that hammer in your hand is for? Just smash it open." The shorter one, displeased, replied, "Brother-in-law, we are thieves now. To be proficient in our trade, one must apply finesse, which I have yet to master." The taller one, now incensed, exclaimed, "You imbecile!" Yet, he placed the phone back on the table and strode briskly towards the locked secondary bedroom door. "You wouldn't block. How many times have I taught you? There's no lock that cannot be opened." Moments later, with a click, the secondary bedroom door swung open effortlessly. The shorter one gazed with envy. "You're amazing, brother-in-law. You can do everything. No wonder my sister is so attached to you." The taller one, somewhat pleased, quickly glanced into the secondary bedroom, finding it empty, and then remarked seriously, "Little brother-in-law, this place seems devoid of value. Let us hastily rummage through it and move on to the next one. These days, nothing comes easy. We must adhere to the principle of thin profit margins and high sales." The short-statured individual felt something amiss in what the brother-in-law had said, yet could not articulate it. The tall one returned to the living room, picked up the phone from the table, and was about to unlock it using Luochen's fingerprint when he suddenly noticed it was powered off. A surge of anger welled within him. This fool, unaware that the phone is dead, all he does is play games. If he leaves soon, I'll have to strip him of everything he possesses. Just then, the short man dashed back from the secondary bedroom, clutching a stack of items, his face radiating uncontainable excitement. "Brother-in-law, we've struck gold. I found a pile of cash in the drawer." The tall man furrowed his brow. "You dimwit, that's just a few almanacs. Where's the cash?" "Wait, no way. It truly is cash. So much." The two thieves, both wearing black stockings, were instantly filled with delight. The tall one even tossed his phone back onto the sofa. With this hefty sum of cash, why bother with research? The short man quickly removed his empty backpack and began to stuff it with money. Once they had finished, the two cautiously made their way to the secondary bedroom, quietly closed the door, and then headed back to the living room, finally exhaling in relief. At that moment, the short man felt a twinge of regret. "Brother-in-law, why did that family leave behind so much cash? I forgot to search again. There might be even more." The tall man, though slightly tempted, exhibited stronger self-control. A thief does not leave empty-handed, but neither do we steal twice. Even if there is more, we should leave it for our peers, ensuring sustainable practices. The short man finally understood and quickly showcased his knowledge. It's like that saying, you can't drain the pond to catch fish, right? That's called exhausting the source. The two then paced back and forth in the living room for a while before finally sitting down on the floor, mimicking the act of driving. "Cousin, we want to split this money. It's all for your sister as a betrothal gift." The short man immediately disagreed. "Brother-in-law, how can it all go to her? You promised to take me to eat KWC, the family bucket." The tall man slapped the imaginary steering wheel. "That's called KFC, McDonald's. You fool. What era are we in that you can't remember basic English? We must keep up with the times." The short man tightly clutched his backpack, fell silent for a moment, and then couldn't help but ask, "What do you think the exorbitant bounty from the big boss in our circle means? Why are we tasked with finding a woman with silver hair and violet eyes?" Did his wife run off? Is she a foreigner? The tall man grew impatient. We are thieves, not detectives. We don't engage in cross-industry trades. After some commotion in the living room of room 404, they finally stood up and genuinely exited through the door. Chapter 29. The eerie death coffin as Luochen reveled in his solitary monster hunting. A silvery-haired female Taoist suddenly appeared at the previously mentioned crevice in the mountainside. Upon her arrival, Nie Xiaodai immediately set about attracting monsters. Having just reached level 27, Luochen found her actions quite beneficial for practicing his assassination skills. After casting a few healing spells on him, Nie Xiaodai stood by, seemingly idle. Of course, with the current monsters being mere minions, her intervention was unnecessary. No poison or talismans were required. To his astonishment, a large bubble appeared above Nie Xiaodai's head, proclaiming, "Bad person is searching for me. Time is short, must hunt special monsters during the day." Luochen was taken aback, instantly grasping the situation. "You, a female ghost, goddess, who will be looking for you? The king of hell? And what sort of special monsters are we talking about? Bosses, perhaps?" Moments later, Nie Xiaodai sent another message. "Cursed, bounty, hunt nightmare, netherworld." This left Luochen bewildered. While he could comprehend the notion of cursed entities being malevolent, the mention of nightmares and netherworld creatures in the Apocalypse New Century setting was utterly perplexing. None of it registered in his or the original owner's memories. He decided against further inquiry, dismissing it as a distraction from their monster hunting efforts, resolving to address it during the day. Thus the duo pressed on, fervently grinding for experience in the dark territories. After vanquishing thousands of minions, Nie Xiaodai continuously scavenged for equipment, yielding several unexpected treasures: a 3 magical bracelet with 4 attack from a giant worm, a 4 iron ring with 2 defense and 5 magic from a jumping bee, and a 2 soul armor from a centipede. As for the Taoist's exceptional gear, Nie Xiaodai appeared to have retained it for herself. Luochen grew indifferent to the numerous 1 minor artifacts, while the peculiar items with skewed attributes, such as a 2 blue jade necklace and a 3 skeleton ring, were unceremoniously discarded. Remarkably, the drop rate for premium items in the Centipede Cave was notably high. Yet, despite their efforts, they had yet to uncover a single special item. Luochen was well aware that the drop rate for special items like teleportation stones, return stones, and bloodstones was highest with scarecrows. However, one could not have both fish and bear's paw. Beyond level 20, who would deliberately hunt scarecrows save for a few gold farmers. Several hours later, as dawn broke at 7 o'clock, the dark territory buzzed with an increasing number of players. With levels rising and equipment improving, such maps could no longer accommodate all. Observing the emergence of several groups around him, Luochen felt a twinge of annoyance. There seemed to be a shortage of monsters to slay. Before he could react, one fully staffed group of 11 players approached him directly. "Brother, step aside. We are many." The area where Luochen stood was the most suitable terrain for monster hunting, with the highest spawn rate, making him a target of envy for these intruders. Seeing this group, all exceeding level 22, ignited a spark of anger within him. What if I refuse? Typically, in such circumstances, there are but a few responses. Firstly, one might attempt to reason with them, asserting their precedence. This choice, however, is likely to culminate in a duel, where strength speaks for itself. Secondly, one might choose to disregard them, which would probably lead to further hostilities. Thirdly, there's the response akin to that of Luochen, where confrontation becomes nearly inevitable. Indeed, the leader of the opposing warriors coldly retorted, "If you don't yield, we shall send you back to the city." The sheer number of their ranks bolstered their audacity. Luochen could no longer contain his temper. "So what if there are many of you? Just 2 mages here pose minimal danger." At that moment, Nie Xiaodai chimed in, "We shall descend to the lower level." The opposing leader burst into laughter. "This lady is quite perceptive. Very well, you may serve as a backup. Should anyone leave the game, we shall allow you to join our ranks. How's that sound?" Luochen could not suppress his mirth. Here comes the reckoning. As anticipated, Nie Xiaodai took immediate action, unleashing a layer of poison upon the warrior, followed by another 10. Without hesitation, Luochen struck the warrior before him with 2 swift assassinations. The opposing side was not to be trifled with. Disregarding the Taoist poison spell, 2 mages and 3 Taoists quickly focused their fire on Luochen, while the remaining warriors swiftly closed in on him. In their eyes, eliminating the warrior wielding the inferno was paramount. As Luochen consumed potions and maneuvered, Nie Xiaodai successfully poisoned all adversaries. Seizing the moment, Luochen took flight. Fortune favored him once again as he materialized directly at the central entrance of the dark zone. Surrounding him were 2 clearly defined groups of players, prompting Luochen to exclaim, "Passing through." The 2 groups maintained their vigilance, hastening towards the entrance of the next level. One of the Taoist players from a nearby group seemed to have opened Luochen's equipment panel, exclaiming in astonishment, "Holy cow! An inferno with an attack of 32. Good grief! A war god armor with an attack of 4. What in the world? A helmet with an attack of 4. Why isn't this from our server? Boss, let's take him down." However, it was too late. Luochen had triumphantly reached the next level, between life and death. This map was bustling with players. Yet due to the rapid respawn rates, conflicts were relatively rare. Luochen pressed forward without pause, randomly selecting his path, and successfully arrived at the map, known as Sky's Narrow Path. Here, the player count was sparse, yet their prowess was markedly formidable. He had already encountered several warriors wielding infernos, Taoists with silver serpents, and mages brandishing magic wands. This was to be expected. The final maps of the Centipede Cave would spawn minor bosses, evil clawworms, with a commendable chance of dropping level 26 professional-grade weapons. Particularly on the Sky's Narrow Path map, the evil clawworms would almost invariably yield a significant drop. Thus, players in this territory exhibited a heightened sense of territorial awareness. Yet they were reluctant to engage in PK. Having established their foothold here, no one wished to become embroiled in a conflict that could benefit a third party. Hence, upon traversing the lower right entrance of the Sky's Narrow Path, Luochen cautiously arrived at the final layer of the Centipede Cave, Death's Coffin. Upon entry, he immediately activated his flight. However, it seemed that no one was blocking the entrance. Moreover, the monsters were ubiquitous in this place. For instance, where Luochen randomly arrived, there was scarcely a spot to set foot. Quite peculiar indeed. He consumed potions and endured a barrage of monstrous attacks just to barely secure a foothold near an abyss. Rest assured, he wouldn't fall. Shortly thereafter, Nie Xiaodai appeared at his side. With the presence of a healer, Luochen felt significantly more at ease. He no longer needed to lure monsters, and his efficiency in slaying them reached its peak. As for his assassination swordsmanship, it had already ascended to level 2. Perfection would only be achievable at level 29. While joyfully dispatching monsters, he pondered, why did no one come here to level up? Minutes later, the reason became glaringly apparent. Special monster, caution. Luochen's vigilance heightened upon noticing a bubble hovering above Nie Xiaodai's head. Sure enough, moments later, his health began to plummet at a staggering rate of 50 points per second. Having mentally prepared himself, he immediately took flight, while Nie Xiaodai vanished without a trace. Just as he arrived at another location, Nie Xiaodai reappeared, casting several healing spells upon him. While clearing the monsters before him, he anxiously inquired, what was that special monster? I didn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. Ming, invisibility, Nie Xiaodai's typing speed noticeably quickened. Luochen felt a throbbing headache. Everything seemed to ache. What on earth is this? Such monsters truly exist? What does one even play? 4 days later, disappearance. Nie Xiaodai clarified once more. Realization dawned upon Luochen. No wonder the original owner's memories lacked these special monsters. They vanished after the merger. But what to do now? Engage in guerrilla tactics. Luochen glanced at the time. It was not yet 8 o'clock. After a brief moment, Nie Xiaodai offered a suggestion. Go touch Dragon God, there are no special monsters. Luochen was instantly elated. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let us go. The Death Coffin map, where the Touch Dragon God respawns, is located on a protruding platform at the far left bottom, beyond which lies an abyss. After teleporting randomly dozens of times, Just as the random teleportation stones dwindled to a few, he finally arrived at the vicinity of the colossal stone pillars below. However, he soon discovered that not far from the stone platform, a team of battered and wounded players was engaging the touched dragon god. As far as Luochen remembered, the original touched dragon god had a health pool of 1,000 points. Yet, the one before him boasted an impressive 5,000 points. If memory served correctly, the touched dragon god possessed an absurd magic resistance of 200, but had 0 defense. Its normal attack ranged from 15 to 30, while its green poison inflicted 10 damage per second. At that moment, Xiaodai arrived. The party battling the dragon also noticed the two of them. Luochen chuckled gleefully. Chapter 30. The touching dragon god and the diminutive sword boss. You all continue to fight. We shall merely observe. However, upon uttering this statement, even Luochen found himself slightly lacking in confidence, not to mention the 5 players across from him. Xiaodai had already prepared for action. One of their adversaries, a level 26 warrior wielding a sword of inferno, stood before the touching dragon god, persistently petrified and continuously healed by 4 Taoist priests. Looking at the dragon god, who still had over 3,000 health points remaining, he felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Although only 2 had arrived, should they cause chaos, it would be nearly impossible to maintain control. As for the notion of eliminating the 2 of them first, the Taoist Soul Fire Talisman does not pass through walls. If the opponents circled around the massive pillar, it would be quite challenging for their side, consisting of 4 Taoists and a warrior, to vanquish them. Upon opening Luochen's character panel and witnessing his slightly absurd equipment, the opposing warrior instantly lost his remaining confidence. Damn it, let us retreat, he declared, decisively fleeing. The remaining 4 Taoists, not wishing to linger in battle, quickly followed suit. If fortune smiled upon them, they might return to the upper layer of the sky. If luck was mediocre, they would find themselves back in town. As for returning to fight, one could only guess why they had been so battered and bloodied moments before. On this side, Luochen felt somewhat speechless. Are they really this cowardly? There are just the 2 of us. Shouldn't we at least engage in a test of skill? Yet, with the 5 already departed, he could not glean their thoughts. The touching dragon god, now devoid of enemies, burrowed back underground, and tranquility once more enveloped the scene. Strangely, no smaller monsters appeared, which was quite unusual. Luochen, perplexed, remarked, Xiaodai, there are no special monsters here, but there are also no small ones. What do we do here? Set up camp and sleep? A speech bubble appeared above Xiaodai's head. Slay the dragon. Luochen felt a surge of uncertainty. Just the 2 of us? This dragon seems rather formidable. Its attack may not be high, but its poison is severe. Can you heal me? I have only a few bottles of potent healing salve and solar water left. Xiaodai remained silent, raising her hand to cast a green poison at Luochen before commencing her healing spells. Luochen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended. Xiaodai's poison drained 3 health points per second, whereas the touching dragon god's poison inflicted 10 points per second, a fair trade. Moreover, while Xiaodai's poison could not restore health potions, her healing spells were indeed substantial. Thus, Luochen dashed to the designated coordinates of the touching dragon god, positioning himself a space away, and beheld the grotesque, colossal form of the creature resembling an evil centipede as it emerged from the depths. He raised his sword of inferno and began to execute a distant stabbing maneuver. Xiaodai promptly applied her red and green poisons upon the dragon god. The dragon god's health had recently been fully restored, as it regained health upon exiting combat, but was now diminishing at a rate of 3 points per second plus Luochen's stabbing damage. Xiaodai tirelessly cast her healing spells upon Luochen without pause. As a level 27 warrior with 354 health points, facing the dragon god's attack range of 15 to 30, normal attack, doubled in frenzy, Xiaodai's healing spells barely sustained Luochen's health line. At present, Luochen's maximum attack stands at 80 points, as he has not yet exchanged for the Death God gloves, which provide a defense bonus of 2, with a level 2 assassination swordsmanship that inflicts an 80 damage rate, and the Dragon Touch God possessing a defense of 0. He can inflict a total of 64 points of damage with each strike. Furthermore, perhaps due to the hidden effect of Lucky 10, the paralysis rate from the Dragon Touch God appears significantly lower than that of the previous warrior. Theoretically, it would take a minimum of just over a minute, and a maximum of 5 minutes, to vanquish this Dragon Touch God. However, as fate would have it, just as the Dragon Touch God's health dwindled to 3,000 points, it suddenly entered a state of rage, unleashing a frenzied barrage of attacks. Luochen's health plummeted to below 200, perilously close to the critical threshold of 100, and he was rendered paralyzed multiple times. Startled, he exclaimed, "Shall die? I am about to perish." To his surprise, a level 5 skeleton appeared before him, positioning itself between him and the Dragon Touch God. At that moment, Luochen's paralysis was lifted, and he hastily dashed to Shao Dai's side. The level 5 skeleton, with its 480 points of health, was sufficient to endure for a while. Thanks to the skeleton's distraction, the Dragon Touch God refrained from burrowing back underground, instead focusing its relentless attacks on the small skeleton. After about 10 seconds, the skeleton's health dwindled, but Luochen managed to restore his own health. He promptly returned to his original position and successfully executed a lethal strike on the Dragon Touch God before the skeleton shattered. Thus, 3 minutes later, the Dragon Touch God let out a wail and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The entire platform was littered with the items it dropped. In a prominent position in the upper left corner, a gleaming weapon captured Luochen's attention. However, before he could take any action, Shao Dai, like a fierce tigress, lunged forward, swiftly picked it up, and, after some adjustments, presumably to change equipment and enhance magical properties, equipped it. Wuji's staff, weight 15, durability 25-25, attack 8-16. Magic power 3-5, requires mental power 25. Luochen's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he felt a tinge of disappointment. Why wasn't he at the Staff of Judgment? Well, he was unsure if the Dragon Touch God could even drop that. As for the potions and gold scattered on the ground, Shao Dai did not overlook any of them, collecting everything. In the end, she meticulously gathered even the ordinary gear, only to discard them one by one. Luochen internally lamented. It felt as though he had fought in vain, yielding no warrior equipment whatsoever. Fortunately, shortly after defeating the Dragon Touch God, the platform became inundated with ordinary monsters. Moreover, according to Shao Dai, there were no unseen terrifying special creatures, such as the Netherworld, lurking about. Thus, the two engaged in rapid monster hunting. Particularly to the west of their location, that area was teeming with small creatures. Just before 9 o'clock, Luochen finally reached level 28. Meanwhile, Shao Dai's level undoubtedly exceeded 26, as she had learned the level 26 skill, Holy Armor Technique. Luochen had already begun preparing to return to the city, but at that moment, Shao Dai spoke. "Wait, the Night Dragon Touch God. It has no poison." "What? The Night Dragon Touch God lacks poison attacks?" In that case, even if it possessed 10,000 points of health, it posed little threat. But from where did she acquire this information? Currently, Luochen is overwhelmed with curiosity about Shao Dai. How does she possess such extensive knowledge? What prompted her to attempt suicide initially? Moreover, she claims to be cursed, and that the malevolent forces are still pursuing her. Could it be that this young lady is merely a decorative figure in the new century of apocalypse, silence for knowing too much? Well, she cannot be dismissed as just a pretty face. She certainly possesses abilities. When the opportunity arises, he must ensure she consumes more of the fate crystals and spirits to enhance her intellect for better communication. As Luochen's thoughts wandered, precisely at 9 in the morning, a wave of monsters imbued with a night buff flooded the entire platform. Naturally, with their combined prowess, they cleared the area in less than half an hour. At this juncture, Shao Dai ceased her harmful intentions towards Luochen and, after casting the Sacred Armor spell, gestured for him to advance. It appeared that her skills reached mastery immediately upon learning. If she were not an ally, well, a female ghost, Luochen would have considered reporting her. The Sacred Armor spell granted Luochen an additional 5 points of defense. Heeding Nie Xiaodia's advice. He had also collected a substantial amount of potions and cautiously moved forward. The touched dragon emerged from the ground as anticipated. Luochen executed a precise assassination strike, inflicting 10,000 points of damage. The touched dragon commenced its assault, indeed lacking the green poison and petrification abilities. After a while, Luochen confirmed that its defense had doubled, yet remained at 0. Its basic attacks, however, transformed into a ferocious 30 to 60 damage range. As for its attack speed, it became alarmingly rapid post-augmentation. Fortunately, he utilized a distance assassination technique and had ample potions and healing spells as backups, along with the protection of a sacred armor spell, allowing him to barely hold his ground. Whenever he faltered, the mutated skeleton could step in as a substitute. Goodness! Upon witnessing the blue-purple level 7 mutated skeleton, even Luochen couldn't help but think, this is cheating. Is there no oversight for this female ghost? Of course, he only dared to voice his grievances internally. Furthermore, they were merely teammates. If their relationship progressed further, well, being pampered could indeed be quite delightful. Thus, they battled through fits and starts, even being momentarily engulfed by the touched dragon once. After over 20 minutes, the two finally vanquished the night boss. The spoils consisted of a mere 5 items, with neither gold nor potions in sight. However, the quality of the items was astronomically enhanced. Fate Crystal, Purgatory, Prayer Helmet, Super Teleportation Stone, Dagger. Yet, what on earth was that final dagger? It seemed utterly out of place. Chapter 31. Special Weapons. All 5 items were picked up by Nie Xiaodai. It wasn't that Luochen did not desire them. Rather, the speed of this woman was astonishing. Alas, he simply could not compete with her swiftness. However, after a brief moment, Nie Xiaodai discarded 4 of the items on the ground: Crystal of Destiny, Strength, Purgatory, Super Teleportation Stone, and Short Sword. Luochen was immediately elated and hurried to collect them. This woman could be of great assistance. He promptly utilized the crystal, gaining 1 strength. Purgatory, with an ordinary attack of 25, offered no surprises. The Super Teleportation Stone, capable of random teleportation up to 200 times, was undoubtedly a treasure not available in the opulent marketplace. As for the final short sword, Luochen scrutinized it for an extended period, feeling somewhat perplexed. Why did it seem so peculiar? Short sword, weight 9, 4 pounds, attack 3 to 11, crafted from special fine iron. He attempted to equip it, but to no avail. What was its purpose? A mere item? Luochen inquired with Nie Xiaodai. Special. Treasure. After merging regions, it grants an additional equipment slot, enhancing capabilities. Goodness. After tidying up, Luochen returned to the city and contacted Jean Pongzi. He still owed him 450,000 credit coins and intended to honor his word. Upon arriving at the 0222 warehouse suite, Nie Xiaodai naturally followed. Jean Pongzi greeted him with a smile. Another fruitful day, I see. Luochen looked at him, puzzled. Don't you ever sleep, fatty? It seems you're always here when I seek you out. Jean Pongzi was taken aback, and, after a moment, replied with a hint of reluctance. You are an SVP. Of course, I'll make time for you. Providing precise service to our clients is the cornerstone of our philosophy at Haina Bai Chuan. Very well. Evidently success has no shortcuts. Luochen ceased his idle chatter and began rummaging through his equipment. Noticing this, Nie Xiaodai also began to present some items she no longer needed to Luochen. Among the exceedingly valuable items were a magic bracelet with attack 4, exceptional 3. Luochen contemplated and ultimately chose to wear the Death God S bracelet with defense 2 and attack 3. A cast iron ring with defense 2 and magic 5, exceptional 4. Sturdy gloves with defense 2 and Taoism 2, exceptional 2. A black sandalwood bracelet with magic 3, exceptional 2. An ordinary purgatory with attack 25. A Taoist helmet with defense 1 to 2 and magic resistance 2 to 5, exceptional 2. As well as several minor exceptional items. Upon seeing the Taoist helmet, Luochen was momentarily stunned. Why would Nie Xiaodai give him equipment she herself used? What would she wear? But he quickly opened Nie Xiaodai's character panel and understood at once. Prayer helmet, weight, 2, durability, 6-8, defense, 3-4. Magic resistance, 1-6, exceptional 4, level requirement, 18. It turned out that the knight-touching dragon god had dropped a remarkable treasure. Jin Pongzi, upon witnessing such a substantial bounty, could no longer contain his astonishment, gazing at Luochen. Bird uncle, with this many exceptional items, even a studio of dozens wouldn't dare claim such a haul. Luochen shrugged nonchalantly. This game does not inherently possess many exceptional items, but I have played extensively, and thus, the rewards naturally followed. Indeed, it is confidence. On the surface, Jin Pongzi appeared calm, yet inside, he was filled with uncontainable joy. He had struck gold this time. In the vast sea of humanity during the new century of apocalypse, how did I become the exclusive partner of Bird Uncle? It must be sheer fortune. While Jin Pongzi was finalizing the deal, Luochen was also busy perusing the sales information of items within their circle. A few minutes later, Jin Pongzi made his offer. Bird Uncle, the wealthy elite are now using credit coins to acquire equipment. Let us value our top items in cash. The Attack 4 Magic Bracelet is worth 100,000. The Magic 5 Iron Ring is 100,000. The Purgatory is valued at 50,000. The Magic 3 Ebony Bracelet at 30,000. The Dao 2 Sturdy at 10,000. The Defense 2 Magic Defense 5 Sorcerer Helmet at 10,000. And the rest of the equipment in a bundle for 40,000, totaling 340,000. Luochen felt this offer was reasonable. One should not find it absurd that equipment can cost tens of thousands. After all, how much does a gaming helmet cost? The initial investment is substantial. Moreover, within the upper echelons of wealth, they are surely aware of the unique nature of this new century game, particularly regarding the existence of that so-called envoy. Of course, this pricing was merely within the first 7 days of the Cerberus launch. Once the merger occurs, the value of items and equipment would undoubtedly undergo significant fluctuations. However, the price of the fake crystals would remain robust. After transferring all the equipment, Luochen indignantly exclaimed, "Why are you still short 110,000? Fatty, did you cheat me on the price?" Jin Pongzi immediately protested, "By the heavens. These items all have purchase prices. I am merely taking a 10 service fee. You understand the industry norms, right? Damn it, 10? You scoundrel." Yet Luochen did not dwell on this. "Do you have any fake crystals?" Jin Pongzi hesitated, then mysteriously replied, "I was just about to report to Bird Uncle that your Attack 32 Purgatory has a client interested in exchanging it for fake crystals, but what? Don't dawdle. I do not wish to be the butt of your jokes." Jin Pongzi felt a bit embarrassed. The other party wants to trade 2 ghost crystals, which I believe is not suitable, given that such crystals hold little value. Before Luochen could respond, Nie Xiaodai began poking him vigorously with her Wuji stick, finally uttering a single word, "Trade." Jin Pongzi was taken aback, pondering, is Bird Ant's gaming chamber still leaking? Luochen was furious. "The Attack 32 Purgatory is mine. What will I use if I trade it away? I will compensate you with a judgment." Luochen was puzzled. "Can you really keep your word? What if you deceive me?" "Deceive you, and my soul shall scatter." Luochen was dumbfounded. What a fierce promise. After contemplating for a moment, Luochen instructed Jin Pongzi, "Have the other party add 200,000. Return that ordinary purgatory to me and transfer 50,000, and we shall be even." Jin Pongzi, too surprised by the peculiar dialogue between Bird Uncle and Bird Ant to think deeply, was filled with delight. "It's done. But you owe me 110,000, and the purgatory is worth 50,000. If I have them at 200,000, shouldn't I just transfer you 40,000? Yet his emotional intelligence was sufficient, and he did not linger on this. Instead, he stated plainly, "Give me 5 minutes." In less than 3 minutes, the hefty man spoke up. "The other party has agreed. They will send someone to our company shortly. They can first give you the soul crystal, and then you can hand over the Inferno 32 to me. Everyone can rest assured." Very well. Luochen understood that, although for a true tycoon, A few million was merely a trifling sum. The wealthy were not foolish. What if they were deceived? The matter of money was inconsequential. The vital concern was the loss of face. In fact, Luochen did not have to wait long. After a mere 10 minutes, he received 2 fake crystals, soul. He promptly traded them to Nie Xiaodai. Subsequently, with a tinge of reluctance, he exchanged the inferno he held for a sum of 50,000 yuan, which promptly appeared in his account. After switching to a standard inferno 25, Luochen felt a sense of emptiness, akin to the sensation following. Well, something rather intimate. As for the hefty man, he was quite generous. At the last moment, he gifted Luochen 2 random teleportation stones, a return stone, and 2 mobile warehouse scrolls. The reason behind this? Well, the hefty man had just relayed the words of the Inferno 32's owner, who insisted on an additional 500,000 yuan. After using the 2 soul crystals, Nie Xiaodia's condition visibly improved, and her speech became markedly fluent. "Darling, I'm logging off to sleep." Luochen was taken aback. "What? Who is your darling?" "I am not Ning Kaichen. I'd much rather be Su Xian." Furthermore, he wanted to upgrade his weapons. Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken. Outwardly, he smiled gently. "All right." The hefty man, witnessing both of them log off simultaneously, felt a pang of envy. Look at that guy. Both career and love are thriving. In room 404 of Building 4, Luochen removed his gaming helmet and hurried to the restroom. After freshening up, he reached for his phone, preparing to head downstairs for a meal. However, he suddenly felt a dizzy spell. Luochen was alarmed. "Something's not right. I just consumed a crystal, and now I feel invigorated. Why am I dizzy?" Just then, his previously powered-off phone lit up, displaying an unknown message. "Mental energy insufficient. A short rest will suffice." Relieved, Luochen noted that the female ghost's typing speed had become increasingly fluid. Yet the dizziness intensified. Exhausted and unable to eat, he collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep slumber. Youth is indeed a blessing. He awoke at 3 p.m., feeling significantly better. His stomach growled with hunger as he got up, ready to descend for a meal, when suddenly he sensed something amiss. It was as if he had an irresistible urge to sneeze. A moment later, Luochen stood frozen beside the sofa, his mind nearly short-circuiting. In his hand appeared a dagger with a pitch-black blade, glimmering ominously. Short sword. Chapter 32. The vengeful female ghost after a prolonged system crash. Luochen finally succeeded in rebooting, astonished to the point of nearly forgetting to breathe. What the actual heck? Is that not the weapon from the Dragon God's explosion? How did it end up in reality? There was no mention of such an event in the original owner's memories. However, the man mused, even a simple wooden stick could be wielded with finesse. Moments later, Luochen, brimming with excitement, began to brandish the short sword, specifically a long, broad-bladed saber crafted from special cold iron, weighing precisely 9 jin and 4 liang, making exaggerated sound effects as he exclaimed, "Hee, who would have thought that I, Luochen, could finally wield a blade that sends chills across 40 continents? Today, I have acquired this unparalleled divine sword, and my cultivation has reached a harmonious unity with the weapon. Here atop Mount Hua, all present are but trifles. Shimen Qi Shui. The peak of Zijing is not your place. Best take your leave. Ling Huchong. Today you have met your match. Hand over Ying without delay. Yanghua, do introduce me to your aunt. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Guodashia, is your sister-in-law at home? I wish to learn her dog-beating staff technique. Zhang Wuji, I have heard that your 9-yang divine skill is unmatched. Let us settle the score today. If you lose, Zhao Min and Zhizhu shall both be mine. Master Mieju, never mind about that." Just as Luochen was lost in fantasies of wielding this divine weapon, traversing the seas and soaring through the realms, commanding the world and reigning supreme in the martial arts community, his phone suddenly rang, interrupting his grand aspirations. Annoyed, he picked up his phone to find an unknown message. "You fool, aren't you hungry?" Luochen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Damn it, did I just get seen through by the female ghost? Nie Xiaodai? He quickly composed himself, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, and coldly inquired, "Xiaodai, How did this short sword from the game manifest in reality? And why is it not from the purgatory? Ding! This time, the response came swiftly. Fool. The purgatory weighs 60 Jin. Can you even lift that? Luochen was taken aback, realizing the short sword's weight of 9 Jin and 4 Liang was just right. All right, how do I store it? And could you refrain from calling me a fool? Ding. The message chimed again. All right, fool. Concentrate, and you can store it. Also, are you not hungry? 10 minutes later, at Xiang's rice noodle shop. As for why he frequented this establishment, it was certainly not merely because the proprietress was attractive. The charming proprietress, while wiping the tables, gazed in astonishment at Luochen, who was devouring his meal voraciously. Our hometown pigs don't eat this much. She silently thanked her stars that there were no customers in the shop at the moment, or else they would surely be startled. However, it wasn't certain. Some food vloggers were even more exaggerated than this young man. Luochen placed down his fourth large bowl of soup noodles, burped, and finally felt a semblance of satiety. He generously paid 100 yuan, declaring, no need for change. The proprietress hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, Xiao Luo, you ordered 2 roasted chickens and a pork knuckle, which amounts to a total of 128. Let us round it down. Luochen was taken aback, exclaiming, is this a scam? Can a meal at a roadside eatery truly cost over 100? Who would believe that? After reluctantly paying an additional 28 yuan, he indignantly resolved, next time, I shall seek out a buffet. I've heard a new establishment nearby, called Kettle Barbecue, offering all-you-can-eat for 78 per person. Upon returning to room 404, Luochen sank into the sofa and, with a furrowed brow, addressed the empty air. Xiao Dai, you mentioned our time is limited. What exactly is the situation? Ding. Nie Xiao Dai replied via text. The cursed disciples are hunting me. Before the merger, we need to acquire a set of apocalypse gear to face the malicious dungeons. Wait, did you not already perish? Why pursue an empty vengeance? Moreover, what is a dungeon? This was the second time Luochen had encountered this term, and curiosity piqued. He inquired, what constitutes a malicious dungeon? A special fragment space that has prematurely manifested. The cherry blossom park that a stranger mentioned over the phone is one such example. There are other malignant spaces that, even by mere mention, could ensnare you. Luochen was taken aback. How intriguing, or rather, how perilous. Is even listening prohibited? Yet, the first rule of survival in horror films, do not court danger. Thus, he set aside his concerns and summoned his mental energy to materialize the short sword, eagerly asking, does this weapon reside in my mind or my dantian? Can it pass security checks? Is it capable of slicing through steel? Surely, it can be used for chopping vegetables? It exists within the Apocalypse backpack, a peculiar space. It can pass security checks and slice through vegetables without issue. However, are you not exhausted? With your current mental energy, you can only retrieve or replace it 3 times a day. Indeed, after Nie Xiao Dai consumed 2 more ghostly crystals, their communication flowed much more smoothly. Yet, she displayed little regard for others. Perhaps it was futile to quarrel with a ghost. Xiao Dai, why did you choose to end your life? Also, is your photo enhanced? Do you truly possess such an exquisite figure? By the way, is your silver shoulder-length hair and violet eyes natural or artificial? This time, Nie Xiao Dai remained silent. Luochen raised an eyebrow and shifted the topic. Why do you text instead of speaking? The message chimed. Have you ever heard ghostly speech? This question left Luochen momentarily bewildered. Are ghosts incapable of speech? It seemed plausible. In Sadako, the long-haired specter scarcely uttered a word. Log in, upgrade weapon. Very well. The ghostly presence in his abode had spoken. Luochen gathered his belongings and donned his helmet. Familiar with the route, he made his way to the weapon shop, spending 200 yuan to rent a room for an hour, 0404, an apparent choice of no one else. He purchased 35 pieces of black iron, ore, with a purity of 12, and just as he was about to buy a blue emerald necklace, he was abruptly interrupted by Nie Xiao Dai. Upgrade this. Luochen took the limitless staff from her hands, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Sister, I should be the primary damage dealer for leveling up, while you are merely a support. What do you need this for? However, Nie Xiao Dai's next words silenced him. Today we will hunt a special monster. All right, you are the ghostly maiden, you call the shots. He thought, once I learn a couple of authentic Taoist spells, I will show you what I can do. As he grumbled, Luochen purchased 3 bamboo flutes, a 23-level warrior S blue jade, a 24-level Taoist S bamboo flute, and a 24-level mage S magnifying glass. These 3 accessories represented the most cost-effective upgrades for weapons. Of course, for the affluent, the strength ring, titan ring, and purple spiral shell offered even superior effects. Next, Luochen began upgrading the limitless staff. Following Nie Xiaodai's guidance, he refrained from the customary weapon testing and instead upgraded it 7 times consecutively. After approximately 3.5 hours, he withdrew the Taoist 3 to 12 limitless staff, maintaining a calm demeanor as he returned the weapon to Nie Xiaodai. Just so we're clear, if it breaks, you can't blame me. Nie Xiaodai promptly accepted the trade and then poked Luochen with the staff. The sound of the weapon striking his body echoed. Luochen stared in astonishment at the weapon in Nie Xiaodai's hands, overwhelmed with joy. It really worked? The limitless staff, weight 15, durability 25-25, attack 8-16. Taoist magic 3-12, excellent 7, requires mental strength of 25. Nie Xiaodai, equally exhilarated, circled around Luochen a few times before exclaiming with a large bubble of excitement. According to the Apocalypse Principle, your luck score of 10 should allow you to actively trigger a minor probability event once a day, which is now confirmed. However, do not attempt to trigger it frequently, or misfortune will surely follow. Luochen understood. All right, once a day is sufficient. More than that would be detrimental to my health. He then looked at the silver-haired, purple-eyed beauty of a Taoist. There are 15 minutes left in the room. What shall we do now? The ghostly maiden Nie Xiaodai seemed to comprehend, or perhaps misinterpreted his words. I should be able to extract all your yang essence within a minute. Shall we give it a try? Luochen gasped in shock. Sister, it's a misunderstanding. I still have use. This ghostly maiden was indeed fierce. Chapter 33. Crisis in Reality in the Binjiang urban area. The headquarters of the Dongda Federal Bank's coastal branch. Presently, this operation carries too much risk. The head of the bank's technology department said anxiously, speaking in a hushed tone. Despite the biting winter, he was drenched in sweat, perhaps due to the bank's excessively high heating. If there were no risks, why would I have called you here? This is a directive from President Wang at the headquarters. Li replied, his demeanor unflappable. If anyone inquires, we will maintain a consistent narrative. The bank account of Chang Sun from the Sun Group has been suspected of fraud. To ensure the absolute safety of our premier client, the federal bank conducted a discreet and thorough technical investigation, which revealed it to be a false alarm. The technology department head nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Leader, I will handle it personally. I will go myself. Please arrange for the relevant personnel to be reassigned. President Li remained composed. Notify all the staff on duty that a brief meeting will be held in the conference room at 9 o'clock sharp. 18 minutes later, at the Wang Group building, 33rd floor, the entire building was warmly heated. A robust man in a suit barged into the general manager's office, disregarding the disheveled female secretary lounging on the sofa, and calmly reported, Third young master, we have traced the bank transactions from that morning. Within a 3-hour window, there were 5 transfers exceeding 100,000 each to the following entities: the Royal Hotel of Binhu City, a customized service in the Binjiang district, the Lingbo City Ocean Sports Association, the security division of the Sun Group, led by Deputy Chief Sun Xiao Jia, and a delivery worker named Luochen, located in the outskirts of the old city of Binhu. The third young master of the Wang family's expression darkened instantly. He swiftly dismissed the female secretary to a side office, then returned to his chair, his voice heavy with menace. Uncle Biao, it must be this delivery worker, right? The middle-aged man, Wang Biao, nodded and added, the bank records indicate that this Luochen had previously purchased a game helmet. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising fury, the third young master gritted his teeth and commanded, Uncle Biao, make it clean, but it must take no less than 2 hours. Let him regret ever coming into this world. Also, do not use our own people. Wang Biao nodded once more and then exited the room. The third young master's face twisted with rage. Dare to sever my qualification for the game? I shall sever your life. After a moment's hesitation, feeling an overwhelming surge of anger with no outlet, he wickedly sauntered towards the secretary's office. At 9:30 in the evening, Luochen had just traversed a half-full backpack of random teleportation scrolls and arrived near the left pass leading from the Poison Snake Valley to the Alliance Province. He swiftly dispatched the encroaching snakes and turned to the silver-haired female Taoist beside him, inquiring, "The special monster you mentioned, is it the Soul Reaper?" Nie Xiaodai confirmed with a nod. Luochen grimaced. That dark, amorphous creature, akin to an entity formed from asphalt, is something I recall being nearly impossible to defeat. How do we kill it? A poison, darling assassin, zero mistakes, or face death. Nie Xiaodia's words were gentle yet merciless. Though I possess a handsome visage and have experienced countless cinematic narratives, I still remain a virgin. Might you refrain from addressing me as husband? It is rather unsettling. I cannot fathom how Ning Kaichen managed to endure this. Husband, I too have traversed innumerable films and am also a virgin, yet I require yang energy. The spirit suffices, but the corporeal essence of yang is far more efficacious, Nie Xiaodai remarked, her words as simple as the act of eating or drinking. Yet they sent a shiver down Luochen's spine. Feel free to call me as you wish. Reserve the corporeal yang for me, for I have yet to experience romance. Ah, to die a virgin is truly lamentable. You speak falsely, goddess, Lu Ru. It seems that women possess an indomitable memory in this regard. Even the female specters are no exception. Luochen could not help but facepalm. Lady, the original owner. Ah, I am merely Lu Ru's devoted admirer. I haven't even laid a finger on her. Damn it, you scoundrel of an original owner, causing me to bear the brunt of your burdens. By the way, how did Lu Ru meet her demise? Surely, she would not have taken her own life? Luochen casually inquired. A ghostly trap. She inadvertently wandered into your scenario. Setting aside logical discourse, she indeed perished because of you. What? Is there no justice left? At that moment, for ominous, pitch-black creatures, resembling thick, viscous tar, materialized before them, an amalgamation of venom. Not a single player could be seen nearby. The Defiant Ones had met their end countless times just days prior. It was said that the unofficial game forum was rife with condemnation regarding this matter. Luochen felt a tremor of anxiety, gripping his weapon, and reaffirmed Xiaodai, I simply need to execute the assassination without error. Even if the efficiency is low, safety must be paramount. Indeed, moreover, would you mind addressing me as wife? The spiritual yang would be more abundant, facilitating a swifter recovery. Goodness, the female specter has become quite demanding. If I were to call you wife, I might as well be the grandson of Ning Kaichen. Moments later, Nie Xiaodai initiated the assault, applying both red and green toxins to the near Soul Reaper. Luochen's nerves heightened as he adjusted his distance. Muttering, Xiaodai, cast me a ghostly shield and a holy armor spell. It matters not whether you have them. Nie Xiaodai typed with growing proficiency. Luochen realized the futility. Contact meant certain death. What safety measures were necessary? Observing a creature with speed akin to that of players. Luochen mustered his courage, brandishing his axe to block its path. Fortunately, this abomination was melee-oriented. 3 seconds later, he unleashed a skillful assassination strike before swiftly retreating 2 paces. The blade's radiance pierced the viscous shadow, seemingly inflicting no damage. Yet, the shadow evidently redirected its wrath towards Luochen, turning to pursue him. Seizing the opportunity, he executed another assassination strike and withdrew once more. The shadow closed in. Strike, then retreat. Remarkably, Luochen soon grasped the essence of his tactic. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaodai, poised to provide support, exhaled in relief and typed, Excellent. Maintain the rhythm. Stay safe. The monster will go berserk upon losing 95 of its health. Flee immediately to me. Luochen understood. However, the creature could only perceive names, devoid of a visible health bar, leaving Luochen utterly unaware of when it might succumb to rage. After a tumultuous struggle lasting nearly 10 minutes, Luochen suddenly discerned that the ominous black name of the Soul Reaper had abruptly turned crimson. Even its dark, viscous body began to take on a pallid hue. Luochen instantly realized it had gone berserk. He swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping the now doubled speed of the monstrous creature. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled. Yet the creature's velocity was astonishingly a fraction faster than his own, sending Luochen into a state of sheer panic. As he raced towards Nie Xiaodai, he shouted, "Wife, help me." In this life-and-death moment, Ning Kaichen was my hero. If there could be a vengeful spirit for the people, then surely there could be a ghostly wife for Luochen. Nie Xiaodai skillfully cast a poison spell, redirecting the creature's fury. Meanwhile, her level 7 skeleton bravely charged forth. To Luochen's horror, he witnessed the level 7 skeleton, boasting a staggering 640 health points, according to the Apocalypse data, being effortlessly reduced to mere fragments of bone by a single blow from the formidable beast. Luochen felt a shiver run down his spine, nearly losing control of himself. Goodness, how brutal! For the remaining time, Nie Xiaodai engaged the creature using her summoned skeletons. It then dawned on Luochen. No wonder she prioritized upgrading her weapon. She intended to poison the monster. "My dear ghostly wife, I misjudged you." As he monitored the battle, he discreetly opened Nie Xiaodai's equipment tab for a swift glance. The sight left him astounded. "What have you been up to behind my back?" Chapter 34. The temptation of collecting equipment, Nie Xiaodai. When did you secretly amass such an extraordinary set of equipment behind my back? The Wujigan with a Taoist power of 3 to 12, exceptional 7. The Soul Armor with a Taoist power of 0 to 5, exceptional 3. The Taoist Helmet with a Taoist power of 0 to 2, exceptional 2. The Bamboo Flute with a Taoist power of 1 to 5, exceptional 2. The Small Bracelet with a Taoist power of 0 to 4, exceptional 4. The Taoist Bracelet with a Taoist power of 0 to 4, exceptional 3. And a pair of pearl rings with a Taoist power of 0 to 5, exceptional 3. Luochen's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. "Sister, you have been hoarding impressive equipment while I was unaware. No wonder you have been wearing a green hat. Wait, that means I must be the one straying, right? Who could it be? The landlady downstairs? No. I am quite devoted, you know, only to beautiful women." Well, the landlady does have a decent figure. Luochen quickly calculated in his mind. A level 26 Taoist typically possesses a Taoist power of 2 to 3. With Nie Xiaodai's equipment, her overall Taoist power reached a staggering 6 to 45. No wonder she dared to bring him to confront such a formidable foe. The Soul Reaper. If only she weren't a female ghost, Luochen wouldn't mind being taken care of. Those who have been through it know that it's quite delightful. The remaining 5 health of the special monster was finally whittled away under the high Taoist power of the green poison. With a loud bang, the sticky monster burst apart like a firework. Fortunately, this was merely a game and didn't leave asphalt strewn everywhere, polluting the environment. However, the drop rate from this special monster was rather pitiful. Luochen noticed it had only yielded 2 items. As for what they were, a female ghost flashed by, and he couldn't catch a glimpse. After a while, bubbles appeared above Nie Xiaodai's head, her tone not looking good. "Why is it all yours?" Then she tossed 2 items onto the ground. Luochen hurriedly picked them up, feeling as ecstatic as one does warming oneself by a fire in the depths of winter. Fate Crystal Spirit. Bronze Ring. Without hesitation, he used the crystal, gaining 1 spirit. A wave of satisfaction enveloped him. As for the unusual bronze ring, it should be akin to an apocalyptic equipment, resembling a short sword. Bronze ring. Forged from ancient secret copper, it contains a mysterious power of attack capable of harming souls. Luochen glanced at the remaining 3 special monsters, sensing that the asphalt creature appeared rather attractive. "Beauty, shall we continue? You fool. You need to restore your spirit. The consumption is significant, and 0 mistakes are required." Luochen felt exasperated. "Can you not call me a fool? Then you call me your wife." Luochen immediately gave up. "Forget it. Fool is a fool. No one else can hear it anyway. Fool, 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 fool Simba. Let us get excited." After a brief respite, Luochen patted his chest and declared with renewed vigor, "Beauty, I am ready." Nie Xiaodai equally eager, immediately sprang into action. The second Soul Reaper was summoned. With a recent boost in spirit, Luochen found himself more adept as he faced the tar creature once again. Each stab of his blade eliciting a thrill. Fell was exceptionally pleasurable. Nie Xiaodai, acting as a supportive ally, noticed Luochen's growing confidence and quickly typed a warning. Fool! If you lose your qualification for the apocalypse, you will be of no use to me. I can only drain you dry. Luochen was taken aback, instantly sobering up. How infuriating! He resolved to rewatch a few of Uncle Joe's films, hoping to discover a decisive method to counter the female ghost. As the special monster turned red, Luochen decisively ran towards Nie Xiaodai, efficiently dispatching it. Alas, 2 items dropped, but once again, he failed to catch a glimpse of them. This time, Nie Xiaodai didn't share and kept everything for herself. Luochen felt a surge of indignation, yet he maintained a facade of sycophantic cheer. Sister, I'm not tired at all. I'm brimming with energy. Shall we continue? Nie Xiaodai nodded. The spirit boost from that little bull has taken effect. Luochen paused momentarily, then realized with delight. Wait, you can nod now? Oh no, you can use micro-expressions? A fake crystal. Soul just dropped, which is immensely beneficial for me. Ah, so that was it. As for the other item that dropped, Nie Xiaodai remained silent, and Luochen dared not inquire further. The third special monster commenced. It was once again red and toxic green, and Luochen plunged into the assassination. After several minutes, they successfully subdued it. Yet again, 2 items fell. This time, it was the fleeting silhouette of the female ghost. Luochen lamented, We are a team. Can I not pick something up just once for the thrill? Nie Xiaodai tossed aside 1 item and typed, Consider yourself lucky. Luochen's eyes sparkled, and he quickly picked it up. Fake crystal, strength. He was thoroughly satisfied. His admiration for the silver-haired female Taoist reaching new heights. Ghostly wife, I adore you. After a brief rest, Luochen eagerly urged Nie Xiaodai to summon the final monster. Nie Xiaodai was quite pleased with the little bull's vigor. They proceeded without committing any rookie errors, and soon, they successfully defeated the last Soul Reaper. The silver-haired Taoist-esque figure flitted by. Luochen remarked, This woman is incredibly swift. Yet, he had now come to terms with the fact that he might not acquire any gear. However, after waiting almost a minute without any action from Nie Xiaodai, Luochen grew restless. Hey, what about me? The crystal is mine. I can use the gear too, and I don't wish to give it to you. One affront. Luochen is patient snapped, Nie Xiaodai. I must inform you, if we cannot share the spoils fairly, or if we lack transparency, I shall. Nie Xiaodai smiled silently, patiently awaiting the completion of his threat. After a moment of contemplation, Luochen bitterly concluded, I shall withdraw from the game in protest. Rejecting internet addiction starts with me. To begin with, let it be known that should you attempt to drain me carelessly, I shall transform into a vengeful spirit to settle the score. Nie Xiaodai stifled a laugh and tossed an item onto the ground. Luochen immediately pounced on it like a ravenous tiger, eagerly retrieving the object and hastily inspecting it. Iron bracelet. Do not be deceived by its name. It embodies a formidable will. Rest assured, you shall not find yourself splashed by the toilet seat during your visits to the restroom. Luochen was momentarily taken aback, pondering its meaning. Oh, quite precise, isn't it? Subsequently, Luochen hastily employed a random teleportation scroll, soaring towards the pass on the opposite side of the Poison Snake Valley. Indeed, the map of Poison Snake Valley features 2 entrances leading to a Lion City. A few minutes later, fortune favored Luochen as he reached his destination. Nie Xiaodai soon appeared as well. As Luochen beheld the 3 Soul Reapers before him, he nearly drooled in anticipation. However, after a brief moment, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Why is one missing? Unknown. Let us engage. Reluctantly, Luochen had no choice but to commence the battle. Given his current stance, his extensive experience within half an hour, the duo successfully vanquished the trio of tar monsters. This time, Luochen felt quite satisfied. He acquired 2 vitality crystals and a piece of celestial gear. Golden necklace. Do not be misled by its appearance. This item is designed for men, allowing warriors to display their prowess. Huh. After defeating these foes, it was still not yet 11 o'clock. Xiaodai, it's still early. What shall we do now? Oh my, this time I am in earnest. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. By the way, are there any other unique monsters around? Nie Xiaodai, seemingly having gathered considerable rewards, bore an expression almost akin to that of a real person. Upon hearing his inquiry, she furrowed her brow and, after a moment, typed her response. For special monsters, the ones here can be fought. The ones in Worma Forest are invisible, while those in the Daylight Gate engage in ranged attacks. Let us venture to the Stone Tomb Array. Chapter 35. The Splendor of the One-Leg Horse. The Stone Tomb Array, situated at the heart of Mengchong City, resembles a grand four-tiered pyramid. It seems as though the entire city has been constructed around it, and the expanse of Mengchong province has notably expanded by at least 100-fold. Its vastness is astonishing. Clearly, the random teleportation scrolls and stones will become indispensable resources for every player's adventures in the future. Having vanquished the special monsters, Luochen effortlessly arrived at Mengchong province and, quite fortuitously, found himself at the back gate of the city. Unbeknownst to him, a tempest of bloodshed was about to erupt in the safety zone of the poisonous Snake Valley village. Column, it's your turn. I'm on the verge of collapse from running. One of his companions exclaimed. Cobbler brother, you're not doing well either. You've only managed to hold out for 2 minutes. Stop dawdling. 3 people have already perished. We've finally lured this creature here. The spoils are within reach. Boss, after this, will we be hunted down by the entire server? Will we become public enemies? Another voiced his concern. We all came from the same dormitory. If we don't say anything, who would know it was us? Your sister-in-law knows. She's also playing the game and is quite displeased with our methods. You cowardly henpecker, weren't you lucky yesterday, picking up 2 return scrolls and a superb piece of equipment? You made over 3,000 in a single day, and your wife is still dissatisfied? In the outskirts, near the poisonous Snake Valley village, 3 Taoists were running while bantering. The 6 of them had been drawing monsters since logging on that day, intending to bring the Soul Reaper into the safety zone. The previous day, they had successfully lured numerous minor creatures with night buffs, despite suffering losses at the hands of the blade-wielding guards at the village entrance. Brother Tian, it's your turn. Time to unleash the poison, one of the Taoists urged, the tension palpable as they sprinted. 10 minutes later, the Soul Reaper completely disregarded the guards' attacks and stormed into the safety zone. Within less than a minute, a thick layer of items and equipment blanketed the ground of the area. The 6 players remained silent, solely focused on their newfound wealth. Meanwhile, Luochen had successfully ascended to the 5th level of the Stone Tomb. Indeed, the luck of the 10th level was formidable. Although he encountered no less than 10 malicious PK attempts along the way, he refrained from retaliating, primarily eager to reach his destination, not due to the overwhelming numbers of his adversaries. Once he exited the Stone Tomb Array, Luochen burrowed through the maze, ultimately losing track of his whereabouts. Nie Xiaodai appeared beside him, gazing at the indistinguishable Stone Tomb Array before her. After a moment of silence, she typed, You fool. Where have you run off to? Luochen raised an eyebrow. Sister, this is the Stone Tomb Array. Didn't you say we should come here? You fool. What's the identification number of this place? This left Luochen at a loss. Who would remember that? Nie Xiaodai, exasperated, had no choice but to take the lead in drawing monsters. Luochen, utterly perplexed, muttered to himself, Is it wrong to listen to you? Women are truly troublesome. Thus, the two continued battling monsters until the clock struck 1 in the morning. The fallen items were still being collected by Nie Xiaodai. Luochen felt an overwhelming frustration. I didn't want to pick up my old gear before, but now I find myself unable to retrieve it. Just wait, woman. I will make you spit it out sooner or later. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai suddenly typed, Hurry out. Luochen was taken aback. No, I haven't even gone in. It took him a moment to realize, Are we logging off now? Upon receiving a positive confirmation, Luochen promptly exited the game. As soon as he logged off, he discovered a female assassin clad in a form-fitting black suit, which accentuated her voluptuous figure, straddling his waist. She held a potion in her hand, attempting to pour it down his throat. Upon seeing Luochen suddenly remove his helmet, the assassin froze, quickly discarding the potion and seizing a glimmering dagger, plunging it directly toward his heart without a moment's hesitation. However, the dagger could not pierce through. Luochen raised his hand and effortlessly grasped the assassin's delicate wrist, somewhat dazed. "What are you trying to do?" The assassin appeared cold and ruthless. Yet internally she was filled with astonishment. "What is happening? I'm a master of judo, karate, taekwondo, and yoga. For many years, I have not failed even once, earning my reputation as the infamous Black Widow in the underground world. How could I be bested by a mere boy? But what on earth is going on?" His strength is insurmountable. Struggling against his grip, the Black Widow found herself utterly immobilized. Panic surged through her, and she flashed a beguiling smile. "Big brother, would you like some service?" Luochen gazed at her alluring figure and exquisite features, feeling a twinge of temptation. Is this profession now so competitive? They even offer home service? He swiftly tossed the sultry assassin to the floor, seizing the dagger and placing it on the table, his expression devoid of emotion. "You intend to kill me?" If he did not push her away soon, the reactions below would become apparent to the assassin. Overwhelmed by an irresistible force, the Black Widow fell to the ground and quickly assumed a seductive smile, deliberately accentuating her ample bosom. "How could I? With someone as handsome as you, who would dare to kill? I was merely playing a little game with you." At that moment, Luochen realized, although she was a woman, when did I become so formidable? The speed of that sharp dagger seemed to him like a child's play. Was it due to consuming several fate crystals? Or perhaps the enhancement from those apocalypse gears? Delighted by his significant power boost, Luochen found his anger towards the Black Widow's attempted assassination somewhat diminished. "So, tell me, what talents do you possess?" The Black Widow was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a moment before hesitantly responding. "Handsome, I can perform the ice and fire duality, candle and whip." Luochen scrutinized her black bodysuit, frowning. "You do not deserve to call me handsome. Also, can you dance, the kind that involves some twisting?" The Black Widow appeared a bit bewildered, sensing Luochen's displeasure, and quickly replied, "Big brother, I can do the splits." Having said that, she proceeded to execute a perfect split on the floor. Luochen, however, was dissatisfied. The angle was not quite right. Legs positioned one in front of the other lacked aesthetic appeal. Perhaps if they were aligned side by side? The Black Widow paused momentarily but quickly adjusted her posture to meet Luochen's request, flashing a charming smile as she inquired, "Is this to your liking?" At last, Luochen felt content. According to the seasoned netizens, such a straddle was purportedly exhilarating. Just as Luochen began to feel a surge of excitement, an unexpected chill swept through him from below. Then, a chilling female voice echoed ominously in his ear. "This woman is filthy. If you dare, I shall drain you first." Luochen was startled, nearly losing his composure. What the hell? A female ghost. Wait, when did Nye Xiaodai stop typing? Are you speaking in riddles? The Black Widow, with her legs spread wide in a perfect 180-degree split, looked almost on the verge of tears. After all, she was a renowned assassin, a figure that instilled fear within the industry. The illustrious Black Widow had never endured such humiliation. "It's a proper split, dear brother. I'm not speaking in riddles. This is authentic. Try it if you dare." Chapter 36. The swiftest within 7 steps. Luochen, awaiting a response from Nye Xiaodai that never came, found himself compelled to assume the role of Lu Xiaohui. He picked up the discarded vial of potion and, turning to the woman sprawled on the ground, coldly inquired, "What is this?" The Black Widow, her eyes flickering slightly, replied with a sycophantic smile, "Divine water. It sets the mood, and everyone who has tried it speaks highly of it." Having never used it himself, Luochen approached her. Amidst her fearful expressions, he grasped her chin firmly, disregarding her futile resistance, and forcefully poured the entire potion into her mouth. After a few gasps, the Black Widow rolled her eyes back and collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Luochen then remarked, "Indeed, it is effective." Observing her sprawled form, he scoffed, "Even in unconsciousness. You look dreadful. How dare you claim to be in the service industry? A poor review for you." At that moment, A chilling breeze brushed against Luochen's cheek, accompanied by a disconcerting, bell-like laughter. "Are all men as lecherous as you?" Luochen straightened his posture, exuding an air of dignity. "How could that be? None can match my lechery." "I am not lecherous." A wave of coldness swept beneath him once more. "The body does not lie." "Good grief." Luochen quickly clamped his legs together. "Must you always threaten one's prized possessions? If there is something to discuss, let it be with me. Why does this female assassin wish to kill me?" As the chill receded from Luochen's body, it hovered near the woman. Moments later, a mobile phone levitated mysteriously before him, creating an eerie atmosphere. Understanding dawned upon Luochen as he stepped forward to retrieve the phone. Utilizing the unconscious woman's finger, he attempted to unlock it, succeeding only when he reached her right middle finger. Quickly accessing the photo gallery, Luochen scoured its contents but found no useful information. At that moment, the chill settled on his shoulder, indicating that Nie Xiaodai was now peering at the phone with him. Searching through messaging apps and texts, Luochen finally stumbled upon a peculiar bounty. Eliminate delivery man Luochen, address photo below. Requirements: death process not less than 2 hours. Provide 4 valid photos and 2 videos. Bounty: 2 million credit coins. However, the origin of this message remained unknown, and neither Luochen nor Nie Xiaodai could trace it. Suddenly, a dulcet voice whispered in his ear, "Open her hidden album." Luochen paused, taken aback. Why does Nie Xiaodai's voice change so often? But this current tone is rather enchanting. He hastily reopened the album, indeed uncovering a hidden folder. The method of access remained unchanged, once again utilizing her right middle finger. Upon viewing the photos contained within, Luochen's eyes widened in astonishment, transfixed, nearly moved to tears. The assassin's hidden album was entirely pixelated. Many depicted her in candid encounters with various men, showcasing a myriad of techniques that left even the seasoned Luochen astounded. As he reveled in this blend of critique and admiration, an enticing voice urged, "Once you've seen these, scroll down." Goodness gracious! Luochen was instantly convinced by Nie Xiaodai's words. It seemed she had indeed perused countless works. A kindred spirit. After watching for a while, Luochen gradually sensed something amiss. This had turned utterly grotesque. The male protagonist, still the man engaged in a barehanded struggle with a female assassin, now faced a gruesome fate. It was akin to a scene from a slaughterhouse, especially the enormous, crispy sausages processed by the female assassin, which made Luochen's scalp tingle in horror. This woman is nothing short of a female mantis, a black widow spider. Just as Luochen was about to turn off his phone, a gentle voice beside him stopped him. "Take another look. It's a rare opportunity." Luochen immediately discarded his phone, declaring with righteous indignation, "Such vile photographs must be utterly prohibited. How dare you, a female ghost, concern yourself with such matters?" Circling around the female assassin twice, Luochen propped his chin in contemplation. "What shall be done with this woman? Can you drain her completely?" A chill lingered by Luochen's side. "Too filthy." Luochen furrowed his brow, and then his eyes lit up. He picked up his phone, scrolled through his contacts, found a number, and dialed. "Hey, is this Officer Lee? Why are you calling me at this late hour? What time is it?" "Well, the time is of little consequence. Quickly get up and join the fun. Do not dawdle. Third class, first class, no, second class merit, do you want it? If so, 404. I shall not be absent." After hanging up the phone, Luochen beamed with delight. "Xiaodai, I suppose this can be considered as helping someone to the very end, or rather, escorting them to the afterlife?" A gentle chill caressed his handsome face, and with a light-hearted laugh, she remarked, "This is what we call punishing evil and promoting good." After about 10 minutes, a knock resounded at the door. Luochen promptly took a swift step and opened it. A formal police officer and a community defense personnel entered in succession. Luochen patted Officer Lee's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Old Lee, your promotion and prosperity are just around the corner." Old Lee disregarded his impudence and furrowed his brow as he entered the living room, bending down to assess the woman's breathing. "What is the situation?" Beside him, the vigilant officer Chen anxiously observed the woman on the ground, his gaze fixated on her chest, perhaps in an attempt to preempt any sudden aggression from her. Luochen picked up the woman's phone, deftly utilizing her middle finger to unlock the device, revealing a hidden album. Old Lee, if you were to apprehend a psychopathic murderer once so utterly deranged, how many ranks could you ascend? Officer Lee stood up, his expression grave as he took the phone. Moments later, the look on his face was so dramatic it could grace the stage. What on earth? He promptly seized the small communication device, filled with exuberance, and swiftly reported to the command center. In the XX district, Level 2 Inspector Lee Fan. ID number XX. I have apprehended the suspect in a major case of XX, who is now subdued. Location: Apartment 404, Building 4, XX residential area. Requesting SWAT team backup immediately. Luochen stared blankly at the overly agitated Lao Li and couldn't help but remind him, that woman isn't moving at all. What is the point of calling the special police? Just take him back directly. Perhaps young Chun from the Joint Defense can receive a little red envelope. Old Lee, with reddened eyes, bellowed hoarsely, Xiao Luo, my Lord Luo, you do not comprehend. He then solemnly advised Officer Chun from the Joint Defense team. Today, you have encountered an extraordinary stroke of luck. Fortunately, you are with me. Aren't you eager for a promotion? Make sure to perform well. At that moment, two individuals suddenly burst into the room at 404, donning black stockings over their heads, each wielding a shotgun and a silenced pistol, menacingly declaring, "Don't move. Hand over Widow's sister." Luochen was taken aback. What more criminals? The Black Widow still has living male minions? Quite rare. Officer Lee, the patrolman in the living room, was instantly alarmed, while Officer Chun, still reeling from the previous shock and joy, immediately turned crimson, his eyes radiating an inexhaustible fury. Dare to snatch my opportunity? I will annihilate you. With that, he drew his baton and charged at the two armed thugs. Officer Lee was horrified and swiftly reached for his waist, simultaneously shouting a warning. As for Luochen, he had no time for any other action and swiftly flicked the vial of medicine he had just used. With a thunderous bang, the shotgun erupted in a blaze of fire, sending a barrage of steel pellets into the nearby silenced thug. He let out a piercing scream as the silenced pistol he held discharged, the bullet grazing Officer Chen's left arm and nicking Officer Lee's rear. Had it not been for Luochen's timely kick to Lee, the bullet would have likely struck him in a rather compromising position, turning him into a rather festive figure. The shotgun-wielding thug, trembling as he attempted to reload, was fiercely tackled by Officer Chun and Officer Lee, receiving blows to his legs, mouth, and head, shattering his dreams of criminality. Almost simultaneously, the resounding wail of police sirens echoed from downstairs. Luochen quickly seated himself on the ground, discreetly concealing his achievements and identity. Chapter 37. Are you still in the mood to play games? A gunshot rang out, a person was captured, and injuries were sustained. Old Lee, with eyes ablaze, angrily berated the Joint Defense officer, Xiao Chun. Are you looking to throw your life away? Charging forward against two guns, if you were to sacrifice yourself? How would I explain it to your parents? You, Xiao Chun, clutching his wounded arm, remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed a hidden joy. The special police captain gazed at the wound on Old Lee's backside, lamenting, Old Lee, you nearly became a eunuch. If your wife finds out, she'll definitely come after you. A nearby special police officer attempted to assist Old Lee in staunching the bleeding, but was brusquely pushed away. The captain cast a disdainful glance at his subordinate, exasperated. Do you not possess any discernment? What are you stopping the blood for? Let flow. The more he bleeds, the happier Old Lee will be. Damn it, today, I'm just here for a bowl of soup, while Old Lee strikes it rich. Xiao Chun isn't bad either. Should we invite him to our special police team? Xiao Chun remained silent, glancing at the precinct officer, Old Lee. Yet his expression could not conceal his delight. The special police captain unabashedly expressed his envy towards Old Lee. Old Lee, soon I'll have to start calling you superior. Damn. Blood streamed from Old Lee's wound, staining his lower half, yet he accepted the cigarette offered by the captain and took a deep, satisfying drag. Just then, a commotion echoed through the corridor, and shortly after, The deputy district chief and the director of the Public Security Bureau arrived at the scene, of course, accompanied by the chief and the squad leader. Squatting beside the sofa, like a quail, Luochen was taken aback. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Had I known, I would have carried the female assassin downstairs. Look at this mess. The landlady will undoubtedly unleash her wrath tomorrow. Upon witnessing Officer Oldley recounting the entire ordeal in front of so many leaders, only altering the narrative from receiving a call to proactively discovering a clue, Luochen breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, he had stressed that point repeatedly for this very moment. Luochen had no desire to be summoned for tea. The weather was too cold, and playing games at home was far more pleasant. Moreover, Nie Xiaodai seemed somewhat intimidated by the presence of the police officers and had already retreated to the second bedroom, hiding inside her gaming helmet. After a flurry of activity, as the significant figures began to depart, the senior officer pointed at Luochen on the floor and inquired, "Is he the tenant here?" Oldley promptly interjected. Xiao Luo was a delivery man. He was injured a few days ago and even received a threatening call. "I've been in close contact with him." The senior officer nodded. "We must ensure the safety of the citizens." That Oldley interrupted. "Rest assured, leader, I will handle this. Xiao Luo is in my care." The senior officer frowned. "You're handling it? Hurry and get yourself to the hospital." "If I didn't know it was just a backside injury, I think you were on the verge of sacrificing yourself." Oldley smiled sheepishly. "Well, I'll leave it to you then." "Oldley, congratulations." The senior officer chuckled genuinely before turning to leave. The personnel from the morgue tidied up the body that had been riddled by gunfire, cleaned the floor meticulously, and departed as well. Indeed, one must commend their professionalism. Not a single stain of blood remained on the floor. Only a few special police officers remained at 404, Oldley and Luochen. At that moment, Oldley scolded Luochen, "Are you really not going? This is a chance to distinguish yourself." Luochen shrugged, replying, "Forget it. I'm too timid and afraid of trouble. What if someone holds a grudge against me?" Oldley opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words, muttering in frustration, "Just be careful. Don't think that." Luochen immediately cleared his throat, and then recalled something. "By the way, can you deliver a banner to the landlady? After everything that's happened, I'm worried she might start shouting tomorrow." Oldley waved his hand dismissively. "She'll be more than happy, don't worry. Also, that kick you delivered earlier was brutal. My gunshot wound doesn't hurt as much as your kick." Luochen sprang to his feet, hurriedly pushing him towards the door. "You should go to the hospital and get checked for cervical erosion or something. Don't leave any after effects." Oldley was nearly choked with indignation, and after a long pause, he scolded, "You still have the energy to play games? Close the windows and get some sleep. I'll come find you when it's light outside." Once everyone had left 404, Luochen locked the door and finally let out a sigh of relief. "Damn it, who on earth hired someone to kill me?" After pondering for a while, he couldn't think of any enemies other than the game itself. Wong family's third young master? He quickly dismissed that thought. The likelihood was slim. He probably didn't know his real identity. Could it be? Luochen's eyes lit up. Perhaps the original owner was the illegitimate child of super family, a conglomerate, or a political magnate. Now that the inheritance was being divided, family members were turning against him? Yes, that is possible. The only issue is that this segment was absent from the original owner's memories. But that is unimportant. Just as he imagined himself low-key and enduring, suffering humiliation before ultimately entering a noble family and returning as a king to slap the faces of his adversaries. A cold sensation suddenly enveloped him. He was startled. "Xiaodai, what are you doing? Trying to absorb my vitality?" A soft, slightly weary voice emerged from his embrace. "Yes, the righteousness of law enforcement is quite harmful to spirits, and I need to recover." Luochen winced, hesitating for a moment before murmuring, "Just be sure not to be too forceful. A steady flow is best." A few seconds later, Luochen felt an icy chill emanating from his core, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Then he heard a gritted voice exclaim, "I'll suck you dry, and we could be a pair of star-crossed lovers. What a fool, get back to gaming." Luochen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was merely a support in the game, not someone who needed to win. Xiaodai needed him. It's essential to have value in life. Upon logging back in, They found themselves still in the stone tomb array. In the game Apocalypse New Century, there were hundreds of these arrays, and, as of now, it was just the two of them. Moreover, the monsters were spawning abundantly. Red wild boars, black evil maggots, and wedge moths were nearly endless. Although Luochen had now mastered the half-moon blade, and, with the blessing of Luck 10, he was attacking faster than a mage burning pigs. He still couldn't keep up with the spawn rate. Thus, both of their experience points were rapidly increasing. Within the stone tomb array, one occasionally encounters the formidable red and black wild boars, each boasting a health of 500. Their drop rates significantly surpass those of the ordinary creatures, and the likelihood of obtaining exceptional items, including advanced skill books, is notably heightened. Each time Luochen encounters these two varieties of wild boars, a sense of anticipation stirs within him, yearning for them to yield a tome of the flame sword technique or similar treasures. However, the incessant annoyance posed by the wedge moth, which does not actively drop items, proves irksome. Upon reaching level 29, Nie Xiaodai's inventory became full, prompting her to begin discarding equipment for Luochen. This gesture brought him immense satisfaction, as he thought, at last, this woman recognizes the need to repay her avian uncle. Nonetheless, the equipment that Nie Xiaodai offered was of little use to him. Despite its exceptional quality, it held no practical value. Subsequently, Luochen closed the half-moon and commenced his skill training. After several minutes, his assassination swordsmanship finally reached its maximum level. Just then, a 500 health red wild boar dropped a skill book he could utilize, the level 30 Berserker Charge. This time, Nie Xiaodai refrained from seizing it. With great delight, Luochen picked it up, opened his mobile warehouse scroll, and stored away his inventory. As the clock struck 9, Nie Xiaodai suggested returning to the city, to which Luochen readily acquiesced. Yet, he could not suppress his inquiry. When will you compensate me for the judgment staff? Surely you do not intend to renege on your promise? Tomorrow morning, I shall accompany you to slay the cult leader, she replied. Very well, that is your word. After Luochen located the rotund merchant and completed his transactions, Nie Xiaodai urged him to log off. Rest, dine, replenish your energy. We shall venture to Coastal University. Luochen felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Sister, I assure you, Luru and I are entirely innocent. Moreover, she is no longer around. Where could she possibly be? He then recalled, by the way, are you still unable to communicate in the game? Speaking in the game wastes soul power. In reality, I can convey messages through your mind, allowing only you to hear them with minimal consumption. Nie Xiaodai explained before continuing to type. Tonight, within the fragmented space of the game, the ghostly labyrinth dungeon will open. There may be others vying for it, and the special soul crystals it can yield are of great significance to me. What? A game dungeon? Chapter 38. All good people after tidying up. Luochen was on the verge of slumber when he was abruptly startled by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Officer Lee. What on earth? Aren't you supposed to be asleep? At your age, staying up late is hardly advisable, Luochen grumbled, completely oblivious to the fact that it was still morning. After some back and forth, they agreed to reconvene at 5 in the afternoon, allowing Luochen to stifle a yawn and drift off to sleep. As for the recent incident involving a death at 404, how could one remain so unfazed? Well, the female ghost Nie Xiaodai had significantly bolstered his mental resilience. This time, Luochen slept soundly until 3 in the afternoon, only to be roused by hunger. Near his residential area, at a crossroads, there lay a self-service barbecue establishment named Water Kettle Barbecue, which was essentially a grilling restaurant. Typically, around 3 in the afternoon, one would expect a lack of patrons. However, the scene was decidedly unusual. A crowd of about 10 people had gathered to witness a hefty man, weighing over 200 pounds, devouring skewers with fervor. This rotund individual was a well-known food broadcaster in Binhai City, currently attempting to conquer the Water Kettle Barbecue Food Roulette Challenge. Finish a designated meal within a limited time to earn a reward of 2,000, or pay the full price if unsuccessful. Despite his earnest efforts to chew and swallow, it was evident that he was struggling. Eventually, he set down his skewer and, with a wry smile for the camera, admitted, "Folks, I must concede, the portions at this barbecue joint are indeed substantial. I simply cannot continue." At that moment, within the live stream, a figure clad in delivery attire appeared behind the hefty man. Luochen hurried to the barbecue establishment, feeling as though his stomach was in a state of constant digestion. Upon entering, he noticed the crowd surrounding the large man, whose table was piled high with skewers of lamb, beef, chicken, chicken gizzards, chicken wings, giant prawns, fish balls, shrimp balls, and more. In a moment of clarity, Luochen confirmed the pricing with the barbecue shop owner. "You are indeed a self-service barbecue restaurant, correct? $89 per person for all-you-can-eat? Wait, has the price increased?" $89 for an all-you-can-eat option was still acceptable. Without hesitation, Luochen pointed to the hefty man's table and declared, "Bring me 2 portions of that." A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd, even causing the large man to widen his eyes in disbelief. After a brief moment of hesitation, he cautioned, "Hey, delivery guy, you might not be able to finish that. Don't risk your health for $2,000. Luochen, perplexed by the man's warning, retorted, "Can I at least get a taste of the skewers on your table?" The large man attempted to offer further advice, but Luochen, with fire in his eyes, surged forward and seized 2 generous handfuls, truly devouring them with gusto. Luochen sensed his body reaching a threshold, demanding more energy. With each skewer consumed, he finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. The hefty man quickly handed him a bottle of water. Luochen nodded in gratitude and grabbed another large handful of skewers. The ravenous sensation was so intense that even the thought of gnawing on bitter melon crossed his mind. Has anyone else experienced such hunger? Meanwhile, the large man had discreetly adjusted his live streaming equipment to capture both himself and Luochen in the frame. His usual viewership of 1,000 or so had surged to several thousand, and the numbers continued to climb, with comments flooding the screen. "Big fatty, is this really not for show? This delivery guy has quite the appetite. How many times has it been already? His profile is quite handsome. It's a pity he's delivering food. Big fatty, ask him for his contact information. I would like to have him deliver food." "You mean you wanted to fix the plumbing, right? My drain is clogged too." Half an hour later, the owner of the Kettle Barbecue restaurant was left dumbfounded. Big Fatty was filled with surprise. The live stream room erupted with excitement from thousands of viewers. This unknown delivery guy seems to have shattered the food broadcast record for Binhai City. Even in the Eastern Federation, he ranks high. "Brother, drink some warm water. Now is not the time for sugary drinks. They're bad for your stomach." Luochen gratefully accepted the cup of warm water handed to him by Big Fatty. This guy might be a bit overweight, but he is quite a nice person. With a satisfying gulp, Luochen stood up, and amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he smoothly scanned the payment code. Ding. 90 yuan received. Luochen waved generously. "No need to return the extra money. 5-star review." Everyone was stunned. The barbecue restaurant owner hesitantly spoke. "This young man, I think." Luochen was taken aback. "I senti a buffet? What are you thinking? Don't even think about it. The buffet is 89 yuan, and I paid 90. I'll fill a pit with just a sip of water. No one can change that." Big Fatty, wanting to persuade him to accept the restaurant's reward of 2,000 yuan in cash, saw Luochen's resolute attitude and had to give up. "This guy is so carefree. I can't figure him out." Meanwhile, Big Fatty's live stream room was completely blown up. Seeing the delivery guy so excited, the barbecue restaurant owner seized the opportunity, his face beaming with a smile. "Brother, you are generous. Here, take this pack of cigarettes." Luochen was puzzled. What is going on? No good deed goes unpunished. "I don't smoke. How about you exchange it for a bottle of white liquor?" "Really? Then bring me the most expensive one." At 4:50 p.m., Luochen sat on a chair in the district police office, casually crossing his legs. He said to Old Lee, "Look, I know you're injured, so I specially bought a bottle of white liquor to visit you. It cost a fortune. Are you touched?" Old Lee stood still, not daring to move. The abrasion on his backside hurt even more. "I don't drink." With this thoughtfulness, "You might as well bring me a pack of cigarettes." "What the heck?" Luochen was momentarily stunned. "Did I miss something? Should I have accepted that pack of cigarettes? I wonder if the barbecue restaurant owner would still let me exchange it." Just then, The door of the police office swung open, and a group of well-dressed police officers entered. The leader was an old superior whom Luochen recognized. Upon seeing the bottle of white liquor on the table, he paused and then smiled. "Oldly, are you planning to treat me to a drink tonight?" Oldly replied. "During work hours, I'm off these days, so let us have a drink." Luochen interjected. Hey. Didn't you say you couldn't drink? At 7 p.m., in room 404 of Building 4, a chill enveloped Luochen the moment he closed the door behind him. Luochen was taken aback for a moment, but after pondering, he realized he had just had a hearty meal and was brimming with positive energy. Why not be generous? He thought. To his astonishment, a piece of silk lingerie materialized in his hand. "If I wear this, I can leave with you," he exclaimed in disbelief as he instinctively rubbed it between his fingers. It felt delightful and was indeed the very lingerie he had once misplaced on the balcony. "The fragrance is the same," he mused. "I, a man of stature, would never wear such a thing. This garment is imbued with my spiritual essence and possesses bulletproof capabilities. Why wasn't that mentioned earlier?" After a brief moment of resignation, Luochen lamented, "It's too small. I can't fit into it." To his surprise, the silk lingerie gradually expanded, transforming into a size suitable for a t-shirt within seconds. Satisfied, he prepared to wear it over his thermal clothing. It must be worn close to the body to ensure its protective qualities. This time, he did not refuse. Surprisingly, the silk felt quite comfortable against his skin. Nie Xiaodai was triumphant, secretly amused. This way, she could efficiently absorb his positive energy and also escape room 404. This Luochen, so full of vitality, is simply too stingy. Luochen then donned his thick takeaway uniform once more and placed the helmet that had saved his life upon his head. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "When do we set off? Perhaps I should take a moment to upgrade my weapon? I haven't utilized today's fortunate opportunities yet." The ghostly phenomena at Binhai University can commence any time after 9 o'clock. There's a high probability of encountering others. Engaging in dungeons also requires your good fortune. Luochen nodded. Very well. He opened his phone to check the map, only to be met with dismay. This is absurd. The subway at the entrance doesn't go directly. Switching to a bus and then the subway will take 2 hours. Taking a taxi is far too expensive. Should I ride an electric scooter instead? Go to my room. There's a car key in the left side drawer of the middle wardrobe. Chapter 39. Coastal University. Luochen picked up the gaming helmet and made his way to the guest room. He intended to conceal the helmet, a valuable item worth 100,000. Among all his possessions, it was the only one of such significance. The door to the guest room opened automatically. Clad in bulletproof silk undergarments, Luochen felt no fear. Upon entering the room, he couldn't help but inhale deeply. The fragrance was simply delightful. A chill coursed through his upper body as he shoved the gaming helmet beneath the bed and hastily opened the wardrobe against the wall to attend to his task. To his surprise, he discovered an array of exquisite lingerie. There were outer garments too, albeit only a few. A peculiar, yet delightful aroma wafted into Luochen's nostrils, causing him to shiver involuntarily, a feeling somewhat akin to elation. With focused determination, he quickly located the keys. What an unusual vehicle key. However, before Nie Xiaodai could respond, Luochen dashed downstairs, for time was of the essence. A few minutes later, he arrived at the underground parking lot of a shopping mall across from his residential area. He had entered through the vehicle entrance. Most delivery workers knew that taking the elevator in their uniforms could sometimes lead to awkward situations as he scanned the area. A small car came barreling down from the entrance behind him, blaring its horn arrogantly, shattering the tranquility of the parking lot. Luochen raised his hand to shield his eyes from the high beams, realizing it was a Porsche sports car. Though he couldn't see the driver clearly, he noticed that the license plate wasn't even screwed on, merely attached with magnets, indicating it was frequently driven without proper registration. Just as he was about to yield, a head popped out of the driver's window. "You delivery guy, get out of the way." Luochen was instantly infuriated by such blatant rudeness. How disrespectful. "I'll just twist your valve core later." After circling around twice, he finally located the vehicle Nie Xiaodai had mentioned in a corner. The mall was barely functioning. and the underground parking lot was filled with numerous abandoned cars. Fortunately, Nie Xiaodia's vehicle was covered with a car cover. With swift efficiency, Luochen removed the cover and, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation, pressed the key. To his astonishment, as Nie Xiaodai had claimed, the car had been parked for several months, yet still had power. It appeared the vehicle was indeed of high quality. However, Luochen furrowed his brows. Xiaodai, why does your Ford only have 2 doors? Is it a Mustang? But why is there no Ferrari logo? Nie Xiaodia's voice, tinged with disappointment, echoed, don't all men love cars? Can't you even recognize this one? Luochen, irritated, opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat. I have seen countless cars. Isn't this just a high-end Ford? An M10 Armani? Yes, I've heard of it. Endorsed by Hu Xiaoyao. Nie Xiaodai could no longer contain herself. This is an Aston Martin Vantage. It's my favorite car. After finally starting the engine, Luochen felt it was unlike any car he had ever driven, awkward in every way. What is this? It's not even as good as Lu Xiang's wife's second-hand BMW. Nie Xiaodai fell into a complete silence. Luochen slammed the accelerator. Relieved that nothing was damaged, he drove up to the toll booth, only to be rendered speechless by disbelief. The automatic payment screen displayed a parking fee of 320 yuan. What the heck? This is outrageous. Luochen cursed under his breath, pulling out his phone to prepare for a scan payment. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He set down his phone, swiftly reversed the car to the side of the lane, and dashed over to the nearby Porsche sports car he had just seen. With ease, he removed the magnetic license plate and affixed it precisely onto Nie Xiaodai's vehicle. He then hopped back in, exited the parking lot seamlessly. Luochen felt exhilarated. He had saved himself several thousand yuan. Nie Xiaodai stared in astonishment at Luochen's audacious maneuver, puzzled. You must have hundreds of thousands in your account. Why bother with such a trivial amount? Luochen retorted confidently. The money in my account is mine. Why should I pay the parking lot? Nie Xiaodai was left speechless. How stingy could one be? What would they do in the future? Luochen drove the car to the entrance of the overpass, parked it by the side, and then removed the magnetic license plate, tossing it into the river from a distance. Consider yourself lucky. I won't let you face the consequences. Luochen generously spared the owner of the Porsche. It felt good to be magnanimous, liberating. Suddenly feeling the urge, he relieved himself against the greenery. After shaking it off, he tucked himself back in, suddenly realizing Nie Xiaodai was still with him, and panicked. What the heck? You didn't T-peek, did you? A teasing voice chimed in. As if I haven't seen it before. Luochen felt a wave of frustration. I was careless. He jumped back into the car and pressed the accelerator to the floor. After all, the car wasn't his, huh? With Luochen speeding along. He arrived at Binhai University by 8:45, parking by a small river across from the girls' dormitory. Just as he turned off the engine, 2 reasonably attractive girls approached. Hand in hand, their eyes sparkling as they spotted Luochen. Hey, you can't park here, you'll get a ticket. And why are you wearing a helmet while driving? Is this an Aston Martin? Are you trying out a delivery job? We could show you around. We know these roads well. Luochen stepped out of the car. I'm actually a delivery person. Well, I've been absent for a couple of days. The 2 girls, noticing his delivery uniform and helmet, gazed at him with starry eyes. We frequently order delivery. Can we add you on WeChat? And can we take a picture with your car? A chill ran down Luochen's spine. He replied, somewhat exasperated. This car belongs to a ghost. That's why I'm dressed like this. You know the Maoshan Taoist priests, right? The yellow robe wards off evil. The 2 girls clearly did not believe him, their skeptical expressions almost dripping with doubt. We could be ghosts too. Care to test that? Luochen promptly locked the car. Damn it, in this day and age, speaking the truth goes unheard. Actually, I'm living off others. Get it? Finally, the girls seemed to understand. One of them frowned, her tone turning icy. No wonder you can drive a Vantage worth over 2 million. Shameless. Another individual, however, was still eager to make an effort. Young man, I wouldn't mind relying on others either. Luochen ceased to speak and swiftly departed, heading towards the side entrance of Binhai University. It was only at this moment that the chill enveloping his chest began to dissipate. That delivery person, The university security forbade him entry. The guards at Benhai University halted Luochen, who internally scoffed and shouted at them. I am a university student working part-time. I am from XX College, majoring in XX. Class XX. Is it disgraceful to deliver food? I can't apply for scholarships, and there are no opportunities for work-study available for me. Tell me, is this fair? The university security, being officially employed, was momentarily taken aback by his words. Moreover, the crowd of students surrounding them grew larger, with some already filming the incident on their phones. The security personnel, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, "What you're saying is irrelevant. Show me your student ID." Without a hint of fear, Luochen leaned closer to the guard and bellowed, "Why are you so stringent with checks when you still Haven T caught the murderer of our classmate Lu Ru?" The guards were genuinely alarmed now. The higher-ups have strictly prohibited discussion on this matter. Calm down, this student. The relevant departments are conducting a thorough investigation. Let's refrain from discussing this issue. We wouldn't want to alert the perpetrator, would we? Luochen shot him a fierce glare. Our dormitory has all agreed that if there is no resolution before the new year, we will demand justice. Do not threaten me with my diploma. He then walked boldly through the school gates. The guards, covered in cold sweat, eventually cursed under their breath. Why would such a vibrant girl, with so many admirers, choose such a path? Upon arriving at the small garden path not far from the girls' dormitory, Nie Xiaodai openly expressed her admiration. "I almost believed you were a university student here. How did you manage that?" Luochen shrugged, letting out a weary sigh. "It's nothing. After delivering food for so long, you learn everything." Chapter 40. Law, Wealth, Companions, and Land. Luochen sat on a bench in the pavilion, observing the vibrant young female university students passing by. Despite the chill in the air, numerous beautiful girls braved the cold, revealing their long legs. This time, Nie Xiaodai did not exude an aura of coldness. Instead, she enthusiastically engaged in a discussion with Luochen about women's fashion. "That girl has a great figure. She looks good in anything. Xiaodai, look at that beauty. She's not even wearing pants in this freezing weather. She'll regret it later with those old cold legs, you know? And she's wearing skin-toned stockings. How do you know? Oh, by the way, do you have any stockings? I don't think I saw any in the wardrobe." "Of course. Black silk, white silk, lace, want to see?" "Absolutely. I could not make it so cold. I feel like I'm bare-shouldered. Wow. Look at that girl in the sweater. Her chest is quite impressive. A rival for you. I'll freeze you to death. Is it illegal to look?" "Oh, my bad." Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 10:30 in the evening. The dormitory building had turned off its lights. Luochen reluctantly watched a graceful figure fade away and then curiously asked Xiaodai, "Didn't you say the dungeon opens at 9? It's way past that." "I meant, after 9. The ghostly dungeon can open at any moment. From 9 at night until 3 in the morning, it could happen." Luochen immediately felt restless. "We can't just wait here. It will be troublesome if the patrolling instructors catch us. If I had known, I would have brought my gaming helmet. I missed the chance to upgrade my weapon today. No way. Today's luck is crucial." Luochen blinked. Does the ghostly dungeon also drop equipment? Before Nie Xiaodai could respond, 3 individuals who were clearly not students approached the entrance of the garden path. Luochen was taken aback and promptly stood up, preparing to leave. They can't be teachers, right? But Nie Xiaodai's voice rang out, laced with a hint of seriousness. "People from the Celestial Master's path. Don't speak to me directly. They have some means." Luochen felt a chill, but was inexplicably delighted. Nie Xiaodai is worried too? Without hesitation, he boldly approached the trio. "What are the 3 of you doing?" The group appeared startled. The leader, a young man with a sling bag dressed in casual attire, hesitated. "Who are you?" "I'm from a student union," Luochen declared confidently. "Don't be fooled by my delivery attire. It's just a disguise. I'm here to check on those who stay out late." Behind the young man stood a masked woman and a middle-aged man with a somewhat shifty appearance. Confronted by Luochen's inquiry, the middle-aged man stepped forward and reprimanded. "Which department of the student union are you from? Who is your advisor? Did you get school approval?" Luochen immediately sensed trouble. This guy resembles someone from the school. Hello, teacher. I'm from the External Relations Department. Are you patrolling as well?" Luochen decided to play it safe. As expected, the middle-aged man frowned. What's the external relations department doing? Did you not receive the notice? There's a major inspection today. Hurry back. Luochen exhaled in relief and promptly declared, Teacher, I am still a member of the martial arts club, and my skills are formidable. How about we join forces? Just a few extra credits will suffice. The middle-aged man appeared poised to respond, but was interrupted by a youthful man who raised his hand. His face bore an unmistakable gravity as he addressed Luochen. My friend, let us speak plainly. I presume you have also been invited to quell this recent malevolent disturbance? May I inquire about your lineage? What fake? How did you recognize me? Yet the question of his lineage perplexed Luochen. After pondering for a while, he hesitantly replied, Would it be permissible for me to fabricate a tale? The young man paused, then chuckled lightly, unwilling to disclose. No matter, as long as it is not. That will suffice. I observe your celestial features are quite pronounced, and your divine aura is contained. You must surely be of the righteous path. However, may I ask why you bear a hint of the peach blossom calamity? Luochen raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Peach blossom calamity? Is it not merely peach blossom luck? Could it be due to my handsome appearance? At this juncture, the school teacher had ceased to interject, opting instead to stand aside. Aware that these individuals were esteemed talents invited by the school's upper echelons, and it was prudent not to pry further. My friend, I possess some talismans capable of dispelling the peach blossom calamity. Might you require them? Luochen widened his eyes, responding sharply, My dear friend, that is rather unorthodox. Better to dismantle 3 temples than to disrupt a peach blossom calamity. Have the revered masters of the heavenly master's path not imparted this wisdom upon you? Upon hearing this, the young man visibly relaxed, recognizing that Luochen was indeed a person of the same circle. However, was it not commonly stated, better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage? Luochen furrowed his brow and continued, As for the peach blossom calamity, I possess my own methods for resolution. No need for your concern. Do you have any talismans or secret weapons from the heavenly master's path that can suppress spirits, particularly female ones? Just a few bundles will suffice. The young man's eyes lit up. Indeed, we have plenty. Not only protective charms and exorcism talismans, but also spiritual light charms, and even exquisite replicas of Zhongkue and Bagua diagrams. How many would you like? The masked woman behind him seemed hesitant to speak, appearing somewhat disapproving. All of them. I would like a complete set. Luochen exclaimed, elated. Excellent choice. The art of the Tao is priceless. For these items, let us settle on a mere 8,800, an absolute friendly price. He then produced a payment code, available through various platforms. Luochen was taken aback. Wait, you expect payment? The young man appeared incredulous, but how else can one confront demons or capture spirits without funds? Luochen, now incensed, retorted, Who said I lack funds? I have tens of millions in my account. Thank you very much. He silently added, Well, tens of millions in gold coins. The young man, skeptical yet intrigued, asked, So, are you purchasing or not? Cornered, Luochen swiftly retrieved his phone and scanned the amount of 848 yuan, declaring grandly, The remainder shall be considered a tip. The young man beamed with delight and hurriedly retrieved an exquisite yellow paper package from his backpack. On a simple label, 4 characters were inscribed in elegant calligraphy, Exorcism set. Luochen, somewhat perplexed, accepted the yellow package, inquiring, Is your backpack filled entirely with such items? Why is it still pre-packaged? The young Taoist replied with confidence, Absolutely reliable. Produced by the heavenly master's Tao, it is undoubtedly effective. The woman behind him could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, esteemed Taoist. The items you possess were all crafted by my senior brother. Their efficacy is inconsistent. Do not let them mislead you. Before the young Taoist could retort, Luochen, surprisingly delighted, exclaimed, So they're not fakes? Do you have more? I would like 2 more sets. The woman was utterly speechless. Did I not express myself clearly enough? The young Taoist, equally astonished, said, Esteemed Taoist, you truly have an eye for quality. By the way, I also have a piece of Heavenly Master's Tao artifact here. You must have heard of it, right? Since your card has a balance of several million, You can surely afford it. And you are destined to possess this artifact. With that, he pulled out a wooden sword from his backpack. Luochen was taken aback. How did he manage to fit that in there? The young Taoist displayed a hint of reluctance. This artifact is awarded to the most outstanding disciples of the new generation by the Heavenly Master Estao. It is a genuine piece of the revelation equipment. You may handle it. You will be utterly amazed. However, upon receiving the wooden sword, Luochen instantly realized, isn't this just the special equipment from the Revelation New Era? A wooden sword? I still have a short sword myself. If the wooden sword is deemed a precious artifact by the Heavenly Master Estao, then my short sword must be a divine weapon. How much does it cost? Luochen inquired curiously. The young Taoist, with an expression of reluctance, gritted his teeth and replied, "This is an offensive artifact, an invaluable treasure. Since you like it, then 800 of them." Luochen was somewhat astonished. So inexpensive? He took out his phone once more and scanned the QR code for 888 credit coins, saying, "As per usual, the excess is considered a tip." The young Taoist was utterly bewildered. "Are you joking?" Chapter 41. The opening of the Phantom Dungeon. The young Taoist sought to reclaim his wooden sword, yet he was effortlessly evaded by Luochen. With a mocking smile, Luochen retorted, "The payment has already been made. Are you attempting to renege?" The young Taoist, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, "Why don't you attempt to seize it yourself? An artifact worth 800,000, and you think you can obtain it for a mere 800? Are you a Spartan warrior?" Luochen, struck by a thunderbolt of revelation, thought, what? 800 is actually 800,000? Surely I must have misheard. However, he maintained his composure, donning a facade of indifference as he scoffed. "A mere wooden sword, and you dare to price it at 800,000? Who was the first to jest about such a thing? Is this the kind of instruction imparted by the esteemed masters of the Heavenly Master sect?" The young Taoist, taken aback, was momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he awkwardly stammered, "Well, gold and silver have their worth, but artifacts are priceless." At that moment, a new group approached from the distance, their presence even more formidable. A dashing figure, evidently possessing the aura of an emperor and clad in a tailored British suit, was flanked by 3 elegantly dressed women in flowing robes. 2 fully armed aides, carrying massive toolboxes, accompanied him, along with 3 burly men whose sycophantic demeanor was apparent as they boldly approached the crowd. 2 bespectacled middle-aged men followed at a distance, seemingly reluctant to draw too close. The vigilant teacher, quick to notice, hurried towards the 2 bespectacled men, bowing deeply and trembling with apprehension as he greeted, "Principal Zhang." "Director Wang, what brings you both here?" Principal Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, prompting Director Wang to chide in a hushed tone, "Director Li, what were the instructions at the meeting?" "You were to escort the esteemed masters of the Heavenly Master sect directly to Building 1. Why are you still lingering here?" Cold sweat broke out on Director Li's brow as he replied, "The Taoist of Floating Clouds encountered a delivery expert, and they are currently engaged in a profound exchange." Meanwhile, the impeccably dressed gentleman regarded the young Taoist with disdain, scoffing, "Floating Clouds, are you still peddling your worthless goods? Or are you attempting to swindle a mere delivery worker? By the way, how is it that Binhai University allowed a delivery person to infiltrate?" The young Taoist, known as Taoist Floating Clouds, disregarded the wooden sword entirely and angrily retorted, "You members of the Flame sect are as arrogant as ever. Looking down upon us of the Heavenly Master sect?" The gentleman, nostrils flared in contempt, continued his derision. "Do you think Floating Clouds can represent the Heavenly Master sect? Frankly, the standards for accepting disciples into the Heavenly Master sect have become increasingly lax, allowing all manner of riffraff." "Oh, the enchanting Yunshi is here too? Why the mask? Do you feel embarrassed to be associated with a useless senior brother?" Infuriated, Taoist Floating Clouds was on the verge of unleashing a tirade when a woman standing behind him grasped his arm, removing her mask to reveal her stunningly frosty visage. "Wang Lei, that is enough. Your vile demeanor makes me want to retch." The impeccably dressed gentleman smirked. "To hit is to love. Yunshi, feel free to berate me. My dear disciple, can you really engage in a quarrel with a dog without biting it?" Luochen, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, rubbed his nose, and playfully twirled the wooden sword in hand. When dealing with a dog, it is best to use a stick. Here, allow me to offer you one. Yunshi was taken aback to discover that the delivery Taoist, who had been playfully deceiving her moments ago, not only defended her, but also intended to gift her with her senior brother's treasure talisman. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Furthermore, why did he address her as his disciple? Wang Lei of the Flame Gate finally exhibited a change in demeanor, regarding Luochen with a hint of suspicion. The Huang-level talisman of the Heavenly Master Wei, the Millennium Peach Wood Sword. How could it be in your possession? Observing Yunshi's momentary daze, Luochen promptly placed the wooden sword in her hands, responding nonchalantly, I bought it for 888. Do you believe me? Wang Lei furrowed his brow, struggling to fathom the true nature of this delivery man. May I inquire as to your lineage and the name of your Taoist temple? Luochen was taken aback, yet displayed discontent. What? With such an attitude, you wish to inquire my name? Instantly, Wang Lei straightened his expression, adopting a serious demeanor as he clasped his fists and performed a solemn Taoist bow. May I ask about your Taoist lineage? Everyone present turned their attention to Luochen, their faces filled with anticipation. Now, it was Luochen's turn to feel bewildered. Oh no, Wang Lei's line of questioning suggests there is a proper formality to follow. Must I respond? It seems I have overplayed my hand. Yet, retreat was not an option. The boast he had made could not be easily retracted. A flash of inspiration struck Luochen. I am the wandering Taoist Luogio, traversing the seas. By the order of seniority, I am the uncle of Fuyun and Yunshi. Of course, you may also refer to me as Jiushu. He said this with unwavering composure, his heart steady and face unflustered. Out in the world, one's identity is self-bestowed. Luochen felt a surge of satisfaction regarding his adaptability. Perfect. This declaration astonished all present. Yunshi, deep in thought, mused, no wonder the delivery Taoist addressed me as his disciple and returned my senior brother's talisman. Her voice was sweet and melodic. Greetings, uncle. Fuyun suddenly understood. No wonder I could not discern his strength. So he is Luogio, Uncle Gio, returning the wooden sword to me through my junior sister. Such generosity. Fuyun's tone carried a hint of shyness. Greetings, uncle. I have duly noted your teachings. Wang Lei's brow remained tightly knitted. Luogio? Could it be the wandering master from the Central Plains, the capital of Luoshendu? Moreover, it is evident that he is acquainted with these two disciples of the Heavenly Master Wei. Wang Lei spoke with a hint of trepidation. I am Wang Lei, the chief disciple of the esteemed Master Xing Shi of the Flame Gate. It is an honor to meet you, Uncle Gio. The three elegantly robed women nearby made an effort to showcase their alluring figures. We are the Lu sisters from Binhai, honored to meet Master Luo. The three muscular men stood with expressions of awe. We are the ghost tamers of the Binhai branch of the Chaobang, honored to meet Master Luo. Luochen felt a delightful sense of euphoria wash over him, reveling in the charade he had constructed. From this moment forth, my identity shall be Uncle Gio. But heaven forbid that I slip up. Just as Luochen sought to relish this gratifying moment, he suddenly noticed a shadow enveloping the surroundings, and a faint white mist began to swirl within the garden. Even the street lights dimmed to obscurity. Yunshi was the first to react, her voice tinged with alarm, a sign of the ghostly realm's descent. However, Wang Lei's words painted a different picture. The Binhai University's Apocalypse Dungeon had been activated, and in 5 minutes it would be completely sealed off from this realm. We must hasten to escort Principal Zhang and the others to the safe zone. Luochen was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Wang Lei a villain? The three robust men from the Chaobang immediately complied with Wang Lei's request, escorting Principal Zhang, Director Wang, and Director Li away. The ghostly dungeon is an independent space, as long as one is not tainted before its complete arrival. They generally would not be drawn into the ghostly abyss. Yet, those present, prepared to suppress the ghostly dungeon, remained in solemn anticipation. 3 minutes later, the three ghost hunters from the Chaobang returned. The surrounding white mist thickened ominously. Luochen felt a twinge of curiosity, The mist seemed to be unevenly distributed. Moreover, it appeared as though his gaze could penetrate the haze. At that moment, Wang Lei gathered everyone to discuss the strategy for suppressing the ghostly dungeon. Both Wang Lei and Daoist Floating Cloud sought to nominate Luochen as the temporary spokesperson. Naturally, Luochen declined. What? If I, Uncle Gio, am not present today, you cannot eliminate the ghostly abyss? I cannot be a sheltered flower. The crowd felt a bit embarrassed. Subsequently, Wang Lei unreservedly volunteered to be the captain of this expedition. Daoist Floating Cloud and Daoist Yunshi raised no objections. The Lu sisters and the Chaobang ghost hunters were particularly eager to follow his lead. A hint of pride flickered in Wang Lei's eyes as he began to outline the plan. Once the ghostly abyss fully descends, the white mist will swiftly dissipate. Everyone will then find that everything here mirrors the campus of Binhai University, with the sole distinction being that no living soul will be encountered. According to the intelligence gathered, when the ghostly abyss first formed, a female student from the university was inexplicably drawn inside and subsequently fell to her death. Thus, it is highly probable that vengeful spirits lurk within. Our objective is to swiftly locate and destroy the core of the ghostly abyss, while evading the malevolent entities whenever possible. The crowd nodded in agreement. Luochen silently acknowledged. This Wang Lei possesses some capability. At that moment, the surrounding white mist rapidly dissipated, revealing the true visage of the campus. Yet, all understood that this place had become a realm of spirits. Most of the structures within the ghostly abyss are illusory and inaccessible. I will take charge of searching all the teaching buildings, while the Lu sisters will scour the library. And Floating Cloud and Yunshi will investigate the 3 dining halls. The Chaobang will search the male dormitory, and Uncle Gio, if you would please oversee the female dormitory. How's that sound? The group expressed no objections. Minutes later, Wang Lei, accompanied by 2 subordinates, arrived at the pinnacle of Binhai University, the rooftop of Building 1. One of his subordinates opened a large toolbox and swiftly assembled a specially crafted sniper rifle. At this moment, a sinister smile crept across Wang Lei's lips. Chapter 42. The familiar monster Wang Lei assigned Luochen to oversee the girls' dormitory not because it was a favorable task, but rather due to its inherent danger. Recently, a life had been lost there. Both the Tianshideo and the Flame Sect, as well as the ghost hunters of the Chao Gang, were acutely aware that those who perish in the presence of an impending ghostly calamity would transform into malevolent spirits, an exceedingly troublesome affair. Thus, when everyone witnessed Luochen agree to search the girls' dormitory area without a hint of trepidation, they all silently admired him. Truly, he is a worthy successor to his esteemed uncle, unflinching even in the face of peril. As the crowd dispersed, Luochen strolled towards the girls' dormitory, boasting to Nie Xiaodai. What do you think, sister? I'm establishing quite the reputation here. You'd best treat me with some respect from now on. Nie Xiaodia's voice drifted softly indeed. Uncle Gio is indeed formidable, daring to purchase talismans before a female ghost. Luochen instantly felt a jolt of realization. Oh no, I completely forgot that Nie Xiaodai could see as well. Nie Xiaodai chose not to press the matter further and continued, in truth. Wang Lei's description is more precise. The ghostly realm resembles a fragment of the apocalypse, fundamentally akin to a game. Moreover, the eerie entities within it, aside from the spirits of the realm itself, may also include creatures reminiscent of those found in games. Luochen, taken aback, inquired, such as? Reluctantly, Nie Xiaodai provided an example. Might there not be stray cats on campus? The power of the apocalypse could potentially transform them into creatures like the multi-hook cat or the nail-ray cat. With a dismissive chuckle, Luochen replied, "They're merely novice monsters. What is there to fear?" Nie Xiaodai retorted with a cold scoff. "What if you were a level 1 novice without even a basic outfit or wooden sword?" Luochen was astounded. Goodness! Yet he quickly regained his confidence. "But I possess the apocalypse short sword, a gold necklace, an iron bracelet, and an ancient bronze ring. Dealing with them would be a breeze." Nie Xiaodai fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she added, Given the close connection between this instance and the Apocalypse game, your luck should prove advantageous. Now, trust your instincts and choose the place you most wish to explore. Upon hearing this, Luochen promptly headed towards the girls' dormitory's first-floor restroom. The girls' restroom? Ni Xiaodi exclaimed in shock. Luochen, is that truly the place you most wish to go? Are you some kind of pervert? Luochen, displeased, furrowed his brow and replied, My intuition tells me there is something unusual in the girls' restroom. It's certainly not mere curiosity. Nie Xiaodia's voice was laced with indignation. This is a ghostly realm, not a filth-ridden one. How could the core of the ghostly calamity possibly reside in the restroom? Luochen rubbed his nose, feeling a bit helpless. Very well. By the way, what is a filth-ridden realm? Nie Xiaodi seemed reluctant to answer the question and urged him. Let us hurry and search the dormitory. I can sense the presence of those from the Curse and Vengeance organization approaching. Luochen raised an eyebrow. You mean the very group that drove you to suicide? Nie Xiaodia's tone turned wary. Indeed, they are a reckless band of malevolent spirits, employing devious tactics. You must exercise caution. Luochen nodded, yet inwardly scoffed. How can a female ghost label others as wicked spirits? Nie Xiaodi pondered for a moment before continuing. By referencing the game data from Tianqi, I shall elucidate the perilous nature of this dungeon for your comprehension. Do not take it lightly. Luochen found this intriguing and perked up his ears. Nie Xiaodi organized her thoughts and began to narrate. In reality, a middle-aged man, depending on his constitution, possesses a life force ranging from 5 to 10. A dagger inflicts damage between 2 to 5. Thus, if a vital point is struck, it typically takes 2 strikes to slay a human. Your short sword, on the other hand, has an attack range of 3 to 11, capable of delivering lethal blows to a human with a single strike if aimed at a vital area. Luochen nodded in understanding. Nie Xiaodi continued, within the ghostly dungeon. The weakest malevolent spirit is the Gray Spectre, with a life force of 10 to 20 points and an attack power of approximately 2 to 5 points. It would take 2 to 4 attacks to kill an ordinary human. The White Spectre possesses a life force of 30 to 40 points and an attack power of about 7 to 10 points. Caution is warranted when encountering such a being. Furthermore, there are the Red Spectres, also known as vengeful spirits. Their precise statistics are unclear, but they are likely the core of the ghostly realm, hidden in the most unexpected places. The special soul crystal we seek should be within their grasp. As for other creatures, such as the multi-hook cat and the rake cat, their numbers depend on how many stray cats inhabit this university. Their vitality and attack power mirror that of the Tianqi game data. The multi-hook cat has 20 health points, while the rake cat has 22, with an attack power of 2 to 4. Scarecrows typically exist in farm dungeons and are unlikely to be found on campus. And if there have been deaths in the school past, the difficulty of the dungeon will escalate dramatically. There may even be zombies and skeletons lurking, which would pose a significant problem. After absorbing Nie Xiaodia's explanation, Luochen inquired with curiosity, What level is my life force? Nie Xiaodia hesitated slightly. I cannot discern your strength at present. However, you have absorbed a considerable amount of vitality, spirit, and strength from various fate crystals, along with your short sword, bronze ring, iron bracelet, and gold necklace. These Tianqi gear enhancements mean that, should you wield them effectively, no monster would be beyond your defeat. Luochen was instantly filled with excitement. I knew it. The advantage lies with me. By the way, should I manifest the Tianqi equipment, the weapon must be drawn. As for the jewelry, it suffices to keep it in the Tianqi space backpack to activate its effects. Furthermore, once the game merges, you will be able to unlock a second equipment slot in the new era of Tianqi, allowing you to fully harness the power of these exclusive items. Upon hearing this, Luochen nearly lost control of his excitement. What? Are you suggesting that I can wield both the Inferno and the short sword simultaneously in the game? Incredible. Nie Xiaodi affirmed his excitement. Meanwhile, 3 ghost hunters from the Chaobang cautiously searched the male dormitory building. One wielded a long sword smeared with black dog blood. Another held ghost-repelling talismans, while the third clutched a piece of talisman paper. Most of the dormitories were in a state of spatial confinement, allowing them to sweep through with ease. Moreover, They encountered no spirits or other malevolent entities, resulting in a swift search. Amidst a cluttered heap on the 5th floor, they unexpectedly encountered a bipedal creature, the size of a calf, sinewy and brandishing dual-hooked weapons. The multi-hook cat. The trio bore solemn expressions as the ghost hunter wielding an alloy longsword boldly advanced to attack. This seasoned ghost hunter exhibited formidable skill, each strike imbued with lethal precision aimed at the creature's vital points. Although the modern weaponry was exceedingly sharp, this apocalyptic beast possessed a tough hide and resilient flesh, requiring considerable effort from the three to ultimately vanquish it. Before they could catch their breath, a rake cat materialized behind them, swinging its massive rake menacingly toward the ghost hunter clutching a talisman. This novice creature was far more terrifying than anything found in their gaming experiences. Yet, the ghost hunter with the long sword reacted swiftly, pulling his companion away, just in time to avert a fatal blow. The rake cat was evidently a more formidable foe than the multi-hook cat, and its rake descended with immense force, relentlessly battering the trio. Moments latte. The two ghost hunters without long-range weapons, primarily designed to combat phantoms, suffered injuries. One, clutching a ghost-hunting artifact, was struck on the shoulder by the rake, rendering his right arm limp. The other, grappling with the talisman, was slashed across the waist by the sharp tines, blood flowing profusely from multiple wounds. Observing the dire situation, the leader wielding the longsword, despite being wounded in the left arm by the rake, lunged forward, plunging his sword into the rake cat's heart, withdrawing it swiftly twice before finally overcoming the creature. After a brief respite, the trio was still shaken. Following their makeshift bandaging, the injured ghost hunter exclaimed in trepidation, "Didn't Young Master Wong Lei say this was merely a low-level dungeon? How could there be projections of apocalyptic monsters?" The one with wounds at his waist voiced his panic. "I never anticipated such horror from these creatures. It's infuriating that our gaming strategy team has yet to acquire a single piece of apocalyptic equipment." The longsword-wielding ghost hunter hesitated momentarily, yet determination glimmered in his eyes. The 3 million from Binhai University is no easy prize to claim. However, we have signed a contract and cannot tarnish our reputation. Moreover, we have Wang Lei and Uncle Jio with us. We must not falter. His two companions exchanged glances, hesitating briefly, before nervously nodding and pressing onward in their search. Unbeknownst to them, a blue specter quietly emerged behind. Chapter 43. The Moment of Hunt in the Library. The three slender and graceful sisters of the Lu family were meticulously searching the 2nd floor, their expressions tinged with anxiety. Although their abilities were somewhat limited, they possessed undeniable skills. They were far from being mere ornaments. The eldest sister tightly gripped a black chain, the second held a white ribbon, and the youngest cradled an ancient scroll. The Lu family was known for their lineage of shamans in the coastal region, and in this generation, the sisters sought to modernize and integrate into the higher echelons of the practitioner community. However, ascending the social ladder was no easy feat. Thus, they reluctantly resorted to sacrificing their appearances in order to secure the patronage of the Flame sect. The ghost exorcism contract with Binhai University was acquired through the introduction of Wang Lei, and the sisters were acutely aware of the hardships involved. Despite this, they were adept at ghost exorcism. They had worked seamlessly together on the 1st floor of the library to eliminate 3 gray spirits, which greatly bolstered their confidence. At that moment, a blue specter quietly emerged from their blind spot, attempting to launch an attack on the 2nd sister, who was trailing behind. Just as it seemed poised to strike, a black chain shot out like lightning, striking the blue specter and causing it to tremble violently. Before it could react, a white ribbon ensnared it, wisps of blue smoke rising. Immediately, the ancient scroll in the youngest sister's hands unfurled, revealing the statue of Zhong Kuei, the Taoist deity known for vanquishing demons. The blue specter was trapped between the 3 sisters, emitting a piercing shriek. Meanwhile, the eldest sister wielded the black chain, relentlessly striking the blue specter, her face a mask of grave disbelief. How could such a creature exist? It was rumored that they were malevolent spirits nurtured by the dark underworld. The 2nd sister, in a state of panic, urged, "Hurry. It's about to break free from my ribbon." Hearing this, the youngest sister bit her right index finger, drawing a peculiar blood sigil on the scroll while chanting incantations. Moments later, a divine light shot forth from the scroll, striking the blue specter and beginning to draw it inward. The specter let out a chilling wail, seemingly attempting to convey a message somewhere. It had underestimated them. The Lu sisters' truly possessed remark, "He sought to keep us captive like livestock." Witnessing her elder sister breathe her last in her arms, the second sister was utterly consumed by grief. At that very moment, her exquisite head burst apart like an unripe watermelon, leaving only a gaping neck spurting crimson. The azure specter finally broke free from its shackles and pounced upon the two fresh corpses upon the ground. The third sister, clutching the scroll, suddenly revived, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream of anguish. Then, she erupted with unimaginable vigor and resolve, gripping the scroll in her hands, and immediately dashed downstairs. A bullet struck precisely where she had just stood. The third sister of the Lu family displayed astonishing agility, her trajectory unpredictable as she deftly evaded another whistling bullet. Mere seconds later, her figure vanished from the first floor of the library. At the Shiyuan restaurant, Floating Cloud and Cloud Dawn were scouring the kitchen. Moments ago, the two had successfully slain a white ghost and several gray ones. "Senior brother, something feels amiss." Yunqi furrowed her brow and spoke to Fu Yun. The Taoist Fu Yun nodded solemnly, gripping his wooden sword with composure. "This ghostly labyrinth clearly presents discrepancies with the information we possess. It does not resemble a mere beginner's dungeon." Suddenly, Yunqi perked up her ears to listen intently. Fu Yun immediately halted his steps, positioning himself protectively beside his junior disciple. He was aware that she possessed a unique talent, enabling her to perceive unusual sounds. Even the ghostly labyrinth, where all forms of communication had faltered, she remained capable of detecting extraordinary noises. After a brief moment, a look of confusion crossed Yunqi's face. "I believe I can hear the echoes of human demise." Fu Yun's expression instantly grew solemn. "How many?" he inquired. Yunqi hesitated for a moment, and after a few seconds, uncertainly replied, "5 sounds." Fu Yun sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. In this haunted dungeon, only 12 individuals have ventured within. Before Yunqi could express further thoughts, Taoist Fu Yun's countenance abruptly shifted, as he forcefully swung the wooden sword in his hand to the side. Yunqi's gaze followed the direction of her senior brother's attack, and she was instantly filled with horror. A zombie. Moreover, a crawling zombie. After the panic subsided, Yunqi gazed at her senior brother engaged in combat with the zombies, her face reflecting a resolute expression. With solemnity, she retrieved an aged blood talisman from her bosom. "Tianshi Dao, grant me the power of lightning." In the teaching building, atop the highest point, Wang Lei, clad in a tailored suit, furrowed his brow as he cast a disapproving glance towards a gaunt elderly woman not far from him. With an air of displeasure, he remarked, "Is this truly the extent of your abilities in soul nurturing and ghost dispelling, despite your curses and grievances? The 3 sisters of the Lu family have all been shot down by my subordinates, yet the last one managed to escape." The withered old woman cackled. "The specters are not as astute as young Master Wang. They merely rely on instinct to devour fresh soul energy. Only by transforming into crimson specters can they be commanded to act." Then, her tone shifted ominously as she said, "Young man, those who lack reverence for the curse of the undead have never met a favorable end." Wang Lei's brow furrowed even deeper, yet he refrained from further taunts. The emaciated old woman nodded in satisfaction. A blue specter materialized out of thin air, swirling around the old woman, seemingly quite fond of her presence. However, Wang Lei's expression suddenly transformed into one of immense fury. "What have you done to my subordinate?" The elderly woman, seemingly unfazed, gently caressed the now slightly reddened blue specter and replied nonchalantly, "Just a minor warning. Moreover, it's merely a subordinate. What significance does that hold?" Wang Lei gazed at a fully armed subordinate, whose body had become emaciated, collapsing to the ground like a straw figure. Another subordinate, who knelt in a sniping position, trembled uncontrollably, veins bulging in his hands as he gripped the sniper rifle tightly. Wang Lei's expression suddenly shifted as he smiled and patted the sniper's shoulder, exclaiming, "The curse of the undead truly lives up to its reputation." He then pointed at the sniper. "This one still holds great value. Do not move." In a girls' dormitory building, Luochen curiously scrutinized a room that he had finally managed to enter normally, exclaiming, "The girls' quarters are not the dreamlike paradise I imagined. Just look at this chaos. It's simply a spider's lair." Nie Xiaodai retorted sharply, "Could you please be serious? This is the apocalypse instance. It's quite dangerous, you know." No sooner had she finished speaking when a gray specter suddenly lunged toward Luochen from the corner of his eye. Reacting instinctively, Luochen struck out with his blade, only to be left astonished. How perilous! Seeing the gray specter effortlessly dispatched by Luochen's swift strike, Nie Xiaodai paused in surprise before feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I told you so." Luochen, in disbelief, slashed a few times at the dissipating specter, exclaiming, "Is that it?" Nie Xiaodai replied coolly, "It's merely the lowest grade of gray specter. Even an entry-level cultivator could handle it. The white ones are troublesome, while the red ones are particularly terrifying." At that moment, Luochen suddenly lunged forward, executing a strike across an empty space. A dazzling arc, a chilling flash of the sword, vanished in an instant. Just as a white specter appeared at the door of the dormitory, it was struck by the sword light, slowly splitting apart and dissipating. Instant kill. Luochen scratched his head, astonished once more. "Is that all? The white ones are nothing?" Nie Xiaodai was genuinely flabbergasted, her words tumbling out. "Wait, how could you possibly employ assassination techniques? Even if it's assassination swordsmanship, how could you achieve an instant kill?" Luochen, puzzled, responded, "Did you not say this was the apocalypse instance? Isn't being able to execute assassination a basic skill for warriors?" His eyes then brightened with realization. Could it be because I am a martial arts prodigy? Chapter 44. The talent is quite extraordinary. Additional update 1. Nie Xiaodai was nearly choked. Is there any such thing as a shortcut in martial arts cultivation? One must realize that a mere sword aura attack, when unleashed, must at the very least reach the level of an Earth Realm practitioner. Not even in the realm of Xian could one achieve such a feat. Even a master of the floating cloud Taoist could only manage to attach sword chi to a weapon with great difficulty. Luochen twirled the short sword in his hand, filled with self-satisfaction. "Do you know what it means to be a one-in-a-million martial arts genius? Clearly, that is me." Nie Xiaodai fell silent, observing her lack of response. Luochen continued to boast. "Regardless, I am quite impressive, aren't I?" After a moment of contemplation, Nie Xiaodai replied softly, "It's not just impressive. Your talent is somewhat unnaturally formidable in reality." Luochen raised an eyebrow. "Are you, perhaps, frightened?" Suddenly, he became animated. "Huh? Then you must treat me with more respect in the future. Don't forget your place." Nie Xiaodai fell silent once more. Luochen, brimming with confidence, declared, "When we return, you shall wash my clothes, clean the floor, and make the bed for me, and keep the blankets warm. Can you cook?" Unable to endure any longer, Nie Xiaodai took a deep breath. "Get to work immediately. I command you, Shudao Mountain." Luochen froze, his teeth chattering. "What the hell, you crazy woman? If you can't win in a fight, you resort to underhanded tactics." A wave of chilling air swept over him, and Luochen finally relented. "I was wrong." A few minutes later, Luochen peeked cautiously at the entrance of another female dormitory, whispering, "Do you think Lu Ru is highly likely to transform into a crimson specter, and that upon seeing me, she will pursue me relentlessly? Is it truly that exaggerated?" Nie Xiaodai's tone shifted to one of seriousness. "This ghostly dungeon indeed arose because of you. Originally, this dungeon was supposed to manifest in 404, and I had prepared thoroughly in advance. However, Lu Ru somehow acquired a strange object from the cursed path, likely intending to curse you. Unfortunately, she inadvertently brought about her own demise and altered the location of the ghostly descent." Luochen suddenly recalled, his anger flaring. "Is this what you meant when you said, setting aside reason, Lu Ru was indeed harmed by me? Nie Xiaodai affirmed with a nod. Luochen fumed. Is there no logic left? She sought to curse me, and when it backfired, she holds a grudge and seeks vengeance. Nie Xiaodai chuckled. Exactly. If you had not continued to be her lapdog, how would she have thought to use that strange object to curse you? If she indeed cursed you, how would she have met her end? Luochen conceded. All right, if I encounter her later, I shall apologize. Indeed, the way of the sword is also a path. Nie Xiaodai? Luochen ceased speaking, completing his search on this level before ascending the stairs. Only one level remained. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill creeping down his spine. He turned abruptly, noticing something immense and dangerous lurking outside the glass window of the staircase. Watching him like a venomous serpent, his heart raced, and he swiftly sidestepped. With a loud bang, a large hole suddenly erupted in the concrete steps of the staircase. Luochen felt a jolt of fear and swiftly darted out of the corridor, taking refuge in the central hallway, his heart racing as he inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Nie Xiaodai's voice was laden with gravity, an anti-material sniper rifle. Luochen struggled to steady his heartbeat, perplexly asking, "The thing can't kill a ghost, can it? Who brought it in? That scoundrel Wang Lei?" After a moment of contemplation, Nie Xiaodai coolly replied, from the earlier perspective, "The bullet must have originated from the elevated position of the teaching building. It's almost certain that the enemy is Wang Lei. While a sniper rifle cannot slay a ghost, it can certainly kill you." Luochen instantly bristled with defiance, exclaiming, "I am clad in bulletproof silk underwear. What is the matter? Surely you can handle it?" Nie Xiaodai, both exasperated and amused, retorted, "You fool. That is an anti-material sniper rifle. Even if I could withstand the bullet, the shockwave would obliterate you." Taking a deep breath, Luochen scoffed coldly, "Damn it, I thought he was a good person. I'll go deal with him." Nie Xiaodai did not oppose him, but after a moment, cautioned, "It's not just Wang Lei. The cursed souls have yet to appear. They must possess formidable spirit beasts. Do not let your guard down." Luochen, astonished, asked, "Spirit beasts? Were those?" Nie Xiaodai elucidated, "A type of special ghost, often conjured through malevolent means from the vengeful souls of humans. In terms of power, blue ghosts resemble red ghosts and are even more troublesome. If it's a red ghost, you should flee at once." Luochen gawked at the sudden appearance of a bluish-red ghost before him and stammered, "Is it something like this?" Nie Xiaodai confirmed, but then quickly realized and screamed, "Fool! Run!" To her surprise, Luochen advanced with his blade, his face a mask of cold determination, declaring, "Run? Not a chance. There's a damn sniper at the stairwell." Those who have played elite survival games know that without even a small handgun, one cannot act recklessly. The blue ghost abruptly vanished from sight. Luochen's scalp prickled as he leaped to the side, instinctively unleashing a strike toward his previous position. The sharp blade's glow struck true, hitting the blue ghost, causing its spectral form to falter momentarily. With a surge of adrenaline, Luochen launched a frenzied assault, delivering 3 more strikes that pierced the blue ghost's essence. The creature, however, in the presence of his own woman, or rather, his own ghostly companion, it is imperative for masculinity to be fully exhibited. Merely a specter. A trivial matter indeed. No need for excessive caution. Nie Xiaodai. She suspects that Luochen is alluding to her, yet she lacks any evidence. What you just vanquished should be a vengeful spirit of the curse realm, nearing the level of earth. This is their lifeline. Be wary of being cursed to death. Nie Xiaodai earnestly warned. Luochen scratched his head. Is it akin to Lu Ru's maneuver? Or are they attempting to curse Uncle Gio? What is there to fear? There wouldn't truly be someone named Luo Gio, would there? Nie Xiaodai, once again speechless. Indeed, when dealing with Luochen, one cannot adhere to conventional strategies. After a brief respite, Luochen inhaled deeply and suddenly dashed out of the corridor, racing towards another staircase of the dormitory building. That staircase, obscured by the second teaching building, would render him invisible to the sniper. He sought vengeance. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Luochen considered himself a rogue. Minutes later, Luochen stood at the entrance of the rooftop of Building 1, gazing at the injured individuals before him, utterly at a loss for words. Among the Lu family's 3 sisters, Only the youngest remained, clutching a rolled-up scroll. A claw mark had torn through her silk robe from the side, leaving her entire back exposed to the frigid air. In this harsh winter, Luochen could not help but wish to offer her a cup of cupping therapy. Floating Cloud's entire left leg was a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, with her wooden sword propped against the ground, presenting a rather pitiable image. Yet her right hand tightly grasped a weapon resembling a crossbow, her expression grave. Yun she held a revolver adorned with runes, her attire transformed into that of a beggar, particularly her trousers, which could rival the exorbitant shorts of Parisian high fashion. Had it not been for the layer of black stockings underneath, she might have faced social demise right there on the rooftop. The three of them stood together. Opposite them, Wang Lei's suit had morphed into a battle-worn outfit, half his body nearly soaked in blood, likely grazed by a bullet. It was uncertain whether any vital areas had been struck. His two subordinates lay in disarray, one as emaciated as a scarecrow crumpled on the ground, the other, like a tattered sack, collapsed atop a peculiar corpse, beneath which lay a sniper rifle. Upon seeing Luochen's arrival and the high-grade magical artifact in his hand, the crowd's eyes brightened in unison, excitedly exclaiming, "Uncle Gio, greetings!" Luochen shrugged and sighed. Could someone please elucidate the circumstances surrounding the situation? Chapter 45, The Unexpected Boss, Part 2, under the elucidation of Master Floating Cloud. Luochen finally comprehended the situation before him. The three sisters of the Lu family had fallen into an ambush set by vengeful spirits and were targeted by adversaries, with only the youngest sister managing to escape. By a stroke of fate, the youngest sister encountered Master Floating Cloud and his companion battling a horde of crawling zombies, and thus joined the fray. After a fierce confrontation, the trio vanquished the zombies and made their way toward the first teaching building, suspecting that Wang Lei had encountered some form of trouble. As they ascended the stairs, Yunxi heard the sounds of gunfire and explosions emanating from the rooftop. When the three of them cautiously reached the terrace, they discovered that one of Wang Lei's lackeys had been eerily drained of life, while another had perished in a mutual explosion with a shriveled old woman, leaving Wang Lei himself wounded by gunfire. The situation, in essence, was as such. Luochen furrowed his brow. Wang Lei's vulnerabilities were excessively pronounced, it seemed. However, Master Floating Cloud and his companions appeared equally skeptical of Wang Lei, instinctively on guard. Particularly the youngest sister of the Lu family, whose eyes radiated profound animosity. Luochen cast a glance at Wang Lei and then approached to inspect the two corpses atop the sniper rifle. Wang Lei clutched his waist, his expression inscrutable, showing no further signs of movement. Luochen examined the corpse resembling a tattered sack, clearly the result of an explosive hand grenade detonating beneath it. As for the other corpse, that of the shriveled old woman, her torso below was obliterated, her eyes bulging in disbelief, as if she had never anticipated such a fate. Luochen meticulously scrutinized the palms of the two corpses, then yanked the sniper rifle free, inspecting it repeatedly before forcefully striking it against a concrete pillar. Confirming the barrel was rendered useless, Luochen discarded the sniper rifle, suddenly taken aback. In his line of sight, a red specter quietly manifested upon the terrace. This red ghost, with a twisted visage, fixated intently upon the corpse of the shriveled old woman, then lunged forward with ferocity. Luochen's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the others. Yet, neither Wang Lei nor Master Floating Cloud's companions seemed to perceive the red specter. After a brief contemplation, he addressed Master Floating Cloud. "You two, accompany me to seek the core of the ghostly domain. This enchanting lady in a backless outfit. Will you join?" Both Floating Cloud and Yun, she were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gaze toward the youngest sister of the Lu family. She openly displayed her deep-seated hatred, glancing at Wang Lei before speaking. "Uncle Gio, I wish to convey something to you." Luochen abruptly interrupted her, striding toward the staircase leading to the terrace. "If you wish to come, follow me. If not, remain here to tend to Wang Lei." She promptly supported her senior brother and followed Luochen. The youngest sister of the Lu family, her complexion pale, hesitated momentarily before also trailing behind. Moments later, Only Wang Lei remained atop the terrace. At this juncture, he revealed a cruel smile, a bunch of lowly cultivators. Even if you discern the truth, what of it? My flame sect stands at the pinnacle, its influence pervading both the political and business realms, deeply entrenched throughout the Federation. How could you insignificant beings hope to shake it? He then glanced at the assistant reduced to a tattered sack, his simmering hatred now uncontainable, his tone icily bitter. Damn it all. Dare you defy orders and recklessly seek mutual destruction with the cursed realm? Do you wish to uphold loyalty? Very well, I shall indulge you. You claim to have no family and no attachments? Then I shall reunite you with the family of your fallen brother. With that, Wang lay pressed against his gunshot wound and made his way toward the rooftop exit, oblivious to the fact that the Red Spectre, having consumed the soul energy of the withered old woman and his subordinate, raised its contorted visage to gaze upon him. Luochen, accompanied by 3 others, arrived at the central square of Binhai University. At that moment, the third sister of the Liu family fell to her knees, bowing fervently and tearfully exclaiming, "Elder Uncle Jiu, I beseech you for justice. My 2 elder sisters were killed by Wang Lei. Moreover, those 3 exorcists from the Chaohang were likely his victims as well." The disciples of the Floating Cloud sect looked at Luochen with confusion. Luochen rubbed his nose thoughtfully and inquired, "Did you notice anything peculiar on the rooftop just now?" The 3 stared blankly before shaking their heads in unison, understanding their lack of awareness. Luochen directly asked the Floating Cloud priest, "If you were to encounter a Red Spectre, would you be able to protect yourselves?" This question left the Floating Cloud priest momentarily speechless, and after a brief hesitation, he replied, "If it's purely self-defense. I possess an authentic exorcism kit in my backpack that can hold out for a while." Luochen responded decisively, "Then find a place to hide. I shall go eradicate the core of the spectre. Additionally, do not concern yourselves with Wang Lei. Wicked individuals have their own demons to contend with." After the 3 had concealed themselves, Luochen turned to Xiao Dai, asking, "Did you see that Red Spectre just now?" Xiao Dai's tone was grave as she replied, "I did not see it, but I sense its presence. It is formidable and seems to possess the ability of disguise. Your decision is justified." Luochen sighed deeply. "Though its visage has twisted into that of a ghost, I am certain that Red Spectre is Lu Ru." Xiao Dai was taken aback. "That cannot be. If it were truly her, why did she not attack you? Furthermore, if the core of the spectre resides within her, then that would mean—" Luochen shrugged. "The core of the spectre is not within her. By the way, if we break the core, can we not dissolve this instance?" Xiao Dai corrected him, "It is close. The instance cannot be dissolved. And how do you know where the core of the spectre is located?" Luochen chuckled, "Intuition. In fact, I guessed its location immediately." After about 10 minutes, Luochen returned once more to the women's restroom on the first floor of the dormitory. Xiao Dai could hardly believe her eyes. "You're back again." Luochen remained calm. "Let us make a wager. If the core of the spectre is within here, you shall take care of all future household chores. If it is not, I shall absorb your yang energy at will." After some hesitation, Xiao Dai gritted her teeth and agreed, "Fine." Luochen tightened his grip around his short sword and forcefully kicked open the door. In the deepest corner of the restroom, a chilling sound of crunching could be heard. Luochen glanced back at the spacious corridor, calculating his route, then picked up a nearby mop and tossed it inside. The gnawing sound abruptly ceased, and a monstrous head emerged from the corner. Its entire body was cloaked in a dark yellow hue, its skin resembling coarse cement, with only 2 remarkably robust forelimbs, each adorned with 4 sharp claws. The rear was characterized by a twisted, stout tail, writhing in an unsettling manner. Most disconcerting were its bulbous eyes, akin to light bulbs, paired with a grotesque visage that seemed to sport an eerie, sinister grin. Luochen was taken aback, for he recognized this monstrous creature, the dung beetle, a unique entity within the Woma temple of the game. Upon spotting Luochen, the dung beetle became animated, scuttling towards him with the swiftness of a slug. Calculating the distance, Luochen executed a swift strike, then decisively retreated to the corridor. The creature emitted a sound reminiscent of a jumping fish. pursuing him with haste while spewing forth a torrent of yellow liquid. Nie Xiaodai, somewhat anxious, cautioned, "Be careful. That venom can petrify you. This is not a game. Do not let it touch you." Luochen remained utterly focused, dodging the toxic spray while unleashing another arc of sword light. Infuriated by the assault, the dung beetle became frenzied, crawling directly towards Luochen and releasing another wave of venom. He continued to retreat, effortlessly evading the attack, and struck again from a distance. Minutes passed as Luochen circled the first-floor corridor, until the dung beetle let out a strange, anguished cry, rolling over onto its back in demise. Panting heavily, Luochen burst into laughter, exclaiming, "A bet is a bet. You're doing all the chores from now on." Nie Xiaodai remained silent, her brow furrowed in thought. Why would the core of the ghostly abyss be a dung beetle? After a moment of hesitation, she suggested, "Why not check to see if it has a crystal core inside?" Luochen frowned, yet tightened his grip on his short sword, slicing open the creature's abdomen. Moments later, he held his breath, retrieving a walnut-sized crystal from the dung beetle's innards. Nie Xiaodai gasped in delight. "A special soul crystal." She then urged urgently, "Hurry, put it away. The dungeon is about to close." At that moment, Luochen noticed a thick white mist reappearing around him, and the crystal he had extracted began to shimmer ethereally. Ignoring his disgust, he grasped the crystal tightly. As the mist gradually dissipated, a cacophony of shrieks erupted around him. Pervert. It was then that Luochen realized he had exited the dungeon, only to find himself once again in the women's restroom. Chapter 46. The Lost Army of Zuma Pavilion. Additional Update 3. Wang Lei's lips were stained with blood, his eyes swollen like ripe peaches. As he stumbled out of the confines of Binhai University and onto the narrow path on the opposite bank of the small river, he never anticipated that he would meet his downfall here. Two of his most trusted subordinates had perished, his partner in the curse of the undead was dead, and he himself had been possessed by a bizarre, red malevolent spirit. Were it not for the Luochen sect's current prominence, having acquired a batch of high-level possession talismans from the practitioners of the Central Plains, he likely would not have survived until now. Trembling, Wang Lei fumbled for his phone, intended to make a call. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck the back of his head, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed to the ground. Two figures, one tall and one short, appeared nearby. "Brother-in-law, are we thieves now? We haven't even finished with this row of cars. And you've got me back to my old profession as a robber?" complained the shorter one as he stowed away his hammer. The taller one crouched down and quickly searched the unfortunate man's body, soon extracting a wristwatch. "You scoundrel, look at what this is. We could smash dozens of cars, and it still wouldn't match the value of this watch." The shorter one took the watch and examined it under the dim streetlight for a while, then exclaimed with delight, "Brother-in-law, this is a brand name. PPG, a big brand." The taller one, puzzled, asked, "PPG? Isn't it PPT? Show it to me closely." Just then, a young man dressed in a delivery uniform and wearing a helmet approached from afar. The shorter one immediately became alert. "Brother-in-law, there's a delivery guy." The taller one, just slipping on a man's leather shoes, stood up abruptly, a wrench slipping from his sleeve as he nervously inquired, "We haven't smashed that car over there, have we?" The shorter one shook his head vigorously. "No." Only then did the taller one breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Luochen walked toward his car while grumbling. "Xiaodai, do I look like a bad person? I'm quite handsome, you know." Nixi Iodi giggled. What kind of good person runs into a women's restroom in the middle of the night? Luochen reached his vehicle, unlocked it, and then curiously glanced towards the riverbank a few dozen meters away. What were those two doing by the river? Fishing at this hour? With that, he pressed the accelerator and drove away. On the elevated road late at night, it resembled Bayanbuluk. An hour later, Luochen parked his car in another parking lot. Upon returning to 404, he eagerly stripped off his delivery outfit, retrieved a walnut-sized crystal from his pocket, and rushed to the bathroom to wash it vigorously. The stench is unbearable. After several washes with soap, it was finally clean. Luochen pondered for a moment, then decided to remove all his clothes for a shower. Pure bliss. He carelessly tossed his silk underwear and the crystal onto the sofa, changed into a bathrobe, and returned to the guest room to fetch his gaming helmet. Nie Xiao Dai's voice echoed softly. Aren't you going to wear your bulletproof vest? Luochen frowned. If you wear it, how can you work? Go wash your clothes. Clean the floor. Prepare a midnight snack. Nie Xiao Dai's tone suddenly rose by an octave. Are you serious? Luochen was taken aback. What? Do you intend to go back on your word? A wager is a wager. Nie Xiao Dai, losing her temper, indignantly declared, from this moment forth, I shall have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. Luochen sensed something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the cause. Moments later, the washing machine emitted its familiar creaking sound. After a while, Nie Xiaodia's voice echoed from the bathroom. You wanted to mop the floor, but where's the mop? Luochen was about to don his helmet when he paused, realizing, oh no, it seems there isn't one. Never mind, I'll buy one tomorrow. Call me when the late-night snack is ready. Nie Xiaodia ignorant. Ah, how delightful. Luochen felt a wave of satisfaction as he immersed himself in the game. Having delayed for half the day, Luochen discovered that numerous players had already reached level 28 on the leaderboard. He furrowed his brow. How are they leveling up so swiftly? However, upon noticing that one of the level 28 players was Yi Shangge, he suddenly understood. With so many bodyguards and followers, I could do the same. He pondered where to venture next. Remembering Nie Xiaodia's offer to accompany him on a raid for the judgment, Luochen's eyes lit up. The Zhuma Temple. There! Even the minor monsters could drop the judgment staff. Without hesitation, he set off. Luochen promptly purchased a full backpack of random teleportation scrolls for travel, save where possible, spend where necessary. Riding a bicycle to the pub, he once again found himself teleported to the Snake Valley, navigating through the pass to Mengchong Province. Indeed, luck influenced every aspect. Having barely used up 3 bundles of teleportation scrolls, Luochen arrived at the entrance of the Zhuma Temple. Initially expecting a sparse crowd, he was surprised to find the entrance bustling more than a marketplace. Ignoring the throng, he quickly descended to the first level and took flight. He sprinted straight to the 5th level of Zhuma. With 1 bundle of random teleportation scrolls remaining, he noticed that many players were already present, thwarting his plan to single-handedly confront the 1,400 health Zhuma guards. Just then, Nie Xiaodai materialized at his side. The laundry is done, and the late-night snack is ready. Shall we eat? Floating in delight, Luochen immediately sought a safe corner to log off. Removing his helmet, he inhaled deeply, suddenly puzzled. What is that smell? His gaze fell upon a table laden with dishes, apart from a dark bowl in the center that seemed to contain meat. The other plates were entirely filled with green vegetables. Shredded cucumber, slices of green radish, lettuce, spinach, chives, broccoli, and oilseed lettuce. Luochen picked up his chopsticks and poked at the central dish. Xiaodai, what is this? I found that large piece of meat in the kitchen of the Xiang rice noodle shop downstairs. I originally intended to make you braised pork. Nie Xiaodia's voice trailed off. Luochen pointed at the other green vegetables. Then what is the situation with these? Her voice grew even softer. The braised pork didn't turn out well, so I just prepared the rest simply. Oh my! Luochen boldly settled at the table, ready to eat. The late-night snack was ordered by me, and Xiaodai put her heart into preparing it, so I must finish it. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After indulging in the green feast, Luochen returned online, stepping into the Zhuma Pavilion once more. In the realm of the new era of apocalypse, the Zhuma Pavilion surprisingly resembles the former 6 levels of Zhuma in size, teeming with numerous monsters. Within its confines, several groups of players are diligently hunting, their heads adorned with the floating message, high price for Zhuma Pavilion route. Luochen, passing by amiably, remarked, I know the way, but I shan't reveal it to you. He navigated left, up, right? As he materialized in the next map, an acute sense of familiarity washed over him. Beneath his feet lay a wall of fire, and before him stood a row of mages. Behind him, a group had already blocked his retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Luochen took flight. Instantly, a barrage of lightning struck the very spot he had just vacated. As he soared randomly, Luochen suddenly realized he remained within the Zhuma Pavilion, having not ascended to the next level. What the hell? He exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. Had he miscalculated his route? At that moment, A dozen players pursued him from behind, their demeanor suggesting they were part of the same blockade. Luochen refrained from retaliating and casually sought out another door, stepping inside. This Juma pavilion also housed several groups of players engaged in monster hunting, their heads adorned with yellow messages. Which esteemed brother could kindly guide us to the next level? Luochen, exasperated, turned on his heel and retraced his steps to another Juma pavilion. After weaving through dozens of maps, he finally concluded that the number of Juma pavilions in the new era of apocalypse had undoubtedly increased by more than 100-fold. Moreover, the players he encountered were essentially begging for directions. They had all become lost within the Juma pavilion. In Binhai City, at the Wang Group building, the third young master of the Wang family was summoned from the gaming pod by his secretary, his face alight with anger. What now? The secretary, clad in a short skirt, trembled in fear. Noticing the imposing figure of a suited man beside her, the third young master furrowed his brow. Uncle Biao, what was that nonsense about the assassin you found last time? Black Widow. I'm nearly unable to hold my head high within the family. Uncle Biao refrained from retorting, instead solemnly declaring, Third young master, the eldest has encountered a mishap. The third young master was taken aback, then chuckled derisively. Oh, the prodigy of the Wang family. A distinguished disciple of the Flame sect, the Apocalypse Knight, the chosen successor of the old man. What could possibly befall him? Has he been slain in the game? Uncle Biao shook his head. It is not a game. The eldest has been knocked unconscious and robbed in reality, left with naught but his underwear. And he remains in a coma. It is said he has been taken to a hospital affiliated with the Flame sect. Initially shocked, the third young master's eyes soon gleamed with fervor. Chapter 47. The Guardian's Hammer Falls. Luochen finally arrived at a deserted Zuma pavilion. After clearing a space, he waited for a moment, and indeed, Nie Xiaodai appeared beside him, seemingly having finished her cleansing ritual. To be honest, this female specter is quite capable. How do we descend to the 6th level? Luochen inquired directly. Nie Xiaodai replied, I don't know. I'm unfamiliar with this place. Luochen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. You said you would accompany me to conquer the scepter of judgment. If you're not familiar, what are we supposed to do? After a moment of silence, Nie Xiaodai encouraged, just follow your instincts. You will surely succeed. Go for it, brother. Luochen was taken aback. Ever since returning from Binhai University, Nie Xiaodai's temperament had undergone a dramatic transformation, from a fierce dragon to a gentle maiden from Jiangnan. Well, let us keep it that way. Following his instincts, Luochen pondered for a moment. North is up, south is down, men left, women right. Thus, he charged towards the door on the right. A few minutes later, Luochen found himself in a room teeming with large rats. He was startled. What the heck? Is this Jerry's home? Nie Xiaodai swiftly hid in a corner, rendering herself invisible and casting the divine armor spell. This room is quite special. We must be on the right track. Luochen nodded, gripping his inferno weapon, ready for battle. These large rats had 385 health points, 3 defense, and an attack range of 12 to 23, yielding 330 experience points. A rather mild foe within the Zuma Temple. Even without Nie Xiaodai's assistance, Luochen could clear this Zuma pavilion on his own. 20 minutes later, he had vanquished all the large rats, earning nearly 100,000 experience points. Nie Xiaodai joyfully followed Luochen, continuously collecting items and coins, but soon began discarding them. Luochen promptly handed her 2 portable warehouse scrolls. Try not to waste anything. Nie Xiaodai settled down, recasting her spells for magic and defense, then typed, which door next? Luochen, brimming with confidence, waved grandly, men up, women down, and proceeded towards the lower door, with Nie Xiaodai hurrying to keep up. As soon as Luochen entered the next Zuma pavilion, he was taken aback. This map was entirely populated by Zuma archers. Fortunately, Nie Xiaodai, right behind him, timely cast a collective invisibility spell to cloak them both. Yet, despite this, several Zuma archers continued to unleash their attacks on Luochen. After casting a few healing spells, Nie Xiaodai exclaimed, Brother, you're incredible. You chose correctly again. Luochen began to feel uncomfortable. Xiaodai, please just speak normally. You're giving me goosebumps. He shook his head, voluntarily deactivating his weapon, and commenced his assault on the monsters. The Zuma archers also had 385 health points, 10 defense, and an attack range of 12 to 18, yielding 370 experience points, as long as they were not focused on. The danger was minimal. This time, he spent a bit longer in this map, gaining over 110,000 experience points. As for the dropped items, nothing particularly remarkable appeared. Now, Luochen grew cautious. He had an inkling that the next map would be filled entirely with Zuma statues. Nie Xiaodai acknowledged after casting a magic shield. She discarded a dozen bottles of sunlight. With determination, Luochen picked them up and proceeded through the doorway. Upon entering a new Zuma pavilion, he was greeted by a plethora of Zuma statues, which surprisingly eased his tension. They were all in a petrified state. However, his relief was short-lived, as several nearby statues awakened from their stone slumber, all of them sprang back to life. This time, Nie Xiaodai did not cast invisibility, but instead summoned skeletons, allowing Luochen to attract the monsters for a thorough cleansing. The Zuma statues possessed 495 health points and offered 450 experience points. They had 12 defense and an attack range of 20 to 32, proving to be quite formidable. Nevertheless, it seemed that Nie Xiaodai had equipped herself with high-level Taoist gear, enhancing her healing spells sufficiently to maintain balance. Thus, after dispatching the Zuma statues, they completed the task in record time, earning a remarkable 135,000 experience points. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai approached and tossed Luochen a coral ring. Upon inspection, he was filled with joy. It granted an attack bonus of 0 to 6, a rare 2, prompting him to swiftly replace his attack 5 skeleton ring. After a brief respite, Luochen stood before the northern door. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he sensed an entire room filled with Zuma guardians awaited them. Unexpectedly, Nie Xiaodai took the lead and entered first. Moments later, Luochen followed suit. As he landed, a collective invisibility spell was cast upon them. Looking ahead, he discovered that they were indeed surrounded by resurrected Zuma guardians, each robust and muscular, wielding iron hammers. The Zuma guardians also boasted 495 health points and provided 480 experience points. They had 15 defense and an attack range of 22 to 34, significantly stronger than the statues. Finally, Nie Xiaodai began employing her poison spells. With the assistance of the female Taoist, Luochen found this round of cleansing considerably easier. The drop rate for ordinary Zuma guardians appeared to be lower than that of the giant rats. After vanquishing these 300 monsters, their experience points surged by another 144,000. Now, the duo had traversed 4 unique Zuma pavilions: the giant rat, Zuma archer, Zuma statue, and Zuma guardian. Luochen felt a strong premonition regarding their next destination. It was highly likely to be a chamber filled with elite monsters. Specifically, the Zuma archers with 800 health points, the Zuma statues with 900 health points, and the Zuma guardians with 1,000 health points. If there are also 300 of them, we might be doomed, Luochen pondered, recognizing the validity of Nie Xiaodai's concerns. Yet, they had come this far. Moreover, the drop rate for elite Zuma monsters was not to be underestimated. Finally, Luochen steeled himself. Retreat was not an option. Xiaodai, you go first. Nie Xiaodai was rendered speechless. However, as a Taoist, it was indeed the most prudent choice for her to descend first. She cast a magic shield and approached the doorway indicated by Luochen. A few seconds later, he followed suit. Upon reaching the new Zuma pavilion map, Luochen surveyed the surroundings, frowning in confusion. Was this it? A cursory glance revealed only 30 monsters scattered throughout the space. Do not underestimate them. They are likely all elite monsters, 10 of each type. Just moments ago, I was struck by 2 arrows and lost 90 health points. Luochen, with a clear understanding, contemplated for a moment before addressing Nie Xiaodai. First, apply poison to those Zuma archers, and then we shall lure them one by one. The exquisite statues and formidable hammers wield terrifying attack power. 2 strikes can fell a mage, and 3 can dispatch a priest. Such claims are not exaggerated. Particularly, the exceptional hammer possesses a berserk ability, delivering consecutive blows that even a warrior would find lethal. Take, for instance, the Zhuma Guardian before Luochen. Even with red and green poisons applied, its defense remains formidable, as it swings its weapon, delivering 80 damage per strike. Few can withstand it, save for Gong Hanlin. With a mere 397 health points at level 29, Luochen finds himself in a precarious situation. Thankfully, with Nie Xiaodia's divine armor spell, healing spells, and sunwater potions, he manages to endure and engage in combat against the powerful hammer. After several tense moments, the first Zhuma Guardian relinquishes its massive hammer and collapses, dropping a bounty of gold, a few potions, and a memory necklace. Nie Xiaodai steps forward to collect them, and subsequently lures another exceptional Zhuma statue before vanishing from sight. Luochen takes on the statue in a duel. At that moment, while he is receiving healing from Nie Xiaodai, she abruptly dashes towards the center of the map. Luochen, alarmed, exclaims, "What are you doing, you mad woman?" "I can't hold on." Fortunately, Nie Xiaodai quickly returns, resuming her healing duties. After vanquishing the statue, she bubbles with excitement. "I poisoned an archer and it dropped a ghostly armor." Luochen dismisses her enthusiasm. What is so thrilling about that? They continue their battle until only 2 Zhuma Guardians remain, during which they have managed to acquire 2 memory necklaces, a purple spiral, and a knight's bracelet. While the drop rate is indeed high, neither can make use of the spoils. After defeating yet another Zhuma Guardian without any noteworthy equipment emerging, Luochen, while striking the last exceptional hammer, remarks to Nie Xiaodai, "If this path leads to the 6th level of Zhuma, I doubt any players could pass through at this point." Nie Xiaodai nods in agreement. As Luochen delivers the final blow, the exceptional hammer crashes to the ground, its wielder's weapon flung far away. To his astonishment, atop the fallen hammer lies a dark staff. Luochen stands frozen, incredulous. The Guardian's hammer dropped. The Staff of Judgment. Chapter 48. Fortuitous Overflow, gazing at the weapons nestled within his backpack. Luochen was struck by a wave of astonishment. Could it be that the Staff of Judgment has been acquired so effortlessly? Nie Xiaodai, equally exhilarated, seldom resorted to spoken words. Does this mean my promise has been fulfilled? With a heart brimming with joy, Luochen nodded graciously. Moments later, a furrow appeared on his brow. "You can speak? Why still resort to typing?" Nie Xiaodai bubbled up once more. "I fear I might tire you. Just one more mental crystal to digest, and I shall be able to communicate." Luochen raised an eyebrow, filled with anticipation. He then urged Nie Xiaodai, "Let us hasten to the next level. Today we must attain level 30. The allure of level 30 was simply irresistible to Luochen, especially since he was unable to wield the weapon. The Staff of Judgment possessed the following attributes: weight 80, durability 33, attack 0 to 30, required level 30. In this final chamber of the Zummer Temple, there were only 2 exits, leading directly to the 6th level of Zummer. As per their usual protocol, Nie Xiaodai rendered herself invisible and ventured forth first. Moments later, Luochen followed suit. Upon entering the 6th level of Zummer, Luochen gasped in disbelief. "My goodness, this place is indeed untouched." The area was teeming with monsters. He even stumbled upon what could be considered a glitch. Numerous creatures overlapped one another. Nie Xiaodai remarked, "We only need to carve a path. I've already tested it, and random teleportation is impossible here." Luochen understood. In a map where random teleportation is not permitted, logging off would not return one to the same spot. Thus, logging off in the 6th level of Zummer would place him back in the 5th level upon re-entry. By clearing a path and advancing swiftly, even if other players enter behind them, they would be unable to keep pace with the two. Luochen relinquished his desire for experience points, and, with Nie Xiaodai's assistance and stealth, pressed forward in a direct line. He discerned that Nie Xiaodai aimed to reach the lair of the Zummer Lord, the location of the boss, before 9 o'clock. After several minutes, they arrived at the next map, Zummer level 7 to 1. Once again, monsters lay scattered about the terrain. Luochen pressed himself against the wall, focusing on attacking, swiftly clearing their route. At a particular corner, he encountered a formidable Zoomer statue with 900 health. Engaging in a stationary assault, the statue was quickly vanquished, yielding an exhilarating piece of equipment, a strength ring with an attack range of 0 to 6. Though its attributes were standard, it was renowned as a premier accessory for warriors. It was said that wearing a pair of strength rings could unlock their maximum attack potential. With delight, Luochen donned the strength ring and continued to forge a path through the horde of monsters. After further arduous minutes of battling, they finally reached Zoomer level 7 to 2. During their journey, they had defeated numerous elite monsters, collecting several memory necklaces, albeit all of ordinary quality. There appeared to be a blessing oil as well, though he did not catch a clear glimpse of it. Upon entering this new map, Luochen ceased his straightforward advance and began to engage in monster clearing for experience. Even if players were to enter behind them now, they would undoubtedly be unable to match their pace. Midway through their clearing, an elite archer dropped another piece of Zoomer elite gear, a green necklace with an attack range of 2 to 5. Luochen was still not as satisfied as he was with his own 0 to 6 ghost necklace. As for the potential hidden attributes, the green necklace offered excellent enhancements for attack limits and PvP, but it was of no use to Luochen. Nie Xiaodai had poisoned 2 exquisite archers, and this time, she surprisingly obtained a mind bracelet. Although the bracelet's magical power was only 1 to 2, its wearing requirements exceeded even that of the prestigious 3-eyed bracelet from the Zuma set. It was highly likely that it possessed hidden attributes. However, as it was a piece of equipment for Taoists, Luochen paid it little mind. After clearing this map, the two ventured into the 3rd level of the 7th layer of Zuma. Luochen's experience bar was nearly full, greatly igniting his passion for monster hunting. Charging forth like a tank, Nie Xiaodai closely followed, diligently performing her role as a healer, while also acting as a collector of precious items. This little sprite, although capable of automatically filtering exceptional equipment, also tended to overlook nearly all high-tier Taoist gear. For instance, after Luochen had just slain a remarkable statue and acquired a soul necklace, it vanished in the blink of an eye. During this time, while battling the Zuma statues, the Zuma archers dropped 2 potions of blessing, which indeed dropped, and Luochen picked them up. As the experience bar filled to capacity, a visual illusion, a lesson learned. Luochen's fighting spirit soared even higher. When nearly half of the 3rd level of Zuma was cleared, Luochen finally reached level 30. He immediately equipped the weapon every warrior dreams of, the Judgment Staff, feeling an overwhelming surge of emotion. Zhang Zhanyu, now I understand how you endured those 5 years. I felt like time has dragged on for an eternity these past few hours. Luochen consumed a potion of blessing, enhancing his weapon's luck by 1. Although he already had a luck rating of 10, adding an extra attribute would make the weapon appear even more formidable. Grasping the luck-enhanced staff, he could hardly contain his excitement and eagerly charged at a remarkable giant hammer, exclaiming, "Accept the judgment of the 9th uncle." Nie Xiaodai watched with great interest as Luochen engaged in his duel. Without the aid of a healer, a level 30 warrior found it somewhat challenging to battle a 1000 HP Zuma Guardian. Nonetheless, the remarkable giant hammer ultimately succumbed to Luochen's staff. However, the next moment, both Luochen and Nie Xiaodai were left petrified, rendered speechless. After a brief pause, Luochen was the first to regain his composure, stepping forward to collect the weapon that had dropped. Another judgment staff? Luochen was overwhelmed with disbelief. No way. My luck is simply beyond measure. Luck 10 is incredible. The drop rate is astonishing. After glancing at the attributes of this weapon, Luochen was once again struck dumb. This weapon, oh my goodness. Judgment Staff, weight 80, durability 30-35, attack 0 to 30, attack speed 2, exceptional 2, level requirement 30. A weapon that increases attack speed? This, for the Judgment Staff, enhancements to attack power, accuracy, and even magic and Taoist skills are common, but an increase in attack speed is exceedingly rare. If Luochen recalled correctly, in his past life, the highest attack speed for a Judgment Staff in the history of the game was merely 2 points. A divine artifact. Does it possess invincible attributes? The highest level of attributes. Unbelievable luck. Luochen promptly replaced Neo Furin with the exquisite judgment staff and applied another vial of blessed oil, enhancing the weapon's luck by one. Ecstatic beyond measure, he could hardly contain his joy and was eager to share it with the silver-haired female Taoist. However, Nie Xiaodai observed the scene with a restrained demeanor, her silence betraying an unsettling feeling. "What is the matter, Xiaodai? Are you feeling jealous?" Luochen inquired, taken aback. After a brief moment of contemplation, she replied, "It's nothing, perhaps I'm overthinking. Let us hasten to eliminate the monsters. Before 9 o'clock, we must establish a foothold in the ultimate map and confront the nighttime boss, Zumu Jiaozhu." Luochen understood her urgency. Utilizing a mobile warehouse scroll, he organized his belongings and learned the level 30 warrior skill, Berserker Charge. He then signaled Nie Xiaodai to commence their journey. With the Judgment Staff, which boasted an attack speed increase of 2, he felt invincible. Who could stand in his way? Eventually, around 8:30, the duo successfully entered the lair of Zumu Jiaozhu. The map was not overly expansive, resembling the size of the bird's nest water cube. Stealthily maneuvering every few steps, they spent several minutes reaching the center of the hall. Luochen gazed at Zumu Jiaozhu, who was seated upon a stone tablet in a petrified state. A wave of elation washed over him, and he exclaimed, "Xiaodai, could this formidable boss possibly drop the Dragon Slayer for us?" Yet, Nie Xiaodai seemed to harbor some concern and remained silent. She cast a stealth spell on Luochen, summoned skeletons to shield him, and positioned several bats strategically before drawing Zumu Jiaozhu's attention. The moment Zumu Jiaozhu broke free from his petrification, he leaped directly to Nie Xiaodia's side, delivering a fiery punch. She swiftly retreated behind Luochen, vanishing from sight. Confounded, Luochen questioned Xiaodai, "Why aren't you using poison? Just attack? Validate a hypothesis," she replied cryptically. With no other option, Luochen retracted his crescent moon skill and launched a stab at the skeleton before him. During the entire encounter, Nie Xiaodai refrained from assaulting Zumu Jiaozhu, solely focusing on healing the summoned skeletons. Zumu Jiaozhu was unable to reach Luochen, who remained secure in his position. Occasionally, the boss regained health, inciting Luochen's ire. "Damn it, you crazy woman. Can't you just help me with some poison?" he exclaimed in frustration. "Brother, bird uncle, darling. Just listen to me and keep attacking," she urged. After a prolonged struggle, they finally vanquished the boss of Zumu Temple just before 9 o'clock. Luochen quickly scanned the loot that had dropped. No Dragon Slayer. The only noteworthy items were a power ring, a somewhat rare Gale necklace, and a vial of blessed oil. Chapter 49. The Teleportation Ring. Additional Update 1. Nie Xiaodai stepped forward to pick up the items on the ground, scrutinizing them for several seconds before turning to hand them to Luochen. "This is indeed a significant problem." Luochen was taken aback, examining the two pieces of equipment with wide-eyed disbelief, utterly astonished. "What the hell? Nie Xiaodai, have you lost your mind? Can this even be called a problem? It's absolutely phenomenal. Where did you even find this?" Both pieces of equipment were extraordinarily exceptional. Luochen immediately equipped them. Power Ring, weight 3, durability 4-7, attack 0-10, exceptional 4, requires attack power 46. Windstorm Necklace, weight 1, durability 6-8, attack speed 4, exceptional 2, attack 0-5, exceptional 4, requires level 19. Nie Xiaodai disregarded Luochen's disdain and initiated another trade, presenting 3 bottles of blessing oil, 2 of which she had previously collected. "Darling, drink this." Luochen was somewhat puzzled. The one luck for the weapon seemed straightforward, but the rest is rather challenging. Ultimately, he consumed all 3 bottles of blessing oil, transforming the Judgment Staff into a 4-luck item. At this moment, even Luochen felt something was amiss. "What the hell? My luck seems rather extraordinary. What's going on?" It's highly probable that luck overflowed. Nie Xiaodia appeared somewhat anxious. A moment later, she surprisingly spoke again. "Darling, don't move just yet. Let us first confront the nighttime Zumur Lord and verify it." Luochen's previously buoyant mood was now tinged with unease due to Nie Xiaodai's words. "Wait, sister, You're making me a bit nervous. Isn't it a good thing that we've acquired exceptional gear? Why the anxiety? We aren't cheating or exploiting bugs. We should be celebrating. Nia Xiaodai typed. Luck overflow, misfortune increases. Luochen furrowed his brows. What does that mean? Just then, the clock struck 9. The entire Zoomer Lord's domain swiftly filled with monsters, some even overlapping. The recently defeated Zoomer Lord had also returned to perch upon the stone tablet. This time, Nia Xiaodai was markedly more cautious, moving stealthily. If she were to be targeted by the archers with their nighttime buff, it would spell her doom. After several seconds, Nia Xiaodai lured the Zoomer Lord, promptly returning to position herself beside Luochen. After casting a collective invisibility spell, she began to fervently cast healing spells upon herself. The Zoomer Lord, empowered by the nighttime buff, leaped forward, moving with such speed that it felt like teleportation, swifter than Bolt himself. Luochen immediately sensed that his assassination aim was off, so he closed his eyes and unleashed a barrage of attacks. With his weapon and necklace, granting him an attack speed of 6, he wielded the Judgment Staff with a speed akin to a whirlwind. Regardless of how swift the Zoomer Lord was, it would inevitably receive a blow upon reaching the assassination position. Such feats were only possible in a game where this reality, wielding an 80-weight Judgment Staff in such a manner, would leave even Ultraman buried in craters. The Zoomer Lord, unable to strike Luochen, grew increasingly agitated, raising its hand to summon Zoomer minions, which were on the verge of overwhelming Luochen. Fortunately, the assassination position remained unobstructed by petrified monsters. Otherwise, Nia Xiaodai would once more be forced to take risks in drawing the monsters. As the health of the Zuma master dwindled, his fury intensified. Without Nia Xiaodai's green poison, it took a full 10 minutes for the Zuma master to crash to the ground. 5 items were then left scattered on the floor. Crystal of Destiny, Evil Repelling Bracelet, Cloth Garment, Male, Super Return Stone, Skeleton Ring. In the blink of an eye, the corpse of Azuma Master surged once more, yielding 2 additional items. Crystal of Destiny, Teleportation Ring. Luochen was utterly bewildered, akin to someone who had just taken a swig of a potent 72-degree spirit, his world spinning in chaos. What just transpired? The corpse was whipped. Nia Xiaodai seemed prepared for this turn of events. Though she uttered not a word, she swiftly collected all the items from the ground, employing her stealth ability with each step. Luochen, in a daze, inquired, did the drop rate just double? Moments later, Nia Xiaodai initiated a trade, presenting him with a spirit crystal. Luochen numbly accepted and used it. Spirit 1. After a brief pause, Nia Xiaodai solemnly declared, I can now assert with absolute certainty that this is a case of overflowing luck. The drop rate for the Night Boss's apocalyptic gear indeed increases tenfold. But what we just witnessed was an enhancement exceeding 1,000-fold. Furthermore, there was a corpse whip, or rather, a secondary drop. With that, Nia Xiaodai revealed the remaining 6 items from the Boss's bounty. The Spirit Crystal having already been consumed by Luochen's Super Return Stone, Soul Crystal of Destiny. Cloth Garment. This is a garment for man, appearing ordinary, yet far from commonplace. Skeleton Ring. Crafted from the bones of formidable creatures. Its grotesque exterior conceals a ferocious power. Evil Repelling Bracelet. Weight 1, Durability 10, Agility 2, Attack 4, Exceptional 4, Level Requirement 19. Teleportation Ring. Weight 1, Durability 5, Level Requirement 12. Nia Xiaodai stowed away the Soul Crystal and traded the rest to Luochen, her tone laced with complexity as she asked, what kind of luck do you think would be necessary to acquire such precious equipment all at once? Even the teleportation ring. The teleportation ring. A divine artifact. What immense fortune this requires. Luochen accepted the trade, shaking his head vigorously. The joy of acquiring rare equipment diminished, replaced by a tinge of trepidation regarding the unknown. What exactly is this overflowing luck? After a moment of silence, Nia Xiaodai began long ago. There was an immortal surnamed Zhou who tamed a yellow dragon by the Yellow River and refined it into an earring. This earring is said to possess the divine power of the yellow dragon, bestowing great fortune upon its bearer. She paused, lost in recollection, before continuing. The yellow dragon earring has been passed down through the generations of the Zhao family, bringing endless luck accompanied by terrifying misfortune. I know the 46th generation leader of the Zhao family, and this tale is indeed true. The so-called overflow of fortune refers to an uncontrollable force that brings boundless luck to the beneficiary, while the cost. The progenitor of our sect, Laozi, once articulated, calamity is the foundation of fortune, and fortune harbors calamity. Who truly understand its extremes? There is no definitive answer. After listening for a while, Luochen suddenly realized, in essence, if I possess luck at a tenfold level, then if this luck bestows upon me benefits that exceed the threshold, it may also bring forth calamity. Yet if I'm fortunate enough, disasters might also stay at bay. Nie Xiaodai was at a loss for words, finally grinding her teeth and retorting. If you ceaselessly accrue benefits, then calamity will inevitably extend to all those closely connected to you. Luochen, feeling indifferent, quickly brightened up. I am perpetually single, a solitary soul. Xiaodai, though you are closest to me, you are also but a wandering spirit, having faced death. What is there to fear? Nie Xiaodai was momentarily speechless. After a while, she resolutely declared, "Let us return to the city. I must test your threshold of luck." Luochen, now in high spirits, objected, "We have only just arrived at the residence of the Zhuma leader. Let us play a while longer." Nie Xiaoye flustered. Soon recalled a reason. "Last night, I prepared a sumptuous fruit and vegetable feast for you, replenishing so much moisture. If you do not log off soon, your bladder may explode." Luochen was startled and promptly complied, returning to the city. Upon arriving at Bichixing, he directly teleported to the private room of Warehouse 0222. Without a moment to spare for the nearby Jin Pongzi, Luochen swiftly removed his helmet. Having resolved the issue, he logged back in. Noticing Nie Xiaodai beside him, he expressed his gratitude. "Haha, I'm fortunate you reminded me in time. Otherwise, I would have surely wet myself." Nie Xiaodai inquired earnestly, "You haven't tea-soiled your hands, have you?" Luochen recalled and confidently replied, "No." Nie Xiaodai sighed in relief. It seems the overflow of luck has not yet reached its threshold. This statement left Jin Pongzi beside them bewildered. What is going on with Bird Uncle? Is it a case of kidney deficiency, or is that remedy ineffective? Of course, such thoughts could not be openly expressed. Jin Pongzi complimented. Bird Uncle is blessed with a wonderful wife. Nie Xiaodai beamed with joy. Indeed, heeding one's wife leads to great fortune and a long life. Defying her governance, however, invites peril at every turn. Jin Pongzi was once again taken aback. Has Bird Ant's leaking game pod been repaired? To be fair, that sound is truly sweet. Could it be that I am an old man paired with a young woman? Chapter 50. The Jump Point. Additional Update 2. Nie Xiaodai requested numerous mobile warehouse scrolls from Jin Pongzi, with the expenses conveniently charged to Luochen. Subsequently, she traded him a backpack filled with exquisite equipment. The items Luochen dealt with this time included, but were not limited to, the renowned equipment from the Zhuma series, such as the Green Necklace, Knight's Bracelet, Strength Ring, Purple Spiral, and Dragon Bracelet, as well as the illustrious Wama set comprising the Platinum Ring, Celestial Bead Necklace, Life Necklace, and Sabella Bracelet, among others, alongside various superior items with enhancements of 1, 2, and even 3. He even sold his previously acquired exquisite Coral Ring, which provided a defense of 2 and an attack of 3, along with the Grim Reaper gloves. Jin Pongzi was left in such disbelief that his jaw nearly dislocated. If Luochen had only accepted in-game currency for this transaction, it would have been impossible for Jin Pongzi to come up with the amount. Fortunately, Luochen was also in need of funds, and the credit coins provided a viable option. As the apocalyptic game continued to gain momentum, the prices of equipment skyrocketed. Thus, after disposing of these items, Luochen ascended to the status of a wealthy individual. This was still under the condition that he purchased 2 ghostly crystals from Jin Pongzi. Otherwise, he would have transformed into a veritable tycoon. Nie Xiaodai also urged Luochen to acquire 7 bottles of blessed oil, and he generously complied. A mere 7 million gold coins, after all. The secret of the tiger and red snake being able to drop blessed oil had circulated, leading to a surge of players in the venomous Snake Valley, all hoping to be the fortunate ones. Consequently, the price of blessed oil plummeted from 5 million gold coins per bottle to a mere 1 million. This decline was attributed to the diminished demand. Drinking a bottle cost 2,000, surpassing even the price of Matai. The underlying reason, however, was that the drop rate of blessed oil was significantly higher than that of quality weapons. Average players were reluctant to part with their ordinary weapons, while seasoned players had largely exhausted their higher-tier equipment. After a brief respite, Luochen and Nie Xiaodai once again booked the 0404 hourly room. Indeed, upgrading weapons requires a certain psychological suggestion. This was not merely science, it was metaphysics. Currently, Luochen's backpack contained an ordinary Inferno, a Lucky 1 judgment staff, and an exceptionally superior judgment staff with a Lucky 4 and an attack speed of 2. He inquired of Nie Xiaodai, which one should I upgrade? Nie Xiaodai pondered before ultimately entrusting the decision to Luochen. What do you feel? Me? Naturally, I should upgrade the superior one. Money ISN T2 tight now. I must prioritize my own use. Nie Xiaodai concurred with Luochen's rationale. After receiving affirmation, Luochen procured 35 pieces of pure black iron, or with a purity of 12, ready to commence the enhancement process. As for the jewelry, he opted for the blue emerald necklace. It was quite splendid. 3 hours later, Luochen held the judgment staff, boasting an attack range of 0 to 36, an attack speed of 2, and a Lucky 4, and began to hesitate. Why do I feel that further upgrades could lead to trouble? Nie Xiaodai's eyes sparkled. Has the lucky threshold been reached? Does it feel strong? Do you still wish to pursue S? Perhaps we should wait for the next upgrade? Luochen waved the weapon a few times, feeling uncertain. But I also sense that if I don't upgrade enough to reach 7 times in the apocalyptic news century, the NPC clearly states that the same weapon can only be upgraded 7 times. The outcome could be even worse, Nie Xiaodai pouted. Then what do you propose we do? Luochen pondered for a moment, and suddenly an idea illuminated his mind. Of course, increasing the dosage would resolve everything. With that, he invested a substantial sum to acquire 8 pieces of pure black iron ore, and then inquired of Nie Xiaodai. I recall that we forged several memory necklaces. We didn't T-sell them earlier. Do you have them with you? Nie Xiaodai promptly traded 4 memory necklaces to him. They were meant for upgrading your weapon. But who knew you would persist in using blue jade? With 8 pieces of black iron and 4 memory necklaces, Luochen felt an overwhelming sense of assurance. This time, success was inevitable. Half an hour later, after striking Nie Xiaodai with his blade, he unleashed a boastful roar. Who else dares to challenge me? Nie Xiaodai, astonished, muttered to herself. Why hasn't the threshold been reached? Has it instead escalated? Or perhaps the secret my dear friend, Zhao Huaxiang Wei Min, shared with me was flawed. Luochen's staff of judgment not only upgraded successfully, but also experienced a miraculous enhancement. Such an occurrence was akin to winning the lottery in a realm of improbable events. The new attributes of this weapon were fearsome indeed. Staff of Judgment, weight 80, durability 30-38, 3, attack 0 to 38, 8, attack speed 2, luck 4. Requires level 30. Upon witnessing Luochen's audacity, Nie Xiaodai could not restrain herself from exclaiming, Darling, continue imbibing the blessing oil. She was resolute in her disbelief that Luochen's luck had no threshold. Unhesitatingly, Luochen followed her suggestion and drank the first vial of blessing oil, which rendered him numb. Rather than increasing, his luck diminished to 3. Nie Xiaodai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Keep drinking. Luochen hesitated, but then decided to consume another vial. Luck 2. Now, without needing further encouragement, Luochen downed 2 more vials in quick succession. In the end, he successfully eradicated all 4 points of luck. Luochen was in disarray. What the heck? Reverse blessings? After consuming 4 vials of oil, I've been cursed 4-fold. Nie Xiaodai finally burst into laughter. It seems we have discovered the threshold of luck at last. Seeing her amusement, Luochen's anger flared. What is so funny? If you keep laughing, I swear I'll toss that silk lingerie into the toilet. It's better to lose wealth than to face calamity. I'm merely celebrating your misfortune. Nie Xiaodai retorted with righteous indignation. Luochen, somewhat perplexed, questioned, "Is that truly the case?" "Absolutely. I speak with utmost sincerity. The heavens bear witness." Luochen was left with no choice but to believe. Is this indeed the threshold of luck? Has my luck reached a critical point? Nie Xiaoye, uncertain herself, remarked. I can only say that the overflow of luck seems to have vanished. By the way, you should refrain from augmenting your weapon with luck in the future. Today's developments began with your consumption of that blessing oil. Was that not when an abundance of extraordinary gear was unleashed? Not only were there impressive talismans, but also the astonishing storm necklace, the even more remarkable staff of judgment, and the most extraordinary teleportation ring. Nie Xiaodai felt a twinge of insecurity, stammering, "Perhaps, just maybe, your luck talent truly exceeds my expectations? More formidable than the Huanglong earrings of the Zhao family?" Hearing this, Luochen puffed out his chest. "That is undoubtedly the case. Watch me elevate my luck even further." Having said that, he proceeded to consume another bottle of the remaining 3 vials of blessing oil. After all, it had been purchased, and now he was wealthy. As a result, the curse intensified. Luochen was momentarily taken aback. What? Has luck truly failed me? Nie Xiaodai began to worry as well. Why not try drinking again? This time, it was Luochen who hesitated, taking a long time before finally mustering the courage to down another vial. Fortunately, this time, the curse was lifted. Luochen sighed in relief, brandishing the staff of judgment. "Let it be. I feel quite well." Nie Xiaodai furrowed her brow in contemplation before suggesting, "Why not switch to the other staff of judgment and drink a vial of blessing oil?" Upon hearing this, Luochen changed weapons and decisively consumed the last vial. It was ineffective. Nie Xiaodai exhaled in relief. It seems it was indeed an issue with the weapon's luck. But do not be disheartened. Perhaps after a day, your fortune will return, and you shall wield extraordinary equipment once more. Luochen nodded vigorously. That makes sense. The clock struck past 1 in the afternoon, prompting Luochen to log off, remove his helmet, and after a deep breath, he ventured into the bathroom. A minute later, he emerged, wearing a troubled expression. The silk lingerie of Nie Xiaodai floated from the sofa, and a curious voice inquired, "What troubles you? Have you truly urinated on your hands?" Luochen waved his hand incredulously. "Goodness, I did not urinate on my hands. I urinated on my shoes." Nie Xiaodai immediately grew serious. "Listen to me. From now on, be extra cautious. First, put on the bulletproof vest. Safety comes first." Luochen was left bewildered. Wait, as long as one stands, what man hasn't urinated on his hands? What does that have to do with a bulletproof vest? Chapter 51. The Unexpected in the End. Luochen donned the bulletproof vest that had transformed into a t-shirt. There was no alternative. Nie Xiaodai had initially desired to hone her culinary skills. It is rare for a novice chef to find someone willing to indulge in unconventional dishes. But the kitchen at Xiang's rice noodle shop was not akin to the refrigerator at Luochen's home. Constantly sourcing ingredients for free from there felt rather inappropriate. Indeed, it was certainly not, because the proprietress stored most of her meat supplies in a chest freezer, leaving Nie Xiaodai with only vegetables to procure. To make amends to the proprietress, Luochen decided that they would have lunch at her establishment. As he stepped out of the building, Luochen felt a sudden weakness in his legs and looked down to discover. Lo and behold, he had stepped into a stroke of luck. Nie Xiaodai giggled. "It seems the issue is minor. Fortune still favors you." Luochen, feeling disgruntled, rubbed the soles of his shoes against the greenery nearby, and then, "Who lost 50 yuan here?" Luochen glanced around and, begrudgingly, picked it up to keep safe. Nie Xiaodai questioned, "Is this true luck?" Just as Luochen arrived at the entrance of Xiang's rice noodle shop, the landlady from the adjoining entertainment and card room spotted him. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately rose, setting down her hand of tiles, a wind tile and a bamboo one. She hurried over to Luochen with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Oh, my little Luo, you have become quite famous." Luochen surveyed his surroundings and, seeing no immediate danger, replied with curiosity, "What is the matter?" "I perform good deeds anonymously." The landlady chuckled heartily. "Officer Lee has mentioned that you acted heroically. You are a model citizen. The banner is displayed in the card room. And you have even been awarded 500 yuan. Luochen's eyes brightened. "You can keep the banner. Just transfer the prize money to me." The landlady's smile froze momentarily. "Well, Officer Lee insists you collect it in person." Luochen shrugged. "All right, I'll make a trip later." After the landlady said a final word, she returned to the card table. "All right, let us continue. That last hand doesn't count." Luochen watched in disbelief as a large clump of bird droppings landed atop the landlady's head, resembling a charming little white flower. Luochen pondered Xiaodai. "Is this all a result of my influence?" "Yes," Xiaodai replied with relief. "It seems so. Fortunately, I have no physical form. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly share in the misfortune." After relishing her satisfaction, she continued, "Are you really going to claim the prize money?" Luochen was taken aback. 500 yuan. Why wouldn't I? Nisho Yiskoft. You're already a millionaire. Do you still care about 500 yuan? You could easily spend that on equipment in a game. Luochen retorted with a raised brow. How ridiculous. One should not dismiss small evils, or rather, one should not forsake small sums of money. Upon entering Xiang's rice noodle shop, Luochen called out to the alluring proprietress one signature set meal, with double portions of chicken legs and braised eggs. Upon seeing Luochen, the proprietress's eyes brightened, and she sweetly replied, "All right, little Luo, it will be ready shortly." Luochen checked the chairs and tables, then cautiously took a seat. 10 minutes later, he unearthed a slender golden necklace from his bowl of rice noodles, the design suggesting it belonged to the proprietress. Luochen was left speechless, placing it on the table, only to discover yet another golden ring in his next mouthful. Nie Xiaodai could no longer contain her amusement. Did the proprietress personally prepare this dish? Huh. You're almost gathering a full set of treasures. Luochen felt a moment of frustration, deciding to sip his soup instead. Oh, why is today's seaweed so tough to chew? Upon spitting it out, he was astonished to find a golden earring. The trio of treasures was complete. Is this the side effect of overflowing luck? Is he unfortunate one, the proprietress? Luochen mused. "Nisho ye," stifling her laughter, replied earnestly. "If this is the extent of it, it's entirely manageable. Rest assured, it's not a significant issue." At that moment, the proprietress walked past Luochen, muttering to herself, "How strange, my ring was just on my hand. How could it have vanished so suddenly?" Luochen picked up a chicken leg and took a hearty bite, pondering whether it might contain something of the proprietress. After a few chews, he sensed something was amiss. So many crumbs? Dismissing his doubts, he set down the chicken leg and sampled a marinated egg, daring fate to present him with a bone. Crunch, crunch. Luochen was incredulous. What the? There's a live pearl inside. To his surprise, it tasted quite delightful. After finishing this thrilling meal, Luochen grabbed a bottle of soda, scanned the code, and transferred 500 yuan to settle the bill. As Nie Xiaodai had procured a considerable amount of ingredients the previous day, he greeted the proprietress, stating, "This time, no matter the cost, it's on me." He then placed the trio of treasures in her palm. "You must have personally prepared my meal, right? Quite the extravagant expense." The proprietress was momentarily taken aback, but then the cash register chimed melodiously. Chachabao payment received, 520 yuan. The proprietress, puzzled, opened her palm, revealing a shy smile as she gazed at Luochen, playfully blinking her striking azure eyes. Luochen, caught off guard, spewed soda from his nose, tears streaming down his face. He was now convinced. Overflowing luck was indeed terrifying. Nie Xiaodai consoled him, "It's not a big deal. The proprietress has those enchanting eyes. She looks deeply affectionate, even toward dog." Upon exiting the restaurant, Luochen brushed past two slender individuals, one tall and one short, as they made their way to the local police station. Nie Xiaodai contemplated warning Luochen, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Half an hour later, in the office of the station chief, Luochen stared in disbelief at the individual before him, unable to comprehend. "Wait. Floating cloud, what are you doing here? Didn't you injure your leg?" The Taoist floating cloud appeared even more astonished than Luochen, exclaiming with excitement, "Uncle Nine, why aren't you in your delivery uniform? You look incredibly dashing." Then, with confusion, he queried, "But wait, why does Uncle Nine look so youthful? And why does he seem to carry an air of misfortune? No, it seems more like bad luck. Or perhaps exceptional fortune? How peculiar." Luochen sensed his persona was on the verge of unraveling and quickly rectified the situation, casually remarking, "The youngest disciple of your heavenly master, Tao isn't particularly old either, right?" Upon hearing this, Taoist Fu Yun instantly became invigorated, momentarily setting aside his contemplation of facial features. "Haha, indeed, Master Sun, our esteemed junior, is the most favored disciple of our second ancestral master from a secular lineage. By the way, our junior is here today, currently in the courtyard, nurturing a romantic connection with Sister Yunxi." Luochen was taken aback and casually inquired, "Is it that luxurious vehicle parked in the courtyard?" He added, "Your junior seems quite affluent." Taoist Fu Yun expressed admiration. "Indeed, Master Sun is the scion of the Sun Group, the sole heir, worth hundreds of billions. The reason our Tianshi Dao lineage is flourishing is due to his financial prowess. Oh, I meant to say his wealth, partner, and influence." Luochen could hardly contain his astonishment. "What? Master Sun, the world is indeed small. The junior I whimsically conjured in Tianshi Dao not only exists, but was also one of my former major clients. Has Master Sun purchased many of your premium packages? By the way, where is his Wanner?" Luochen's face bore a knowing smile. Taoist Fu Yun appeared somewhat surprised. "Ninth Master, I just mentioned that Sister Yunxi is right below." He then sheepishly added, "It's not much. Besides the premium packages, I recently sold 800 delivered that apocalypse wooden sword." Luochen was nearly overwhelmed. "Goodness, Yunxi is indeed Master Sun's sister Wan? Wan Yunxi." He earnestly recalled the character Wan from a game and the figure of Yunxi atop the cliffs of Binhai University, arriving at a shocking conclusion. A mere 20 alteration in appearance can utterly transform one's identity. However, recalling his own rugged appearance as a bandit in the game, he found solace in the thought. Even Nez's self-crafted visage is unrecognizable to his own mother. Chapter 52. The Crystal Ball Soaked in Vinegar. Master G. Since Master Sun has always held the practitioners of the Central Plains in high esteem, would you allow him to come up and meet you? Floating Cloud, ever so polite, sought permission first. Would it be too risky? But Luochen swiftly dismissed that notion. The fierce bandit, Bird Uncle, had no connection whatsoever with Master G of the Luo God City. Having successfully pinched his own face and made a 20 adjustment, Luochen nodded in agreement to Floating Cloud's request. Indeed, a foolish spender buying a wooden sword for 800,000 is, a premium client. A meeting would not be amiss. As they awaited the arrival of the esteemed Master Sun, Luochen suddenly recalled the initial question. "By the way, what did you end up here? And your injury from yesterday, has it healed already?" Floating Cloud's expression grew grave. The circles of the Binhai cultivation community have been abuzz with rumors of an apostle from the Dark Sanctuary confirmed to be in the vicinity, apparently searching for someone. Moreover, it seems there is some connection to the infamous female assassin, the Black Widow. The Eastern Federation's M249 Bureau is preparing to convene a gathering of Binhai cultivators here to discuss how to capture, invite, the apostle of the Dark Sanctuary. Thus, the Heavenly Master sent me ahead as a scout. As for my leg injury, would you care for some of the Heavenly Master's healing elixir? Its efficacy is beyond compare. Just take a look at my leg. What the? Luochen was taken aback by wave after wave of shock. Wasn't he the Black Widow captured? And the apostle of the Dark Sanctuary? Nishaojie, come out and speak. A moment later, Nishaojie's voice whispered like a soft breeze. Master G, it's not convenient right now. Let's discuss it later. Luochen was momentarily stunned. I did not utter a sound just now. Can you hear my thoughts? Panic surged within him. What the? Nishaojie can read minds. This is a grave oversight. How dare I flaunt my minor skills before such greatness? Great heavenly dragon, supreme spells, Tang Sung, I feast on jackfruit while you indulge in the vast emptiness. Nishaojie, bewildered, quickly whispered an explanation. I can only hear your thoughts when they resonate loudly enough, like ventriloquism. I cannot perceive the chaotic jumble in your mind. So please refrain from overthinking. And Master G, stop reciting. It hurts. Finally, Luo-chan exhaled in relief. Fortunately, this foolish girl cannot hear my thoughts. Otherwise, she would discover my desire for her to perform a certain dance clad in black stockings, the kind that a foolish monarch would neglect morning court for. Indeed, with her figure, she would look stunning no matter how she twisted. I just wonder if there is too much pressure in the front. Would it be uncomfortable to sway? Moments later, Luo-chan felt reassured. No reaction? It seems she truly cannot hear. That troublesome woman. One day, I shall have her kneel and sing conquer for me, solely in black stockings. Can she not hear me at all? Hello, temptress wife? At that moment, a bright young man entered, and upon seeing Luo-chan, exclaimed with delight, "You are the esteemed Luo Ji from the Central Plains? I have long heard of your illustrious name. My master speaks of you, claiming you are a rare talent in Taoism at the Baiyun Temple of Luo God City." Luo God City? Baiyun Temple? A remarkable talent in Taoism? Luo-chan, unable to engage in a battle of wits with Nye Shaodai, felt as though a myriad of mythical creatures surged through his heart. Does the person Luo Jio truly exist? Bewildered, Luo-chan exclaimed, "Sun Daxian, no, Sun Shitty. You have indeed heard of me?" Sun Daxian proudly replied, "Of course. Although my cultivation in Taoism is still rudimentary, not particularly profound, my master has introduced me to many esteemed individuals, many of whom have spoken highly of senior brother Luo Jio, proclaiming you as a beacon among the practitioners of the Central Plains." Sun Daxian then, with eager anticipation, inquired, "By the way, I have heard that the treasures and magical artifacts in the Central Plains Luo God capital are plentiful. Might senior brother Jio possess any to share? Rest assured, my sincerity is unwavering." Luo-chan was taken aback by Sun Daxian's exuberance. "Didn't you just acquire, a connection with the Tianqi artifact, the wooden sword?" Sun Daxian nodded, elaborating, "As long as it is Tianqi equipment, I assure you my sincerity will not fall below 500. He added, "Moreover, I possess Tianqi qualifications, and I am open to receiving top-tier equipment from a new century of Tianqi." Luo-chan was moved by Sun Daxian's financial prowess, or rather, his abundant sincerity. "I do have Tianqi equipment, but I am not a Taoist. As for the Taoist gear in Tianqi, I am open to reservations." Sun Daxian was astonished. How did senior brother Jio know about my Tianqi profession? Luo-chan furrowed his brows. As a junior master of the Tianshi Dao, what else would you select but Taoist? That makes sense. I would like to reserve a Wujigan, a long one, a Zumas set, a Womas set, and also a magic wand and a bone jade staff, as well as the mage Zuma and Woma. Luo-chan decisively agreed. If this order is fulfilled, I shall procure a vehicle from that place downstairs, dragging one along. Then let us exchange contact information. By the way, senior brother Jio is also in the Binhai novice zone, correct? What name do you go by in the game? This query left Luo-chan somewhat exasperated. I am in the Central Plains region, it seems for now. No witties. It's merely a matter of a couple of days. Sun Daxian appeared well acquainted with the intricacies of the Tianqi game. At that moment, Officer Chun, or rather Detective Chun, knocked and entered. Tianshi Dao, Dao's son. The M249 Bureau's vehicle has exited the elevated road and will arrive here in 10 minutes. Additionally, representatives from Zhongguang Dao, the King Kong sect, the Flame sect, the Heavenly Mechanism sect, as well as the Chaobang and Wang family have already arrived at the venue. My master instructed me to inform you to hurry over. As Sun Daxian and Daoist Fiyun stood to leave, they noticed Luo-chan remained still. Perplexed, isn't Uncle Jio attending the meeting? Luo-chan smiled faintly. At this level, where would you have me sit on the podium? Daoist Fiyun cautiously glanced at his junior master, suddenly enlightened. Officer Chun, when will oldly settle that 500 I am owed? Just as Sun Daxian was about to step out, he turned back. Senior brother Jio, what 500? If you're in need of money, just tell me. Fortune. The mere mention of these two words caused Sun Daxian to cover his face and depart. Detective Xiao Chun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, My mentor is currently occupied. His appointment has been changed this morning, and the M249 Bureau insists on having him assume the role of the head here. Luochen shrugged, deciding to return another day. Departing from the police station, now the M249 Sub-Bureau, Luochen made his way back to the residential complex. Just as he reached the ground floor, a sudden loud bang echoed from above. A fireball erupted from the kitchen window of Unit 404, only to dissipate moments later. Luochen was startet, Xiaodi. Did you leave the gas on in the kitchen? Nie Xiao Dai's voice, tinged with surprise, responded. I turned it off. What happened? Then, recalling something urgent, she urged, hurry back. Luo Chun dashed upstairs. At the next corner, two coal workers, one tall and the other short, were hastily prying open a van. Visibly shaken, the shorter one, scratching his singed eyebrows, exclaimed, brother-in-law, how did a smoke break lead to an explosion in the kitchen? The taller one, lighting a cigarette with practiced ease, cursed, you fool. Who told you to smoke in the kitchen? You have no sense of safety whatsoever. As thieves, we must be vigilant at all times. The shorter one protested, you said it yourself, to find a cool place to stay out of the way. The taller one engaged the gears, partially releasing the clutch, and revved the engine, grumbling, why do I have to deal with you, my little brother-in-law? If it weren't for your advice, we wouldn't have returned for a second visit, but I searched for ages and found not a single hair in that second bedroom. Unit 404 caught Luochen's attention as he noticed the door ajar, a chill running down his spine. Have we been robbed? Nixi Iod in offensi, urged Luo Chun to check the kitchen. Quick, inspect the jar on the shelf with the oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Luo Chun, surveying the kitchen where the explosion had occurred, retorted irritably, as long as the kitchen is fine, that's what matters. You're missing the point. Nie Xiao Dai raised her voice. Hurry up. This is serious. Luo Chun, now furious, shot back. Are you trying to revolt? Know your place in this household. Moments later, Luo Chun cried out in exasperation. Damn it. You smoked again. What's so fascinating about that jar? Why is it filled with vinegar? Nie Xiao Dai's voice turned tense. Check to see if everything inside is intact. Frowning, Luo Chun scooped with a spoon. Wait, is that a crystal ball? No, wait. Isn't this the special soul crystal that the dung beetle exploded? Why haven't you eaten it yet? Chapter 53. A positive attitude towards life. I'll soak it before I eat. Does it concern you? With the sight of food still present. Nie Xiao Dai's voice regained its haughty tone. Luo Chun nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the odor of dung beetles. TSK. Goodness, you better not take a whiff at random. I'm not just nibbling on jelly. Following Nie Xiao's guidance, Luo Chun inspected the secondary bedroom, finding no issues. However, the master bedroom was in complete disarray, with several pairs of ancient, odorous socks strewn about. Frowning, Luo Chun locked the master bedroom door, pondering. How could such a handsome young man neglect his socks? Upon returning to the living room, just as Luo Chun plopped down onto the sofa, there came a knock at the door. Rising to answer, he found the landlady and several members of the community defense standing outside. Hey, why aren't you playing mahjong? Got time to visit? The landlady inquired, peering inside. Little Luo, we heard a loud bang just now. Was it from your place? She asked. Luo Chun stepped aside. Inviting them in, yes. But there's no issue, just a little commotion in the kitchen. I knocked over a jar of vinegar. The landlady stumbled back, laughing, huh? Little Luo, you're joking again. As long as there's no problem, we'll continue our game. Off we go. Observing the two additional splatters of bird droppings atop the landlady's head. Luo Chun couldn't help but think they added a certain charm. He shut the door and locked it, collapsing back onto the sofa, yawning. To think, after consuming a few energy crystals, I'm still wide awake. A while later, the blanket on the sofa floated up and covered Luo Chun. In the living room, things began to organize themselves neatly. Minutes later, a mop drifted in through the window and started cleaning the floor as dusk gradually fell. Luo Chun stretched languidly, awakening from his slumber. He sniffed the air, intrigued by a delightful aroma. To his astonishment, he beheld a table laden with a sumptuous feast. Wait, did you prepare this, Xiao Dai? You learned to cook in just half a day? Nie Xiao's melodious voice chimed in, slightly embarrassed. Yes. I accidentally made too much. I'm not sure how it tastes. Luochen gazed at the home-cooked meal, filled with exuberance. The food made by my wife must be delicious. Bring me some chopsticks. It's time for me to savor it. After taking a bite of the stir-fried chicken, Luochen's eyes lit up, internally exclaiming, "Wow, it's truly delectable." The flavor is quite impressive. He tried a piece of fish, not to mention, it's tender and flavorful, without a hint of fishiness. Luochen's anticipation soared. This stir-fried, preserved meat rivals that of the landlady downstairs. Goodness, this Westlake beef soup is simply divine. Is this truly the Nieshaodai I know? After satisfying his hunger, Luochen felt utterly content. Nieshaodai has officially leveled up to a culinary goddess. Nieshaodai urged him to freshen up, suggesting, "Tonight, let us upgrade and secure our first position." Luochen complied. Shortly after he closed the bathroom door, a middle-aged, rotund chef clad in a chef's uniform awakened in the kitchen, perplexed. Where am I? Wasn't I just in the back kitchen preparing a meal? How did I end up here? Moments later, realization dawned upon him. He remembered he had accepted a catering job. As he felt the crisp bills in his pocket, a wave of joy washed over him. Occasionally taking on a side job proved to be quite lucrative. A horse does not gain weight without grazing at night. With this extra income, he could finally afford his cigarettes this month without having to endure his wife's displeasure. He swiftly tidied up the kitchen, nonchalantly opened the door, and descended the stairs, blissfully unaware of any irregularities. The door closed again, locked securely. After finishing his morning routine, Luochen felt refreshed. Checking the time, he noted it was 8:30. Once online again, after a bit of adjustment, he pondered with Nieshaodai, "Where shall we level up?" Finally free to speak her mind in the game, Nieshaodai replied, "Did you not accept a job from Sundada? Plus, you have the teleportation ring. Let us head out to defeat the boss." Recalling what the Taoist floating cloud had mentioned, Luochen inquired Shaodai, "What can you tell me about the apostles of the Dark Sanctuary? Is the person they are searching for you?" Nieshaodai began to explain as they made their way to Mengzhong province. The Dark Sanctuary is a mysterious organization that has unexpectedly emerged in the Eastern Federation's cultivation community over the past few decades. Little is known about its history, even among both righteous and evil factions, as well as the Eastern Federation's authorities. However, the power of the Dark Sanctuary is undeniable. A well-established evil faction once clashed with them, and to everyone's astonishment, shortly thereafter, the entire evil faction vanished without a trace. Not even the Eastern authorities could achieve such a feat. There are numerous such cases. Just a few months ago, the Dark Sanctuary suddenly dispatched 12 apostles to unveil a bizarre game called Apocalypse, New Century to the upper echelons of the cultivation and political business circles, urging them to remain vigilant and take it seriously. This move left all factions bewildered. While the Dark Sanctuary had never committed any heinous acts, they had always been associated with darkness. Were they attempting to cleanse their image? Later, a valiant heroine from Shushan, driven by righteousness, risked her life to steal a confidential document, which revealed details about the Apocalypse equipment, the qualifications for Apocalypse Knights, and certain aspects of the game to the higher-ups of the political, business, and cultivation sectors. Tragically, this heroine was betrayed, hunted down by the apostles of the Dark Sanctuary, and labeled a traitor by the upper echelons of the political, business, and cultivation circles. Luochen, tell me, isn't a true hero one who acts for the country and the people? Was she wrong in her actions? At that moment, Luochen had already used the teleportation ring and arrived at the first level of the dungeon's west wing. Surprised by Nieshaodai's question, he replied, "This heroine is a fool. After obtaining a confidential document, she should have immediately sought to monetize it. At the very least, she should have quietly amassed her wealth. But from what you imply, it seems this woman has indeed acted foolishly." The atmosphere grew tense, rendering the scene somewhat awkward. After a prolonged silence, Nieshaodai gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Luochen paused, bewildered, and replied, "What do you mean on purpose? I'm merely stating an objective fact." Nieshaodai hesitated before inquiring, with a hint of despondency, "Did that heroine truly err?" As Luochen continued to teleport deeper into the map, he chuckled softly and replied earnestly, I merely suggested she was foolish. I never claimed she was wrong. Such matters are indifferent to right or wrong, solely hinging on success or failure. Clearly, she was ensnared and relentlessly pursued by both the righteous and the wicked, resulting in her utter defeat. Thus, she was not wrong, merely foolish. Nishaoye appeared perplexed. When did you become so philosophical? Luochen sighed. Though I am a delivery person, it is merely a means to provide for my family. Each individual, regardless of their profession, possesses a unique and invaluable perspective on life, the world, and values. Professions may vary in prestige, and lifestyles may differ in wealth, but the soul is beyond such distinctions. Nieshaodai contemplated this. Upon traversing the shadowy realm and arriving at the legendary tribe, Luochen firmly asserted, each person's soul is irreplaceable. You may look down upon others' occupations, incomes, or lifestyles, but please never disdain their souls. Nieshaodai was momentarily taken aback. It was not until Luochen crossed into the domain of malevolent forces and teleported to the corner of the death coffin map, preparing to engage in battle, that she murmured, "What if another's soul is filthy and depraved?" One should refrain from judging another's flaws without having walked their path. Experiencing another's suffering does not guarantee their virtue. For a fleeting moment, Nieshaodai felt as though Luochen radiated brilliance. Such individuals, even among the ordinary, exist in abundance. They live with clarity, free from self-pity, embodying a wisdom that appears simple, yet embrace life with a smile. Fool, what are you dawdling for? Start battling the monsters. It's nearly 9 o'clock, and you must be wary of others stealing the kills. At last, Nieshaodai snapped back to reality and began to assist. Moments later, she suddenly fumed. "What did you just call me?" "You are the fool." Luochen casually dispatched a pincered insect and nonchalantly replied, "Yes, yes. I am the fool. You are the fool. We are both fools." Just then, the clock struck 9. The entire platform became inundated with ordinary attribute monsters. Chapter 54. The Boss Respawn Dilemma. Currently, Luochen's equipment is as follows: weight, durability, level, and exceptional points omitted a level 30 judgment staff. With an attack range of 0 to 38 and an attack speed of 2, a War God armor, offering defense between 5 to 10, magical defense of 3 to 5, and attack of 0 to 4. A magical helmet, with defense of 0 to 1, magical defense of 1 to 1, and attack of 0 to 4. The Gale necklace, enhancing attack speed by 4 and attack from 0 to 5. An exorcism bracelet, providing agility 2 and attack of 0 to 4. An iron bracelet, granting accuracy 2 and attack of 0 to 4. 2 strength rings, with attacks of 0 to 10, 0 to 8 respectively. Deerskin boots, offering defense of 0 to 2 and a weight capacity increase of 4. And a deerskin belt, increasing weight capacity by 2. As a level 30 warrior, Luochen possesses a health pool of 419, a base attack of 7 to 11, defense ranging from 0 to 6, and magical defense of 0 to 1. His displayed attack stands at 7 to 88, defense at 5 to 19, and magical defense at 4 to 7. Thus, Luochen's current attack hits a staggering 96, complemented by an attack speed of 6, allowing him to effortlessly clear out minor foes, with the Judgment Staff creating afterimages in its wake. Furthermore, the healer's prowess has surged remarkably, providing ample support. Within a few minutes, hundreds of minor monsters have been vanquished, leaving only a handful at the periphery of the platform. After surveying the area for safety, Luochen promptly prepares to summon the Touch Dragon God. Nieshaodai refrains from applying poison this time, opting instead for the Phantom Shield and Divine Armor spells. In future boss battles, I shall endeavor to refrain from direct involvement. Perhaps this will yield superior loot. Luochen nods in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Holding the Judgment Staff, Luochen feels confident in facing the Touch Dragon God alone. He strides forward, declaring, "Come forth for tea." A massive, grotesque centipede erupts from the earth, launching a fierce assault on Luochen, positioning himself to evade paralysis. And, buoyed by his attack speed of 6, he dispatches the Touch Dragon God to the ground in less than a minute, suffering paralysis only once during the encounter. Luochen, left wanting for more, remarks, "Is this it?" This speed rivals that of a humorous saying, a woman fetching water and cooking. While a man eagerly steps forward, upon completion, he turns back only to find the water still not filled. With enhanced power comes diminished thrill. The encounter with the boss lacks excitement, illustrating the unembellished nature of high-level players. Nevertheless, Nye Xiaodai expresses no dissent, happily gathering gold coins and potions. The silver-haired beauty is a sight for sore eyes. As for the loot, the most valuable items consist of a wand, a silver serpent, a celestial pearl necklace, and a bottle of blessing oil. With the portable warehouse scroll in hand, Nye Xiaodai transforms into a sprite of collection, leaving no item on the ground unclaimed. Just after the battlefield has been cleared, a multitude of monsters respawn around the platform. Although the black, evil maggots, centipedes, jumping bees, giant worms, and pincers yield less experience than those found in the Zumu Temple, their respawn rate here is at least double. Notably, the dip in the west witnesses wave after wave of spawns. The efficiency of leveling here is remarkable. In under an hour, Luochen accumulates several 100,000 experience points. At level 30, reaching level 31 requires an experience of 2 million. At the current pace, it will take approximately 3 hours to level up. Nye Xiaodai joyfully lured monsters around the platform, while Luochen merely swung his sword in place, finding the exhilaration of slaying these creatures even more satisfying than battling a boss. Observing the hordes of monsters collapsing under his mighty strikes, yielding a plethora of gold coins, potions, and equipment, filled him with immense pleasure. Just then, the enchanting Nye Xiaodai suddenly exclaimed, "Another boss has spawned." Upon hearing this, Luochen's heart raced as he swiftly dispatched the remaining minions and approached Nye Xiaodai. Following her gesture, he ventured to the edge of the platform. Indeed, a dragon-touching god emerged from the ground. Luochen immediately engaged, but soon realized something was amiss. This boss had only 1,000 hit points. Was it counterfeit? After Nye Xiaodai had healed him a few times, the dragon-touching god fell to the ground. Although its health was scant, it dropped a rare item, the moon in the well. The other loot was rather ordinary, including gold coins, potions, and blessing oils. Moon in the well, weight 58, durability 30, attack 7 to 22, requires level 28. Luochen was taken aback. What is happening? Isn't the drop rate for equipment better when the boss has more health? And it respawned in just an hour? Nye Xiaodai also appeared puzzled. My friend's information didn't mention this situation. Luochen raised an eyebrow. A friend, you say? Nye Xiaodai blushed. I truly have such a friend. A friend. Luochen scoffed. Your tongue is slipping. After collecting the items, they resumed monster hunting. This time, every 5 minutes, Nye Xiaodai would wander to the edge of the platform. Luochen could no longer contain himself. Healer, focus on luring the monsters. There is nothing in front of me. With a dejected expression, Nye Xiaodai returned and diligently resumed her task. Half an hour later, she ventured again to the edge of the platform. Luochen, unable to bear it any longer, exclaimed, "Healer, what are you wandering for? The boss doesn't respawn based on your strolls, does it?" Suddenly, Nye Xiaodai's voice rang with excitement. "You are absolutely correct. Hurry over. What the heck?" Luochen rushed forward, witnessing the dragon-touching god attacking a level 7 skeleton, his astonishment palpable. The boss respawns every half hour. This is outrageous. Nye Xiaodai then proudly declared, "My friend S. information mentioned a situation where the bosses on all open maps would shorten their respawn time with an increase in the player count on the current map. They would also augment their health based on the number of players within their attack range." Upon hearing this, Luochen was taken aback and immediately began to assault the boss before him. Its health remained at 1,000 points. He swiftly dispatched it once more, this time obtaining a Daoist Zuma insignia and a Titan ring. After Nye Xiaodai collected all the items, Luochen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Xiaodai, if the boss respawns every half hour, how many players are currently on this map?" Nye Xiaodai paused, then quickly realized, responding gravely, "At least 100. Luochen surveyed his surroundings, puzzled. If your friend is not mistaken, then where are they? Nye Xiaodai pondered for a moment, and her expression suddenly shifted. They might be battling the Nether. Luochen was taken aback. The Nether? Is that the kind of elusive creature we encountered before? Capable of invisible attacks and ground spikes? How can we defeat it? Nie Xiaodia's countenance darkened. We should resort to the most primitive method. The human wave tactic? Luochen nodded. Indeed, the human wave tactic is quite rudimentary, yet undeniably effective. As long as the numbers are sufficient, there exists no boss that we cannot overcome. Luochen continued, perplexed. But isn't the cost a bit too high? Why is that? After a moment of silence, Nie Xiaodai anxiously replied. High-level fate crystals, the Book of Destiny, advanced apocalypse gear, apocalypse invisibility charms, and various extraordinary items. Even among all special creatures, the Nether is particularly exceptional. To put it plainly, its status is comparable to that of the Crimson Moon Demon among bosses. Upon hearing this, Luochen solemnly inquired, "So, what kind of individuals are these people? In simple terms, are they good or bad?" Without hesitation, Nie Xiaodai asserted, "They are unequivocally villains, most likely members of the Dark Sanctuary." Luochen, upon hearing this, let out a cold chuckle. "Your enemy is my enemy." Chapter 55. The Soul Sorcerer. Urgent update symbol. Upon hearing Luochen's words, Nie Xiaodai felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Wait a moment. Yiming is a magical attack. I shall equip you with some high magical defense gear. She began rummaging through her storage. Luochen was also adjusting the items in his backpack, positioning the potent solar water within easy reach. After a moment's contemplation, he exchanged the strength ring with an attack power of 0 to 8 for a teleportation ring. Survival comes first. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai approached him and began to trade some equipment. A demon-slaying ring with defense 0 to 1, 1, magical defense 0 to 5, 1, and attack 2. Another demon-slaying ring with defense 0 to 2, 2, magical defense 0 to 4, and attack 2. A gold bracelet with magical defense 2 to 6, 3, and attack 1. A gold bracelet with magical defense 2 to 5, 2, and attack 2, 1. A Taoist helmet with defense 1 to 2, magical defense 2 to 7, premium 4, and a warrior's armor with defense 5 to 9. Magical defense 3 to 10, 5. Luochen was astonished. Did Nie Xiaodai possess such an abundance of supplies? Some of these were even part of her previous survival set. But if you give me all this equipment, what will you use? Nie Xiaodai smiled sweetly. "Oh, I'll manage just fine." Luochen felt a wave of gratitude and inadvertently opened her equipment panel. An unparalleled staff with Taoist power 3 to 12, 7. 2 Titan rings with Taoist power 2 to 6, as expected. 2 mind bracelets with Taoist power 1 to 3, 1, which was somewhat surprising. When did she acquire these? A green hat with defense 3 to 4, magical defense 1 to 6, 4. Well, quite stylish. However, why was she not wearing a soul necklace? What on earth was this? It seemed rather casual. White tiger tooth necklace, weight 1, durability 8, magic evasion 70, 5, Taoist power 1 to 1, requires mental strength of 11. Ignoring Luochen's grumblings, Nie Xiaodai pondered for a moment, feeling at a loss, and decisively asked, "You remember the location of the special Yiming creature we encountered last time, right?" Luochen, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Yes, why?" "The special creature ISNT relocating, is it?" Nie Xiaodai nodded, "Indeed. These special creatures, even within the context of the game Apocalypse, New Era, are considered bizarre existences. Furthermore, after the server merger, they will vanish forever." Luochen ceased to dwell on this and directly recounted the general location where they had last seen the Yiming. Nie Xiaodai opened the large map, meticulously studying it for a while before devising a plan. "First, we shall do this, then that, and finally, we conclude with this." Luochen nodded repeatedly, "Yes. You articulate well. I am listening." Once Nie Xiaodai finished speaking, Luochen declared, "You stay here for now. I will take a quick look around." With that, he teleported away. Nie Xiaodai was taken aback. She intended to follow immediately, but hesitated for a moment, sighing deeply. At home, one must heed the wife. Outside, one must heed the husband. A few minutes later, Luochen returned, cloaked in green, exclaiming excitedly, "Holy cow! There aren't just 100 people. There are at least 1,000. Moreover, aside from few leaders and perimeter guards, all the fighters are Taoists. Nie Xiaodai was momentarily taken aback. So many people? This can't be right. The total number of holy knights and warriors from the Dark Sanctuary should not exceed 100, and they do not recruit externally. Just then, 3 players randomly teleported onto the platform they occupied. Each of these individuals wielded weapons of purgatory, identified by the codenames Killer 39, Killer 47, and Killer 51. Fortunately, the minor monsters on the platform had not yet been cleared, preventing immediate confrontation. Nie Xiaodai was somewhat astonished. These individuals can't possibly be from the Dark Sanctuary, can they? Luochen furrowed his brow. Are you asking me? I suspect they belong to a killer organization. It seems their company is relatively small, as there haven't been codenames beyond 99. The 3 warriors opposite them wasted no time, swiftly navigating through the gaps in the monster horde, launching a trio of deadly strikes towards Luochen. Luochen took a step back, his face a mask of surprise. Whose subordinates are you? So audacious? Without further ado, Nie Xiaodai applied a green toxin to the 3. The assassins, oblivious to the grave implications of the poison, continued their relentless pursuit of Luochen. Angered, he targeted one of them and charged forward, crashing into Killer 39, forcing him to stagger back. Luochen followed up with a flurry of attacks, swiftly bringing him down and causing several bottles of potent sun water to drop. System notification: your weapon has been cursed. Luochen, feeling disheartened, exclaimed, "How did I get cursed? Didn't he even graze my cloak?" Cursing under his breath, Killer 47 and Killer 51 finally realized the severity of the green toxin. It prevented healing. Even their full inventory of potent sun water proved useless. Consequently, the 2 warriors redirected their assault towards the silver-haired female priest. Observing this, Luochen swiftly struck one of the warriors with 2 lethal blows before halting his attack. The timing was impeccable. Killer 51 stumbled a few steps before collapsing at Nie Xiaodai's feet, dropping not only a dozen bottles of potent sun water, but also a heavy weapon of purgatory. The remaining Killer 47, sensing the dire situation, promptly fled. Luochen chuckled awkwardly. I wonder where he will perish. Otherwise, I would teleport to collect his corpse. He then began to clear the surrounding minor monsters. Nie Xiaodai picked up the purgatory weapon and sun water dropped by Killer 51 and earnestly advised Luochen. You should collect more sun water. Did you not notice that these assassins all carried such potions? Luochen heeded her advice, diligently clearing monsters while enthusiastically gathering sun water. A minute later, Nie Xiaodai frowned. Strange, I haven't received a kill notification for Killer 47. Luochen, puzzled, replied. If he is losing health at 10 points per second, the healing potions wouldn't suffice. He should have died by now. All right, why is your poison so formidable? Nie Xiaodai furrowed her brow deeply. I used the soul poisoning technique. It must be different. This group of killer codenamed players is undoubtedly linked to the Dark Sanctuary. Moreover, it is highly probable that they are all the Knights of the Apocalypse. Luochen gasped. All of them? What about the 2 who just perished? Oh, I see now. No wonder they carry so many sons. They are afraid of death. No sooner had he spoken than another player appeared at the edge of the nearby platform, a killer codenamed 07. Upon his arrival, instead of launching an immediate attack, he took a few steps back. Luochen shrugged. It seems my conjecture was correct. They all fear dying in the game. Yet, one should not impose upon others what one does not desire for oneself. A killer shall invariably be hunted. Nie Xiaodai appeared contemplative and stepped forward to cast a layer of green poison upon the distant killer known as 07. After a brief interval, the player was sent flying. After some time, noticing Nie Xiaodai's silence, Luochen inquired, did this one not succumb to the poison either? Nie Xiaodai nodded gravely. Her voice tinged with concern. They did not fly away. They must have returned to the city directly. Furthermore, they likely have a soul Taoist among them. Luochen's eyes widened in astonishment. What is a soul Taoist? Oh, you mean a ghost? Nie Xiaodai slowly nodded. Luochen felt somewhat bewildered. Wait, are you suggesting that you deliberately took your own life? Just to become what is termed a soul Taoist? No, that can't be right. If you truly intended that, The loopholes are rather numerous. Nie Xiaodai paused, her expression turning somber. Who wishes to die when they can live? Besides, I was left with no choice and attempted the transformation in desperation. If not for that critical moment when, for some inexplicable reason, you perceived my soul, allowing me to, absorb a bit of your vitality, I would have long since been lost. Hearing this, Luochen raised an eyebrow. Your ghostly presence seems rather inadequate. I see other spirits are quite fierce. Nie Xiaodai immediately felt wronged. My soul has struggled for over 3 months without being able to establish a connection with you. Luochen suddenly understood. No wonder Nie Xiaodai is absent from the original memories. If I hadn't appeared, she would surely have perished. When might that Yin spirit meet its end? Luochen shifted the topic. Nie Xiaodai pondered for a moment, hesitating before responding. If they're all Taoists attacking, conservatively speaking. In about an hour. Chapter 56, Allies Flawed as a White Jade. No individual is without imperfection. Each person bears their own shortcomings. Akin to an apple nibbled by the divine. The Almighty, tempted by desire, bites into whomever he encounters. Yet, in stripping ordinary mortals of certain attributes, he invariably compensates in other domains. Take Luochen, for instance. He may merely be a delivery man, yet he possesses an uncanny ability to deliver packages to customers in the shortest possible time. Of course, his good friend Luochen excels even further in this regard. Thus, Luochen is acutely aware of the coordinates on the game map. After a few random teleports, he has memorized several locations. The area where the special monster, Yin Ming, resides, which is also the gathering point for the tactical priests, the position of the leading group, namely the members of the Dark Sanctuary, and the perimeter where the vigilant warriors, such as the Assassin Company, are stationed. Luochen's objective is clear, to disrupt the enemy's operations. However, since Nie Xiaodai mentioned that it would take approximately an hour for the Sea of People tactic to eliminate Yin Ming, Luochen has decided to remain idle for the time being. The opposing side has ceased their pursuit, likely realizing that there are soul priests present here as well. Nie Xiaodai appears somewhat anxious. The transformation method of the soul priests originates from the Dark Sanctuary, and they can probably deduce that my friend, well, alright, that's me, must have uncovered my true identity. Luochen pondered for a moment before offering words of comfort. Oh, come on, if they know, they know. What is there to fear? Aren't their dark apostles seeking your whereabouts in reality? If you wish to conceal secrets, there are far better methods. Just watch my maneuvering. Nie Xiaodai broke into a smile, feeling an inexplicable trust towards Luochen. He traded the Staff of Judgment to her. Here, help me absorb this curse. Damn it. Every time I kill someone, I get cursed. Is that a form of luck? A low-probability event must inevitably occur. Suppressing her laughter, Nie Xiaodai accepted the staff and soon traded it back, handing Luochen 2 vials of blessing oil. Luochen received the weapon and the divine oil. Puzzled. Didn't you just absorb the curse? Why give me this Indian oil? Nie Xiaodai explained earnestly. It's nearly midnight. Give it a try and see if your luck has been restored. Luochen suddenly understood. This function is akin to a test strip. He consumed 2 vials of blessing oil, feeling his luck increase by 2 points. It seemed normalcy had returned. Let's have a few more. I aim to drink until I achieve lucky 7. Luochen declared, brimming with confidence. Nie Xiaodai chuckled. Moderation is key. This amount is quite sufficient. In the time that followed, Luochen continued to grind small monsters. Although his luck had only increased by 2 points, both he and Nie Xiaodai could distinctly sense a significant rise in the monster drop rates. Nearly all the small creatures yielded a small pile of gold coins and several potions. The probability of equipment drops had also substantially improved. Luochen could no longer contain his excitement. It appears that the overflow of luck has transformed into drop rates. If my luck reaches 7, wouldn't that be bliss? Nie Xiaodai hesitated, but ultimately resolved. If misfortune is to befall me, so be it. Let us give a try. She threw out 3 vials of blessing oil, presumably all that remained in her stock. Luochen directly picked up the bottles and consumed their contents. This time, 3 vials of blessing oil granted him a mere point of luck. However, he was relieved to find that no curses had befallen him. Gazing at the judgment staff with a luck enhancement of 3, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. He continued to engage in monster hunting. To his astonishment, the results were immediate. The most evident change was the substantial increase in the gold piles dropped by monsters, with nearly half of them reaching the maximum of 2,000 gold coins each. Just then, a player suddenly flew in from the north of a large stone pillar above the platform map. Luochen furrowed his brow. It was someone from the Dark Sanctuary, a player with the alias of a killer. Did they still dare to approach? He swiftly made his way to the stone pillar, the dense throng of monsters failing to obstruct his progress. Nie Xiaodai followed closely behind, calmly collecting gold and equipment. Minutes later, Luochen recognized the player wielding a silver serpent, whose ID read, Wilderness Survival Lu Dan. This player, who had been hidden and summoned skeletons to combat, appeared noticeably excited upon seeing Luochen, but before he could utter a word, he was interrupted. Which faction do you belong to? Luochen inquired first. Lu Dan, taken aback by the question, hesitated before responding. We are from Huaihai Province, big brother, uncle, and you? Luochen was taken aback. Huaihai Province? Oh, he thought I was inquiring about the Novice Zone server. However, the Huaihai region should have no connection to the Dark Sanctuary. I am from Central Plains Province. My name is Luo Gio. You may call me Uncle Gio. Luochen introduced himself. Lu Dan remained puzzled. Wait, are you referring to your real name? I meant that you should refrain from revealing personal information in the game to avoid scams. After a brief exchange, Luochen finally comprehended Lu Dan's background. Lu Dan was one of the core members of the Wilderness Survival Guild, which lacked formal recognition and did not have a horn. Behind them was the Wilderness Survival Club, a well-known gaming team in Huaihai Province. They had arrived at Death Valley with a total of 5 fully equipped teams, having already decimated 2 while vying for the evil clawworm boss. The remaining 3 teams had all entered the final map, the Death Coffin, an hour prior. Their purpose here was to execute a peculiar task assigned by the club's owner, to disrupt others while they fought the boss. Despite not understanding why their boss harbored such a self-destructive hobby, Lu Dan and the other core players were enticed by the generous rewards that were paid out immediately. When had their club owner ever been this magnanimous? Thus, after sustaining attacks from special monsters and wreaking havoc on their foes, their 3 reformed teams had dwindled to just a few remaining members. Fortunately, Lu Dan had flown in at this critical juncture. However, Lu Dan was in high spirits. Our boss said that this task counts as completed. Each of us will receive a bonus of 20,000. If I weren't worried about my silver serpent, I would have returned to claim my reward long ago. I even sold my return stone. What about your boss? Isn't he here to farm monsters? Luochen sought to clarify. Lu Dan couldn't help but scoff. Don't mention it. Who knows what got into our boss this time? When he first logged in, he was being utterly ridiculous, spending all day hunting deer and straw men. Now, at level 22, he still leads a group of club members into the skeleton cave to hunt monsters, much to the discontent of those following him. Fortunately, we are the core members, tasked with pioneering and treasure hunting. Luochen has grasped the situation. These are allies. Their club's owner must be the Apocalypse Knight. The mission assigned to Lu Dan is evidently aimed at the Dark Sanctuary. However, if this club owner is so fearful of death, why would he issue such a provocative task? Could it be that opposing the Dark Sanctuary involves a formidable force as well? Lu Dan, who are you targeting? I'm unaware. Our boss mentioned that this time the objective is to strike at the largest group, essentially the one with the most members. How did the battle unfold earlier? Well, we did not eliminate many of their members, but our guild, along with another guild starting with Oasis, managed to lure 2 special monsters over to them. Ha ha ha. Their leader must be furious. Wow. Luochen immediately expressed admiration. You are aware of special monsters? Did your boss inform you about them? How did you lure the monsters? Aren't these special creatures invisible and immobile? What? The Taoist skill, Mind Revelation, allows you to see them? They can move? Incredible. Luochen turned to Nie Xiaodai behind him and inquired, how many ghostly shadows are there in the entire Death Coffin? Nie Xiaodai confidently replied, 4. Chapter 57, The Pinnacle of Hatred, a serendipitous encounter. Do you have a town return scroll or a dungeon escape scroll? Dan looked at Luochen with anticipation. After a moment's thought, Luochen proposed, "How about I send you back to town for free?" Dan was taken aback. "Are you trying to deceive me?" Luochen raised an eyebrow. "Well then, I possess return stones. Each one costs 500,000 gold coins." Dan, filled with indignation, retorted, "That's outrageous. I sold my return stones for only 200 gold. You're asking for 1,000. Luochen shrugged. "So what is your decision?" After a brief hesitation, Dan gritted his teeth and declared, "I'll take it. I can't believe I sold my return stone. What a foolish mistake." Luochen chuckled heartily and tossed a return stone with 3 uses left onto the ground. Dan, bewildered, asked, "Wait, what does this mean?" Luochen smirked. "It's a gift." Dan expressed his heartfelt gratitude and returned to town. Luochen turned to Xiaodai and said, "Let us go. We need to lure the last Ming to the dark sanctuary." Having regained her composure from Luochen's earlier mysterious actions, Xiaodai replied, "Hold on. The dragon touching god should have respawned. Let us defeat it first." About 10 minutes later, Luochen was pleasantly surprised to see the boss he had easily dispatched. "Wow, the drop rate has doubled again?" Xiaodai expressed her concern. "I wonder how many more bird droppings will accumulate on the landlord's head today." Luochen scoffed. "What does that have to do with me?" This time, Xiaodai did not rush to collect the loot, allowing Luochen to pick it up. Prayer necklace, weight 1. Durability 5. Taoism 0 to 4. Required level 15. Prayer ring, weight 1. Durability 5. Magic 1 to 5. Required level 15. Indeed, the recent dragon touching god had dropped 2 pieces of prayer equipment. Xiaodai was so startled that she hesitated to pick them up. After storing all the gear in his mobile warehouse, Luochen picked up the large sunwatt on the ground. Once organized, he turned to Xiaodai with earnestness. "I'm going to teleport randomly for a moment. Don't move just yet. Wait for me to find the last special monster before I return." Xiaodai nodded. A while later, Luochen teleported back beside Xiaodai, exclaiming, "Oh my, the last Ming is just a short distance away from those people. I'll teleport to a safe location, and then you follow." Though a bit anxious, Xiaodai nodded in agreement. Luochen teleported to a nearby coordinate where he had previously lost health, confirming it was safe, and proceeded to eliminate all nearby minor monsters. Moments later, the silver-haired female Taoist appeared beside him. "Use your heart insight to locate the monster," Luochen said, brimming with excitement, for he had yet to witness this special creature firsthand. Xiaodai nodded, surveyed the surroundings, and then unleashed her level 26 Taoist skill, Heart Insight, toward the location near the attack threshold. A beautiful lotus-shaped light appeared, revealing the transparent monster that materialized before them. Ming. Unlike the soul harvesters encountered previously in the Valley of the Venomous Serpents, this specter did not resemble a viscous, tar-like creature. Instead, it appeared as a substantial, gelatinous mass, akin to a large blob of bouncy jelly, or perhaps, one might say, a mound of a peculiar fungus. Once this gelatinous entity revealed itself, it remained motionless for quite some time, offering no aggression towards the two, as they were beyond its maximum attack range. Luochen furrowed his brow. "How on earth do we lure it?" Xiaodai pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us retreat, and you shall clear the path of any lurking monsters." Luochen was taken aback initially, but soon comprehended Xiaodai's intent. The two withdrew beyond the specter's aggro range. Suddenly, Luochen's vision brightened. The previously inert specter had materialized right before him. Without hesitation, Xiaodai dashed back to the specter's former position, displaying unwavering resolve. This stretch of terrain was devoid of monsters. Luochen lagged slightly, and as a result, the specter's gelatinous spikes struck him several times, causing a loss of over 60 health points, with magical defense in effect. "Goodness!" Luochen hurried after Xiaodai, exclaiming, "You ran off without warning me." Fortunately, while in motion, he managed to evade the majority of the spike attacks. Once he exited the specter's range, he had only suffered 8 or 9 hits. Upon reaching Xiaodai, he observed her casting healing spells upon herself. Luochen, puzzled, remarked. Aren't you wearing the high-dodge, white tiger tooth necklace? Why the panic? Nie Xiaodai continued her healing, indignantly replying. The accuracy of special monsters is alarmingly high. Moreover, I only have 239 health points, leaving little room for error. Luochen suddenly realized. Nie Xiaodai had reached level 30. She then healed Luochen twice before pausing. Now, you take the lead in clearing the path while I draw the monsters. Luochen nodded. All right, but do be cautious. If you perish, you shall lose your chance at resurrection. To his surprise, Nie Xiaodai fell silent for a moment before softly stating, If I die in the game, I will truly vanish. What the hell? Luochen was taken aback, exclaiming, No way. If you die in the game, you really cease to exist. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Come on, equip all the high magical defense gear. Nie Xiaodai shot him a disapproving glance, halting his frantic gear removal. It's fine, just be careful. Luochen felt a pang of guilt, finally understanding why Nie Xiaodai was so fearful of dying in the game. Indeed, if she were to perish, it would mean absolute disappearance. Subsequently, Luochen became exceedingly cautious. No reckless moves. He cleared every monster blocking the path towards the tactical players, facilitating Nie Xiaodai's escape from the Spectre's attack zone, while also striving to leave behind the potent sunwater drops for her. Thus, after meticulously luring the Spectre numerous times, they finally arrived at the outermost region of the Dark Sanctuary's monster area. The thousands of Taoist players who had previously besieged the Spectre had dwindled to just over 300. A significant portion had fallen, and many had been drawn away to engage the other two special monsters. Luochen commended the players from Wilderness Survival and Oasis. Just then, the perimeter guards of the Dark Sanctuary finally noticed Luochen and Nie Xiaodai, beginning their assault. As Luochen gazed at the spectral entity he had summoned, which was merely 2 displacements away from breaching the blockade, he commanded Nie Xiaodai with unwavering authority. If you encounter any danger, flee immediately. Leave this to me. Nie Xiaodai nodded in agreement, refraining from displaying any bravado. In the outside world, one must heed the guidance of a man. The guards of the Dark Sanctuary halted upon nearing the range of hostility emanating from the Spectre. Among them were not only the assassins codenamed 01-99, but also several warriors from the Dark Sanctuary and members of the Light Cavalry Order. Furthermore, the over 300 Taoist players bore the prefix Sakura Tao in their IDs. Nie Xiaodai swiftly began to apply green paint on these warriors. It was evident that these players were aware of the information concerning Soul Taoists, prompting them to retreat in unison. Suddenly, several Taoists appeared behind those warriors marked with the green poison, initiating healing spells to restore their vitality. Luochen was taken aback, observing the female Taoists whose IDs were the prefix Dark Priest. Xiaodai, are they all female specters? Nie Xiaodai's voice turned grave. Very likely. Furthermore, they must have undergone voluntary transformation. Beware of their toxins. At that moment, a commotion erupted behind the security line. Moments later, as Luochen and Nie Xiaodai exchanged incredulous glances at the flurry of command messages flowing through the regional chat, they were astonished to learn that over 1,000 players had surged in from First Line Sky, the penultimate layer of the Death Valley, launching a frenzied assault on the forces of the Dark Sanctuary without a hint of fear. Some players, fortuitously landing before Luochen and Nie Xiaodai, surveyed their surroundings before charging forth. I am Wang Taiju, the melee mage from the northeast Novice Zone. The little devils of Sakura Tao shall perish. Here comes, climbing the wall for red apricots from the Central Plains Novice Zone. I'll make you regret being born. And I, shitting with a knife, but no paper, from a Northwest Novice Zone. Leave me a bounty of 8,000 for each head. The 40-meter-long broadsword is here. This little brat's head is mine. You'll only receive 1,000 as compensation for your demise. Ha ha ha. My weapon has been cursed. I've taken a screenshot. The 1,000 is in the bag. You mercenaries. I'll kill for money. Let me have the heads. Luochen exclaimed in astonishment. What a grand display. Moreover, he felt inexplicably invigorated. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai sprang into action. After applying a layer of green paint on the Spectre Jelly behind her. She charged directly into the defensive perimeter of the Dark Sanctuary. Chapter 58, Two Candles. Additional Update 1. Luochen was taken aback and immediately shouted, "You fierce woman! War is a man's affair. Women should stay home and tend to the children." However, as the crowd around him swelled, his voice became increasingly drowned out. Fortunately, the members of the Dark Sanctuary appeared utterly unprepared and flustered, occasionally offering up their heads without a second thought, completely neglecting Xiaodai. Luochen gritted his teeth and immediately followed suit. "Damn it! If you were to perish, I would be unable to see you again. What shall I do if I miss you? Upon my return, I would surely take it upon myself to reprimand you severely." As Luochen seized the opportunity to rush into the defensive circle amidst the utter chaos, he was suddenly taken aback to discover that the rate of health depletion had significantly diminished. He glanced around at the thousands of players surrounding him, and a conjecture arose in his mind. Is the group attack of Netherworld also limited? As more players arrived at the scene, the inhabitants of Cherry Blossom Path began to falter, continuously retreating inward. Under the combined assault of the outer players and the spectral entities within, the Taoists of Cherry Blossom Path started to suffer significant casualties. The players, driven by frenzy, recognized the immense value of each kill, with a bounty of 10,000 coins per head. A warrior wielding the fiery blade of Purgatory had already felled 3 Taoist priests, earning himself a notorious reputation. After dispatching the 4th priest, he chose not to linger in battle, soaring back to the city instead. Perhaps he was not an apocalyptic knight, but the Purgatory in his grasp allowed him to retain his composure. Xiaodai had surged into the very heart of the Dark Sanctuary, with the ominous nether jelly shifting into the vicinity of the Dark Knights and the luminous paladins. The leading warrior, upon witnessing this, was taken aback and immediately commanded his dark priests to unleash toxic spells upon Xiaodai, while several Taoists from the Cherry Blossom sect concentrated their soul fire talismans against her. Instantly, Xiaodai found herself besieged by a barrage of red and green toxins, though she adeptly evaded most of the soul fire talismans. In the meantime, the newly arrived nether jelly began to exhibit formidable prowess. With a sudden movement, Xiaodai vanished from her original position. The leader of the Dark Sanctuary, observing the fresh and potent nether presence before him, was compelled to concede the failure of this operation, his voice chillingly issuing the order: "All apocalyptic knights, retreat. Everyone on the Cherry Blossom Path is responsible for covering the rear. Notify the Assassin Company and Red Alert to locate this silver-haired spirit medium in reality. I intend to ensure that she is condemned to eternal suffering." Within the encirclement, Luochen continually ran and shouted, "Park Jinju! Where have you gone, my dear Park Jinju?" Before long, Xiaodai suddenly appeared beside Luochen, looking as if she had fully regained her vitality. Luochen immediately erupted with excitement, shouting, "Pu Zhenju! Is there something amiss in your mind?" "Oh dear." Xiaodai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. "Appa, I sincerely apologize." A warrior known as Killer Code 18 was suddenly enlightened. This player is allied with the silver-haired soul sorcerer. The silver-haired soul sorcerer, Park Jinju. Then, the assassin codenamed 18 decisively returned to the city. Xiaodai, while casting healing spells, quietly inquired, "Appa, what shall we do next?" Luochen surveyed his surroundings, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Look at that phantom jelly. This group had been poisoned for so long. Surely they were on the brink of death?" Xiaodai glanced towards the center of the fray, where not only were players clashing, but some cunning warriors were taking advantage of the chaos to stab at this special phantom creature from a distance, perhaps hoping to seize the opportunity to claim the monster for themselves. This boss appeared to be quite formidable. What if I were to snatch the loot? Xiaodai frowned. The special creature has no visible health bar. Luochen noticed that the few players attacking the phantom jelly from a distance had managed to hold their ground until now and could no longer contain himself. "Let us join in. I have a feeling it's about to drop." Surprised, Xiaodai thought of Luochen's uncanny luck. She quickly followed suit. Amidst the flashing blades and radiant fire spells, The chaos escalated into a true melee reminiscent of a classic battle in the canyon. Luochen's judgment staff acted like a lightning rod, absorbing the barrage of lightning spells and soul fire from all directions. Fortunately, the presence of enemies from the Cherry Blossom sect kept the frequency of attacks within Luochen's tolerable limits. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaodai was continuously bombarded by fire spells from the Cherry Blossom sect members, yet her extraordinary evasion skills gradually dampened their desire to attack. Occasionally, a few reckless warriors would target her, but they were swiftly taught a lesson by Nie Xiaodai's green poison without requiring Luochen's intervention. Luochen successfully reached the side of the Phantom that had been besieged by players utilizing sea tactics. The Phantom's condition was evidently deteriorating, resembling a trembling ancient entity on the verge of disintegration, with significantly extended intervals between its ground spikes. This was the primary reason a few warriors dared to attempt to steal the kill. As Luochen joined the distant attacks, he greeted the nearby players with enthusiasm. "Annyeonghaseyo, let us take down the monster together." The nearby players were momentarily stunned. Is this player Korean? They were further taken aback. This player truly is Korean. One player, with remarkable speed, opened his equipment menu and discovered a weapon with an attack power of 38 and a speed bonus of 2. A genuine Korean weapon. His eyes gleamed with insatiable greed, compelling him to abandon the Phantom Jelly and launch an attack on Luochen. Anticipating this, Luochen executed a barbaric charge, pinning him to the ground. Nie Xiaodai no longer held back, casting her green poison on the group. The other warriors protested in dismay. "But we didn't even attack." Luochen returned their gaze with a mischievous grin. "We're claiming the monster now. Annyeonghaseyo, sayonara." With Nie Xiaodai's green poison and the Phantom's feeble attacks, the warriors fell one by one. "Korean, we, the Red Name Village of Luochen, will remember you. The god of noobs, your time is up. You're finished." One of the fallen players corrected him. "Brother, Koreans don't say finished. It should be Gogala." "Damn it, only you know that." Minutes later, as the last batch of players fell to the Phantom Jelly, Nie Xiaodai felt an immense weight of pressure. Although the Phantom before her resembled a jelly on the verge of melting, who could tell how much health it still possessed? Once only 2 remained. The Spectre known as Yuming regained a devastating group damage of 50 points per second. In Nie Xiaodai's backpack, there were still over 20 bottles of potent sun water. Even if she could evade one of Yoming's attacks every 2 attempts, she would hardly last a minute. "Appa, can we manage this?" Nie Xiaodai asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Luochen, with fervent determination, relentlessly struck, consuming a bottle of sun water every second. "Absolutely. Just hold on a little longer. We're on the verge of a climax. Explosion." Luochen's instincts proved remarkably accurate. Moments later, the ghostly jelly emitted a dazzling light and burst apart, scattering debris everywhere. On the ground lay 4 items. Unexpectedly, a large chunk of jelly exploded once more, yielding an additional 2 items. A second chance at looting. This time, Nie Xiaodai refrained from collecting the spoils, instead focusing on healing the 2 of them. Luochen stepped forward to gather 6 items, while Nie Xiaodai restored their health to full. As he quickly assessed the treasures in his backpack, laughter erupted uncontrollably from him. Fate Crystal, Strength. Fate Crystal, Spirit. Blade of Prayer. Ghostly Gloves. Heartfelt Candle. Heartfelt Candle. Suddenly, Luochen choked on his excitement. What the hell? 2 candles dropped? Among the 2 crystals, he utilized one of the strength crystals and handed the spirit crystal to Nie Xiaodai. Then, he meticulously examined the remaining 4 pieces of equipment. Blade of Prayer, weight, 10, durability, 20, attack, 8 to 20, accuracy, 3, attack speed, -1, requires level, 20. Not bad, he mused. Earlier, he had acquired a prayer necklace and a prayer ring, with Nie Xiaodai already wearing a green hat. If he could just find a prayer bracelet, they would have a complete set. He tossed the weapon to Nie Xiaodai for safekeeping, knowing her inventory was as deep as an abyss. Next, ghostly gloves, originating from Yuming. They provide formidable protection and allow one to catch blades barehanded. Luochen was astonished. Apocalypse gear. but it doesn't enhance attack power in real life. To catch blades with bare hands? That's 100,000 cold jokes. Then he examined the two peculiar candles. Heartfelt candle, weight, 1. Durability, 1212. Magic defense, 5. Illumination range, 5. Requires level, 1. Heartfelt candle, a wondrous item capable of illuminating areas of special darkness. One was a game item, and the other was an apocalypse item. Luochen immediately donned the heartfelt candle, enhancing his magic defense by 5, thus rendering his torch obsolete. The illumination range doubled instantly. Beside him, Nie Xiaodai, perplexed, inquired, "Why did it suddenly get brighter? What kind of gear did you just obtain?" "Impressive." Luochen beamed with pride. Then, he glanced at the remaining candle and directly traded it to Nie Xiaodai, asking, "What purpose does this serve? Is it also an apocalypse item?" Nie Xiaodai was taken aback, nearly crying out in distress, "Quick, take it back. This is a high-tier magical artifact. I can barely handle it." Whoa. Chapter 59, Astonishing Drop Rate, Additional Update 2. After tidying up, Luochen donned his high-attack gear once more. Nie Xiaodai surveyed the surroundings and noted that the area was teeming with low-level monsters. As the ultimate map of the Death Valley Dungeon Centipede Cave, the monster respawn rate in the Death Coffin was rather terrifying. The duo swiftly engaged the monsters. To clarify, it was primarily Luochen who was slaying the creatures, while Nie Xiaodai gathered loot, lured the straggling monsters, and occasionally replenished his health. With an attack speed of 6 and maximum damage per strike, taking down the lowly creatures felt as gratifying as harvesting chives. Not to mention the fragile foes such as the black evil maggots, jumping bees, giant worms, and centipedes. Even the previously troublesome claw worms, with their thick skins, high health, and formidable attacks, fell with just 3 swift strikes. The exhilaration of annihilating monsters is a sensation well understood by all gamers. I ask you, is it not delightful? As for Nie Xiaodai, she was utterly entranced by the thrill of collecting items. One could only wonder how many thousands of gold coins she had amassed, sufficient for a dowry, perhaps. In any case, while the thrills were similar, the methods of enjoyment differed. The approaches. Before long, the entire area was cleared of monsters. The absurd respawn rate could not keep pace with Luochen's relentless killing speed. The pair continued their advance towards the eastern region. The Death Coffin map is elongated, with eastern and southern directions, and after a few dozen minutes, they encountered the spectral jelly once more. It appeared that, after regaining tranquility, the remaining 3 special monsters had returned to their original positions. Nie Xiaodai hesitated and said, "You don't have the urge to take it down, do you?" Luochen chuckled awkwardly. "Me, take it down? It would be more likely for it to take me down." Nie Xiaodai sighed in relief. "It seems your luck is still with you." Luochen immediately protested. "What sort of talk is that? My fortune is ever by my side. Even if misfortune strikes, it is your fault." Nie Xiaodai chose to remain silent. Once again, I sympathized with the landlady for 3 seconds. Luochen switched directions and began battling monsters again when suddenly it struck him. "Oh no, I forgot to respawn the boss. Let's go hunt the touching dragon god." With that, he vanished in an instant. Nie Xiaodai facepalmed with a teleportation ring. Men become wild stallions. She quickly gathered the gold coins, sun water, and equipment from the ground and followed suit. Unexpectedly, upon re-emerging, they were met with an enthusiastic reception, a floor covered in firewalls. Luochen was in hot pursuit of a wizard wielding a magic staff, but alas, the wizard was fleet of foot, dashing through the firewalls without a backward glance. 3 warriors were stationed to stab at the touching dragon god, while 3 priests tirelessly cast healing spells on the warriors. The remaining 2 wizards unleashed lightning attacks upon Luochen. Nie Xiaodai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there aren't too many of them. She promptly raised her hand and cast a spell, turning the 3 wizards green. Next, she did the same for the 3 priests. Moments later, the wizard with the staff suddenly exclaimed in horror, "What the hell? This poison is lethal. Warriors, eliminate that female priest." The 3 warriors obediently ceased their assault on the dragon and turned to charge towards Nie Xiaodai. Luochen abandoned his pursuit of the lead wizard. boldly stepping in front of the warriors. "Come, let us have a duel. I'll take you on 1 against 3. The 3 mages and 3 Taoists were in a state of utter desperation, intent on vanquishing the silver-haired, violet-eyed female Taoist. The soul fire talismans and lightning spells simultaneously struck Nie Xiaodai. However, to their astonishment, they began to curse loudly. "What the hell? Why isn't she taking any damage? She must be cheating. Report her." Moments later, the 3 mages succumbed to poison, followed by the 3 Taoists, and ultimately, the 3 warriors were also defeated. What impressed Luochen was that none of them attempted to flee, ignoring the threat posed by the corpses on the ground. Luochen bravely stepped forward to challenge the touching dragon god. This creature boasted an astonishing health pool of 2,000 points. It was neither the temporary 1,000 health points of a clockwork minion summoned based on player numbers, nor the fixed 5,000 health points of a 6-hour respawned Iron Rice Bowl. A small information box appeared on its health bar. Boss current area, player count 10, touching dragon god health increase 1,000, 11010. Luochen suddenly understood. For every additional player, the health of the clockwork boss increased by 10. It became clear why these 9 players remained incapacitated. They were merely augmenting the challenge for him. But wait, weren't there 11 players present? All right, Nie Xiaodai was a ghost and not a human. In the incredulous monochrome visuals of the 9 incapacitated players, Luochen dispatched the touching dragon god in just over 20 seconds, even while being stunned once. Among the dropped items, he was astonished to find a prayer bracelet and a soul necklace. The 9 players grumbled and logged off to resurrect. Their curse is quite unsavory. Luochen feigned ignorance to their tirades and handed the prayer bracelet and soul necklace to Nie Xiaodai, somewhat helplessly remarking, "Now I have a complete set of prayer items. Are they trying to make me cause trouble?" Nie Xiaodai immediately dismissed his thoughts. "No way. I still need to wear this prayer helmet. Don't even think about it." Fine then. Since she fancied wearing a green hat, he would just find another ordinary one when time permitted. Subsequently, Luochen conferred with Nie Xiaodai. "What shall we do now? This map is nearly deserted. Respawning a boss might take until 3 in the morning. How about we seek out bosses in other maps?" Nie Xiaodai was instantly intrigued. "Great idea. Should we try our luck at Zummer Pavilion or Stone Tomb Array?" Luochen immediately frowned. "That's my specialty. Let us head to the 7th level of the Stone Tomb. I miss Xiaobai." After several tens of minutes, Luochen and Nie Xiaodai traversed through one Stone Tomb Array after another, yet failed to locate the path to the 6th level. Nie Xiaodai frowned. "This doesn't make sense. You were able to guess correctly at Zummer Pavilion, so why not here?" Luochen was equally frustrated, fiercely striking a 500 health red wild boar. "Have I exhausted all my luck? I'll be damned if I don't take you down." The red wild boar let out a mournful cry and collapsed. To Luochen's astonishment, it dropped a skill book, Summon Divine Beast. "What the heck?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Nie Xiaodia's spirits soared as she swiftly picked up the level 35 Taoist skill book, cheerfully saying, "See, your luck is definitely still with you." Luochen, feeling somewhat vexed, turned to strike another black wild boar with 500 health points, exclaiming, "I still refuse to believe it." Let drop a volume of the fiery sword technique. Moments later, the two glanced at the skill book lying on the ground, exchanging bewildered looks. "Fiery sword technique." As Luochen picked up the skill book, Nie Xiaodai hesitated briefly before cautiously suggesting, "Shall we abandon the search for the Stone Tomb's 7th level and grind here instead?" Luochen, still a bit dazed, nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. The odds of 2 consecutive 1 in 10,000 occurrences do seem rather peculiar." They located an unoccupied stone tomb formation, perhaps due to sheer luck, and commenced their earnest efforts in monster grinding and leveling up. Swarms of red wild boars, black wild boars, scorpion serpents, wedge moths, and black malevolent maggots fell before Luochen's mighty club, causing his experience points to soar. Nie Xiaodai took charge of aggroing monsters, collecting loot and dispatching the immobile horn flies. Almost every creature yielded a substantial bounty of gold coins, with the exception of the wedge moths. Given the noticeably abnormal drop rates, Nie Xiaodai eventually ceased her habit of picking up every item. Blue crystal rings, black crystal rings, pearl rings, snake eye rings, yellow crystal necklaces. Ebony necklaces, amber necklaces, devil necklaces, and phoenix pearls were disregarded without a glance. Even if they were of superior quality, she would inspect rings of morality, charm, skeletons, coral, demon slaying, gold rings, wrought iron rings, gold bracelets, sturdy gloves, ebony bracelets, priest bracelets, death's gloves, magic bracelets, bamboo flutes, magnifying glasses, and blue emerald necklaces, discarding those that did not meet her standards. Weapons, aside from the sabers, azura, frost, demon slaying, and the crescent blade, were similarly ignored. However, she would at least inspect clothing, as the chances of high-quality items were significantly greater. Thus, Luochen's level had already surpassed level 31, with his experience bar accumulating considerable progress. Nie Xiaodia's level seemed to increase even faster than Luochen's. As for the dropped equipment, Nie Xiaodai had stored several items, among them numerous 1, 2, 3, and even 4 minor treasures, along with a level 33 priest-skill, mass healing, mage skills, hell lightning, magic shield, and holy word. Nie Xiaodi exclaimed in astonishment. Bird uncle, why don't we establish a guild? These items are more than sufficient. Chapter 60. Fortuity and Fate at 8 in the morning. Nie Xiaodai had just dispatched the final wave of monsters in the stone tomb array when 3 individuals clad in professional attire entered. The sight of various items strewn across the ground startled them, particularly the female Taoist, who immediately approached, clearly intent on collecting the equipment. However, the young warrior wielding the Shuro weapon seemed more astute and quickly interjected, exclaiming, "We are just passing through." Luochen paid them no mind. Observing the trio, Nie Xiaodai noticed that both the Taoist and the mage were female, and she couldn't resist querying the male warrior. "Are you a scoundrel? 1 man and 2 women?" The male warrior, taken aback, hurried to clarify, "These 2 are my sisters. My real sisters. I swear on the lamp." Upon hearing this, Luochen discreetly removed the heart candle he possessed, causing the stone tomb array to dim significantly. The array itself was equipped with column lights. The young warrior was instantly alarmed, his anxiety palpable. What happened to the lights? Could it be, am I not truly their brother? Nie Xiaodai found this amusing and gestured for them to feel free to collect the items on the ground. They had provided her with emotional value, after all, and it was only fitting for her to reciprocate. The trio was delighted, with the 2 sisters expressing their gratitude profusely. After Luochen defeated the last black wild boar and looted a magical robe, he approached to examine it, exclaiming, "Oh, it's a magic robe with a rating of 0 to 3. At that moment, he casually opened the equipment interface of the 3 siblings, glancing over it briefly. The warrior brothers' gear included a Shuro weapon with an attack of 20, heavy armor, a skull helmet, a blue emerald necklace, a pair of death gloves, and a pair of skull rings, all standard class equipment. The elder sister mage's gear consisted of a magic 3 crescent blade, a standard magic robe, a magic 1 bronze helmet, a magnifying glass, a defense 1 magic 1 black sandalwood bracelet, a power 1 magic 2 black sandalwood bracelet, and a pair of charm rings. The second sister, the Taoist, possessed a Tao 3 demon-slaying weapon, a Tao 3 soul battle robe, a Taoist helmet, a Tao 4 bamboo flute, a Tao 2 Taoist bracelet, a Tao 2 small bracelet, and a pair of Tao 3 pearl rings. While the warrior's equipment was rather pedestrian, the Taoist's was somewhat commendable. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the gear of these 3 players represented a true average standard, even surpassing those still struggling in the skeleton and zombie caves. In a moment of whimsy, Luochen decided to offer them an opportunity. Fortune favors those who meet by chance. "Which novice area are you from? If you are in my zone, you've struck gold." The trio, having just finished gathering the items from the ground, was instantly filled with excitement. They quickly checked the equipment of the god of novices and the enigmatic female Taoist, their astonishment overwhelming and persistent. 2 prominent figures. That was why the younger brother had intervened so promptly to stop his sister. Now that a distinguished figure was offering them a chance, they felt compelled to seize it. Otherwise, it would be a lifelong regret. After all, How many significant opportunities does an ordinary person encounter in a lifetime? Seizing just one is enough. After a moment, the elder sister gently inquired, "Esteemed god of novices, Brother Bird, where are you? We can relocate." What? This response caught Luochen somewhat off guard. What was initially a straightforward probability, fill-in-the-blank question, had unexpectedly been elevated to a multiple-choice dilemma by this lady. "I hail from the illustrious Luochen capital of Zhongyuan province." Luochen found himself intrigued by the lady's forthcoming answer. Yet, before she could respond, the second sister could no longer contain herself. "No way. Is this for real? We are also from Luochen capital. Oh my, truly. If you don't believe me, let us add each other as friends, and I'll video call you." Luochen was taken aback. Could this rather reckless second sister also be a formidable player? "I am from the Baiyun Temple in Luochen capital. You can't possibly be from there as well, can you?" Luochen had already resolved to retract this opportunity. To his astonishment, the younger brother exclaimed with delight, "Big brother, our uncle is at Baiyun Temple. He has somewhat renown there. I wonder if you know him? Our uncle is named Luochen." Luochen? Goodness. Luochen was genuinely astonished. What a remarkable coincidence. The world is indeed wondrous and full of enigmas. There seems to be an issue with my current persona. After a moment of contemplation, Luochen raised an eyebrow and said, "So, do you think there's a possibility that I could be your uncle?" This time, the three siblings were collectively stunned. The eldest sister exclaimed, "Could it truly be you, uncle?" The second sister chimed in, "Although we haven't seen uncle in nearly a year, he wouldn't have turned into a brigand, would he?" The younger brother declared, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Uncle would be utterly defeated by me in a single-player game. How could he possibly possess the prowess of a grandmaster? With an attack of 38, an attack speed of 2 on the Judgment Staff, an attack of 4 on the War God Armor, attack speed 4, and an attack of 5 on the Gale Necklace. If I had an uncle like you, that would be akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate." Luochen nodded. One must acknowledge that the youngest sibling was indeed astute. Opportunities arise, but only those who can seize them can be deemed capable. The eldest sister had a modicum of insight. The second sister was somewhat brash, yet the youngest truly had it. Thus, what Luochen had initially intended as a casual gift of 2 exquisite pieces of equipment transformed into a generous provision of 3 complete sets of gear. Nie Xiaodai remained silent. When emotions are in alignment, anything is possible. Eldest sister Luoyu, a magic 4 crescent blade, a magic 3 robe, a magic 1 warlock helmet, a magic 4 magnifying glass, a defense 2 magic 2 sturdy gloves, a power 1 magic 2 ebony bracelet, a magic 3 charm ring, and a magic 4 snake eye ring. Second sister Luoyen, a Dao 4 demon slaying sword, a Dao 3 soul armor, a Dao 1 warlock helmet, a Dao 4 bamboo flute, a defense 1 Dao 2 warlock bracelet, a defense 1 Dao 2 large bracelet, and a pair of Dao 4 pearl rings. Youngest brother Luo Feng, an attack 22 precision 1 Shura sword, an attack 1 heavy armor, an attack 1 skull helmet, an attack 3 blue emerald necklace, a defense 2 attack 2 death's hand, an attack 3 death's hand, an attack 4 skull ring, and an attack 3 demon slaying ring. Although Luochen did not bestow upon them the renowned Juma and Woma equipment, these exceptional items already surpassed those of 99% of players. As for whether a greater fortune awaited them, it rested solely upon their luck. For Luochen, this was merely a whimsical impulse, a fleeting interest. Yet, for the 3 siblings, it undoubtedly represented a transformative encounter that could alter the course of their gaming lives. Having added friends, Luochen has effectively acquired 3 nieces and nephews. Luojiu, I have indeed paid for this account. At 8:30, Luochen relinquished the stone tomb formation to the trio of siblings. He had already returned to the city and was en route to the Worma Temple. The notion proposed by Nie Xiaodai regarding the establishment of a guild intrigued Luochen. He was well aware of the direction of the Shabak Palace's grand entrance. As for the potential inconveniences, he could very well adopt a hands-off approach. The teleportation ring, within the context of a new century of apocalypse, has elevated its status as a divine artifact. Especially after the merger of regions, the public maps will proliferate, rendering the teleportation ring a national treasure. The entrance of the Worma Temple has transformed into a bustling marketplace, rivaling the vibrant atmosphere of the Weichuan Grand Market in the Central Plains. Upon entering the temple, even within the entrance area, there were at least 1,000 players engaged in combat against bats. Moreover, they were organized, each section meticulously managed. One must not regard spending 100,000 coins on a helmet as wasteful. One would be astounded by the heaps of gold coins dropped by cave bats. The area at the temple entrance has expanded exponentially. Post-merger, its size will be astonishing. The presence of thousands of players hunting monsters here is attributable to the remarkable respawn rate of every 5 minutes. Setting aside the cave worms, the cave bats alone replenish in dense clusters, saturating the entrance of the Worma Temple. Each time the cave bats respawn, approximately 1/10 will yield significant drops. Each of these notable drops will at least produce 1 to 5 return scrolls, 2 to 5 substantial piles of gold coins, and some potions. A single return scroll can fetch at least 5,000 coins, equating to $10, with numerous merchants outside the temple market willing to purchase. Exiting allows for immediate conversion into cash, with 2,000 coins in substantial piles, averaging 5,000 coins per drop. That translates to another $10. In essence, a single notable drop from a cave bat guarantees a minimum income of 20 yuan, potentially exceeding 80 yuan. With a 5-minute respawn, that amounts to 12 times an hour. Hence, while some small ventures may seem inconspicuous, they are indeed quite lucrative. As Luochen entered, he fortuitously encountered a major respawn event. The players engaged in combat instinctively left a passageway, and the passing players generally adhered to the rules, with only a few individuals impulsively attacking a couple of cave bats, maintaining ecological balance. Indeed, Luochen was not impulsive. It was merely a few oblivious bats obstructing the path. With a casual swing of his crescent moon sword technique, 2 bats dropped significant loot. Instantly, the players in the vicinity, who had been managing sections, displayed expressions of regret mixed with reverence. Yet, none dared to voice their thoughts, although their prowess was modest. They recognized the judgment staff. Nie Xiaodai, bouncing with excitement, gathered 8 piles of gold coins. The remaining 10 return scrolls erupted in a fervent yet orderly scramble once the 2 departed. Chapter 61. The Woma Temple. Upon entering the first level of the Woma Temple, one immediately perceives a distinct atmosphere. Given the temple's proximity to the bustling city of Bitch, it not only yields equipment of level 22 and above, as well as the coveted Woma brand gear, but also features direct teleportation access. Considering the expansive map, the presence of an old soldier for transport seems quite reasonable. Consequently, the competition here is fierce and unrelenting. The reason Luochen had previously refrained from venturing into the Woma Temple was due to the impossibility of surviving as a lone wolf in such an environment. The first level of the Woma Temple is particularly unique, with its dimensions expanded at least 200-fold, resembling a genuinely colossal labyrinth. After initial skirmishes, the level is now teeming with thousands of players fiercely guarding their territories, maintaining a precarious equilibrium. Thus, there exists no vacuous market here. To establish oneself, one must seize opportunities. Without teleportation, Luochen would still hesitate to consider this place. Moreover, there is another fascinating aspect. The first level of the Woma Temple not only spawns the usual Woma warriors, Woma champions, Flame Woma, Dung Beetles, and Dark Fighters, but also introduces 3 entirely new monsters: Dark Warriors, Dark Champions, and Dark Dung Beetles. One should not underestimate them as mere Dark Fighters. The Dark Warriors and Dark Champions resemble typical monsters, albeit with a third more mass and a pitch-black hue. They possess a unique trait. The greater the number of players in the vicinity, the higher their health and loot drop rates become. It is rumored that some players have even unearthed infernal-grade weapons and Woma brand gear from these foes. In stark contrast, the Dark Dung Beetles are entirely different creatures. Unlike ordinary Dung Beetles, they boast 4 legs and can inflict both red and green poison. However, the most sought-after entity among players is indeed the newly introduced Dark Dung Beetle. With a rapid spawn rate, it can unearth a plethora of items. Various potions are so abundant that one need only dig to obtain them. Gold coins are guaranteed with each encounter. As for weaponry, the quantity gathered surpasses that of the entire Woma temple. Even more enticing is the exceedingly rare chance of unearthing belts and boots. Upon reaching the Grand Hall at the first level S exit, Luochen did not linger and promptly teleported to the entrance of the second level. The second level of the Woma temple presents a different landscape. While the map remains astonishingly vast, it is nearly impossible for anyone to secure a stable area for combat. This is due to the swift spawn rate of the minor boss, the Woma Guardian, alongside a new boss akin to it, the Woma Sentinel, which not only boasts thick skin, high health, and formidable attack power, but also possesses the ability to teleport away. Thus, the struggle for territory here is as intense as the most iconic scenes from the peak era of gang rivalries. Of course, Luochen's ultimate objective is the third level of the Woma Temple, specifically the Woma Lord's Great Hall. Presently, no player faction has been able to claim dominance over this space. The reason for this is clear to Luochen. Without the invisibility granted by Taoist, neither warriors nor mages can survive more than 3 minutes within the Woma Lord's Great Hall. Inside, in addition to the aforementioned Dark Warriors, Dark Champions, Dark Dung Beetles, and Woma Sentinels, there exists another exclusive elite mini-boss, the Dark Warrior Commander, the newly emerged elite monster, while possessing the same health points as the Woma Guardian at 1,000. Boasts exceptionally high defenses and frightening ranged attacks. The Dark Warrior Commander's ranged assault is characterized by great distance, rapid speed, and immense damage. The Dark Warrior Commander does not engage in enmity, instead targeting players with lower health. It also has a tendency to wander about unpredictably. Recently, it has acquired a notorious moniker, Super Old 6, abbreviated as Chao Lu. Thus, upon arriving at the Woma High Priest Hall, Luochen promptly teleported randomly. One could easily surmise that a player had lured the Dark Warrior Commander to the entrance, creating a blockade. Luochen found himself randomly teleported amidst a group of monsters in the upper left section of the hall, but fortunately, the surrounding monsters were merely ordinary Woma creatures. He commenced a swift clearing of the area, and shortly thereafter, Nie Xiaodai arrived, immediately activating her invisibility. Not far from the two, many other players, also cloaked in invisibility, silently engaged the monsters in their respective zones, showing no intent to disturb or PK. This behavior stemmed from painful lessons learned within the Woma High Priest Hall. It was common for both parties to be annihilated during skirmishes. After Luochen had cleared the surrounding space, the monsters respawned instantly. If not for the presence of the Dark Warrior Commander, this spot would actually be quite efficient for monster grinding. Luochen navigated skillfully, brushing past numerous teams predominantly composed of priests. At precisely 9 o'clock, the entire Woma High Priest Hall was swarming with monsters enhanced by the night buff, leading to a significant reduction in players. Most chose to log off while a few returned to town. The remaining players were scattered throughout the hall, laboriously battling minor monsters. As for the Woma Guardians, Woma Sentinels, and the Dark Warrior Commander, all boasting health exceeding 1,000, they have been forsaken by players. To illustrate with the Woma Guardian, under the effects of the night buff, its attributes doubled to 2,000 health, an attack range of 44 to 84, and both defense and magic defense at 16, with agility at 40, accuracy at 34, movement speed at 400, and an attack speed of 750. The standard is 1,000. The lower the number, the faster the speed. Not to mention the Dark Woma High Priest. One must wonder, how could one even hope to defeat such foes? Yet, Luochen's objective was precisely these minor bosses and the Woma High Priest. Finally, it was Nie Xiaodai's turn to take on the role of the laborer. Her strategy involved applying a green poison and then promptly rushing to Luochen's side before going invisible. After 3.5 minutes, she would return to collect the loot from the corpses. As for why other priests did not adopt this method, even a level 3 poison spell would only drain a maximum of 4 health points every 3 seconds, requiring at least half an hour of continuous poisoning. Within the Woma Temple Hall, maintaining such a pace for half an hour was far too demanding. Consequently, many players who remained witnessed Nie Xiaodia's poisoning technique with astonishment, shattering their preconceived notions. It wasn't that no one considered targeting the duo, but upon inspecting their gear, they quickly reconsidered. The Judgment Staff with an attack of 38 and the Tiger Tooth Necklace with a 70 magic evasion indicated that they were certainly not to be trifled with. Everyone harbored a desire for wealth, longing for sudden fortune. Moreover, they were aware of the abundant resources in the money-making factories. So why did no one dare to rob them? The bones were too tough to gnaw. After half an hour, only a handful of players remained in the Grand Hall of the Woma Lord. The agony of battling monsters was compounded by the constant vigilance required against the formidable Old Six. Even Luochen and his companion fell victim to an ambush. Fortunately, Nie Xiaodai's white tiger tooth necklace proved immensely beneficial. She swiftly poisoned Old Six and rendered herself invisible, while Luochen teleported to a previously secured location. In less than 4 minutes, Old Six was vanquished. After battling for a while longer, Luochen expressed his frustration. Xiaodai, your drop rate is dismally low. I've poisoned over a dozen minor bosses, yet only 2 ruby rings have dropped. Nie Xiaodai rolled her eyes in exasperation. If you think you can do better, then go ahead. Luochen raised an eyebrow. Not convinced? Let us wager. I'll kill a minor boss at random, and I'll surely outmatch your drops. Nie Xiaodai was tempted, but hesitated, recalling her vow to never gamble again. But that was a promise made in real life. It has nothing to do with the game. Luochen urged, come on, if I lose, you can have your way. If you lose, I'll have mine. How's that sound? Eventually, unable to resist the temptation, Xiaodai nodded, but remember, I've already secured 2 Woma brand items. Luochen shrugged nonchalantly, brimming with confidence. 10 minutes later, with Nie Xiaodai's assistance, Luochen struggled, yet successfully dispatched a Woma Guardian using his assassination swordsmanship. The ground yielded 2 Sabella bracelets and a life necklace. Nie Xiaodai was beside herself with indignation. How is it possible? One monster yields 3 Woma brand items? Luochen burst into hearty laughter. A bet is a bet. I sensed that this Woma Guardian would drop something spectacular, and lo and behold, Nie Xiaodai, feeling defeated, vented her frustrations upon a Dark Warrior commander. I'll make sure you don't drop anything. The Dark Warrior commander fell, spilling all its treasures. A dragon ring, a memory necklace. Nie Xiaodai gasped in astonishment, picking them up and flaunting her loot. Behold my drop rate. Luochen turned to her, his face alight with excitement. Suddenly, Nie Xiaodai felt a tinge of shyness. His expression suggested he might pounce at any moment. To her surprise, Luochen indeed lunged forward, drooling. Woma Lord. Chapter 62. The candle's heart still cherishes farewells. Suddenly appearing behind Nie Xiaodai was the Woma Lord, whose condition was evidently peculiar. Its entire body had been coated in green paint, clearly a result of an attack from other teams, before it had instantaneously teleported to the vicinity of the two. Luochen lunged forward with a blade, only to discover the boss's health had dwindled to a mere 2,101 points, a wave of dismay washing over him. Xiaodai, are there many soul practitioners like you? Within the Grand Hall of the Woma Temple, the ultimate boss, the Woma Lord, can be categorized into 3 distinct types. The first is a temporary labor lord that spawns randomly based on the number of players present. Its health is variable, growing stronger with more participants. The second is the fixed-time Woma Lord, with a health pool of 2,200 points, currently the most fiercely contested. The last type, empowered by the night buff, boasts a health of 4,400 points with doubled attributes. The Woma Lord Luochen was currently facing should ideally possess 4,400 health points. Yet, with less than half remaining, it was evident that it had already sustained damage, inflicted by no ordinary player. The Night Woma Lord, with its attributes doubled, has an attack range of 70 to 120, both defenses at 34, agility at 60, and accuracy at 40. The probability of inflicting such significant damage in short span strongly suggests that the assailant is akin to Nie Xiaodai, a soul practitioner. As for whether it could have been the result of a common player's poison, that notion is far-fetched, setting aside the time it would take to diminish so much health. One must consider The Woma Lord has the capacity to teleport right next to players and unleash a barrage of attacks. Nie Xiaodai turned to regard the boss, immediately grasping Luochen's implication, her tone grave. Aside from the priests of the Dark Sanctuary, there should be very few other soul practitioners. This method of transformation is exceedingly stringent and perilous. I was merely fortunate to succeed. With a stealth spell cast by Nie Xiaodai, Luochen successfully evaded combat. He observed the now tranquil Woma Lord, devoid of a target, perplexed. What could this mean, and what poison possesses such potency? Let me ponder. Nie Xiaodai, uncertain, replied hesitantly. I am merely a minor heroine from Shushan. The realm of cultivation is vast. Very well. I almost thought you were omnipotent. Luochen mused, then turned his attention towards one direction of the hall to clear out monsters. Even the minions bolstered by the night buff posed little challenge to him at this moment. Moments later, he had cleared a long, runway-like space, readying himself to engage the boss. By now, the green poison adorning the Woma Lord had vanished, for even with Nie Xiaodai's superior skills, it could last no more than a minute. Its health had fully replenished. Nie Xiaodai refrained from applying poison to the boss. Considering Luochen's high drop rate, it was wise for her to refrain from interference. This was a matter of metaphysics. Prepared, Luochen surveyed his surroundings. Within his line of sight, aside from the densely packed monsters, no players were in sight. Calculating his position, he struck towards the Woma Lord. If undisturbed, he was confident in concluding the battle within 2 minutes. Indeed, this was contingent upon the Woma Lord not teleporting away. Nie Xiaodai incessantly poisoned the small monsters that had strayed onto the runway, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on Luochen's health. As for Luochen, he had become immersed in the rhythm of his deadly strikes. Though his health was sufficient to withstand several attacks from the Woma Lord, the somewhat obsessive Luochen aimed for perfection, striving for 0 mistakes, even if it meant missing a few attacks in the process. No other players had appeared in the vicinity. Just as the Woma Lord's health dipped to around 50%, it suddenly teleported, vanishing before Luochen's eyes. Nie Xiaodai immediately exclaimed, "It's behind you." Luochen swiftly turned and retreated, unleashing a lethal strike. His level 3 assassination skill struck the Woma Lord, who had teleported behind him for a surprise attack, but the Lord retaliated with a thunder punch, causing his health to plummet by 100 points. With 2 healing spells, Nie Xiaodai restored his health. After several more lethal strikes, the Woma Lord's health fell below 900 points and suddenly entered a state of fury. With both attack and movement speeds more than doubling, Luochen quickly adopted a serpentine maneuver. The Woma Lord teleported again, this time opting for another ambush. Appearing behind Luochen and delivering 3 thunder punches in rapid succession. The 3 strikes severely injured Luochen, reducing his health to below 100 points. Reacting with remarkable speed, he dove into a nearby cluster of small monsters while continuously consuming potent solar water. The Woma Lord pursued him, but the obstructive small monster slowed its unnatural speed. Nie Xiaodai, in a panic, initially intended to poison the Woma Lord. However, upon seeing Luochen escape danger, she unleashed a series of healing spells on him. Once his health was fully restored, Luochen continued to withstand the small monster's attacks while delivering ranged strikes against the Woma Lord. Still in a berserk state, the Woma Lord was irked by the hindering small monsters, yet it could do little but move with great speed to find an opportunity to attack Luochen, who wielded a hefty club. Observing the precarious situation, Nie Xiaodai opted for invisibility, focusing intently on providing uninterrupted healing to Luochen. With his mind fully concentrated, Luochen calculated his route while seizing the opportunity to strike. After several tense seconds, the Woma Lord finally let out a reluctant scream and collapsed amidst the horde of monsters. The boss dropped a multitude of items, unlike the previous encounter with the Night-Touch Dragon God, but they lay concealed under the densely packed monsters, rendering them momentarily obscured. Luochen's taut nerves finally relaxed as he began to clear the surrounding small monsters, calling out, "Item sprites, let's get to work." Nie Xiaodai started drawing the monsters away and collecting items. While battling, Luochen inquired, "Did the horn drop?" The Woma horn was a crucial item required to establish a formal guild in the new era of apocalypse. Nie Xiaodai quickly scanned the area, her expression perplexed. It seems not. Luochen was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is going on? Where's my drop rate?" At that moment, Nie Xiaodai let out a startled cry, darting between several Woma warriors and Fire Woma, picking up an inconspicuous small object, then casting invisibility, remaining still in shock. As he cleared the monsters, Luochen pondered aloud. "Xiaodai, what is going on? Did you disconnect?" Just moments ago, Nie Xiaodai moved with such astonishing speed that he barely caught a glimpse of the inconspicuous object. At that instant, from a distance in the Grand Hall, a few peculiar figures suddenly emerged. Their movements were exceedingly strange, almost stuttering, yet they swiftly approached the vicinity. Luochen's heart brimmed with vigilance. These individuals bore a resemblance to players, yet they were decidedly not. Their bizarre manner of movement and the bone-like weapons they wielded, reminiscent of half-orc clubs, rendered them more akin to NPCs or perhaps monsters. Recovering from her stupor, Nie Xiaodai also beheld these odd beings. One elder, brandishing a bone club, cackled. It seems the apostle was right. The apocalypse mirror can indeed track its target. Another elderly woman emitted a shrill cry. "Hurry and act. Our time is limited. We cannot linger in the mirror for too long." Nie Xiaodai's expression shifted dramatically. She disregarded the heaps of gold coins and urgently shouted, "Husband, return to town." Luochen was momentarily taken aback. Yet, instead of inundating her with countless questions as a typical protagonist from a melodramatic series might, he immediately utilized a return stone. In the fleeting moment of white light, Luochen caught a glimpse of the peculiar figures closing in on them, unleashing several familiar entities. Red phantoms? Upon returning to Bitch City, Nie Xiaodai screamed with all her might, "Log off." Luochen complied without hesitation. As he removed his helmet, he was instantly astonished by the scene before him. In the living room of 404, the sofa was empty. 3 visibly menacing red phantoms swirled like smoke, desperately attempting to invade Luochen's body. Meanwhile, his form was enveloped in a faint, white glow, valiantly resisting the incursion of the phantoms. However, it was evident that the red phantoms held the upper hand. Luochen quickly deduced, monsters from the curse of undying. How could they manifest here? The white light gradually constricted, seemingly emitting a mournful sigh, while the 3 red phantoms grew increasingly agitated, relentlessly battering against Luochen's body. Nie Xiaodai's anguished voice finally broke through, "Husband, use the candle." Luochen immediately grasped the implication and summoned the artifact of revelation. Heart Candle, a wondrous item capable of illuminating special darkness. The entire living room was instantly enveloped in a warm glow. Moments later, the 3 red phantoms began to melt away like wax figures ensnared in a spell, emitting silent, grotesque wails. Meanwhile, the white light surrounding Luochen gradually dimmed and dissipated. In a state of alarm, Luochen called out, "Xiaodai! Xiaodai! Wife!" The living room was silent save for the half-melted red phantoms and the fading white glow. Luochen, in a frenzy, prepared to retract the artifact, Heart Candle. At that moment, a feeble voice, seemingly on the verge of vanishing, echoed in Luochen's ear. "The red specters are exceedingly terrifying. If you extinguish the candle, everyone in the neighborhood will perish. My dear, could you utter the words, 'Wife, I love you'?" With the candle held firmly in hand and tears streaming down his face, Luochen replied, "Wife, I love you." Moments later, the 3 red specters completely dissolved, leaving behind 3 crimson crystals on the ground. The white light also faded entirely, leaving only the flickering flame of the candle.